Welcome again rabbits, like and hype this video, for more crazier updates. Chapter 1. Heavenly Martial City. Su family ancestral home. A man wearing black clothes with long hair like snow had his eyes tightly closed at this time. His handsome face was now extremely pale, a trace of scarlet oozed from the corners of his mouth, and his whole body was extremely depressed. Failed again. Su Zhou opened his eyes with a bit of bitterness. He is the patriarch of the Su family among the 4 major families in Heavenly Martial City. His realm has reached 9 apertures realm great completion, and he is the strongest person in Heavenly Martial City. In order to make a breakthrough, he chose to go back to his ancestral home for seclusion. Seeing that the breakthrough was imminent, the energy and blood surging in his body were indeed defeated. It was as if the world was not right, as if something was hindering his cultivation and promotion. Then his bloodline collapsed, and all his vitality began to fall. It's hard to live another life, but I haven't seen the majesty of this world. Su Zhou has a secret, that is, he has carried the memory of his previous life since birth and is a transmigrator. Right now, this world is a wonderful great world. There is the most powerful person who moves mountains and fills the sea, there is the immemorial elder who fishes for the sun and the moon, there is the supreme figure who controls a world, and life and death depend on the palm of his hand. And the dazzling elegance at the top, I haven't seen with my own eyes yet. We don't even know the current situation of the Su family. Seeing that the poison became more and more powerful, the aura in his body was like a candle in the wind. Others transmigrate, so I transmigrate, haha, after so many years, my gold finger still hasn't paid off. Now, I'm even going to lose my life. Right now. An ethereal voice came to Su Zhou's ear. Host life crisis detected, the strongest family system is activated. Ding! System binding is successful. Do you want to open the novice gift package? The sound was extremely ethereal, but in Su Zhou's ears it was indeed more alluring than the most beautiful music in the world. Because he knew that as a transmigrator, Goldfinger finally received his account after so many years. Turn on. Su Zhou didn't hesitate at all. Directly choose to open the novice gift package. Ding! The gift package has been opened successfully, Limitless Dao Body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, Golden Dragon of Luck. Golden Dragon of Luck, boundless luck, thousands of blessings. After being bound to a family, Golden Dragon of Luck will greatly increase family luck, can be used after family luck reaches 500. Limitless Dao Body, innate limitless, regardless of heaven and earth, all laws cannot fall, has physical power that is close to Tao, and can swallow and fuse the power of all sacred body and Dao body. Ding! It is detected that the host meets the conditions. Do you want to fuse the innate limitless Dao body? Seeing everything happening in front of him, Su Zhou was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of joy appeared on his face. Integration. Su Zhou quickly selected Dao integration. The next moment, bursts of great Dao Sanskrit sounds sounded, and countless mysterious lines appeared on Su Zhou's body. Dazzling golden light appeared from his body, and under that golden light, his body began to wither like residual sand. The great Dao laws were falling around him, and the bright stars were hovering around him. With a crisp sound, Su Zhou's body split into 2 pieces like a clay sculpture. And a figure with a slender figure and a body with energy and blood like an ancient ferocious beast appeared in the room. His skin was like jade, and his already handsome face had an indescribable charm. With the completion of the fusion with the limitless Dao body, the originally depleted energy and blood in the body quickly surged. Su Zhou looked inside himself and found that his blood was faintly golden. However, he didn't think too much about the changes caused by this Dao body. However, as the energy and blood replenished, the originally stuck realm was easily broken through at this moment. Boom! The 9 apertures within the body emitted dazzling light, and streams of true qi emerged, following the surging qi and blood. straight to the center of the eyebrows, and then the ancestral aperture that the predecessor could not open in his entire life. Opened. The qi and blood in the body interact with true qi and melt into true essence. The power of true essence can be condensed in the external body. Su Zhou raised his hand and held it in vain. A golden spear appeared out of thin air in his hand. When the spear touched the ground, the hard granite was penetrated randomly like tofu. Is this the exterior realm? Su Zhou felt his powerful power and had mixed feelings in his heart. The cultivation realms of this world are divided into blood tempering qi transformation meridian opening 9 apertures exterior heavenly origin star controlling moon grasping sun shielding venerable good fortune divine path imperishable limitless immemorial elder great emperor. And Su Zhou's current realm is exterior realm. Exterior realm uses interior scenes to seduce exterior and exert the power of true energy. Reaching this level has transcended the realm of mortals. Not only does the lifespan increase by 100 years, but true qi transforms the true essence, can step on the empty clouds, and condense the body. Then Su Zhou suppressed his emotions and checked the functions of the strongest family system. A virtual panel appeared in front of Su Zhou's eyes. Host, Su Zhou. Realm, exterior first layer. Family luck, 100, decline, note. When luck reaches 500, you will receive a family resource gift pack. Investment return, the host can trigger investment return rewards for tribesmen, and the return rewards change according to the quality of the invested tribesman. Family mission, Su family cannot be insulted. Some people try to insult the Su family. As the head of the Su family, please tell the world that the Su family cannot be insulted. Task reward, Jinpin tribesman. It seems that after I went into seclusion, there was a big accident in the family. Su Zhou frowned suddenly as he looked at the family tasks. Before he went into seclusion, the Su family was in great glory and had a vague tendency to become the head of the 4 major families. But now that luck has declined, the family is in danger. If you think about it with your buttocks, you all know that it is the fault of several other big families. It's time to get out of seclusion. Su Zhou stood up, with an unpredictable aura all over his body and a cold light in his eyes. Chapter 2. Su Family Hall. Family. Su Chao sat at the head of the table, clutching both sides of the Grand Master's chair with both hands. The veins on his hands popped out, and he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He forced a smile on his face. Mr. Li, don't be joking. The blood tempering pill is the Su family's heirloom recipe and has no intention of selling it to anyone else. An old man wearing purple clothes was sitting in the guest seat. He looked at Su Chao with a smile. Ha 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 ha, Chief Su, I know that the blood tempering pill is the foundation of the Su family. But the current situation in Heavenly Martial City is turbulent, and many people are eyeing the Su family. Blood tempering pill is now a hot potato. The old man in purple robe drank the tea nonchalantly, as if he didn't notice Su Chao's increasingly unfriendly expression, and continued. The Su family has been kind to my Li family. As long as the Su family hands over the prescription, the Li family is willing to protect the Su family. Mr. Li, I am not the patriarch of the Su family. He is the only one qualified to be the patriarch of the Su family. Su Chao no longer concealed his anger, his face became gloomy. The insult in the other party's words was palpable. Asking for Su family's prescription and euphemistically calling it to protect Su family, this is simply a slap in the face of Su family. Thank you to the Li family for their kindness, but again, the Su family's prescriptions are not for sale. Family. If anyone wants it, then give it a try. I, Su family, will fight back with swords now. Su Chao spoke loudly before his words fell. Dozens of Su family members filed in. They blocked the door of the hall with fierce auras, and looked at the old man with the same hatred. Their actions illustrate one thing. Although Su family is in decline, Su family cannot be insulted. Ha 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 ha. Su family's knife? Su Zhou, do you still think this was 10 years ago? Mr. Li laughed, and Tru Chi suddenly burst out. Su family's elixir recipe is not for sale? Then I don't have to spend any money, isn't that fine? Wow! The aura of meridian opening great completion burst out instantly, and powerful power instantly swept through the entire Su family hall. In the state of meridian opening, all internal organs are tempered, all 8 meridians are opened, true Qi can be manifested, and true Qi can kill people invisibly. The Su family disciples felt that the air around them had solidified, and the tyrannical True Qi was constantly squeezing their bodies. The true Qi pressed down on their originally raised heads, making them unable to even look directly at the old man. Even Su Zhou, the acting patriarch of the Su family, felt his breath was stagnant and he tried his best to stand up. But it was as if a pair of invisible hands were holding his shoulders, pressing him firmly on his shoulders. Old man! If I hadn't fallen to the meridian opening realm, how dare you insult my Su family? If my little brother hadn't traveled far away to become a disciple, how dare you come to visit me? When my eldest brother was here, your Li family was begging for mercy like a dog. You kept saying repay your kindness. Is this how you repay your kindness? Family. Su Zhou's face turned red from holding back, and the two emotions of humiliation and guilt were constantly intertwined in his heart. The Su family is not the Su family it was 10 years ago. Su Zhou, wake up! It is no longer the time when the 3 heroes of your Su family covered the sky with one hand. To the Li family, the current Su family is nothing more than an ant-like existence. If the head of the family hadn't thought about the old relationship, your Su family would have been destroyed long ago. Mr. Li no longer showed his smiling face at this time. He looked arrogant and looked at the Su family with disdain in his eyes. He had been here 10 years ago. At that time, he was not even qualified to step into the hall. Instead, he was waiting at the door of the hall like a dog. He didn't even have the qualifications to look up at the head of the Su family. But today, he just unleashed his own realm and turned the once high-ranking Su family into lambs to be slaughtered. Su Zhou, hand over the elixir recipe. Apart from the old, weak, women and children, there are only these young people. If you don't hand over the prescription today, then I will skin them one by one in front of you. Mr. Li's voice was a bit cruel. He took out a dagger from his arms, and then walked towards the young man closest to him. I don't know, Su family patriarch, oh no, acting patriarch, what would you choose? Old Li put the dagger on the young man's neck, and the sharp blade cut through the young man's skin, oozing out traces of blood. Li Liang, old dog, why do you have the power to come at me? How can you attack them? Dogs. Su Zhou tried his best to stand up. His eyes were red and crazy, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move even half a step from the chair. Don't waste your efforts, Su Zhou. Hand over the pill recipe or watch him die. Li Liang's face was extremely playful and he exerted a slight force. The dagger moved closer to the young man's artery. The cold blade was as biting as ice, but the boy had no fear. He tried his best to fight against Li Liang's true qi. My neck kept making a click sound. His cultivation level is only qi transformation realm, but Mr. Li has no fear when facing meridian opening realm great completion. It's just qi transformation, why? Li Liang looked at the young man's efforts and couldn't help but mocked. However, before he finished speaking, he saw a pair of black and white eyes staring at him. There is no anger or humiliation in those eyes, they are just extremely pure. Killing intent. It was an extremely pure killing intent, without any emotion mixed in. It was just like a natural desire that comes from a person's need to eat. Looking into those eyes, Li Liang, who was so murderous, felt a sense of fear inexplicably. The dagger in his hand fell involuntarily towards the young man's artery. However, even so, there was no emotion in the young man's eyes. In the face of death, the young man actually spoke word by word. Today the Su family will be immortal, and in the future the Li family will be full of heads, hanging above the city gate. Family. Under the pressure of true qi, he spoke very slowly, without any emotion in his voice, as if he was stating some kind of fact. This inexplicably made Li Liang feel frightened. If this son is not eliminated, the Li family will be in great trouble. It's not bitter. Su Zhou looked at the scene and couldn't help but feel sad. Those were his own flesh and blood, the only thoughts left by his wife, but he could only watch his son end up like this. The eldest brother entrusted the Su family to him, but now, the Su family's property is gone, all the members of the family have been separated, and now even his own son is stained with blood. Why am I still alive? What kind of shame do I have to be alive? Su Zhou looked almost despairingly as the dagger stabbed his son. Seeing that cruel scene about to happen. Base. The next moment, a golden light exploded, and the terrifying power instantly blew Li Liang's entire body away. An extremely indifferent voice slowly sounded. How dare you bark at my Su family dog? The voice was cold and solemn, making people feel chills all over their body. However, hearing a familiar voice, Su Zhou couldn't help but burst into tears. Brother. Chapter 3. Second brother, you have suffered a lot during my absence. Su Zhou looked at Su Zhou, who was in tears, with an expression on his face that was neither sad nor happy. But anyone who knows him well knows that this is a sign of his extreme anger. With his appearance, the surrounding air dropped several degrees at this moment. Li Liang looked at Su Zhou in disbelief, his fingers couldn't stop trembling. Su Zhou. You are still alive. However, he just finished speaking. Boom. I saw, in mid-air, a spear transformed by golden light appeared out of thin air. In an instant, it penetrated Li Liang's body, and the tyrannical force directly made him kneel on the ground. Li Liang, who was still arrogant and domineering before, was now nailed to the ground in a humiliating posture of kneeling on his knees. The so-called true qi is like paper in front of this spear, and it is difficult to resist at all. Poof! Li Liang spit out blood, and his body couldn't stop shaking. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the day when he first came to Su family 10 years ago. Facing Su Zhou, he still didn't even have a chance to raise his head. Extend the true essence, the nether condensation device, you have entered the exterior realm. His voice was trembling. You know, 10 years ago, Su Zhou swept the entire heavenly martial city with 9 apertures realm great completion. Not to mention that now he is known as exterior realm. Entering the exterior realm, you can step into the air and freeze, quite literally, to a certain extent. Su Zhou can already be called immortal. Brother. You have entered exterior. Great, brother. As Li Liang was nailed to the ground, the Su family disciples who had been suppressed by his true qi were also freed again. They recognized the identity of Su Zhou. It was Su Zhou, the patriarch of the Su family whom they had longed for. It's the patriarch. The patriarch was the strongest person in heavenly martial 10 years ago. Now that he is out of seclusion, our Su family's deadlock is over. I've met the patriarch. Clan leader, the Su family is miserable and the clan has been in decline for a long time. Lord Patriarch, have you entered exterior? They looked at Su Zhou excitedly, their eyes filled with enthusiasm. Waiting for an answer. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Su Zhou nodded slightly and said, I was lucky enough to enter the exterior realm. Su Zhou's whole body was shaken, and his powerful true energy exploded. In an instant, all the Su family disciples actually shed tears. These disciples who were resisting desperately after being suppressed by Li Liang were now crying like children. Some are so exaggerated that they can't even stand. Su Zhou stood up tremblingly and came to Su Zhou, brother, you are finally back. Second brother, your cultivation. Su Zhou supported his younger brother. His brows furrowed slightly, which was why he was able to retreat with peace of mind. One of the biggest reasons is because Su Zhou's realm has broken through to the 9 apertures realm. But now, Su Zhou's body is depleted of energy and blood, his foundation is empty, and he has fallen to 2 realms in a row. However, when faced with Su Zhou's question, Su Zhou shook his head helplessly. "Brother, we'll talk about this later. I'm sorry for you. The Su family is in my hands." Su Zhou was extremely ashamed. Family. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Zhou. "You have never been sorry to the Su family. Next, leave it to me." Su Zhou's voice was gentle. Su Zhou felt that the depression that had been weighing on his heart for the past few years was dissipating. Su Zhou held his palm empty, and his true energy surged like a torrent of river water. "No. Chief Su. Chief Su. This is a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? It was the Ma family who united with several other major families to let us be the pawns. Our Li family is just here to put on a show. Really? Chief Su, please believe me. My Li family has always been the most loyal dog in the Su family. Li Liang knelt on the ground and cried, blood constantly seeping out of his wounds. It was so miserable. But everyone in the Su family looked at him with only boundless hatred in their eyes. Su Zhou didn't even look at him, and said in a calm voice, "I'm actually very curious, who gave you the courage to observe the Su family in secret? Have you forgotten how the Su family got its name? Have you forgotten who I am? Now that you're here, there's no need to leave." Su Zhou seemed to be talking to himself, and then his palms were slightly clenched. Boom! The originally noisy begging for mercy disappeared, and the golden true energy roared and exploded like an angry dragon. Then, the tyrannical power of true energy escaped into the darkness. Boom! 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 There were several muffled sounds in succession, and several Daoist figures fell directly to the ground. They are the spies of other families who follow the Li family and want to find out the truth about the Su family. The moment Su Zhou appeared, shock, fear and other emotions rushed into their hearts. They wanted to escape quickly, but in front of that figure, they couldn't even move their feet. They could only watch as the terrifying power of true energy crushed them to death. Faced with Su Zhou's amazing fighting prowess, even the Su family members couldn't help but take a breath and lament the power of their family leader. Their gazes towards Su Zhou became even more fanatical and admiring. Even now, even if Su Zhou asked them to die, they would not hesitate. From beginning to end, Su Zhou never looked at Li Liang. What the other party said was right, the Li family was just a dog. In the past 10 years, they had become dogs of other families, biting their former masters. And such a dog is not even qualified to talk to Su Zhou. It's like he didn't even have the qualifications to step into the Su family hall. "Uncle." Su Buku looked at Su Zhou and gave a junior salute. At this time, he no longer had the anomaly look when he faced Li Liang before, but looked like an ordinary boy. It's not hard, he's grown so big. The last time Su Zhou saw Su Buku, he was still a 7 or 8-year-old baby, and now he has grown so big. I didn't expect that I would be in seclusion for 10 years. He patted Su Buku on the shoulder. The expression on his face froze. The ethereal system sound rang in my ears. Ding! If members of the Blue product family are detected, investments can be made. Chapter 4. Blue quality people are detected and can be invested. Invest in profound rank low grade Kung Fu and Loxiagong to get rewards earth rank supreme grade Kung Fu. He couldn't help but look at Su Buku. Name, Su Buku. Realm, Qi transformation grade completion. Destiny, Blue. Note, this tribe has a special physique. If the seal is unlocked, the qualifications can be upgraded to gold. Comprehension, Genius. Root bone, Superior. Realm, Qi transformation realm grade completion. Qualification, Heart killing Bodhi body, Seal. Heart-killing Bodhi body, the more you kill, the faster your strength grows. This is the path of killing. The heavier the kindness, the faster your understanding improves. This is the path to Bodhi. Opportunity, born to be a killer, with a heart like a cold pool to kill all things, and a Buddha's heart to save all living beings, and possessing limitless murderous aura. Quality level, ordinary vulgar superior genius prodigy unparalleled monster world suppressing heaven grasping. Looking at Su Buku's message, Su Zhou couldn't help being surprised. The destiny qualities of the tribe are divided into white, green, blue, purple, gold, red and black. The so-called destiny turns into luck, which is also affected by various factors of talent root bone. In the system's evaluation criteria, white is already considered the appearance of a superior person. Green can be called genius, and blue is very rare and can be called prodigy. Many descendants of Saint Child only have this blue qualification. It was a little surprised that his nephew had blue qualifications. What was surprising was that he actually had a special physique. Although the physique is sealed, once it is unlocked, the destiny can reach golden level. The golden qualification represents the qualification to compete for the title of Son of Destiny. As for red and black, as long as they don't perish, even destiny will be nothing more than a plaything in their hands as long as they possess those two qualifications. This kind of qualification can be seen in countless worlds, but it can only produce a few people, and it is still far away from Su Zhou. As for what to invest in, Su Zhou thought for a moment, then thought about it and took out a book of exercises from the storage ring. It's not bitter. You performed very well just now. The backbone of the Su family cannot be bent. Keep this book of Loxia Gong. The Loxia Kung Fu is a profound rank low-grade martial art and is an heirloom technique passed down by the Su family since ancient times. This technique takes the qi of the falling clouds from heaven and earth, tempers one's true qi, root bone, and practices it to the extreme, which can rival profound rank high-grade martial arts. Only those who have made great contributions to the family and are direct descendants are eligible to be awarded. Looking at the Loxia Gong in Su Zhou's hand, Su Buku's eyes trembled slightly. Uncle! I'm not worthy of taking this Loxia Gong. It's not hard and I haven't done anything for the family. Ever since my uncle went into seclusion, as a direct descendant of the Su family and my uncle's nephew, I can only watch the family become lonely and decline, but I am unable to change it. As a direct descendant of the Su family, it's not bitter. Su Buku said, suddenly kneeling on the ground. Boom! 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 He kowtowed to the ground 3 times, and even Su Zhou didn't have time to stop him. Clan leader, please. Strengthen my Su family. Su Buku's voice was slightly crying. Immediately afterwards, all the Su family members fell to their knees on the ground, their bodies trembling slightly, their eyes red, and there seemed to be tears accumulating in their eyes. Clan leader please. Strengthen my Su family. Clan leader please. Strengthen my Su family. Clan leader please. Strengthen my Su family. 3 roars, as loud as thunder, made everyone in the Su family shout at the top of their lungs. Over the years, the suffering in their hearts is unspeakable, like autumn leaves in the wind, without roots. The glory of the Su family seems to have passed away in a flash, and even those small and unpopular families dare to challenge the Su family. They can only endure it over the years, over and over again. And now Su Zhou is back. Many of them grew up listening to Su Zhou's legendary stories, and many of them have regarded Su Zhou as their idol throughout their lives. Some of them witnessed with their own eyes how high the Su family had been lifted in the hands of this man. The grievances and sadness of these years completely exploded in front of Su Zhou. Because, Su Zhou is their clan leader, and the head of the clan is also the heaven of a clan. These Su family members, who never surrendered even if they were pointed at knives, burst into tears. Even Su Chao wanted to stand up at this time, but Su Zhou appeared behind him and pushed him back. Patriarch! Su Zhou is incompetent, I am ashamed of the Su family, I am ashamed of my elder brother, please, support me Su family. Su Zhou's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if blood was oozing out. Stand up! Stand up! Su Zhou looked at the Su family people kneeling on the ground, and his voice became extremely hoarse and cold. The aura of the exterior realm strong man burst out instantly, and his tyrannical power was like a god, making everyone feel that Su Zhou in front of them was as towering as a mountain. You did a great job, I see the backbone of the Su family in you. Su family's back is not bent. Besides, you said the Su family is in decline. No. As long as I am here, the Su family will never decline. Su Zhou's voice was loud and full of indescribable domineering power. In an instant, everyone in the Su family listened to his words and felt that something lost in their hearts had finally returned. That thing is called confidence. Su Zhou is here, and the Su family's confidence is there. Honor the clan and live long. Su Buku took the lead in kowtowing, and then stood up respectfully. Subsequently, people from other tribes also followed suit. The Su family has always been the best among their generation. I don't want this title to fall on others. Have a good time practicing. Su Zhou handed the Loxia gong to Su Buku. Su Buku took it away this time, nodded very seriously, and said solemnly, I will definitely live up to my uncle's expectations. Then, he looked at the faces of the remaining clan members and knew that he could not chill their hearts. From today on, all Su family disciples with outstanding talents and outstanding achievements can obtain the Loxia gong. No need for that direct lineage. Su Zhou said loudly. Long live the patriarch! Thank you, patriarch. That means I will also be eligible to possess the profound rank technique in the future. Ding! Su family disciples have high confidence and enthusiasm for the future, and their family luck has increased by 100. Although I don't know what the use of luck is for the time being, the more of this mysterious thing must be the better, and there will be resource rewards when the family luck reaches 500. The golden dragon of luck also requires family luck to reach 500 before it can be used. At this time, the Su family people were overjoyed. A copy of yellow rank high-grade Kung Fu can fetch millions of yuan in stone at an auction house. The profound rank technique is a secret that is not passed down in many families. It is priceless but not marketable. There are many martial artists who have never obtained a copy of the profound rank technique in their entire lives. From today on, people who belong to the Su family can obtain the skills as long as they contribute enough. This is simply unimaginable. Ding! You invest in the Blue Clan Profound Rank Low Grade Skill Loxia Gong Trigger Reward Earth Rank Skill Grieving Autumn of Heaven and Earth Method. There was an additional exercise book in the system backpack. After Su Zhou chose to study it, he completely mastered the entire exercise book in less than one breath. Grieving Autumn of Heaven and Earth, All Things Wither. Chapter 5. Ding! You have completed the mission, Su family cannot be insulted. Get reward, Jinpin tribesman. Then, an additional prop appeared in Su Zhou's system backpack. Jin grade tribesman, you can fight for destiny, deepen your luck, and have deep blessings. After using it, you can get a gold grade tribesman. Su Zhou decisively chose to use it. Then a golden light flashed away, but nothing happened. I wonder where this Jinpin tribe came from. Su Zhou thought to himself. However, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products, and Su Zhou is not worried about any problems. I simply stopped thinking about it. At the same time, Su family's inner courtyard. A group of 13 and 14-year-old boys were extremely excited. The patriarch is out of seclusion. Great! The legendary patriarch, the patriarch who swept the entire heavenly martial city is finally out of seclusion. Yeah, okay, good days for the Su family is coming. Looking at the tribesmen who were crying with joy, Su Yang's eyes were a little confused. Am I reborn? Oh no, today is the day the Li family comes to visit. The Su family is not destroyed yet. What? The patriarch is out of seclusion. Didn't the patriarch of our tribe die in the breakthrough? Countless thoughts and memories quickly filled Su Yang's heart, and for a moment, his mind felt a little dazed. However, Su Zhou had no idea what was happening in the backyard. At this time, he looked at the Su family disciples who were full of expectation. They are waiting for the clan leader's order. Go ahead and take over all the Su family's previous properties. You have to remember that they borrowed our property. Since it is a loan, naturally need interest. Su Zhou's gentle voice made the Su family disciples feel like spring breeze, and then they all walked towards the door without suspecting that he was there. Since the clan leader said he wanted to come back, they would naturally get it back, and they didn't need to think about the rest. Just do it. Ahem. Big Brother's eyes are still as vicious as ever. The Li family is just like a dog. The dogs of the Ma family and the Wang family, since you, eldest brother, are still alive and have been promoted to the exterior realm, those two old foxes will not make the slightest move. The family property will be returned. What I have wanted to do but couldn't do for many years, my eldest brother can easily do. As expected of me, Su Zhou's eldest brother, cough cough cough. Su Zhou coughed as he spoke, and the true qi in his body continued to dissipate. But he looked at Su Zhou with eyes full of admiration, just like when he was a child, his big brother seemed to be able to carry the whole world. Standing behind him, even if the world is turned upside down, you can feel extremely at ease. Looking at his brother's appearance, Su Zhou felt very uncomfortable. This was his biological brother, who was also a prodigy and entered the Nine Apertures realm before he was 30 years old. But now it is indeed in such a miserable state. Putting his hands behind Su Zhou, he used the power of true energy to stabilize the true qi in Su Zhou's body. As soon as this true energy entered his body, Su Zhou's brows wrinkled involuntarily. Su Zhou's body was in a complete mess. All the extra meridians and 8 meridians were blocked, and all the internal organs were deflated. He has almost become a useless person. What happened to me during these years of seclusion? What happened to your cultivation, second brother? Where are the clan elders and worshippers? When he was in seclusion, he didn't know the time. Things and people had changed in the past 10 years. Su Zhou had too many questions in his mind. Everything is all my fault. After hearing Su Zhou's words, Su Zhou couldn't help but beat his chest. Su Zhou continuously used his true energy to stabilize his body in case something happened to his current shabby body. Second brother, don't be in a hurry, just take your time and explain everything. I'm here. Su Zhou's voice was slow but extremely reassuring. Brother, in the first few years after your seclusion, everything remained the same. With my 9 Apertures realm 5th layer realm, although the Su family has not continued to develop outwards, it still firmly sits on the top spot as the first family in Heavenly Martial. But everything changed with Xiao'er's disappearance. Su Zhou's expression became extremely sad and lonely. My brother and sister are missing. A gentle woman appeared in front of Su Zhou's eyes. The woman's name was Hua Xiao. She was the woman brought back by the second brother after his training abroad. She was also the mother of Su Buku. She had a gentle personality and was very good at planning the family business. It can be said that 1/3 of Su family's industrial planning was her work. Even Su Zhou is very satisfied with his younger brother and sister. But I didn't expect that the current decline of the family is related to that woman. Yes, Xiao'er became very panicked in those days. Although she didn't show it, I naturally noticed it since we have been married for many years. After waking up one morning, Xiao'er disappeared. At that time, she was pregnant again. I was afraid that something would happen to her, so I searched for her like crazy. I even mobilized the entire family, and the elders in the clan also helped me search for her. But Su Zhou's tears fell down her cheeks, even bringing out a bit of blood. None of the clan elders returned, and some of the surviving sacrifices also left the Su family. But I was injured by a sword light in the suburbs. That person's realm is at least heavenly origin. Heavenly origin realm. After exterior, it is called heavenly origin. Heavenly origin can use the power of heaven and earth to transform itself into divine ability. The powerful heavenly origin realm can crush a mountain with one hand. I have always known that Shao comes from a powerful family, but what I didn't expect is that even the powerful heavenly origin is a slave of her family. Brother, I can't bring trouble to the Su family anymore. Su Zhou will always remember that the sword light seemed to kill everything in unparalleled, but in the end, his life was spared due to the begging of a woman who threatened her life. The other party's extremely cold voice still echoes in his dreams. Lord Saintess, I don't want you to be sad, but how can this ant-like thing accompany you? Please go back with me as soon as possible. Chapter 6. All the elders of the Su family were exterminated and worshipped as birds and beasts, and the acting patriarch's cultivation was abolished. And despite such a big mess, Su Zhou, the patriarch of the Su family, still hasn't come out of seclusion. Therefore, many families speculated that Su Zhou was dead. What happened next happened naturally. As a vassal of the Su family, the Li family took the lead in the rebellion. The Su family's property was continuously annexed by various families, and the family's heritage was emptied bit by bit. There were no apex-level experts in charge, and no priests were willing to join the Su family. Su Zhou's body soon collapsed due to the depression he kept holding back for the safety of his tribe and his self-blame. Then, due to the overt and covert competition among the major families, the Su family's current property is shaky. But the Su family was so glorious in the past, and the name of the three great Su family masters made the entire heavenly martial city breathless. But the temptation of Su family's fat meat was too great, so the Li family became the dog-testing Su family. What I'm most glad about now is that Xiaomu hasn't come back these years. Otherwise, with his temperament, he will have to touch the heavenly origin realm. If something happens to him because of this, I really don't know how to deal with it. Xiao Mu in Su Zhou's mouth, whose full name is Su Mu, is also Su Zhou's youngest brother. He has a fiery personality and cannot tolerate a grain of sand in his eyes. Except for Su Zhou's words, even if the clan elder spoke, he would turn against him. He was extremely talented and not afraid of death. People of that generation called Su Mu the Su family mad dog. Anyone who dares to mess with the Su family will bite a piece of flesh off your body even if they die. Before Su Zhou retreated, Su Mu went out with a wandering strong man and did not come back for a long time. Brother, this is all my fault. Su Zhou looked extremely painful. Humph! What a great deal of arrogance! Killing my clan elder, deposing my younger brother, and calling the Su family ants. Hearing his brother's words, Su Zhou could not help but feel angry, with a sneer on his face. Xiao Chao, what's wrong with you? Why do you blame me? You don't need to blame yourself or panic. I am responsible for everything. I am the patriarch of the Su family and the heaven of the clan. I will definitely settle this account with them. But brother, I have everything. Xiao Chao, remember, it won't be long before I ask them to come to your door in person and kneel down to beg you to bring your siblings back. His voice was domineering and full of boundless confidence. Heavenly origin is a slave? Perhaps such power before was out of reach for the Su family. But from the moment I went out and awakened my system, everything was different. As long as he develops steadily and works hard, it won't be long before Su Zhou is confident that the guy who keeps claiming that the Su family is an ant. Life is worse than death. Su Zhou's words seemed to explode in Su Zhao's heart, like thunder, making his rotten heart take root again. If someone said such things to him, he would definitely think that the other person was crazy. But the person who said this was Su Zhou, his eldest brother, the patriarch of the Su family who seemed to hold up the sky. Su Zhou is willing to believe his words, even if they are whimsical and wishful thinking. Yes. Brother. Su Zhou said forcefully, his voice still weak but a little more hopeful. Uncle. Su Buku returned to the hall at this time. Following your instructions, the tribe has begun to take over the Su family's former properties. Many shops and restaurants have been taken over. But the Li family took action against the children of our family, and the person who took action was killed by me. I don't dare to decide what to do next, so I will bring the clan back and wait for your order. Outside the door, a group of Su family clan members held weapons in their hands and looked at them with cold eyes. They were just waiting for Su Zhou's order, and they dared to fight even if they were facing mountains of swords and seas of fire. Li family. Hearing this, Su Zhou's eyes flashed with a cold light. I used to have a dog that actually forgot who its owner was. I originally wanted to deal with the family's accumulated affairs and take action to deal with him, but since the Li family is so eager to die, Su Zhou's murderous intention gradually arose in his heart. Now that he is back, he will just beat this dog that devours his master to death. Ding! Trigger the family mission, destroy the Li family and show your power to Heavenly Marshal. Task Reward, Heavenly Grade Elixir, Balian Bodybuilding Elixir, Earth Level Technique, Hidden Spring of Heaven and Earth Technique. Listening to the ethereal voice in his ears, Su Zhou no longer hesitated at all. Heavenly Marshal Wind and Cold, second brother, please take a good rest first. Brother, you. It's autumn. I remember when I was in seclusion, it must have been autumn, but the weather was so cool in autumn. It's getting colder, it's time for the Li family to be destroyed. Su Zhou's voice was still indifferent, but the killing intent in his words was like a tide that wanted to annihilate everything. All Su family disciples, join me in destroying the Li family. Anyone who blocks the road will be killed without mercy. As soon as these words came out, the tribesmen who were waiting outside the house felt goosebumps all over their bodies. How many years has it been? How many years has the Su family heard such a domineering voice? In other people's ears, this sound sounded like Shura's evil smile, but in their ears it was indeed Yang Fan's flag and the horn of fighting. Honor the clan and live long. Destroy the Li family. Then, Su Zhou strode out, followed closely by the Su family clan members, with their heads high and their chests high, and their momentum was like a rainbow. In the past 10 years, the backbone of the Su family has never been bent, and now Su Zhou is back, and he wants to tell the entire Heavenly Marshal City. This Heavenly Marshal's Tian, surname is Su. Chapter 7. Inside the Royal Council Hall, a tall old man sat in the main seat with a golden sword. His left eye was covered with an eye patch, and he was a bit unspeakably ruthless. It was Wang Hu, the head of the Wang family. Su Zhou is out of seclusion and has broken through to the exterior realm. Wang Hu twisted the finger on his hand with a faint voice. Sitting opposite him was a thin man, who looked extremely cold. If Wang Hu is a beast that chooses people to eat, then he is a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. Unexpectedly, he is still alive. There has been no news for 10 years. How can he still be alive? His voice was hoarse. Ma Xiao, think about what to do. You know that guy's temperament. Our tricks over the years have not been able to hide from him, and the Li family cannot satisfy his appetite. Perhaps thinking of Su Zhou's methods, Wang Hu only felt a dull pain in his blind eye. That eye was gouged out alive by Su Zhou in front of everyone when he and the Su family were fighting for a mineral vein. When Su Zhou was here, no one in the entire Heavenly Marshal City knew that he was overbearing and protective of his shortcomings. He even once said that the children of the Su family are more noble than other families. Because a small side disciple actually visited the Ma family, one of the 3 major families, in person. In front of everyone in the Ma family, he just beheaded an elder of the Ma family. It is precisely because of Su Zhou's overbearing protection that the entire family is united. After Su Zhou disappeared, other families did not dare to be too rash and chose to annex the Su family bit by bit. Many people even did not change their names on the land deeds, for fear that Su Zhou would appear and find them to settle the matter. The Li family is finished. According to Su Zhou's temperament, the Li family will be shaken to pieces even if it is an egg yolk. Ma Xiao picked up the teacup at hand, his tone without any emotion. I really don't know how you persuaded the Li family to be willing to die. Tisk tisk tisk. You know that Su Zhou has become a strong man in the exterior realm, but you still dare to attack the Su family. I'm really curious about your methods. Wang Hu stared at Ma Xiao with his remaining one eye, trying to see something from him. Without him, the Li family can't afford to offend the Su family, but how can they offend my Ma family? I promise the Li family that as long as they obey, I, the Ma family, will protect their legitimate son, and my serious ancestor woke up from death 3 days ago. A smile appeared on Ma Xiao's face. Ancestor of the Ma family, Ma Tianlang. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's eyes suddenly shrank. The ancestor of the Ma family, Ma Tianlang, was already the strongest person in Heavenly Martial City when he was a child, and was already the strongest person in the exterior 7th layer 70 years ago. It is rumored that he has mastered a profound rank supreme grade technique, which makes him invincible within the same realm. I didn't expect that such a character is still alive. That's wrong. Wang Hu's heart moved again. 70 years ago, Ma Tianlang was already a strong exterior 7th layer player, and now his strength will definitely increase, if it is true as Ma Xiao said. With the strength of his ancestor, it was not easy to suppress Su Zhou, who had just joined exterior. Why should the Li family, which is already attached to the Ma family, be used as cannon fodder? Isn't this a loss of combat power in vain? What on earth is Ma Xiao planning? As the leader of a clan, everyone is a good person, so who can be deceived by others? Even though Wang Hu had all kinds of doubts in his heart at this time, he remained calm on the surface. Congratulations to Chief Ma. It seems that the title of the largest family in Heavenly Martial City will eventually fall into the hands of the Ma family. Since the ancestor of Tianlang is out of seclusion, he is naturally not afraid of Su Zhou. Why don't you and I join forces to suppress the Su family? Our Wang family is willing to follow the Ma family's lead. Wang Hu said in a very serious tone, but it was unclear how sincere and how tentative he was. Ma Xiao took another sip of tea in the cup. No hurry, no rush, let's give the Li family to Su Zhou first to calm down the anger. The little Li family has been swallowed up by the Su family. The good show is yet to come. Ma Xiao said softly, his eyes slightly narrowed, like a poisonous snake aiming at its prey. Wang Hu saw Ma Xiao avoiding the question and looked towards the sky. All I could see was thick smoke floating in the air in the distance. The Li family should have. The bright red blood flows continuously like a stream. Li Mansion's plaque was broken into 2 halves and casually thrown on the ground like garbage. The Su family disciples held sharp knives in their hands like chickens and ducks, slaughtering the Li family like livestock. Su Zhou was sitting in the lobby of Li's house, swinging a folding fan casually in his hand. Open your eyes and watch carefully, he said calmly. The floor of the lobby was filled with the elders of the Li family kneeling and making offerings. The elders of the Li family listened to the screams of their clansmen one by one, and looked at the tragic deaths of the younger generations in the family. They felt as if blood was oozing out of their hearts. An elder wanted to close his eyes and couldn't bear to watch any more, but he just closed his eyes. Poof! A terrifying true energy turned into a wind blade and cut off the elder's head directly, causing blood to flow out like a fountain. I told you to watch carefully. Su Zhou's voice was not loud, but it sounded like an evil ghost in everyone's ears, making them feel creepy. Su Zhou! You evil ghost! Although my Li family has swallowed up your Su family's property, I have never slaughtered your Su family's children like this. The ancestors of your Su family started out with elixirs and mercifully saved people. Now you, the leader of the clan, are like an executioner. How can you be worthy of your Su? An old man with white hair and beard couldn't help but curse loudly, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. The tyrannical true energy suddenly erupted, and all the air around him was evacuated in an instant. Under the strong squeeze, blood oozed from all the old man's orifices and he fell straight down. Seeing such a scene, everyone in the Li family around them was even more frightened and trembling. Exterior realms methods are simply unimaginable. The old man who died was the eldest elder of the Li family, and his cultivation level reached 9 apertures realm 8th layer. But in front of Su Zhou, he was like a pig or a dog, destroyed with just a wave of his hand. Do you still remember why the Li family is still passed down to this day? 30 years ago, the Li family was targeted by a hostile family, and all the senior officials were poisoned by corpse poison. It was me, the Su family, who took the risk and saved the Li family. From now on, the Li family swears to be affiliated with the Su family and follow the lead of the Su family. But, what have you done all these years? Su Zhou said slowly, without any emotion in his voice, as if he was retelling a small incident. Haha, take the lead in rebellion, swallow up my family business, humiliate my Su family. Mercy? Haha, compassion and kindness are reserved for your own people. As he spoke, he stood up and clicked the folding fan in his hand. With a bang sound, the head of an elder Li was shattered like a watermelon. As for the enemy, the only option is to kill. Chapter 8. Hearing Su Zhou's domineering words, everyone in the Su family who was killing felt extremely happy. The accumulated depression over the years was swept away, and each one of them fought with the Li family disciples without fear of death. Of course it was said that they were fighting, but in fact, there was only one reason why these Li family disciples were still alive. That is what Su Zhou specially left for his family members to vent their anger for so many years. Mercy and kindness are reserved for one's own people, as for the enemy, only killing. When Su Buku listened to what Su Zhou said just now, he felt that he had some kind of realization. With a twist of the sword in his hand, he directly chopped off the heads of the 2 enemies. In fact, over the years, he has long discovered his differences. He is always extremely calm when facing battles and killings, and underneath that calmness is an endless desire for killing. Every time he fought, he became a little unfamiliar with himself. In his eyes, those people he killed were like delicious snacks. This feeling frightened him, and his cultivation level would increase particularly quickly when he was killing. But because of this, Su Buku was a little scared. He is afraid that others will know his secret. He is even more afraid that if he is attributed to Demon Dao, his family will be implicated. Unknowingly, Su Buku put an invisible shackles on himself. In fact, he had reached the Qi transformation realm great completion 3 years ago, but he was still one step away from the breakthrough. And just now Su Zhou's words woke him up. Heart-killing Bodhi body, good and evil are intertwined, good and evil are one, killing the enemy is directed towards the enemy, and Bodhi is towards existence. At this moment, Su Buku's innate kindness and boundless murderous intention reached a subtle harmony. His sword once again penetrated the heart of an enemy. Then, the breath of the whole body suddenly changed, the qi and blood in the body surged and impacted the 8 extraordinary meridians, and then the true qi wandered away. Su Buku enters the meridian opening realm. Su Zhou in the room observed this and glanced slightly at his nephew. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Su Buku, a member of the Su family clan, for realizing the true meaning of killing, family luck plus 100, and the clan leader received an additional reward, yellow rank low grade skill to kill the sky. Slaughter Tianju, I kill the world with my murderous heart, and let the sea of blood flood the sky for 9 days. With killing, I can turn the true qi into the power of killing. The more I kill, the stronger my strength will be. Note, this skill will continue to advance in level as you master the ability to kill sentient beings, up to heavenly grade. The more you kill, the stronger your strength will be. It is very suitable for Wuku. His bodhisattva of killing physique should be very suitable for this technique. Su Zhou nodded with satisfaction. This system is really considerate. Previously, he was still thinking about how to train Suibuku, but this system put the skills in his hands. Looking at my Su family's prodigy becoming stronger through the blood of the Li family, how do you feel now? Li Ziyi asked, when I was in retreat, when you chose to be a dog for others, did you ever think that this day would happen? Su Zhou said indifferently. He was stepping on the face of a middle-aged man, forcing him to watch his people fall one by one. Good birds choose trees to roost in. There is nothing right or wrong. It's just a winner and a loser. Li Ziwen squeezed out these words from the crack of his throat. Although the Li family was completely over, there seemed to be a trace of fire in the deepest part of his eyes. I have endured the price, but my Li family is not over yet. He kept repeating this sentence in his heart, as if it gave him boundless strength. There was a trace of curiosity on Su Zhou's face, and he exerted a little force on his feet. He just rubbed Li Ziwen's face hard against the ground. Click! Its strength was so strong that it crushed his facial bones. Ah! Li Ziwen screamed in agony. Su Zhou frowned, noisy. Then the real energy moved slightly. In an instant, Li Ziwen seemed to have been deprived of the right to make a sound. No matter how loud he screamed, no sound came out. At this time, the lobby of the Li family was already littered with corpses, and the corpses of the Li family elders were randomly thrown on the ground like garbage. Many of the elders were not killed by Su Zhou, but by the worshippers of the Li family who took the initiative to kill their former masters in order to seek a chance to survive. There is still hope in your eyes. What gives you hope? Does your Li family have any other back UPS? No, the Li family is not a branch of a big family, nor does it have any big backers, but you actively hindered me from recovering the property. This kind of behavior is like sending it to me to vent my anger. It can allow you to die with peace of mind. Although the Wang family is brave enough, their methods are insufficient. This seems to be the method of that guy Ma Xiao. Su Zhou spoke lightly, but the more he spoke, the more frightened Li Ziwen's eyes became. Indeed, you know me well. If your Li family has done these things, you will definitely not escape my reckoning. But in such a hurry to get together and die, what did the Ma family promise? Let me guess. Su Zhou twisted his feet against Li Ziwen's face, but compared to the intense pain, Su Zhou's next words made him more desperate. I promise to protect you, a bloodline from the Li family. Su Zhou suddenly squatted on the ground and looked at Li Ziwen's distorted face after being stepped on by him. There was a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth, but that smile made Li Ziwen just feel falling into boundless hell. I really don't want to guess about these fancy thoughts, it doesn't matter. It's meaningless how many people in the Li family he has protected, so from now on, Heavenly Martial City only needs one voice. Su Zhou's voice was like a cold wind, which made him feel biting, and his unyielding eyes became extremely dim at this moment. At this time, the killing of the Li family by the Su family disciples had ended. They were all covered in blood, but no one was injured. They stood outside the door and looked at Su Zhou with admiration. It's like looking at the God in your heart. Go ahead and tell me that no one from any family that has anything to do with the Li family will be spared. Anyone with the blood of the Li family will be killed without mercy. As the saying goes, wildfire cannot burn out the grass, so we have to remove the roots. Su Zhou gave instructions in a low voice, not loudly, but everyone in the Su family was indeed following God's orders. As for Patriarch Li, haha, a good bird chooses a tree to live in, and someone else will put him in a dungeon. It's easy to die, but I don't want you to die now. I want this person to see with his own eyes how this tree of his choice was broken. Ding! Family mission, destroy the Li family completed. Chapter 9. Ding! Family mission, destroy the Li family completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining heavenly grade elixir, Balian body tempering elixir. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the earth rank technique, hidden spring of heaven and earth technique. Looking at the various rewards in front of him, Su Zhou was also overjoyed. This also meant that the Li family, which had come to insult the Su family before, was completely extinct. Next, the inventory of the Li family's property began. It is not easy to develop a family. Food, clothing, natural resources, and treasures, none of which require money. The rapid development of the family requires a large amount of gold and silver to support it. At Su Zhou's signal, everyone in the Su family began to collect boxes of blood-stained gold, silver, jewelry, and real estate title deeds. Prepare to carry all these things back to the Su family. Su. Chief Su. At this time, a trembling voice sounded in Su Zhou's ears. Su Zhou looked back and saw that they were the former worshippers of the Li family. Clan Chief Su. The Li family has been destroyed. Can we leave? The Li family is such a bullshit family. They are so cruel. They dare to betray the Su family after being favored by them. They are simply beasts. I just cut off the head of the fourth elder of the Li family with my own hands. Bah! I was really blind before I joined the Li family. A man with 9 apertures 6th layer cultivation looked at Su Zhou tremblingly. My calves kept shaking. It's not like he's not living up to expectations. The Su family patriarch in front of him, dressed in black clothes and holding a folding fan, looked like a banished immortal in the world. He was simply a god of death. While they were talking and laughing, the entire Li family was littered with corpses, and they didn't even have the ability to fight back. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, his head would be removed. The priests of the Li family. Su Zhou looked up and down at the priests of the Li family who were frightened by him. It's not bitter. Then he called his nephew. Su Buku, who was counting the assets of the Li family, heard his uncle calling his name and ran over. Uncle, what's wrong? Su Buku asked. At this time, Su Buku not only broke through to Meridian Opening, but also advanced 3 levels in a row to Meridian Opening 3rd layer. This body of killing lives can only grow rapidly through killing. Seeing Su Buku's progress, Su Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Then he said, not bitter, what do you think should be done with these offerings from the Li family? Su Buku frowned slightly when he heard this. He was only an 18-year-old boy, so depending on what the uncle meant, the wealth and lives of these dozen people were indeed all determined by his words. This made him think carefully. The remaining worshippers only felt extremely bitter in their hearts. Among them were some veteran Tongqiao and 9 apertures experts, but at this moment their wealth and life were actually in the hands of a young boy. Please Master Su, please have mercy. As long as Master Su lets me live, I am willing to be a dog of the Su family from now on. Yes, yes. As long as we can save our lives, we are willing to be dogs for the Su family. Each and every one of them offered sacrifices for the sake of their lives, without any regard for their own face, and they almost knelt down to lick Su Buku's shoes. However, listening to their pleas, Su Buku's brows wrinkled more and more tightly, and there was deep contempt in his eyes. No one is qualified to be a dog for the Su family. Su Buku's voice was extremely calm, not at all like an 18-year-old boy. Uncle, as former worshippers of the Li family, these people have definitely taken action against our Su family, both overtly and covertly. It looks like they have no loyalty at all. They would kill their former masters just to survive. If any of them are just trying to bear the humiliation, it will be a thorn in the side to deal with the Su family in the future. Su Buku said his analysis seriously. Hearing this, Su Zhou also nodded with satisfaction. So, what do you mean? Mercy should only be reserved for one's own people. Su Buku looked up at Su Zhou. Good. As expected of the son of the Su family. Su Zhou had a smile on his face. All the worshippers of the Li family felt something was wrong. Some people have bright minds, and their true qi is concentrated at their feet, ready to turn around and run away. However, they had just run half a step out of the hall. Phew! A gust of autumn wind blew by, bringing with it a bit of coolness. Pieces of withered yellow autumn leaves seemed to appear before their eyes, and the fallen leaves drifted to the ground. It only made their hearts tremble, and then a terrifying scene appeared. Boom! Boom! The worshippers who ran out of the hall began to atrophy all over their body muscles, their hair became extremely grey, and their vitality was as dilapidated and withered as autumn leaves. They still maintained their running posture, but they could no longer move even half a step and turned into mummies that had lost their nutrients. And the worshippers in the hall were all lying dead on the spot just like them. From beginning to end, Su Zhou never moved a hand, only an autumn wind blew by, killing all things. This earth rank technique is indeed powerful. Su Zhou couldn't help but sigh slightly as he looked at the dead bodies. Grieving autumn of heaven and earth method, the autumn wind is bleak, killing all things, making the vitality of all things wither and lonely like autumn. Although it is an earth rank technique, it is comparable to heavenly rank low grade, and is rumored to be part of the saint grade technique. Part of the saint grade technique. Su Zhou thought about the introduction of the grieving autumn of heaven and earth technique. He had just obtained another earth rank technique called hidden spring of heaven and earth technique. Could it be that there is some connection between these two exercises? Chapter 10. Thinking of this, even Su Zhou's indifferent temperament couldn't help but feel a little fiery. What is the concept of saint rank exercise? As one of the three heavenly martial aristocratic families, the Su family used to have only one profound rank skill, Loxia Gong. Once news of the earth rank technique spreads, countless great sects, sacred land, and even government officials will rush in like sharks smelling blood. The heavenly rank technique is even more legendary. Even if there is even a glimmer of possibility, the entire divine Xia empire will be subverted by this glimmer of possibility. Countless unimaginable terrorist forces will overwhelm everything, leaving corpses and blood everywhere. As long as they can obtain heavenly rank skills, slaughter the entire Shenyu kingdom, and sacrifice hundreds of millions of creatures, those strong men will not hesitate at all. The saint rank technique is even higher than the heavenly rank, and is already a legendary existence. Many people even think that the saint rank technique is just a legendary existence. The grieving autumn of heaven and earth method and the hidden spring of heaven and earth method that Su Zhou now masters are likely to form the saint rank method. Therefore, even Su Zhou was a little excited at this time. However, the Su family disciples did not find it scary when they saw the strange scene of those people dying. On the contrary, they all looked at Su Zhou with fanatical admiration. How powerful is the clan leader? This is the patriarch of our Su family. These people don't even deserve the patriarch's hand. Humph! If you mess with our Su family, the egg yolks will be shaken away for you. The children of the Su family have been feeling aggrieved for so many years and are finally proud. After they repeatedly confirmed that no treasure was missing, they began to fight against the boxes of gold and silver jewelry that were about to overflow on the ground, and began to move the property title to the Su family. The mighty team attracted the attention of many people. Isn't that from the Su family? I know that young man, he is Su Zhou from the Su family. Did they just come out of Li's house? Were all those things moved out of Li's house? Isn't it? Isn't the Su family in decline? It is said that they are about to be kicked out of the three major families. Shhh. Keep your voice down, didn't you see they are all stained with blood? I'm telling you, the Su family won't fall so easily. Great, Heavenly Marshal finally has the Su family in charge. We can be more relaxed in the future. Pedestrians on the road were talking quietly. Many of them have great goodwill towards the Su family, and the Su family people are even kind enough to say hello to many of their acquaintances. Su family has been adhering to one principle since Su Zhou took the helm: be proud of your superiors and never bully your subordinates. For other families, the Su family has always been an extremely strong party, but for ordinary people, it is very friendly, and many policies have even benefited ordinary people. Therefore, the Su family is very popular among the people. Even though the Su family has declined in recent years, there are still many people who have secretly helped the Su family. Look, that's Su Zhou, the patriarch of the Su family. Someone with a keen eye saw Su Zhou dressed in black clothes. Suddenly, the originally calm crowd exploded. Many people recognize the strongest Su family member who once conquered the entire heavenly marshal. Oh my god, hasn't he not shown up for 10 years? He never came out when the Su family was in such a miserable situation. I thought he was dead. Su Zhou is still alive, tisk, 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 tisk. With his overbearing and protective character, I'm afraid this heavenly martial city is going to change. Many brave people began to head in the direction of the Li family out of curiosity. However, as soon as he arrived at the door of Li's house, he saw the blood flowing like a small river. Li family. Everyone is dead. As Su Buku said before in the Su family hall, the Li family is full of people, and all the heads are hanging on the door of the house. The blood-stained heads were floating in the wind, as if they were worrying about why they provoked the Su family. The news spread quickly throughout heavenly martial city like falling wind. As everyone knows, Su Zhou, the patriarch of the Su family who once overwhelmed the entire heavenly martial, is back. Heavenly martial Zhang family. After the head of the Zhang family learned about the tragic situation of the Li family and Su Zhou's release from seclusion, he didn't even say a word and almost started the banquet directly. Just when his filial son was happily waiting to inherit the family business, the old man calmed down again, and the first thing he did when he got up was giving his filial son a hard blow. Then he quickly ordered his servants. The Su family property that I swallowed up before will be returned in full. In addition, A&D. I will send 1/5, no, 1/3 of my family's property to the Su family to make amends. Let this traitor go now. Forget it. The old man seemed to have thought of something and quickly changed his mind. I will go to Su family to apologize in person. Scenes like this are happening rapidly in every family in the entire heavenly martial city. However, their reactions were basically those of Su Zhou. After returning to the family, Su Zhou immediately rewarded the members of the family according to their merits, and distributed the Li family's cultivation resources one after another based on the results of the previous battle. Some people receive the marrow cleansing pill to slightly improve their physique, while others receive the blood tempering pill to increase the chance of breakthroughs. In short, everyone received the reward that was most suitable for them, which made the tribesmen extremely excited. Rewards are one thing, and everyone receiving the most suitable reward means that the patriarch pays attention to all of them, which makes them excited. Ding! Everyone in the Su family has high morale and high morale, family luck plus 100. Listening to the prompts in his ears, Su Zhou also sighed slightly. Before he was away, the Su family had to rely on one breath to hang on. Now that he is back, naturally he cannot treat his family members badly. You know, a family is no better than a sect. There is an unchangeable bond between them, and that is blood. Naturally, Su Zhou could not be stingy towards the people of his tribe. After rewarding everyone for their merits, Su Zhou retreated from everyone. Su Chao sat on the chair with a smile. He had even forgotten how long it had been since he smiled. 3 years? Or 5 years? He has never truly smiled since he was deposed and his family declined. Resources, strength, connections, family food and clothing expenses, his wife is missing, and the family is dead. These things were piled on him like a mountain. He was at a loss, but these problems were easily solved in front of Su Zhou. In Su Chao's eyes, Su Zhou will always be his omnipotent big brother. Second brother, I have suffered so much for you these years. Su Zhou turned back to look at Su Chao. His eyes were clear, and a mysterious elixir appeared out of thin air in his hand. The mere appearance of this elixir caused a strange phenomenon. Shadows appeared in the Su family hall. Some of these shadows were sitting cross-legged, some were dancing with their fists and feet, and some were shaking their heads. Their movements are different, but without exception they all exude some kind of true meaning. Chapter 11. This elixir's mere fragrance caused such a mysterious change. Second brother, I have suffered so much for you these years. This pill can keep your body intact and even give you a special physique. Su Zhou wrapped the elixir with his true energy, and immediately countless visions disappeared. With a bit of a smile on his face, he handed the elixir to Su Zhou. Heavenly rank supreme grade elixir, heavenly rank supreme grade elixir, which can repair any broken body and stimulate the potential of the eater to give him or her a special physique. Brother, no. Su Zhou was still marveling at the extraordinary power of this elixir at first. But when he heard that he was going to take this pill, he immediately waved his hands. Now my extraordinary meridians have long been broken. Even if I recover as before, I will only have the meridian opening cultivation level. Even the child Buku is now better than me in cultivation. The mere appearance of this pill can cause such a strange phenomenon. It must be extremely precious. Why waste it on a useless person like me? Su Zhou couldn't help but laugh at himself. There was a time when he was arrogant among the others, and everyone in the world knew the name of the three heroes of the Su family. But since he was deposed, he has been unable to recover. I heard that the eldest son of the palace master of Tianzhong Palace also had his meridians broken. Since this elixir can heal the body, rather than just a useless person like me, I would rather take advantage of this opportunity to hook up with the palace lord's family. Before Su Zhou finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Zhou waving his hand. I tell you to eat, so you eat. But brother. Su Zhou was obviously a little anxious. Su Zhou's voice became extremely majestic. Tell me, who am I? Patriarch. Seeing Su Zhou's appearance, Su Zhou's attitude changed. At this time, he was not talking to his eldest brother, but to the head of the Su family, the head of the Su family. You once acted as the acting patriarch of my Su family. If you do it in one day, cause and effect will come true. If I, the former acting patriarch of the Su family, have cultivated like this, how will outsiders see me, Su family? Su Zhou knows his younger brother very well. He has a gentle personality and seems to have the best temper among the three brothers, but in fact he has a donkey nature buried deep in his bones. He is extremely stubborn by nature, and even 10 cows can't get him back from something he believes in. Su Zhou didn't want to break up with him, so he took on the identity of the patriarch. This. After hearing what Su Zhou said, Su Zhou was stunned for a moment, and then his body trembled slightly. Why didn't he want to regain his cultivation? But when he looked back at the decline of the Su family in his own hands over the years, he felt deeply that he was not worthy. If you feel guilty, you will redouble your repayment to the family in the future. Don't forget, brother is still waiting for you to help me. Su Zhou patted Su Zhou on the shoulder and handed over the elixir. This heavenly rank supreme grade elixir, just one pill can cause the world to overturn, and even the kingdom to be destroyed, but in this Su family, it can't even be given away? Respect the life of the patriarch. Hearing Su Zhou's last words, Su Zhou burst into tears. 3 young children seemed to appear in front of his eyes. Being the head of a family sounds like a lot of trouble. Young Su Zhou looked troubled. Su Zhou, who was a head shorter than him, put his feet on Su Zhou's shoulders. It's okay, brother, I'll help you. As for the youngest Su Mu, she lay on the grass and fell asleep, talking in her sleep. Su Zhou took the elixir and drank it without suspecting him. In an instant, a huge amount of medicinal power exploded directly in his danshan. Ah! Strong pain came over like a tide. Then the medicine quickly repaired his body. Within a few breaths, Su Zhou's body had recovered, but the power of the medicine was still lingering in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for changing the destiny of the tribe and obtaining the purple quality tribe. Reward, Earth rank Supreme Grade Skill, Immortal. Family Luck plus 100. Listening to the system prompts in his ears, Su Zhou couldn't help but look at Su Zhou. Name, Su Zhou. Destiny, Purple. Comprehension, Superior. Root Bone, Prodigy. Realm, Meridian Opening First Layer. Talent, Defeated Imperishable Body. Natural defeat imperishable body. Those who possess this body have a life full of twists and turns, always encountering strong enemies and being defeated, but with an imperishable mind, they become more courageous the more they are frustrated, and become stronger the more they are defeated. Those who defeat others will only see their backs in the end. Opportunity, the 8 meridians are severed, the Danshan is broken, and the Su family patriarch gives heavenly rank elixir to activate the special physique. Quality level, ordinary vulgar superior genius prodigy unparalleled monster world suppressing. As the power of the medicine continued to dissipate, Su Zhou's physique continued to change. However, compared to his physical constitution, the changes in his mentality were more obvious. His character became more tenacious and unyielding, as if no huge setbacks or problems could stump him. Just a little bit of wind and frost, I was actually blinded. As long as the eldest brother is here in the Su family, there will be a white jade Optimus Prime. Since I can't become that Optimus Prime, then be the cornerstone of Lady, so that our Su family will never fail. As his eyes became more determined, the aura on his body became more and more tyrannical, and the fallen realm quietly returned at this time as his body and fighting spirit recovered. Meridian opening second layer. Meridian opening third layer. Meridian opening. Finally, Su Zhou's breath has suddenly arrived at 9 apertures fifth layer. The once high-spirited one of the 3 Su family heroes is back. Seeing his brother's appearance, Su Zhou was also relieved. However, the next moment, the system beep sounded, which made him even more delighted. Ding! I feel that the Su family is officially back in operation, the system has opened new functions, and I am the leader of the family. As the leader of the clan, he protects the whole clan, so he should receive feedback from the whole clan. The total cultivation level of the whole clan is blessed by the clan leader. Note, the fall and death of a clan member will not affect the host, and there will be no weakening of cultivation due to the death of a clan member. Chapter 12. Turn on this function for the first time, get bonus, triple stack card. As this prompt sound appears, the spiritual energy around him instantly began to riot. Su Zhou seemed to have turned into a whirlpool, wildly devouring the spiritual energy around him. His realm also rapidly broke through at this time. Exterior second layer. Exterior third layer. Exterior. In just a few breaths, Su Zhou successively upgraded to the 4th layer realm, and his cultivation level directly reached the exterior 5th layer. The momentum around him became even more magnificent. Although Su Zhou didn't know what happened, he could feel that the big brother in front of him became more unfathomable. Just standing there, he exuded a chilling sense of oppression. And this sense of oppression is still emanating unconsciously. If Su Zhou did it intentionally, then he might not be able to stand even with his current cultivation level. Interesting. Feeling the true energy surging in his body like a river, Su Zhou's lips revealed a hint of a smile. This strongest family system is really considerate, and people who invest can return rich rewards. Investment makes people stronger. The stronger the people are, the stronger they become. This simply forms a perfect closed loop. As the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep, and these sheep are fed by themselves. I have to say that this system is really powerful. With the blessing of this system, I will surely lead the entire Su family to the myriad worlds in the future. Congratulations, second brother, your cultivation has recovered and you seem to be stronger than before. Su Zhou suppressed his thoughts and looked at Su Zhou, whose eyes were determined and completely different from those before. Thank you, brother. I just feel so ashamed of my previous behavior. The family has not been taken care of, and the wife has not been saved. I just rely on you to take care of things, but you still give up on yourself like that. There was a bit of self-blame in Su Zhou's eyes, but it was no longer as sluggish as before, but a look that showed shame and courage. Looking at the other party's changes, Su Zhou knew that this was the influence of the Tianbei imperishable body. People with this kind of physique will never be defeated by setbacks and failures, but will become more courageous with each setback. All the setbacks and failures he has experienced will become his talents and make him stronger. True to his words, anything that doesn't kill him will only make him stronger. You and I, brothers, no need to say anything. Su Zhou smiled and waved his hand. Help you, just help me. When Su Zhou heard this, his eyes turned a little red. Not only has his body recovered, but his state has also returned to its original state, and he has also gained a strong physique. One can imagine the preciousness of that elixir, but Su Zhou had only one sentence to say about all this, which made him burst into tears. However, he didn't know that these words were not Su Zhou's words to comfort him, but Su Zhou's true thoughts. As the strength of the mortal clan members increases, Su Zhou will also gain strength. If I truly help you, I will help me. However, Su Zhou didn't know this. At this time, Su Zhou had only one idea in his mind. If anyone in this world hurts my brother, I, Su Zhou, will die in a pool of blood first. Ding! If purple quality people are detected, you can invest. Invest in the Earth level Supreme Grade Kung Fu to obtain the Heaven level Supreme Grade Kung Fu. Hey! Su Zhou's eyes changed slightly when he heard the sound in his ear. Can this wool be harvested twice? This immortal body is exactly the technique that the system rewards Su Zhou after he activates his special physique. Su Zhou didn't even have time to check the skill before he was able to collect wool again. This made Su Zhou sigh once again. This system is simply his carrying little cotton jacket. Immortal body after 100 deaths, 100 deaths to achieve enlightenment, immortality to the gods. After practicing this technique, you can temper your flesh and blood, train your soul, and practice it to the extreme. As long as you have one breath left, your body can reach its peak again. This technique is very suitable for Su Zhou's physique. His invincible body itself needs to grow step by step through failure, and this technique can maximize his survivability. This exercise is very suitable for you. Take it. Su Zhou thought and handed the exercise to Su Zhou. Su Zhou didn't shirk this time. In the past, he felt that he was a waste and didn't want to drag Su Zhou down. Now, what he wants to do is to become stronger as soon as possible and help Su Zhou as soon as possible. He didn't want to be able to walk side by side with the clan leader, but he just wanted to be able to see Su Zhou's back. Ding! You successfully invested in the Purple Clan's Earth Rank Supreme Grade Cultivation Technique and received the reward Heavenly Rank Supreme Grade Cultivation Technique Divine Phoenix 10,000 Daoshan. Su Zhou directly chose to use the Divine Phoenix Wanda Ocean in the system backpack, and also used the Hidden Spring of Heaven and Earth method together. In an instant, Su Zhou mastered all two mysterious techniques. Okay, it's been a busy day, let's have a good rest. Su Zhou said looking at the very excited Su Zhou. Su Zhou naturally agreed, and he couldn't wait to go back to practice now. The two separated. As soon as he returned to his room, Su Zhou checked the skills he had mastered. Hidden Spring of Heaven and Earth Technique. Spring is warm and flowers bloom, and everything is created by heaven. Hidden Spring of Heaven and Earth can increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy tenfold. It is rumored to be part of the Saint Rank technique. Hidden Spring of Heaven and Earth began to circulate in Su Zhou's body involuntarily. In an instant, the speed at which Su Zhou absorbed spiritual energy became extremely terrifying. If Su Zhou's previous speed of absorbing spiritual energy could be said to be the slow flow of a stream, so at this moment, he was like a glutton swallowing heaven and earth. The spiritual energy around him could hardly keep up with the speed of absorption and was almost withering. And the realm that had just been broken through was actually a little loose. Moreover, Su Zhou discovered that as long as he ran the hidden spring of heaven and earth technique, his body would absorb the spiritual energy on its own without even needing so-called meditation. So while absorbing the spiritual energy, he checked the divine phoenix myriad body that he had just obtained. Hiss! I seem to understand the nature of the rewards in this system. This divine phoenix 10,000 Dao body is simply an indestructible body. The enhancement and upgrade requires doubling the transcendent level. No. At least triple it. A huge divine phoenix seemed to appear in front of Su Zhou's eyes. The divine phoenix shone for 9 days, like a blazing sun rising up into the sky. Even the sun seemed like a vassal of this divine phoenix. Chapter 13. That divine phoenix towers over the heavens, with every feather carrying endless divine ability, and every time it hangs in the air, it carries countless mysteries. It hovers above thousands of worlds, and with a slight wave of its wings, countless worlds are turbulent. Then, from Su Zhou's perspective, the divine phoenix flew higher and higher, and flew farther and farther. The divine phoenix, which was brighter than the sun, kept flying, but it always seemed to be trapped in place. Then an unimaginable scene appeared in Su Zhou's eyes. Everything is being infinitely extended, extended, extended. Su Zhou saw clearly the so-called divine phoenix. That was a drop of blood, and the divine phoenix was just a living creature in a drop of blood. Not waiting for Su Zhou to continue reading. Boom! All is gone. The terrifying scene before was like a dream Su Zhou had. The only thing in front of me was the introduction about the divine phoenix 10,000 Dao. Divine phoenix 10,000 Dao body, the divine phoenix is immortal, and 10,000 Dao will exist forever. Cultivate this Dao body, use your body as a divine phoenix to smelt 10,000 Daos, temper several bodies, and practice to the great accomplishment. You can be reborn even with a drop of blood. Feeling the power of this heavenly rank supreme grade technique, Su Zhou felt happy. The technique started to work quietly. A heat began to surge from his blood. Su Zhou looked inside himself and saw a brilliant force that was continuously condensing his blood. His power is growing in unimaginable ways. In just a few breaths, his strength increased by at least 30% compared to that during the day. And this is just the beginning. Ding! The host cultivates the soul-refining phoenix body and obtains a special physique, the Sacred Light Divine Phoenix Body. Sacred Light Divine Phoenix Body, every time you break through a major realm, a Divine Phoenix Phantom will be born. Each Phantom has 30% of its own combat power. Ding! Limitless Dao Body can swallow one Dao Body. After swallowing it, it can obtain all the characteristics of one Dao body and undergo enhanced transformation. Swallow it or not. Faced with the opportunity to become stronger, Su Zhou chose to devour without any hesitation. Dang! As Su Zhou chose to devour, in an instant, countless mysterious Dao patterns seemed to appear on his body. A world seemed to appear behind him, a limitless world. Then, in that piece of heaven and earth, a ray of scorching sun rose up, reflecting the heaven and earth, and it was extremely domineering. Su Zhou's whole temperament has also changed. If the former Su Zhou was the immortal who came to the world, so now Su Zhou is like a domineering sun shining on the heaven and earth, dimming the stars in the sky. People with weaker cultivation than him can't even look directly at him. Limitless Dao body, innate limitless, regardless of heaven and earth, all laws cannot fall, has physical power that is close to Tao, and can swallow and fuse the power of all sacred body and Dao body. Divine Phoenix Dao transformation, after breaking through the 9 apertures realm, each time you break through a major realm, you can breed 2 Divine Phoenix Phantoms in your body. Each round of Phantoms has 50% of its own combat power. Current devouring body, Sacred Light Divine Phoenix body. So strong. At this time, Su Zhou looked inside himself, and in his dantian, there were two shadows of different sizes that were constantly growing. This sacred light divine phoenix body itself is already extremely terrifying. Every improvement in level is equivalent to summoning a clone with 30% of its own combat power to fight. After the devouring evolution of the limitless Dao body, each breakthrough can summon 2 clones with 50% combat power. This ability is simply incredible. But now Su Zhou's realm is the exterior realm, and the 2 divine phoenix shadows have begun to breed on their own. Feeling the continuous improvement of his own strength, Su Zhou couldn't help but reveal a smile. This world is majestic and majestic, with strong men reaching for the stars and the moon, and immemorial elders fishing for years, but Su Zhou believes that one day, he will lead the entire Su family to rule the world forever. Su Zhou must climb to the top to have a look at this wonderful pinnacle of the world. The road is walked step by step. Su Zhou suppressed the heat in his heart. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. One voice from heavenly martial city is enough. Su Zhou slowly closed his eyes and devoted himself to cultivation. Afterwards, both body and mind were immersed in cultivation. This night is destined to be full of storm. The Su family of the entire heavenly martial city came to apologize one after another for their past sins. All the properties that were originally annexed were returned in full, and the compensation given even cost half of their own lives. And some families that refused to listen to the advice, even without Su Zhou's orders, Su Buku of Aperture Opening started liquidation with a kind of Su family people. Let's see if you dare to bully our Su family in the future. Great! The clan leader is out of seclusion. From now on, we will have meat to eat every time. Are you promising? Look at how those so-called big shots in the past were scared to death. I, the Su family, want to be a hero. The patriarch has said that I, the Su family disciple, have always been the number one among my peers, and I will also be the number one among my peers. I want it too. I want it too. I want to be. I want to be. A group of Su family children aged 13 or 14 were playing at the entrance of the compound. However, a child of similar age to them and with an extraordinary temperament was leaning against a big tree nearby. Su Yang looked at the small sword emitting faint light in his dantian and couldn't help but murmured. 9 Tribulations sword, 9 Tribulations sword, is there something wrong with my memory, or is there something wrong with the world? In my memory, today's Su family has been wiped out, but I managed to escape while playing outside. The clan leader has already died in the process of breaking through the barrier. What the hell is going on? Chapter 14. According to the original historical development, yesterday the Su family would have. Su Yang looked at the group of playful friends in front of him, and his confusion reached its peak. He clearly remembered that in the previous life, the Li family came to the door to ask for the elixir, but to no avail, and became angry from shame. Then the whole Su family was wiped out, but because of his playfulness, he went out without permission and did not return, saving his life. He still remembers the feeling of despair and helplessness when he saw Su mansion stained red with blood from a distance. Although the Su family has been in decline since Su Yang could remember, they were oppressed by those big families, and even had very limited resources for cultivation. He had only heard of the patriarch of his family who suppressed heavenly martial in stories. But Su Yang still loves his family very much, because the people in the Su family are unprecedentedly protective of their shortcomings, and the children of the family are united. Compared with other big families, the Su family is considered a real family. They will either cheer or get angry because of a person's honor or disgrace. From then on, Su Yang hid from others and began to practice almost self-abuse. In less than 5 years, he wiped out the entire Li family. And follow the clues to find all the main messengers behind it, and kill them all. Then, he wandered around the world in despair, and unexpectedly met the love of his life. Then he accidentally obtained the fragments of the most precious 9 Tribulations sword, and then by chance, he actually collected all the fragments of the 9 Tribulations sword. But he was harmed by others, and his body and soul disappeared. I thought that I would leave with regrets all over my body, but I didn't expect that when I looked back, I would already be back when I was 13 years old. But there have been amazing changes in history. At this time, not only was the Su family not destroyed, but the entire family was thriving because of the patriarch who came out of seclusion forcefully. The originally declining family returned to its position as the overlord of heavenly martial city overnight. And the clan leader who was supposed to die during the challenge not only did not die, but was successfully promoted to the exterior realm. All this is very different from the previous life. Forget it, don't worry about it, the Su family is still here, everything will be fine. A bright smile appeared on the corner of Su Yang's mouth. The demise of the Su family was once one of the greatest pains in his heart. As soon as he discovered that he was reborn, he wanted to change everything. However, although he has done nothing, the Su family's crisis has been resolved. Qingwu, just wait for me. I will never let you down in this life. Su Yang seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. At this time, Su Zhou finished his practice for the day. In less than half a day, Su Zhou's level improved to first layer again. The cultivation level has reached the exterior 6th layer, and all the blood in his body has been condensed by the Divine Phoenix 10,000 Dao body. His body exuded tyrannical vitality. No joke, the blood in Su Zhou's body at this time has as much vitality as a powerful medicine. The already terrifying body became even more terrifying. The normal yellow rank treasure weapon can't even penetrate his skin. Behind him, two extremely domineering divine phoenix shadows appeared from time to time. Each shadow has 50% of Su Zhou's combat power. After half a day of practice, Su Zhou discovered that the two earth rank supreme grade exercises of Baikyu and Zhang Chun had some resonance. Therefore, he tried running two techniques at the same time and found something. Hidden Spring of Heaven and Earth technique and Grieving Autumn of Heaven and Earth technique. Although one is a chi absorption technique and the other is a killing technique, they complement each other once they are in operation. The exuberance of spring and the chill of autumn are perfectly blended together. The killing power of the Baiqiu technique has more than doubled, and the speed of the Hidden Spring technique's breathing of spiritual energy has doubled. Interestingly, these two techniques are indeed funded by the same source. They complement each other and have such a big improvement. Hidden Spring, Sad Autumn, and maybe Summer and Winter. If it is true, then these four skills combined into one are the saint rank skills. Su Zhou thought about the introduction of these two exercises and had some vague inferences in his mind. Then, a translucent light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Su Zhou. Realm, exterior 6th layer. Family luck, 400, normal, note, when luck reaches 500, you will receive a family resource gift pack. Skills, Grieving Autumn of Heaven and Earth, Hidden Spring of Heaven and Earth, Divine Phoenix Immortal Body. There's still 100 luck left before you can use the Golden Dragon of Luck. Su Zhou has always been quite curious about the Golden Dragon of Luck that was initially released. You must know that luck is the most magical and ethereal thing. Some people are very lucky and have good luck. They can still pick up treasures even if they fall off a cliff. However, if you are not lucky, you can drink cold water to send them away. As for this Golden Dragon of Luck, the introduction says it can significantly increase family luck and bring endless blessings. All this aroused Su Zhou's curiosity. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Su Zhou was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Uncle, the heads of the Wang family and the Ma family are here. Look. Su Buku's voice came from outside the door. Oh? Ma family, Wang family, haha, I haven't gone to find them yet, but they came to my door by themselves. A sneer appeared on Su Zhou's face. Chapter 15. Then, he stood up and opened the door. Su Buku was standing outside the door, wearing white clothes. There were still some blood stains on his body. Although he was in high spirits, Su Zhou looked a little tired. And his cultivation level has also been improved to first layer. Obviously, his eldest nephew was not idle this night either. "Brat, I've worked hard on you this night." Su Zhou smiled and patted his shoulder. "Hey, uncle, thank you for your hard work. All of the Su family's properties, including principal and interest, have been recovered. As for some things that cannot be solved with money, it's all solved." Su Buku, who was awakened by Su Zhou's murderous nature, now has a somewhat iron-blooded temperament in his body. In fact, Su family's basic combat power is not bad. Everyone in Su family holds the prescription for blood tempering pill. Blood tempering pill, as the name suggests, can help ordinary people complete blood tempering and set foot on martial Dao. Therefore, compared to other families, almost everyone from the Su family can set foot on martial Dao. The reason why they have been so lonely these years is because the Su family does not have high-end combat capabilities. Now that Su Zhou is out of isolation, this shortcoming is naturally no longer there. Ding! If you find people with purple quality, you can invest. Invest in killing Skyju to get Styx's dead blood. Invest in profound rank elixir Giliandan to get low-level myriad worlds blind box. Oh! Hearing the system prompt, Su Zhou couldn't help but look at Su Buku. Name, Su Buku. Destiny, purple. Note, the people of this tribe have special physiques. If the seal is unlocked, the qualifications can be upgraded to gold. Comprehension, genius. Root bone, superior. Realm, meridian opening 4th layer. Qualification, heart-killing Bodhi body. Heart-killing Bodhi body, the more you kill, the faster your strength grows. This is the path of killing. The heavier the kindness, the faster your understanding improves. This is the path to Bodhi. Opportunity, born to be a killer, with a heart like a cold pool to kill all things, and a Buddha's heart to save all living beings, and possessing limitless murderous aura. Quality level, ordinary vulgar superior genius prodigy unparalleled monster world suppressing heaven grasping. Because Su Buku clearly understood the true meaning of killing, his heart-killing Bodhi body has initially unlocked the seal, so his destiny aptitude has been upgraded to purple. Su Zhou looked at the other party with more and more friendly eyes. Ahem, cough, cough, it's definitely not because of the reward, it's definitely because my children like it now. I haven't seen you for a night, but my cultivation level has improved a lot. Su Zhou said. Su Buku scratched his head in embarrassment. Then, Su Zhou's mind moved slightly, and a jade box appeared in his hand. Thank you for your hard work this night. Here is a skill. Although it is only profound rank low grade now, it is very suitable for your physique. I guess you have discovered the difference in yourself. This skill will continue to improve as you kill more, and it can eventually be upgraded to heavenly rank technique. Su Zhou spoke calmly, but his words sounded like spring thunder in Su Buku's ears. In my mind, only the last few words Su Zhou said were echoing. Eventually, you can advance to heavenly rank technique. Uncle. Su Buku's eyes were full of excitement, and there was no trace of the image of the decisive Mr. Su from the Su family in the eyes of outsiders. Needless to say, you work for the family. As the clan leader, I will not treat you badly. Su Zhou's voice was majestic, and then the expression on his face became a bit gentler. He said to Su Buku, as your uncle, you, boy, hurry up and become stronger. The Su family disciples will never be weaker than others. Yes. When Su Buku heard his words, his heart was filled with excitement, and he excitedly took the jade box from Su Zhou's hand. Practice well. Su Zhou patted Su Buku on the shoulder, and then walked towards the Su family hall. Su Buku stood there, determined in his heart to practice harder and not to live up to the patriarch's expectations. However, not far away, Su Zhou's gentle voice sounded again, and Su Buku's expression became even more confused. There is also an ancient lotus pill in the jade box, which can speed up your tempering of true qi. Ancient Lotus Pill, Profound Rank Supreme Grade Pill, can increase the tempering speed of meridian opening martial artist's true chi. Although it is only a profound rank elixir, it is very precious and rare. Many small families may not be able to buy one even if they spend all their wealth. The reason why the Ancient Lotus Pill is so precious is not just because it can increase the speed of tempering true chi. Moreover, because Ancient Lotus Pill can stimulate the 9 apertures of the human body, it greatly increases the chance of breakthrough. If Su Buku remembers correctly, there is only one Ancient Lotus Pill in the entire Su family, and that pill was his uncle's prize for winning the Heavenly Martial competition. This is more than just an elixir, it is an honor and a legacy. Su Buku's face was extremely determined and solemn at this time. Uncle, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Su family disciples will never be weaker than others in their lives. Su Zhou didn't know anything about Su Buku's thoughts. With the success of his investment, 2 rewards have entered his system backpack. However, he was in no hurry to check. Instead, we came to the Su family hall. At this time, Wang Hu, the head of the Wang family, and Ma Xiao, the head of the Ma family, were waiting for him in the hall. Ha 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 ha. Long time no see, Chief Su. Let me see, you are still so energetic. You are worthy of being the #1 prodigy in Heavenly Martial City. Seeing Su Zhou walk in, Wang Hu laughed heartily, with a bit of flattery in his voice. Ma Xiao on the side glanced at Wang Hu with slight disdain. The tone was cold. Congratulations to Patriarch Su, for successfully breaking through to the exterior realm. It's been a long time since we last met. Seeing 2 people with completely different attitudes towards him, Su Zhou strode to the front of the table with an expressionless expression and sat down slowly. Then, he looked at the 2 of them and said calmly, "It's been a long time indeed. We haven't seen each other for 10 years, so I'm still a little used to talking to you 2 like this. How about you 2? Kneel down and tell me." Chapter 16. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference hall fell into a dead silence. The smile on Wang Hu's face was stiff. Veins appeared on the palm of Ma Xiao's hand holding the teacup, and his expression became extremely gloomy. Ha 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 ha. Patriarch Su is still as joking as before. Wang Hu quickly adjusted his expression and continued to sing with a red face. If outsiders saw it, they would really think they were such good friends. Ha ha, a sneer appeared on Su Zhou's lips. He sat high on the throne and looked at Wang Hu. The look in his eyes was like an abyss and a prison, as if thousands of cold pools were in it. Just one look at it makes you feel like your blood can be frozen. In an instant, the smile on Wang Hu's face disappeared, and a trace of cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. An unreasonable feeling of fear emerged in Wang Hu's heart. At this moment, the gentle Su Zhou in front of him became more and more majestic in his eyes, as if the majestic sky was unattainable. There were no visions, no murderous intent, and Su Zhou didn't even show his cultivation level. But Wang Hu's instincts, honed over the years in life and death, reminded him. If he continues to be careless in front of the man in front of him, then he will. I will die, I will die. This thought almost occupied Wang Hu's entire heart. Wang Hu is not the most talented person in the Wang family. He even comes from a sideline, which is why he is able to reach his current position. He relies on sizing up the situation and his extremely sensitive intuition. He quickly suppressed the smile on his face. Then under Su Zhou's playful eyes, he slowly knelt down. Wang Hu, you. Ma Xiao looked at Wang Hu in disbelief. He had clearly explained the situation to Wang Hu. Su Zhou had just passed the test, and at most he was only as strong as exterior realm first layer. But the ancestor of his family broke through the death barrier and was not afraid of Su Zhou at all. The reason why the Li family was given to Su Zhou to relieve the fire was entirely because the ancestor had other plans. You must know that the ancestor of your family has stepped into the exterior 5th layer decades ago, and it is unfathomable to break through again. He even used mysterious means to achieve a breakthrough and enter the exterior realm. He became an exterior strongman, but due to his cautious nature, he did not make any announcement, but hid his cultivation. Today I came to Su family with Wang Hu. My original intention was to show off my strength. Having the voice of a family in heavenly martial city is enough. Now his Ma family not only has his ancestor in charge, but he has also entered the exterior realm, a double exterior, and a unified heavenly martial, right now. Even if he, Su Zhou, is a prodigy, no matter how evil he is only an exterior in the Su family. How can one defeat the Ma family? Originally, Ma Xiao had already thought of his words, and even the Wang family surrendered immediately after learning that the ancestor of the Ma family was still alive. But I didn't expect that as soon as this special Miao's teammate entered the door, he was frightened to his knees by someone's words. How to play this? Ma Xiao had a dark face and could no longer pretend. Chief Su is so majestic. We kindly came to visit you when you left the customs. Is this our attitude? Haha, don't think. Ma Xiao sneered, and the true energy that could have been suppressed slowly circulated, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. He was picked up by Su Zhou. You don't think that after joining exterior, you can talk to me like this? Su Zhou's voice rang in Ma Xiao's ears. The grieving autumn of heaven and earth dharma begins to circulate. There was a strong sense of desolation in this voice. All the true energy in Ma Xiao's body was actually dispersed. Then he didn't wait for his reaction. Poof! Ah! A heartbreaking pain suddenly surged into my heart. His ears were actually torn off forcefully. Blood splattered like flowers. Since you don't listen to what I just said, then don't use these useless ears. Su Zhou's voice was still indifferent, and he appeared in front of Ma Xiao at some point. Looking at Ma Xiao condescendingly, he threw his two ears on the ground like garbage. The terrifying cultivation level exploded, and in an instant, hurricane-like pressure swept through everything unbridled. Under this pressure, Ma Xiao even felt that the air around him solidified at this moment. A ridiculous feeling of despair emerged in his mind. No. How is this possible? Impossible. Impossible. Obviously, I also entered the exterior realm. Why is this happening? Why? Ma Xiao looked up at Su Zhou, almost collapsed. He didn't understand that even though he had entered exterior, he was still as helpless as a baby in front of this man. Noisy. Su Zhou said coldly. Then he waved his big hand, and his true energy was like a knife. Ma Xiao's arms and legs were cut off directly. The whole person fell to the ground, and the intense pain made his expression extremely distorted, but no matter how he opened his mouth and screamed, he couldn't even make a sound. It's like the mute button has been pressed. Su Zhou turned around and looked at Wang Hu, who was kneeling on the ground covered in cold sweat. You are still as decisive as before. Wang Hu couldn't help but have a wry smile on his face. In the eyes of outsiders, his Wang family was superior, and he was one of the three heavenly martial families. But he knew in his heart that all of this was based on strength. An ancestor of the Ma family came out of seclusion, and Su Zhou of the Su family was born again. But his Wang family does not have a strong exterior person. Under this situation, the so-called three major families have long become a joke. What awaits the Wang family is nothing more than extermination or becoming a vassal. And the current scene seems to have given everything the final answer. The head of the Wang family knelt on the ground, sweating like rain. The head of the Ma family has all his limbs broken, and his life and death are unknown. Su Zhou, on the other hand, was dressed in black clothes, with an indifferent expression, overlooking everything, like a towering figure. God. Chapter 17. Ma Xiao's limbs were cut off by Su Zhou, and he lay on the ground unaware of his life or death. Wang Hu, on the other hand, knelt on the ground tremblingly. Clan Chief Su, my Wang family is willing to become a vassal family of the Su family. I only ask that Chief Su can spare the lives of my whole Wang family. From now on, if the Wang family is willing to bear eagle dogs for the Su clan, they can establish a clan blood contract. If there is any violation, the Wang family's bloodline will be cut off, and the Manchu clan will be cut off. Wang Hu reacted quickly and bit his finger directly, writing rapidly in mid-air. Then, contracts made of blood appeared in the void. Su Zhou looked slightly, and saw that the blood contract carried the aura of hundreds or thousands of people. It was the Wang family, the blood power of the entire clan. A clan blood contract is a covenant of a clan, which can be made by the clan leader. Those who sign this contract are vassals of the clan and cannot violate the orders of the master. If they violate the clan's bloodline, their descendants will be extinct. Once you sign a clan blood contract, even if your master tells you to die, you must not hesitate, otherwise the Manchus will be implicated. By signing this blood contract, you are putting the entire family's wealth and life into the hands of the master. It only took Wang Hu a few breaths from witnessing Su Zhou's strength to making this decision. His intelligence and decisiveness are all top choices. Wang Hu knew in his heart that with Su Zhou's current strength, it would be too easy to destroy the Wang family. If you want to preserve the bloodline of the Wang family, this is the only way to have a chance of survival. Even if he loses his dignity, freedom, or even becomes a vassal, he will still find a way for the Wang family. This is the responsibility of the clan leader. For some reason, at this moment, Wang Hu suddenly thought of his rebellious son. Yanner, you are right, strength is the foundation of everything. A family with only conspiracy and calculation will eventually either be destroyed or become a vassal. However, Su Zhou really wasn't interested in what Wang Hu was thinking. He looked down at Wang Hu and said calmly. In the 13th year of Ming Feng, my 5th year of seclusion, something happened to the mineral deposits in the mountains behind the Su family. The Wang family and the Su family were exploring together, and there was no news about the Su family disciples. In the 14th year of Ming Feng's reign, Su Han, Su Luoyan, and Su Pingfeng, disciples of the Su family, went to the Sun Moon sect to study. They encountered monster on the road, but no bones were left. According to investigation, members of the Wang family were also on that road at the same time. In the 15th year of Ming Feng's reign, a baby with a fire spirit body was born in the Su family. After drinking goat's milk, he died. I don't need to say who the owner of that shop is. Ming Feng's 16th year. Ming Feng 17. Su Zhou's voice was indifferent, as if he didn't care about what he said. However, listening to his words, the expression on Wang Hu's face became more and more desperate. 143 lives. Directly or indirectly because of the Wang family, the sons of the Su family, lost 143 people. A hint of coldness appeared on Su Zhou's face. Among the 143 people, there were brothers of his own generation and younger generations. They are either extremely talented or have achieved achievements in some fields. They are all people of great use to the Su family and are also his blood relatives of Su Zhou. But now, his soul has long returned to Jishan, and the wilderness is stained with blood. The Wang family is indeed a good helper, but these lives must be accounted for. Not to mention, if you are not from my clan, your heart must be different. I once said that the life of the Su family is more precious. 143 lives. Just use the entire Wang family to repay the favor. Su Zhou said, waving his hand, and then the blood contract in the air was annihilated. Seeing this scene, Wang Hu's expression became extremely ferocious. He knew that no matter how much he pretended to be a grandson, it would be useless. Su Zhou, you're going too far. He roared angrily and rose up like a fierce tiger. The tyrannical Tru Chi condensed a huge tiger claw in midair and headed straight for Su Zhou's head. However, Su Zhou did not even look at Wang Hu. Instead, he looked at Ma Xiao, who didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and whispered, "Old man, are you still watching the fun?" Are you still waiting to eat my leftovers? Wang Hu's expression was slightly startled when he heard this. Then, in his eyes, a gleam of light appeared behind Su Zhou, a phoenix exuding a burning aura. Every feather carried an extremely powerful charm, and the divine phoenix only slightly flapped its wings. Next moment, Wang Hu only felt that everything in front of him became blurry, and then he saw an unknown corpse. That's my body. He suddenly realized. Bah! A huge human head fell to the ground. The head's eyes were round, and it rolled towards Ma Xiao's side. Are you still pretending, old thing? Or do you want me to find you out? Su Zhou looked indifferent. As his words fell, anomaly changes appeared in Ma Xiao's body. The body that was constantly oozing blood began to twist, and a huge pustule bulged in the abdomen. A cold and twisted human face was suddenly printed on his belly. Then, boom! Ma Xiao's stomach exploded, and his internal organs collapsed everywhere. A short figure appeared in front of Su Zhou under the blood mist. However, the next moment, the figure disappeared in front of Su Zhou's eyes. An extremely cold voice slowly sounded in his ears. The sound was as disgusting as a slippery snake. But it also carries an extremely terrifying evil spirit. The descendants of the Su family have good eyesight. I didn't expect that you would be so powerful just after you broke through. Fortunately, I am cautious. If it takes a few more years, I really won't be able to cure you. But now, I give you two choices: become a subsidiary of my Ma family, or die. A powerful pressure that surpassed the exterior realm suddenly came. The cultivation level of this ancestor of the Ma family was actually half-step to heavenly origin. Chapter 18. Have you heard that the head of the Ma family and the head of the Wang family are here to see our clan leader? Humph! Come on, come on! Our clan leader is now a great monk of the exterior realm. Are you still afraid of them? That's right. Don't forget that our clan leader was the man who conquered the entire heavenly martial city back then. The patriarch is the best. I will protect the family like the patriarch in the future. The children of the Su family secretly watched the conference hall from a distance. The Su family hall is an important place, and ordinary people are not allowed to approach it unless called upon by the clan leader. Therefore, the three chiefs of King Suma met and everyone around the hall was cleared. Many Su family disciples are patrolling secretly. Of course, when faced with these naughty little guys in their own family, they chose to turn a blind eye. After all, he is his own baby. If he is not pampered by his own people, who will? They were also very pleased to hear the children's admiration for the patriarch. In the past 10 years, when did the Ma and Wang families visit the Su family? The so-called three great families have long existed in name only, and even many of the sons of the Su family have died in their plots. Now, the head of his family finally came out of seclusion and broke through to the exterior realm. Aren't the patriarchs of these two major families like two dogs, constantly coming to compliment the patriarch? Thinking of the secretly patrolling Su family, they raised their heads a little. This is the influence of the clan leader. The clan leader is the head of a clan, and the person in charge of a clan is also the god of the clan. As high as the sky is, so are the people's mental qi. The higher the mental qi, the more enlightened the mind and the more diligent they will be in their cultivation. However, even if these Su family children thought about it, they could not imagine the scene in the conference hall at this time. The head of the Su family is superior, but Su Zhou is like a god, and the heads of the other two families are like down-and-out pigs and dogs. One person is lying on the ground, and the other person does not know whether he is alive or dead. But not every Su family disciple is so happy. What? The patriarchs of the Ma family and the Wang family are in the meeting hall. Not good. That old guy from the Ma family is going the wrong way, and we must alert the patriarch immediately. Su Yang was shocked when he heard the news from his friends. He kicked off his short legs and ran as hard as he could in the direction of the Su family hall. What that old guy from the Ma family practices is the blood demon technique, which allows him to inhabit the bodies of his own heirs. In the previous life, after Su Yang wiped out the Li family, he discovered that you were the culprit behind the Su family's destruction, and it was the Ma and Wang families who secretly instructed you. Then, he entered the Ma family alone. At that time, he was already in the realm of exterior realm great completion. Wherever he passed, there were corpses everywhere. Unless the city lord took action, no one in the small heavenly martial city could be his opponent. However, just after he entered the Ma family, everything turned upside down. He thought that only Ma Xiao from the Ma family entered the exterior realm. But he didn't expect that after he killed Ma Xiao, the anger in his heart dissipated, and the ancestor of the Ma family actually emerged from Ma Xiao's body. And the realm has reached half a step of heavenly origin. In that battle, Su Yang almost died, but he managed to escape. After that, he spent countless efforts to find the cunning old ghost. That old ghost is cautious and cunning by nature, and he is ruthless in his attacks. He must be hiding inside Ma Xiao during this meeting with the clan leader. And Ma Xiao also entered the exterior realm, a half-step heavenly origin, a powerful exterior. This time is really not good. I must see the patriarch as soon as possible. At this time, Su Yang was extremely anxious. In his previous life, he entered the moon-grasping realm and was given the title of Poison Lord simply because he had a ruthless mind and extremely poisonous methods. Everything he planned was bound to lead to death. The reason why Su Yang was like that was because the family that gave him infinite warmth was shattered. If the clan leader dies, the tragedy of the previous life will inevitably happen again. No. I don't want it. Su Yang seemed to see the extremely warm Su mansion becoming filled with deathly silence. The friends he was playing with fell into a pool of blood one after another. The acting patriarch who always told them stories died with his eyes open and his head was hung above the mansion. Brother Buku, who was always standing in front of them, had all his meridians destroyed and was reduced to a useless person. He was exposed to the sun on the door of heavenly martial city for 3 days and 3 nights and died. Every time these scenes surfaced, Su Yang's heart felt like a knife piercing his heart, and blood almost oozed from his eyes. Buzz! The 9 tribulations sword spirit in his dantian seemed to sense his emotions, and began to flicker with aura. Yang. Just as Su Yang rushed to the conference hall, a man spotted him. At this time, Su Yang only felt that the life and death of the Su family depended on him. There is no time to waste, but continue to run faster. After his rebirth, he began to practice secretly. With the blessing of the 9 tribulations sword, although he only had 1 day, he succeeded in blood tempering overnight and entered the blood tempering first layer. Therefore, his speed is much faster than ordinary people. Coupled with the Su family's indulgence of their children, this kid really wanted to run into the conference hall when no one was paying attention. We're here. The moment Su Yang saw the door of the conference hall. Hey, hey, hey! He felt his body light up and he was caught out of thin air. Yanger, the clan leader is talking with the clan leaders of the other 2 clans. Please don't cause trouble. A gentle voice sounded in his ears. Su Yang looked at the owner of the voice. The man had a gentle face, but his brows were extremely determined. He was the former acting patriarch, Su Zhou, the younger brother of Su Zhou. Second uncle. The patriarch is in danger. Su Yang felt that he couldn't break free from the opponent's power, so he had to explain quickly. Danger. Su Zhou narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Yang with some confusion. Yes. Then something is wrong with the Ma family. The ancestor of the Ma family may be hiding in Ma Xiao's body, and his cultivation level. Su Yang said anxiously. But the words were not finished. Boom. Only a muffled sound was heard. The door of the conference hall was blasted open, and a domineering figure in mysterious clothes walked out slowly. And a short, cold old man on the ground was looking at the figure in disbelief, his eyes filled with fear and shock. Half-step heavenly origin. It's just trash. Su Zhou's overbearing voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Even the bright sun on the horizon was hidden under the white clouds at this moment. Sky. It's cloudy. Chapter 19. Su Yang could hardly believe his eyes. In his memory, Ma Tianlang's cultivation had already reached half-step to the realm of heavenly origin. His blood magic skills are extremely anomaly. Even an ordinary strong man who steps into the heavenly origin realm cannot easily defeat him. But now, the horse Sirius fell in the yard in extremely embarrassed state. And it looked like he was seriously injured. On the other hand, look at the head of his own family. He was dressed in mysterious clothes, with a tall figure and an indifferent expression on his face. He exuded an extremely domineering aura that made people dare not look directly at him. Am I, the patriarch of the Su family, so domineering? Su Yang looked at Su Zhou slightly absent-mindedly. This was the first time he had seen this legendary patriarch in his previous life. He is full of curiosity about the patriarch Su Yang. In his previous life, he grew up listening to the stories of Su Zhou. After rebirth, the fate of the Su family was completely changed because of this patriarch. I, the leader of the clan, am not an ordinary person. In the previous life, Su Yang entered the moon-grasping realm and was titled Poison Lord. He traveled in countless great realms and met several powerful conferred king, venerable. But none of their temperaments are as mysterious and terrifying as the head of their own family. Compared to Su Yang's curiosity. At this time, Ma Tianlang was extremely flustered, his eyes filled with astonishment. Looking at Su Zhou, there was even more fear in his eyes. What happened? What just happened? Ma Tianlang remembered that he had just used the blood demon technique to appear behind Su Zhou. I originally wanted to use my half-step of heavenly origin's powerful cultivation to suppress the opponent in one fell swoop. But Su Zhou did raise one hand, and a desolate and solemn expression instantly broke out. With just one palm, he was sent flying. Even under this palm, his blood demon technique was a little unstable, and his true energy was shaking. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Half-step heavenly origin. It's just trash. Su Zhou looked at Ma Tianlang indifferently. He had known about the other party's existence for a long time. It was not that Su Zhou had any foresight, but when he was exterminating the Li family, he discovered that there was a stream of resentment and death drifting towards the Ma family in an extremely obscure way. At that time, Su Zhou had some conjectures in his mind. But today, when Ma Xiao's limbs were chopped off by Su Zhou, a trace of death energy flashed out of his body. But he was still noticed by Su Zhou. Therefore, Su Zhou was aware of the other party's existence. Ho ho, boy, I admit that you are very strong. You have such strength when you first joined Exterior, and you were able to defeat me. But you don't think you can defeat me because of this. Do you know what half-step heavenly origin is? Ma Tianlang stood up, wearing a blood-colored robe without any wind. In his heart, although Su Zhou had some tricks. But it is really vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. Hurrah! In an instant, bursts of rich and bloody evil energy rose from his body. The bright red power of true energy exploded. Boom! Following the previous explosion, many Su family members rushed over. At this moment, in their eyes, above the horizon, an endless wave of blood is spreading. Countless skulls and innocent souls were wailing among them. The strong sense of oppression makes a Su family person feel like they can't breathe. Heavenly origin realm can connect the inner scene to the exterior, triggering the power of heaven and earth, and transforming the true meaning of Kung Fu. Su boy, you have to think about it, you do have some abilities, but heavenly origin realm's methods. It's not something you, a kid who is new to exterior, can imagine, even if you can resist this move. What about you, the other members of the Su family? Ma Tianlang showed a ferocious look on his face, and his blood-colored true essence continued to surge out. Gyulu gyulu. The whole person seemed to have transformed into a Rakshasa demon made of blood. The sound is creepy. Under such pressure, the faces of all Su family members were filled with despair. Half-step heavenly origin. Oh my god! There is actually a powerful person from heavenly origin coming to destroy my Su family. Ah! How unfair is the sky! If our clan is given a long time, it will definitely surpass everything. Su Zhou suddenly shouted, so what if heavenly origin, my whole Su family will live and die with the patriarch. The entire Su family vows to live and die with the patriarch. A tall middle-aged man stood up and roared. Then, another big man of similar age stepped forward and stood in front of the young tribesmen. These people are the descendants of several clan elders after the clan elders left, and they are also the mainstay who usually assist the clan leader. Haha, what a Su family, what a family with integrity. When Ma Tianlang heard what they said, the look on his face became even more crazy. Then you all, let's die together. He roared angrily, raised his palm, and then suddenly dropped it. The terrifying blood essence seemed to dye the sky red. However, all the Su family members did not have the slightest fear, as if they had already put life and death at risk. Boom! The raging blood waves roared, as if they were going to drown the entire Su family. However, just when Ma Tianlang's evil smile resounded throughout the Su family. I told you, half a step to heavenly origin, it's nothing more than rubbish. Su Zhou's extremely indifferent voice sounded again. Then, boom! Boom! An extremely overbearing force burst out instantly, and the bloody essence on the horizon was directly shattered, and the pressure that originally enveloped the Su family disappeared. Su Zhou appeared in front of Ma Tianlang at some point. The tyrannical body of the divine phoenix Wanda Ocean and the chilling desolation of the grieving autumn of heaven and earth method erupted at the same time. His punch landed directly on Ma Tianlang's dantian. The powerful body-protecting essence was like paper in front of his fist. This punch hit Ma Tianlang firmly in the stomach. The surrounding space seemed to become quiet. Like the silence before the storm, and then... Wow! Kaka! The ground began to crack in large areas, and terrifying cracks spread like spider webs. And Ma Tianlang, who claimed to be the strong man of heavenly origin, looked like a broken porcelain man, with cracks all over his body. Afterwards, everyone's eyes were dumbfounded and Ma Tianlang's eyes were almost desperate. Bang! The half-step heavenly origin strongman, under a punch from Su Zhou. Already a useless person. Chapter 20. City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Lu Chengfeng looked in the direction of the Su family with a bit of surprise in his eyes. Just now I clearly noticed that a force very close to heavenly origin appeared in the Su family. I didn't expect it to fall silent so quickly. Looking at the aura, it should be that old ghost from the Ma family, the blood demon sect guy. It's a bit troublesome, but this Su family is a bit interesting. Lu Chengfeng made himself a pot of tea. Originally, I was on duty in Heavenly Martial City just to have some peace and quiet. But now, the old immortals in the clan insist on having Grotto Heaven show up in Heavenly Martial City. I'm also from Qi Gazing sect, why didn't I notice that? The superiors really believed his lies. It doesn't matter if the Su family and the Wang family are beaten to death. If they ruin things above. Lu Chengfeng said with a sneer on his lips. At this time, the Su family fell into a dead silence. Then, everyone's breathing became wild and crazy. The so-called half-step heavenly origin on the ground is already like a useless person, with cracks all over his body, and he is only one breath away from death. And Su Zhou, who caused all this, only threw one punch. Such strength and dominance are simply crazy. You must know that Ma Tianlang is a strong man who is half a step from heavenly origin, and is only half a step away from heavenly origin. At this level, one can even establish a sect and become the founder of a religion. If you join the imperial court, you can take charge of a city. It can be said that stepping into heavenly origin means completely stepping into the ranks of the strong. However, a strong man of this level cannot even withstand a punch when facing the head of his family. How can the Su family be ecstatic about this, and how can they not be fanatical about it? Clan Chief Tianwei. Clan Chief Tianwei. Oh my god! What a level of cultivation the patriarch has achieved! I'll choke you! Ha 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 ha! The leader of my Su family is so powerful, who else in this heavenly martial city can stop me? Countless Su family members stared at Su Zhou with fanatical eyes, their eyes said everything. At this time, even if Su Zhou asked them to die, they would not hesitate at all. Clan Chief Su, let me go, please let me go. At this time, Ma Tianlang was lying on the ground, his meridians all over his body were shattered, his bones were cracked, and his skin was broken all over. Su Zhou's punch almost wiped out all his vitality. Ma Tianlang had never seen such terrifying physical power. At this moment, all he had in mind was survival, and he didn't have the arrogant look of wanting to kill the Su family just now. Clan Chief Ma, please, please spare my life. I am willing to make a family blood contract. The Ma family is willing to be the slaves of the Su family. From now on, the men will be slaves and the women will be the attendants. I only ask the head of the Su family to spare my life. While Wang Hu was looking for a way out for his clan, Ma Tianlang only wanted to change his name. Seeing his humble appearance, Su Zhou's eyes were full of disdain. It's not bitter, he shouted. Yes. Su Buku from the crowd immediately walked out. Kill him. Su Buku immediately understood what Su Zhou meant. With his own skills and physique, killing such a half-step heavenly origin master would be of great benefit to him. It was simply unimaginable. Yes. Su Buku took out the sword from his waist. Su Zhou. I am a disciple of Blood Demon Sect, 7th grade sect. The elders in the sect are all heavenly origin experts, and the sect leader is heavenly origin great completion. This time I leave the customs, I have a heavy responsibility as a teacher. If you kill me, the Su family will definitely be destroyed. Seeing that he couldn't please him, Ma Tianlang threatened him fiercely. Hearing this, Su Buku couldn't help but glance at Su Zhou. But Su Zhou was unmoved by Ma Tianlang's threat. He just said indifferently, noisy. Su Buku's expression suddenly turned cold when he heard this. Wait. Ma Tianlang only felt cold all over. However, a cold light flashed before my eyes, and blood splattered. A human head rolled to the ground. If the clan leader asks to be killed, then he can be killed. This is the principle of Su Buku. Then, waves of insights continued to pour into his body. Su Buku's recent breakthrough in cultivation showed faint signs of breakthrough again. However, what they didn't know was that after Ma Tianlang died, in a blood-red cave somewhere, a dark soul fire slowly extinguished. In the darkness, a pair of crimson twisted eyes opened, and a cold voice slowly sounded in the cave, ho ho. A mere small aristocratic family dares to kill my blood demon sect disciple, I really don't want to live anymore. Although Ma Tianlang is a waste, he will be used in heavenly martial city soon. Forget it, the sect's 5 blood pools are still a little short. Since there are people who don't know how to live or die, then let's fill one. Blood demon sect. Haha. I don't mind if they don't have eyesight. The Su family has another stepping stone. Su Zhou said indifferently, and then looked at the fanatical Su family with a smile. At this time, the heads of both the Ma family and the Wang family were dead. Heavenly Martial City, all we need from now on is one voice. After this battle is over, rewards will be given based on merit. Su Zhou spoke slowly. At this moment, the ethereal voice sounded in my ears. Ding! Trigger Family Mission, Unify Heavenly Martial. Task Reward, Nameless Sword Sticker, Clan Weapon, Tais Hang Zushan 2, Clan Weapon, Divine Blood Cauldron. The system once again demonstrated its thoughtfulness. Yes. The Su family was wide open, and the Su family disciples, like tigers, rushed towards Ma Wang's family with weapons in hand. The clansman who rushed to the front was holding the heads of the two clan heads in their hands. "Brother, I'm going to supervise the battle." Su Zhou looked at his tyrannical brother who knew no boundaries, with extremely complicated emotions. Although he didn't know the level of the skill Su Zhou had given him earlier, as soon as he practiced it, he discovered how powerful and extraordinary that skill was. In just one day of practice, his physical body improved by 20%, and it was incomparably in line with his own physique. The mystery of that skill is difficult to describe in words. Su Zhou felt that the skill might even be the legendary Earth rank skill. But he was not stupid enough to ask his elder brother about the origin of this technique. Brother gives it to him and he just practices. Su Zhou nodded, and then pointed at the kid Su Yangdao who was still holding Su Zhou's neck. "Keep this little guy for me." Chapter 21. This little guy's name is Su Yang, a descendant of the fifth master's family. Su Zhou put Su Yang down and touched his head, his expression a bit gloomy. Then, he handed the other party to Su Zhou. Xiao Wei, the youngest fifth elder of the Su family, is less than 5 years older than Su Zhou and others. Before Su Zhou went into seclusion, he had the best relationship with the three brothers. It is also the thinnest branch of the Su family, simply because the fifth elder is the killing team of the Su family. Enforce the law internally and kill externally. And the clansmen of that lineage are also ruthless, and they always take the lead in fighting. The son of the fifth master died in a family fight in his early years, and the fifth master was also killed by the mysterious sect during Su Zhou's retreat. Now Su Yang has become the only seedling of this lineage. Su Zhou looked at Su Yang with a bit of amusement, and his two slender eyes seemed to be shining on everything. The nine tribulations sword spirit in Su Yang's body was trembling slightly, and he felt as if he had been seen through. I was too impatient just now. Whether he went to the hall rashly or told something about the ancestor of the Ma family, it was impossible for an ordinary 13-year-old child to know or do it. Su Yang's mind was spinning rapidly, and he had several excuses ready in his mind. But when facing the gaze of the head of his family that seemed to be deeper than darkness, he knew that no matter what excuse he used, it would be useless. His mouth opened and closed slightly a few times, but his throat felt dry and he couldn't say anything. Just when Su Yang was thinking wildly, Su Zhou's warm voice did reach his ears. "A child should act like a child, frowning all day long, that's not what he looks like." Su Zhou looked at Su Yang in front of him, with a warm smile on his lips. That smile was like a breeze blowing away the deepest haze in Su Yang's heart. At this moment, Su Yang remembered all the stories and legends he had heard about his clan leader in his past and present lives. Domineering, protective of shortcomings, decisive in killing foreigners, and extremely protective of his own family members. At this moment, Su Yang even wanted to tell everything he had experienced to the patriarch in front of him. "Yes, you have already entered the blood-tempering realm at the age of 13. Normally, children of this age are still playing around. As expected of my Su family heir, I should be called the Su family Kailaniar." Su Zhou seemed not to notice Su Yang's abnormality and spoke softly. Like the most ordinary elder caring about the younger generations in the clan. "Clan leader, actually I." Su Yang hesitated again and again, but he really didn't know how to start. How to say it? Said that he had experienced the Su family being wiped out? Say you are reborn? Saying that he has a grudge that he has to resolve with the supreme royal family? Or is it that he has something inside him that even the immemorial elder covets? The supreme Taoist nine tribulations sword. Su Yang. You are from the Su family. This remains unchanged. Just when Su Yang was extremely entangled, Su Zhou's words were like a ray of light tearing through the night. I saw Su Zhou looking at Su Yang, his bright and immortal eyes seemed to contain the great Dao of heaven and earth. Then, a jade box appeared in his hand. The fifth elder's lineage has worked hard and made great contributions to the Su family. Since you have entered blood tempering, I will reward you with these 2 skills as a reward for the law enforcement lineage. You are practicing well. Remember that this world is vast and the years are endless. Only strength is the foundation of everything. Su Zhou put the jade box into Su Yang's hand. Clan leader. Su Yang held the jade box in his hand and felt his hands trembling a bit. Because he knew that what was contained in the jade box at this time was absolutely extraordinary. Even the 9 tribulations sword in his body was constantly jumping for joy because of the contents of the jade box. Su Yang even doubted whether the patriarch of his family knew everything about him. However, in fact, what Su Yang thought was not wrong. Su Zhou looked at Su Yang calmly. A message appeared in front of him that only he could see. Name, Su Yang. Realm, blood tempering first layer. Destiny, gold. Comprehension, prodigy. Root bone, prodigy. Talent, 9 tribulations sword heart. 9 tribulations sword heart body, a physique born under the influence of the supreme Dao weapon. It can perfectly master all the abilities of the 9 tribulations sword. Its host is extremely talented in sword Dao. Opportunity, the reborn person has the 9 tribulations sword spirit hidden in his body and becomes the 9 tribulations sword master. Quality level, ordinary vulgar superior genius prodigy unparalleled monster world suppressing. The first time Su Zhou saw Su Yang, he was inspired to invest. But at that time, he was not in a hurry to complete this task, but gave priority to killing the ancestors of the Ma family. Golden Tribe Investment Mission. Invest in Hidden Spring of Heaven and Earth Technique to get rewards, Heavenly Rank Supreme Grade Technique Ardent Summer of Heaven and Earth Tao. Invest in Grieving Autumn of Heaven and Earth Technique to get rewards, Heavenly Rank Supreme Grade Technique Bitter Winter of Heaven and Earth Technique. At this time, these 2 task rewards have quietly fallen into Su Zhou's system backpack. The standard template for a rebirth-style destiny protagonist. Looking at Su Yang's opportunity, he had probably guessed the other person's past experience. He ignored Su Yang's complicated eyes and turned around to walk deeper into the mansion. Only that gentle and indifferent voice reached Su Yang's ears. No matter what you are going to face or go through in the future. At any time, please remember that the Su family is behind you and I stand behind you. Regard the suspicion of others as a ghost fire, and boldly go your way at night. When Su Yang heard this, he felt that the softest place in his heart was deeply hit. In the previous life, he was alone and did not dare to be weak or soft at all, just because he knew that there was no one behind him. And now Su Zhou's words really filled the last void in his heart. Su Yang. I will obey the patriarch's teachings. Su Yang bowed from the bottom of his heart in the direction Su Zhou left. Su Zhou's back became more and more majestic in his eyes, and his figure seemed to be reflected by 2 suns, which was extraordinary and sacred. For some reason, an idea came to his mind that made him feel extremely ridiculous. The leader of our clan will not be the same. The great emperor of the ancients. Chapter 22. On a lonely autumn night, a lone moon shines on heavenly Marshall Street. The moonlight is like a layer of frost covering the entire heavenly Marshall city. A bit of the smell of blood floats everywhere in heavenly Marshall, and when the autumn wind blows, nothing is left. Each family closed their doors tightly for fear of causing trouble. The elders in their clan warned their younger generations over and over again. Don't mess with the Su family. If you meet someone from the Su family, even if you are half a head shorter, you won't be embarrassed, and you shouldn't cause trouble. The Ma family and the Wang family seem to be the best examples. In the face of absolute strength, all struggles are like the cry of a baby, adding to the laughter. Heavenly Marshall City is almost stained with the blood of the Ma family and the Wang family. The 3 great aristocratic families have now disappeared, leaving only the old Su family, sole control of Heavenly Marshall. Who would have thought that not long ago, the Su family was a family that was almost wiped out? And from the moment the clan leader broke through, the gears of fate began to turn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the family mission, unifying Heavenly Marshal. Get mission reward, Nameless Sword Post. Get the mission reward, Clan Weapon, the Map of the Heavens. Get mission reward, Clan Weapon, Divine Blood Cauldron. Ding! Su Yang, the destined son of Su family, is sincerely convinced, family luck plus 100. Ding! If your luck reaches 500, you will be rewarded with family resources. If your family luck reaches 2000, you will be rewarded with a lower rank 1. Family resource rewards automatically open, the cultivation speed of all family members is permanently increased by 1%. The chance of family members awakening special physiques is permanently increased by 5%. Lifespan of all clan members plus 10. Constitution of all tribesmen permanently plus 10. Ding! When luck reaches 500, the conditions for using the Golden Dragon of Luck are met, and the Golden Dragon of Luck is automatically used. Alerts sounded in Su Zhou's ears like a barrage of cannons. He, who had always been indifferent, now had a smile on his lips. This wave not only allowed Su family to completely establish the dominance of Heavenly Marshal, but more importantly, the rich rewards of this system. At this time, the courtyard was filled with all kinds of gold and silver jewelry, secret books of exercises, and real estate title deeds. There was even a bit of fresh blood on these belongings. The faces of the Su family disciples were flushed at this time. They had just returned from the fight with evil spirits on their bodies. They all looked at Su Zhou with flushed faces, with indescribable enthusiasm and admiration in their eyes. Once upon a time, the acting patriarch of the Su family was abolished, and all the elders in the clan died. The Su family was stepped on by all the major aristocratic families, and was even forced to ask for elixir prescriptions by a small Li family. And now, with Su Zhou's release, today's Heavenly Marshal, only Su family is thriving. Uncle, I will definitely not let you down. Su Buku in the crowd had reserved eyes and looked ordinary, but if you look carefully, you can see that there is indeed a strong murderous intent in this young man's eyes. The Ma Wang family was annihilated and the members of the two families were killed. Among them, Su Buku was the most effective in fighting. It has just broken through the realm, but there are vague signs of breaking through again. Su Yang stood in the corner with a group of little kids, looking at Su Zhou in the chair with a complicated expression. Master Patriarch, who are you? The gap between this life and the previous life is too big. He clenched his hands slightly into fists and felt the blood surge in his body. In just one day, his level has risen from blood tempering first layer to blood tempering fifth layer. Its speed is staggering, considering that Su Yang is only 13 years old now. In this world, a martial artist can only practice when he is 16 years old and has sufficient energy and blood, while Su Yang has reached the blood tempering fifth layer at the age of 13. Looking at the entire Divine Xia Empire, there are only a few people at his grade who can blood tempering, and there is no one who can reach blood tempering fifth layer in just one day of training. If the big sects in the outside world knew about it, they would definitely have to cross the threshold to let Su Yang join the sect. However, Su Yang knew that although he was very talented, the main reason why his level was able to improve so quickly was because of the technique given to him by the head of his family. Hidden spring of heaven and earth, the mystery of that technique is unimaginable. Once it is turned on, the body can almost automatically refine the blood, and with the bonus of the 9 tribulations sword. Su Yang's level improvement is no different from riding a rocket. That technique is probably an Earth rank supreme grade technique. In Su Yang's previous life, he got a copy of Earth rank low grades exercises by chance. But compared with the law manifestation given to me by the Patriarch, the skill that I regard as a treasure, the table legs are quite useful. Su Yang suspected more than once that the head of his family was the reincarnation of the great emperor. Of course, Su Zhou didn't care about these people's messy thoughts. Instead, he looked towards the sky of Su family. Above the sky, a 10-foot-long golden dragon is swimming in the sea of clouds, its head held high, unparalleled proudly. Lines of golden luck are constantly falling down all over the body, connected with Su family luck, endlessly. Many blessings, endless blessings, and thousands of opportunities have quietly begun to flow to the Su family with the appearance of this golden dragon. Is this the golden dragon of luck? Su Zhou could vaguely feel the effect of the golden dragon of luck. A smile couldn't help but appear on the corner of his mouth, and it was not in vain that this golden dragon needed to reach 500 luck before it could be used. With the rise of the golden dragon of luck, the destiny qualifications of the Su family people have undergone considerable changes. Among the people present, there were actually 7 or 8 people who had reached the white destiny, and 2 people had even reached the green qualification. You must know that those who are qualified to be given the qualifications of destiny are destined to not be ordinary people. Previously, among the Su family, only Su Buku, Su Chao, and Su Yang were qualified to manifest their destiny. It seems that this increase in luck will affect the destiny qualifications of the tribe. White quality people detected, investment can be made. Green quality tribe members detected, can proceed. Detected. Listening to the beeps in his ears, Su Zhou waved his sleeves. The Ma family and the Wang family will be destroyed. Thank you for your hard work. The Su family always makes rewards and punishments clear. Next, let's reward based on merit. Chapter 23. While speaking, Su Zhou raised his palm. Buzz. Golden true energy rippled out. Su Feng, Su Jianyang, Su Gu, Su Yat. You have made great contributions in this battle, and you have worked hard to maintain the family during my period of seclusion. Now there is no clan elder in the Su family. From now on, you will be in charge of the Su family. Each person will be rewarded with 3 bottles of Kong Yuan Dan and a yellow rank weapon. The people named by Su Zhou are all descendants of the elder of the Su family, and they are also people of white destiny and green destiny. Su Zhou's move not only comforted the hearts of these people, but also received rewards. Kong Yuan Pill. It's actually Kong Yuan Dan. Kong Yuan Pill can improve the concentration of true qi and quickly break through to the 9 apertures realm. And it can slightly enhance the operating speed of true qi. It is a supreme grade elixir. You must know that even they once couldn't get enough of a Kong Yuan Pill in a year's salary. And now they actually got 3 bottles, which were 15 pills. Many of them have reached the meridian opening realm great completion, but they are still only half a step away from entering the 9 apertures realm. But now, with this Kong Yuan Pill, they will definitely be able to step into the 9 apertures. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch. They all looked at Su Zhou excitedly and bowed respectfully. Ding! If you successfully invest in green quality tribesmen, you will receive a return reward. Ding! You invest. The system's reward sounds tinkled in my ears. Looking at the grateful people, Su Zhou waved his hand carelessly. The future of Su family has just begun, and Heavenly Marshal is just a starting point. Myriad Worlds is our real stage. Yes. All Su family members were excited and looked forward to the future even more. Ding! The cohesion of Su family has increased unprecedentedly, family luck plus 100. Then, Su Zhou gave rewards to the tribesmen one after another according to their contributions. Su Chao made a breakthrough before the battle and stabilized his state in seclusion, so his rewards were received by Su Buku on his behalf. After the discussion of merit and rewards, Su Zhou returned to his room and prepared to practice. Looking at the various rewards in the system backpack, Su Zhou did not hesitate to choose 2 of them that exuded strange light. Ardent summer of heaven and earth and bitter winter of heaven and earth. In an instant, 2 powerful heavenly rank techniques were mastered by Su Zhou. The way of fierce summer cooks the world. The winter is so cold that frost kills the heavens. There are 2 more extremely terrifying killing techniques. However, this did not surprise Su Zhou. What really aroused Su Zhou's interest was that after he mastered these two skills, the other two skills he originally mastered started to operate on their own. Suddenly, four completely different but extremely powerful techniques in Su Zhou's body echoed each other. Tibetan spring, scorching summer, sad autumn, and bitter winter. Countless scenes flowed rapidly in front of Su Zhou's eyes. When spring comes, all things are born, all things are nurtured, and everything can grow. The scorching sun rises in the summer to test all living beings. Those who cannot withstand the scorching sun will perish. After autumn, the maple leaves fall, the harvest is harvested, and everything is rewarded, but it is also bleak and gloomy, as if it indicates something. Finally, winter is coming. Everything is lonely, the heaven and the earth are quiet, the frost kills the sky, all living things, everything is buried under the paleness. The buried beings were not completely dispersed, but turned into a seed, waiting for the spring breeze to rise. All this happens over and over again, like a war that envelopes all the myriad worlds. Reincarnation. Countless mysterious patterns appeared in Su Zhou's eyes at this moment. At that moment, everything was growing and withering in his eyes. Everything began and returned to reincarnation. The change of seasons is a reincarnation that hangs over the heavens. Good fortune reincarnation technique. The four techniques are combined into one and become the saint rank technique. The introduction to this technique is only a simple sentence. Good fortune reincarnation technique, the only one in the world that can control the years of reincarnation. The look on Su Zhou's face was one of joy at this time. This power of reincarnation is one of the rarest and most powerful abilities in the myriad worlds. Able to go back in time and change time. It can turn the white-haired old man into a white lotus root baby, and it can also turn the high-spirited young man into that old man. It is so powerful and magical that it is unimaginable. Su Zhou raised one hand, holding a seed summoned by his thoughts, and then his body glowed with glow. The next moment, the seeds quickly turned into a medicinal herb, and then the medicinal properties became more and more intense. 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years. In just a few breaths, the most ordinary seed turned into 1,000-year-old spirit medicine. This is simply unimaginable. Not bad. Su Zhou is quite satisfied with the effect of this good fortune reincarnation technique. Then, he took out a little scarlet from the system backpack. As the scarlet color emerged, the entire room was instantly enveloped by countless terrifying laws. The endless sounds of killing sounded in Su Zhou's ears, and everything in the surrounding world seemed to turn into black and white, and all colors and the years continued to fade away at this moment. Only that bit of scarlet exudes a murderous aura that makes all living beings tremble. It was Su Zhou who received the investment reward from his nephew, the dead blood of Styx. Death blood of Styx, a drop of blood of the most immemorial elder Styx, condensed with limitless killing intent. After the host consumes it, the physical body will receive a large number of bonuses, and can gain a trace of immemorial elders' insights, becoming immune to the oppression of all killing methods. In addition, a layer of invisible blood can appear on the body surface, which can swallow attacks and condense limitless killing intent to fight back. Su Zhou's eyes lit up even more when he saw the introduction about the dead blood of the Styx. This is a drop of immemorial elder's painstaking effort. Immemorial elder, transcending the long river of time, sitting in boundless thoughts, overlooking all past, future and present, eternally transparent, all unified harmony. From the moment you become an immemorial elder, everything in the past, present, and future will leave traces. There is no weak moment, because the moment you become an immemorial elder, you have already stepped out of the long river of time. In the endless myriad worlds, there are only a few people who can achieve this state. Those are the rulers of the real world, and endless years are no more than the stream at their feet. A glimpse of the immemorial elder's insight. Just a hint of such a powerful person's insight can benefit people immensely. Seeing the introduction about the dead blood of the Styx, Su Zhou swallowed the blood without any hesitation. Chapter 24. The moment he swallowed the dead blood of the sticks, everything in the world began to change in Su Zhou's eyes. All so-called matter begins to turn into essence. The root of everything, the starting point of everything, its name is Road. At this moment, he entered a mysterious realm. Everything in the world is wasted, and everything decays under the passage of time. Su Zhou raised his head and looked at the sky. Those indifferent eyes looked at the sky, as if they had seen through everything, and his perspective was constantly rising. He saw the tribesmen who were moving boxes of blood-stained treasures to the Su family. I saw Su Buku sitting in the courtyard practicing kung fu. I saw Su Chao looking into the distance with longing eyes. He saw Su Yang who was carefully exploring the secrets of the 9 tribulations sword spirit. The perspective was still rising, and everything in his eyes was becoming smaller at a rapid speed. Finally, he saw a long and winding river. The water floated quietly, and from time to time a drop of water splashed out, but there were endless creatures and endless years in it. It turns out that in the long river of time, all sentient beings are just a speck of dust or a drop of dew. Su Zhou spoke softly, his breath becoming more ancient and desolate. Finally, he saw a few people sitting on the edge of the river. They looked at Su Zhou, and Su Zhou looked at them. At this moment, his eyes seemed to have spanned endless years, looking at each other from a distance. Then, everything is shattered like a mirror. That trace of immemorial elders' understanding dissipated. The desolation and antiquity in Su Zhou's body have indeed remained, making his whole person appear even more mysterious and ancient, as if he were in a bottomless abyss. It makes people dare not look directly, and it also makes people want to take a peek, but if they stare at him for a long time, they can't help but sink into the abyss. This world is really wonderful. After a while, Su Zhou slowly spoke. As his voice fell, the originally dead space seemed to come to life again. Immemorial elders' insights are no joke. Although there is only a hint, it is really beneficial. He said with emotion, that feeling was wonderful. Although he only felt it for an instant, his whole person had indeed undergone earth-shaking changes from the inside out. The true energy in the body has become deeper, and the strength of the physical body has increased to several levels. Even the newly mastered good fortune reincarnation technique can be used as an arm. Moreover, in Su Zhou's current ancestral aperture, a golden bridge vaguely appeared in the true essence. Its realm has broken through to the exterior 8th layer without even realizing it. Then he took stock of other rewards. Unnamed sword poster, coming from beyond the starry sky, there is a sword mark on it. After crushing it, you can master the sword intent. Su Zhou moved his palm slightly and crushed the sword sticker. In an instant, his aura became extremely sharp, and there seemed to be several formless sword auras crisscrossing around him. It only took a moment to reach the level of sword intent great completion. Clan weapon, Tai's hang map of the heavens, the mysteries of the heavens, limitless enlightenment, allows the lucky members of the family to realize their own potential, and can record the life fire of the clan members above the purple destiny. The life fire is not extinguished, and can be obtained from the heavens even if the body dies. Resurrected once in the picture. Clan weapon, divine blood cauldron, divine blood pattern, sacred bone as cauldron. Divine blood cauldron can improve the physique of disciples in the clan. Add any animal blood and medicinal materials to get a 100-fold increase. Disciples under 18 years old have a small chance. Special constitution may appear. These two kinds of clan tools have greatly improved the family. The Tai's Hang Heaven map records the life fire of the tribe, which is almost equivalent to giving the Su family prodigy 2 lives. Even if he dies, he can be reborn from the life fire, and it can enhance the tribe's understanding of their own potential. The divine blood cauldron improves the physique of the descendants in the family, increasing it 100 times and blessing it 100 times. You must know that the most important thing in a family is excellent descendants. Only when the waves behind are endless and the waves ahead open up can the family continue to grow stronger. And with the divine blood cauldron, one can hone one's muscles and bones from an early age. The benefits and mysteries are unimaginable. Yes, this looks a bit like a wealthy family. Su Zhou waved his sleeves. The mystery of the heavenly origin realm was revealed, and the two clan artifacts disappeared instantly. Then in the Su family house, a huge jet-black copper tripod quietly emerged, with 4 pillars and 8 ears. Many great evils were engraved on the outside, and immortal herbs and great medicines were engraved on the inside. In the depths of the Su family's ancestral home, an empty calligraphy and painting hangs out of thin air. There are no words, no paintings, and no writing on it, but in the eyes of millions of people, these calligraphy and paintings have thousands of different appearances. After placing the 2 artifacts, Su Zhou focused on the myriad worlds blind box he picked up from Su Buku in his backpack. Low-level myriad worlds blind box. After use, various rewards in myriad worlds can be randomly obtained. I don't know what kind of surprise this blind box can bring me. Su Zhou chose to use a blind box. Ding! Open the low-level blind box for the first time and get a mysterious gift. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting an epic follower. Guard Deist, Death, epic he fought in the ancient times, witnessed the dark turmoil, and followed the great emperor in unknown battles. He is one of the 800 veterans. He is a pawn, an unknown pawn, a pawn who crosses the river without returning, and a pawn who tramples the forbidden land, pawn. Chapter 25. Summon followers. Call. Listening to the prompt in the ear, Su Zhou chose to call without hesitation. Ding! The summoning was successful, the epic follower pawn is coming. Afterwards, the system panels slowly dispersed. Su Zhou probably had some guesses in his mind. Just like before, after he used the golden quality tribesman, he discovered Su Yang who had returned from rebirth. It can be seen that some of the rewards extracted from the system do not appear out of thin air, but come to you in a reasonable way. But this system is getting more and more considerate. Just now when discussing merits and rewards to the clan members, Su Zhou used his spiritual consciousness to gain insight into the cultivation of all the Su family clan members. Apart from himself, the person with the highest cultivation level in the Su family is Su Chao from 9 Aperture's 7th layer. The few stewards who were promoted just now are only at meridian opening great completion. Even if they take the elixir to break through, they are only 9 Aperture's 1st layer. The Su family's high-end combat power was really in short supply, so he originally planned to recruit some worshippers. But I didn't expect that the system did give me a better answer. That's the entourage. The products produced by the system must be high quality, and the followers summoned are not only absolutely loyal, but also must be extremely powerful. Not to mention, what Su Zhou just drew is no ordinary follower. This can be seen not only from his epic quality, but also from the introduction of the follower. A pawn that has broken through the forbidden area, is interesting. Su Zhou murmured in a low voice. A bit of interest rose in his usually indifferent eyes. But soon, he closed his eyes slightly and became immersed in practice. Everything is nothingness, only strengthening oneself is the foundation. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, Su Zhou's understanding of the immemorial elder became more real. My understanding of Tao has also become very profound. He also mastered the sword intent obtained from the nameless sword poster perfectly. His eyes moved slightly and looked out the door. What is this guy doing hanging around here? Su Zhou looked out the door with interest. The golden light flashed in his eyes, and through the door, he saw a little boy hanging out in front of his door. Oh, how should I tell the clan leader? Su Yang stood outside the door and scratched his head in distress. In a previous life, a grotto heaven appeared in heavenly martial city shortly after the Su family was destroyed. There are many opportunities in grotto heaven, and major clans, aristocratic families, and even royal families are coming and going. Su Yang did not have the opportunity to go to this grotto heaven, but according to his understanding, several prodigy came out of this grotto heaven, and they will all be extremely dazzling big shots in the future. 2 of them have stepped on top of many geniuses and become sun shielding level experts, even becoming double character kings. Sun shielding, sun shielding. Covering the sky with one hand, sun shielding with one thought. This realm is unimaginably powerful. Heaven and earth cannot restrain his body, and laws cannot restrain his soul. He can break the shackles of life and live 5,000 years longer. He is a real old monster, a real strong man, and the sun-shielding strongman is recognized by heaven and earth, and has the title conferred king, respected by all races. To reach this level, you not only need great talent and opportunities, but also require a staggering amount of resources. Some sects and aristocratic families may not be able to support a powerful conferred king even if they exhaust their wealth. However, once a powerful conferred king appears, the entire force will inevitably rise to a higher level and become a King Deo level force. The Grotto Heaven in Heavenly Martial City actually produced 2 powerful men who were awarded the king level. This shows that the resources in this Grotto Heaven are already unimaginably rich. Su Yang thought about reporting this matter to Su Zhou, but he really didn't know how to say it. Therefore, I kept BG in front of Su Zhou's door early in the morning. Boom! Just as Su Yang was shaking at the door suddenly opened. Su Zhou walked out of the door in a hurry. What are you doing wandering around so early in the morning? Su Zhou looked at Su Yang and was slightly startled. However, after not seeing each other for 3 days, there was actually a trace of true qi in this kid's body. This was a sign that he was about to enter the qi transformation realm. It is indeed a golden qualification, and such a speed of promotion is worthy of the words destined son. Su Zhou thought to himself. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Su Zhou come out, Su Yang coughed repeatedly, and then said half-consideredly, Master Patriarch, I went out to buy breakfast this morning. I met an old beggar, and he kept talking about something big happening in Heavenly Martial City, like Grotto Heaven appearing, great opportunities, and so on. I don't understand it well at this young age, so I just wanted to tell you. Su Yang put on an innocent look. Grotto Heaven? Old beggar. Su Zhou looked at Su Yang with a half-smile. Yeah, that's right. Su Yang nodded seriously. Su Zhou knew in his heart that this must be the information the boy learned before he was reborn, but the other party didn't want to explain it clearly, and he didn't bother to point it out. I remember this in my heart. Since coming out of seclusion, he has felt that something is wrong with the atmosphere in this heavenly martial city, leaving aside everything else. The Su family annexed the Ma Wang family and became the only powerful family in heavenly martial city. When such a big event happened, Lu Chengfeng, the lord of heavenly martial city, didn't even ask. This is simply unreasonable. Oh? We have guests coming. Su Zhou seemed to feel something and looked outside the house with deep eyes. At this time, outside the door of Su mansion, Lu Chengfeng was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. The 9 palaces Bagua appeared in his 2 eyes. Looking up at the sky above the Su mansion, Lu Chengfeng felt that his breathing was a little unsmooth. Luck Dragon transformation, golden dragon soaring into the sky, this, what's going on with the Su family? At this time, Lu Jinfeng's mind was blank. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Su family compound is just a bit grand, but in Lu Jinfeng's eyes, he really saw. The golden dragon with a length of 10,000 feet has been hovering in the sky, its golden claws covering everything. The deep eyes stared at him, and the golden vertical pupils were indescribably ancient and majestic. This Su family, isn't it really the ancient emperor clan, the supreme sacred land? Chapter 26. Lu Chengfeng has a secret. He is not only a monk, but also a Feng Shui master. He has a Feng Shui transformation eye and is born with the ability to watch Feng Shui. In his eyes, the emptiness of Feng Shui and luck are all real objects. he knew about the destruction of the Wang family immediately. The reason why he kept silent was because he was waiting for Su Zhou to come and give him an explanation. Moreover, the Ma family's Ma Tianlang is also a disciple of the Blood Demon sect. Blood Demon sect is not a sect that is easy to get along with. The Blood Demon sect within the sect absorbs the resentment of death. The combat prowess of his disciples far exceeds those of the same level, but their personalities are very extreme. This Su family killed their disciple, which was equivalent to a slap in their face. Those crazy people had greeted Lu Chengfeng a few days ago. It was said to be a greeting, but in fact it was to inform Lu Chengfeng that we are going to Heavenly Martial City to exterminate the clan, so you kids should mind your own business. He originally planned to notify Su family, but 3 days passed and there was no movement from Su family. Therefore, Lu Chengfeng had to come in person. After all, a big event was imminent and there could be no trouble. As soon as he arrived at the door of the Su mansion, his Feng Shui master's instinct noticed something was wrong, and he used his Feng Shui transformation eye out of thought. Then, he saw the terrifying scene in front of him. The golden dragon sits and watches, luck is like rain. Such a great scene had never been seen before when he followed the sect to the good fortune sacred land when he was young. This made Lu Chengfeng, who originally came with a bad attitude, a little confused. In my heart, I actually had some thoughts of retreating. This Su family is so weird. With this atmosphere, this luck, I believe his family is the ancient emperor clan. Damn it, among the ancient emperor clan, is there a family that respects Su? Countless thoughts appeared in confusion in Lu Chengfeng's mind. Sudden, his body trembled instinctively, and goosebumps appeared all over his body involuntarily. Da! 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 A footsteps sounded in Lu Chengfeng's ears. The footsteps were very light, but each step seemed to step on his heart. He couldn't help but look up and saw an old man in black clothes with an old face standing in front of him at some point. The old man was carrying a mostly broken sword on his back. The broken sword was messy, whether rusty or bloody. There was no trace of cultivation on this old man, he looked like the most ordinary veteran. But Lu Chengfeng knew that killing him was like crushing an ant. He just saw the sword on the other side. It made him feel out of breath, and the real energy in his body had even stagnated. His Feng Shui eye moved involuntarily, and then he saw someone emerging from behind the old man. Countless dead creatures are wailing. Corpses stacked up like mountains. The sea of blood that was about to submerge Jushan was roaring, and the existences that oppressed Jushan stood high, and then in front of a broken sword. God falls like rain. Lu Chengfeng felt that his breathing had stopped at this moment. Sweat flowed out uncontrollably, soaking all his clothes. But simply, the old man didn't pay attention to him, but disappeared in his horrified eyes. It's like it never appeared. As the old man disappeared, the suffocating feeling also disappeared. Hoo! Lu Chengfeng opened his mouth wide and breathed greedily like a drowning person. Oh my god! Why does that old monster appear in Heavenly Martial? What state would that be? Moon grasping? Sun shielding? Still, he didn't even dare to continue thinking about it. It would be easy for a being in that realm to destroy the divine Xia Empire. How could such a being appear in this Heavenly Martial City? Is it passing by, or is it because of the grotto heaven that is about to appear, or is it because... Lu Chengfeng forced himself to calm down. He looked at the Su mansion in front of him and the majestic golden dragon of luck. A ridiculous thought came to mind. It's still because of Su mansion. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Who cares? It's going to cost me my life. Lu Chengfeng turned to leave. He didn't dare to offend a family with such a reputation, not to mention the mysterious old man who appeared just now scared his courage. But just as he was about to leave, a bleak autumn wind suddenly blew around. An indifferent and majestic voice slowly sounded in Lu Chengfeng's ears. City Lord Lu, since you're here, why don't you come into the house to talk about it? A smile uglier than crying appeared on Lu Jinfeng's face. He recognized that it was Su Zhou's voice. Haha. Chief Su, I came here empty-handed, look. It doesn't matter. This voice carried unquestionable majesty, making Lu Chengfeng freeze up. Then don't bother Chief Su. After saying that, he walked towards the Su mansion as if his limbs were uncoordinated. As soon as he entered Su mansion, Lu Jinfeng's eyes were indeed attracted by the figure standing with hands behind his back. Su Zhou is dressed in black clothes, with black hair like a waterfall, deep eyes, and there seemed to be countless Dao rhymes hanging down from his body. Before Lu Chengfeng could say hello to Su Zhou, he caught sight of a figure out of the corner of his eye. At that moment, he felt that his knees had become weak for some reason. He saw it. The old man wearing black clothes and carrying a broken sword on his back almost suffocated himself to death after just one look at him. At this time, he was standing respectfully behind Su Zhou, as respectful as servant. Su Zhou looked at Lu Jinfeng's shocked and dazed look, with a slight smile on his lips. Pawn, you scared City Lord Lu. I realize my mistake. The old man's voice was hollow and hoarse. This old man in black is the epic level follower that Su Zhou drew a few days ago. He is one of the 800 veterans who once conquered the heavens and broke through the Forbidden Land. Attendant, death. Quality, epic. Realm, this world is pushed horizontally with one palm. The pawn awakened from endless years, his soul is shattered, his realm is erratic, he is coveted by an indescribable existence, and he can only take action in the family territory for the time being. Although the state of pawn is a question mark, I looked at the thoughtful comments given by the system. Su Zhou understood it instantly. Although the pawn cannot attack the outside world, in the place where the Su family belongs, the pawn is invincible. That sentence of this side of the world, pushing across the world with one palm is the best proof. And the pawn with such an evaluation is just a servant of Su Zhou. Oh! Chief Su, what do you call the city lord? Just call me Xiaoliu. Lu Chengfeng came back to his senses, resisted the urge to run away, and said flatteringly to Su Zhou. Lu Chengfeng, who originally planned to come to Su family to establish his authority, the biggest wish of City Master Lu at this time is to gain some momentum and hold back from kneeling. Chapter 27. Lu Chengfeng felt that his current mood was so complicated that it was difficult to describe. I originally thought about coming to Su family to show off my skills, but now my biggest wish is to save my knees in front of Su Zhou. There is no other reason. Damn it, didn't you see the ferocious and majestic golden dragon of luck in the sky looking down at you with eager eyes? And the old man with blood-stained taboos is standing respectfully behind Su Zhou. With this attitude, he would not believe that this Su family was an ordinary family, even if he beat Lu Chengfeng to death. He became very panicked now. Su Zhou won't be angry with me just because he hasn't come to visit these days. Probably not. He thought quite guiltily. The so-called deterrence intention had long since vanished into thin air. The whole person became very uneasy. With a flattering smile on his face, there is no image of a superior city lord. Those who knew thought he was the city lord, and those who didn't knew thought he was Su Zhou's servant. However, Su Zhou didn't know Lu Jinfeng's thoughts and didn't care. He did not respond to Lu Jinfeng's flattery, but spoke calmly. City Lord Lu, is there anything important for Su family to do this time? Right. Lu Chengfeng stuck the shell for a moment and then said. Chief Su, the reason I came here is to tell you something. In about 2 months, there will be in Heavenly Martial City. Is Grotto Heaven alive? Lu Chengfeng was interrupted by Su Zhou before he finished speaking. Yes, hey? How do you know? Lu Chengfeng didn't react and continued to follow Su Zhou's words. But as soon as he reacted suddenly, his expression suddenly changed. The appearance of Grotto Heaven is regarded as a secret of the Divine Xia Empire. Although some big sects and aristocratic families are well aware of this matter. But families in small frontier places like Heavenly Martial City should not be eligible to receive this level of information. But Lu Chengfeng soon figured it out. Qualifications? Did you just have a brain twitch? With the Su family's huge golden dragon of luck and the terrifying family background that seems to be the servants of a strong man from the sun-shielding realm, what qualifications do they need? I have to say that Lu Jinfeng's ability to brainstorm is indeed strong. Su Zhou didn't even say anything, this guy just took care of himself. In his eyes, the so-called 3 aristocratic families in Heavenly Martial City were just the Su family making fun of them. No, when Grotto Heaven appeared in this world, an opportunity was about to appear, and the 2 horses and kings were crushed to death with a wave of their hands. Su Zhou did not answer Lu Jinfeng's question, but looked at Lu Chengfeng with a half-smile. Lu Chengfeng immediately put away the messy thoughts in his heart and his attitude became more respectful. It's so easy for someone like Patriarch Su to know about the appearance of Grotto Heaven. I was the one who was abrupt. No, I only heard about the emergence of Grotto Heaven from hearsay. I would like to trouble Lord Lu to tell me the specific situation. Su Zhou had a smile on his face and looked as gentle and flawless as a piece of jade. But in Lu Jinfeng's eyes, Su Zhou's image has indeed become more unpredictable. I'm afraid the Su clan leader is dissatisfied with me for not reporting this matter immediately. This is knocking me. Unknowingly, he, a city lord, actually used the word report in his mind for a family like the Su family. At that moment, Lu Chengfeng quickly spit out all the information he knew like beans. A few days ago, the 14 elders of the Qi-gazing sect jointly used secret techniques to observe the celestial phenomenon, guide the stars, and calculated that an inheritance, Grotto Heaven, would appear outside Heavenly Martial City a year and a half later. Every major family and clan heard about this and sent prodigy to come to Grotto Heaven to fight. Su Zhou nodded upon hearing this, inheriting that Grotto Heaven only allows prodigy who are under the age of 18 to enter. In this way, Grotto Heaven is mostly the inheritance left by the ancient strong men, and they want to select the strongest prodigy as their successor. The resources in Grotto Heaven are extremely rich in opportunities, and you can get rich benefits just by entering them. Now that Grotto Heaven has arrived outside his home, how could Su Zhou let it go? I see. Then today City Lord Lu came to my Su family, couldn't he just inform us of this matter? Su Zhou looked at Lu Chengfeng and spoke calmly. Suddenly, Lu Chengfeng was stuck again. The above message was that he wanted the small local aristocratic families in Heavenly Martial City to serve other large clans and clans well. But how dare Lu Chengfeng say this? His peripheral vision accidentally glanced at the old soldier in black beside him. The other party seemed to caress the broken sword in his hand carelessly, which immediately made Lu Chengfeng jump with fear. Damn it, never mind, my life is my life too, let others have a headache with the rest. He made up his mind and said quickly, this time, I am here to give a quota to the Su clan leader. All aristocratic families have a quota of 3, and the Su family is no exception. 3. Su Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, Su family is no exception. We need to add one more person. Is this worthy of the Su family status? Lu Chengfeng had a terrible desire to survive and could hardly answer the question seamlessly. Oh? Thank you City Master Lu. Su Zhou smiled faintly, and the old soldier behind him also twitched his lips, smiling slightly like Lu Chengfeng. Lu Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and the rest of the chat was about the host and guest enjoying themselves. Su Zhou casually mentioned the issue of paying taxes, while Lu Chengfeng said that if you want to pay taxes, you look down on me. After a while, Lu Chengfeng said goodbye to Su Zhou. Turn around and leave. Just as he was about to walk out of Su's house, he heard Su Zhou talking to himself. It would be wise to do less killing. Your Majesty, have mercy. The old soldier in black said respectfully. These 2 sentences were indifferent, but Lu Chengfeng heard these words at the last moment when he was about to step out of the gate of Su Mansion. As soon as his knees softened, he knelt down. Nah. I'm still kneeling after all. Chapter 28. As soon as Lu Chengfeng knelt down, his true energy rippled, and he immediately stood up. I want to pretend like nothing happened. But this scene was still seen by the people on the street. This Su family is really overbearing. Yes. Both the Ma Wang family were destroyed by him, and even the city lord knelt down at the door. What? The lord of the city knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times at the door of Su Mansion. What? The city lord wants to be a dog for the Su chief. What? Chief Su betrothed his dog to the city lord. Hey? The dog became the lord of Heavenly Martial City. Listening to the rumors that were spreading more and more wrong, Lu Chengfeng's face turned darker than the bottom of the pot, but he really didn't dare to make any mistakes in front of the Su Mansion. Damn it! When I go back, I will hang all of you who are spreading rumors on a tree. Lu Chengfeng thought to himself, and then left Su Mansion as if running for his life. But when you leave, you always feel like you forgot to say something important. At this time, inside Su Mansion, many clan members saw the respectful look the city lord showed towards his clan leader just now. Each one of them felt their faces glowing, and they couldn't help but raise their heads a little higher. The clan leader is so powerful that he even made the city lord bow down. I must practice hard to be worthy of my family. It is truly an honor for me to be born in the Su clan and receive the protection of this clan leader. If I don't practice hard and give back to my family, how can I be a human being? Each Su family disciple becomes harder to practice. Brother, City Lord Su came just now. Su Chao walked to Su Zhou's side. He glanced at the old man in black curiously, but didn't ask any more questions. Since he was from his eldest brother, he must be trustworthy. Well, in a year and a half, a legacy grotto heaven will be opened outside Heavenly Martial City, and the Su family can enter. Su Zhou said lightly. But the way he said it so easily was like thunder in Su Chao's ears. What? The Su family, are also qualified. Su Chao's face was filled with shock and his mouth could not help but open wide. Within Grotto Heaven, there are endless opportunities and blessings everywhere. This fact is known throughout the entire continent, but this Grotto Heaven is not something that just anyone can enter if they want to. The forces that can qualify to enter Grotto Heaven are, without exception, extremely tyrannical. Like the so-called 3 major heavenly martial families, it is a great honor to be able to maintain order on the periphery in front of these powerful forces. But I didn't expect that my eldest brother would forcefully obtain the Grotto Heaven qualification. However, Su Chao thought one thing wrong, that is, the Grotto Heaven qualification was not obtained by Su Zhou, but by the other party who was scared out of his wits and begged Su Zhou to accept it. Don't be so surprised. The future of Su family is more than this. Looking at Su Chao with an exaggerated expression, Su Zhou smiled. Su Chao suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded vigorously. The head of his family's methods are simply too magical. If things continue like this, he might really be able to reunite with his wife. By the way, let's go ahead. From now on, all children in the clan who are under the age of 18 and over 7 will be sent to the Black Cauldron in the ancestral house to have their muscle-refining bones tempered according to the elixir engraved inside. Disciples of the clan who have performed well will be sent deep into the ancestral home to study the picture. The 2 clan artifacts appeared out of thin air in the ancestral home. The Su family had long discovered it, but everyone guessed that it was the clan leader's trick because they had not been tampered with without permission. I understand, brother. Su Chao nodded to express his understanding, then turned around to arrange the matter. He didn't ask any more questions. He knew that everything arranged by Su Zhou naturally had his deep meaning. In the past few days, the cultivation speed of the tribesmen has increased inexplicably. Many tribesmen have entered the Meridian Opening Realm, and the stewards who were given elixirs by Su Zhou have also been successfully promoted to the 9 apertures. The whole Su family is thriving. Ding! The Su family people have a deeper respect for the patriarch, the family is prosperous, and family luck plus 100. Ding! Blessed by the golden dragon of luck, family luck will be increased by an additional plus 200. Does this golden dragon of luck still have such effects? Not bad. Listening to the sound in his ear, Su Zhou nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, 2 noisy voices sounded in his ears. Brother Buku, it's useless for you to drag me to the mountains for training. Yang you don't want to waste your talent. How can you be so lazy? Don't you know how the clan leader treats you? Bah! Of course I know that the patriarch treats me well. I treat the patriarch like a god. Then you are so lazy, how can you be worthy of the clan leader? Su Buku said angrily. Su Yang's face was full of helplessness. At this time, Su Yang was only 1 step away from the Qi transformation realm. With such talent, no one in the entire Divine Xia Empire could control him in the early stages. You must know that Su Yang is only 13 years old now. Of course, Su Yang usually has the 9 tribulations sword to cover up his cultivation. No one except Su Zhou knows this kid's monster-like cultivation speed. These days, Su Buku understands his own physique because he has been going up the mountain to sharpen his killing spirit with monster. Coincidentally, when Su Yang was promoted to blood tempering great completion the day before yesterday, he was catching up with Su Buku's killing spree and returning home. Only then did Su Buku realize what a genius his clan brother was. So the scene just happened. Su Yang also had difficulties. In his previous life, he was a poison lord, and his killing skills could be called apex level. The 9 tribulations sword was able to perfectly restore his cultivation level. All he needs is to take drugs, and continue to take drugs to improve his cultivation. Others who take drugs have side effects, such as blocked meridians, damaged talents, or accumulation of erysipelas. But Su Yang doesn't have this trouble. The 9 tribulations sword can perfectly allow Su Yang to obtain the medicinal properties of the elixir without any side effects. In conjunction with the hidden spring of heaven and earth skill given to him by the clan leader, he has a terrifying spiritual energy absorption speed, which allowed him to reach such a state in just a few days. Su Yang also discovered that his brother Buku was different from his previous life. Although the terrifying and murderous intent was hidden deep in his heart, it could still be seen through at a glance to the poisonous lord who had killed so many people in his previous life. These 2 people took completely 2 routes. Su Buku needs to understand the meaning of killing through constant life and death fighting, and improve his cultivation and fighting skills. Su Yang, on the other hand, needs to take drugs to improve his level. As for the ability to fight, he has already engraved it in his soul. The former belongs to Krypton life, while the latter belongs to drug addiction. Therefore, it was a complete waste of time for Su Yang to follow Su Buku up the mountain. Su Zhou turned around and saw the 2 people entangled, with a smile on his lips. The wool comes from the sheep. 2 ethereal and beautiful voices slowly sounded in Su Zhou's ears. Ding! Current goals trigger golden investment returns. Ding! Purple investment return that can be triggered by the current goal. Chapter 29. Ding! Current goals trigger golden investment returns. Invest the profound rank elixir spirit gathering pill to get the heavenly rank elixir divine guard pill. Invest in a profound rank treasure weapon to get the heavenly rank treasure weapon Tai sword. Invest in sword intent to gain the supreme sword move, 1 sword opening heaven gate. Ding! Current goals trigger purple investment returns. Invest to understand the true meaning of reincarnation and get the heavenly rank treasure weapon divine Dao glazed cup. Invest in the profound rank elixir tranquil heart pill to get the heavenly rank elixir Yinghun Dan. Su Zhou listened to the sound in his ear and looked at Su Yang. The eyes of Su Buku and Su Buku became more friendly. After all, the wool comes from the sheep, and the lambs are raised with the wool. Who can not love such a perfect cycle? Why are you making so much noise so early in the morning? Clan leader! Clan leader! The two of them bowed respectfully to Su Zhou. Su Zhou waved his hand to signal them not to engage in these cumbersome etiquette, and then continued. As Kailan sons of the Su family, you two should encourage each other. Little Su Yang has already entered the blood-tempering great completion. Not bad, keep working hard. As Su family prodigy, resources are naturally yours, so just keep them. As he spoke, a jade box appeared in Su Zhou's hand. Passed it to Su Yang. Su Yang was stunned at first. He was so grateful for the two magical skills given to him by Su Zhou that he dared to ask for other resources. He knows that he is not a child, but a reborn poison lord. He has his own means. Even if he does not rely on family resources and has the 9 tribulations sword, he can grow rapidly. Now that the family is thriving, resources should be given to those who need them more. Just as Su Yang was about to shirk, Su Zhou's voice sounded in his mind. The Su family is here for everything, and I am behind you to support the sky. Little Su Yang, just do what you should do as a child. Hearing this, the softness in Su Yang's heart was struck again. Yes. There is no conferred marquis strong Su Yang in this world, but now there is clearly a Su family naughty boy who is rewarded by the clan leader and dare not refuse. I'm afraid, the patriarch has long seen through my so-called. Is he a reborn person? Su Yang was filled with emotion. Regarding the fact that he had hidden his head and revealed his words about grotto heaven in the morning, he felt his face was filled with panic. He indeed took the jade box in his hand. Thank you patriarch for the gift. Hey? You are a bit talented in sword Dao. Seeing that you are very clever, there is no need to use a wooden sword. You should take this Xianyang sword first. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Su Zhou's hand, and a profound rank treasure weapon appeared in his hand. Profound rank treasure weapon. This. Looking at this treasure weapon, Su Yang's eyes suddenly shrank. The profound rank treasure weapon is very rare, and Su family only has one. Even now that the Su family has annexed the 2 major families of horse and king, together, the Su family only has 5 treasure weapons. Giving such a precious treasure weapon to the clan leader would naturally be more beneficial than improving himself. Just when Su Yang was thinking this, his eyes couldn't help but see the old man behind Su Zhou. Just one glance made him freeze in place, a deeply hidden memory emerged, and his body trembled slightly. This person! This person! He swallowed hard and took the profound rank treasure weapon respectfully. Given by the patriarch, I dare not refuse. Su Yang said, taking the treasure weapon. Ding! Successful investment. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Heavenly Rank Supreme Grade Treasure Weapon, Tai Sword. Ding! Successful investment. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Heavenly Rank Supreme Grade Elixir Shinwei Dan. Su Buku on the side saw that his clan brother had received a reward. Not only was he not jealous at all, but he was also happy from the bottom of his heart. Ha 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 ha! Brother Yang, you see the patriarch values you so much, don't be lazy in the future. In the eyes of Su Buku, the Su family members are their own people, and it is a great joy when their own people benefit from it. Those from other tribes who harmed the tribe and were jealous of the direct descendants of the tribe were simply worse than beasts in Su Buku's eyes. You brat! Su Zhou smiled and hit Su Buku on the head. Ouch! Su Buku pretended to cover his forehead and look like he was in pain. But when he turned around, he found an extra jade box in his hand. In this box is the tranquil heart pill. It's a good thing that you understand that killing is a good thing, but your way is not just a way of killing. Don't be bitter. You still have a long way to go in the future. Don't think that you are inferior to little Su Yang. Everyone has his own destiny. As a member of the Su family, you should not be weaker than others. Why do you need to volunteer to be a green leaf? Su Zhou looked at his nephew and spoke softly. Su Buku was stunned when he heard this. The reason why he was so sad about Su Yang's cultivation was because he really didn't want his younger brother to waste his talent. What's more important is that his physique needs to be killed, and the same is true for the Tianzhu he cultivated. Killing is used to pave the way, and felling is used to build bridges. If this path continues, it will inevitably be a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, entangled in cause and effect. He could even see that he was carrying the name of the devil. Su Buku actually didn't care, but he did care about the word Su because he was humiliated. Therefore, the moment he saw Su Yang, he wanted the other person to become stronger, to become a green leaf, setting off the red flowers. But Su Zhou knew that Su Buku's special physique had not yet been completely unblocked. His sentence, "You are not weaker than Su Yang," was not flattery. Su Yang had a golden destiny, but once Su Buku fully unlocked his talent, he also had a golden destiny. It's really not certain who is stronger in the end, the one who cares about life or the one who takes drugs. Tranquil Heart Pill can help you stay clear and not suffer in the midst of killing. You need to know that killing is not evil and sin is not a crime in this world. I understand. Su Buku felt Su Zhou's expectations for him and unconsciously held the jade box with his palms. A trace of blood-red flame seemed to rise from the left eye, which was extremely coquettish. The right eye seems to be a budding azure lotus, lonely and compassionate. Ding! The investment is successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward Heavenly Rank Supreme Grade Elixir, Soul Reflection Pill. Well, I haven't taught you a lesson since I came out of seclusion, but today is just the right time. Su Zhou looked at the two of them and chuckled, then his eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a sharp edge in the dark pupils. His two fingers came together to make a sword finger shape, crisscrossing in the void. Vase. 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 A sword intent that is extremely bright but has endless vicissitudes arises out of thin air. Are you happy watching it? Su Zhou's voice was extremely indifferent. The sword intent is ethereal and murderous. Su Zhou's sword points to a point in the void. Next moment. Puff. As if something had been punctured, a flash of scarlet appeared in the corner above Su Mansion and disappeared in a flash. In the darkness, there seemed to be a miserable cry. Chapter 30. Sword Intent. It's sword intent. The patriarch actually understood the sword intent. And this sword intent, actually falls directly from the great Dao of the sword, without any traces of other Dao. Su Yang's attention was immediately attracted by the powerful and pure sword intent. Countless sword marks appeared out of thin air among the crisscrossing paths. The sword intent was so pure that it wanted to kill everything in the unparalleled space. Even Su Yang had never seen such a pure sword intent in his previous life. Su Yang was also a strong man who understood the sword intent in his previous life. He cultivated the ruthless sword intent and understood the ruthless nature of heaven. Among the countless sword Dao, ruthless sword intent can also be ranked in the top 10 and can be the strongest sword Dao. But compared to the sword Dao shown by Su Zhou at this moment, the ruthless sword intent is indeed completely inferior. Simply because, whether it is the ruthless sword intent, the azure lotus sword intent, or the remaining sword intents, they are all branches under the great Dao of swords, combined with other Dao. But the sword intent that Su Zhou emerged at this time was indeed unadulterated by any Tao. It was the purest sword intent between heaven and earth and did not contain any heretics. Falling directly from the great Dao of sword, it is the head of all sword intents. Where the great Dao of swords lies, thousands of sword intents surrender. In other words, all sword intents in the world are slaves in front of Su Zhou and can be used as they please. I am sword Dao, I am sword intent, everything in the world is a sword. This is the sword intent mastered by Su Zhou. Looking at the sword intent, the 9 tribulations sword in Su Yang's body trembled crazily, and then his eyes became clear and he fell into a mysterious state of enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully investing and receiving the reward, a sword opening the heaven gate. As the reminder sounded, countless complicated information continued to emerge, and finally turned into the simplest sword. That sword was ordinary and simple, just a simple horizontal cut, but under the sword, the gods fell like rain, the immortal shed tears. In just an instant, this powerful sword move was mastered by Su Zhou. He raised his eyes indifferently, and sword Dao seemed to appear in his eyes. "Didn't you hear what I just said?" His voice wasn't sad or happy, but it was creepy. At this time, an old man in brown clothes above the sky felt cold all over. One of his eyes was leaking blood, and his face was a little dazed in addition to fear. "I carry the sect's secret treasure with me to cover my body. Not even the powerful ones from heavenly origin great completion can easily peek at me. Could it be, that the sword strike just now was a coincidence? This guy could be trying to blow me up. Absurd. As a strong man from heavenly origin, how could I be frightened by this weird boy?" The old man had a lot of thoughts in his mind at this time. He was the elder of the blood demon sect. He came here today to see what happened to the Su family who killed his disciples. However, he was cautious by nature and did not show his face directly. Instead, he used treasure weapon to hide his figure. But he was struck by Su Zhou's careless sword. Before he could sigh, the Su family patriarch actually understood the sword intent. The next moment, Su Zhou's cold voice seemed to be remembered directly in his heart. "Since you don't want to talk, then shut up completely." Su Zhou's wrist shook slightly, and a long sword came out. The long sword is surrounded by a black dragon, with 4 divine beasts engraved on the hilt, and countless divine patterns engraved on the dark sword god. It is the heavenly rank supreme grade treasure weapon, the mighty sword Tai. With infinite power and power to suppress all directions, Su Zhou raised the Tai sword with one hand. He chuckled lightly, then raised his sword lightly. This sword was so easy that it even seemed like a joke, but the terrifying sword intent contained in it. It really frightened Su Buku, who knew nothing about sword intent. How far has my uncle's strength reached? Under Su Buku's shocked eyes, Su Zhou handed over the sword. One sword opens the door to heaven. Lu Chengfeng returned to the mansion with a sad look on his face. "Hey, what can we do? Not only did we give the Su family a quota, but we also gave one more. Now the old man of the sect cannot eat me alive." He couldn't help but sigh, and looked in the direction of the Su family with emotion. Then, his mouth opened involuntarily, and his eyes widened to the size of pigeon eggs. "What the hell? Chief Su, do you want to shave your head for God?" Inside heavenly martial city, all the martial artists, passers-by, and even young children all looked in the direction of the Su family without exception. The expressions on their faces were stiff at this time, as if they had seen a ghost in the daytime. Sword sect. Great sword sect. The Su family has a supreme sword sect. Oh my god! What's going on? Why did your child break? The disciples of the Su family were all in admiration. Their mouths were dry and their eyes looked at Su Zhou as if they were worshipping a god. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, in the sky above the Su family, a sword intent that traversed everything surged into the sky. Then, the sky cracked. The entire sky was cut in half like a mirror, and the cracks in the dark space were flashing with black light, trying to repair the cut space. How is it possible? The eyes of the old man in brown clothes were filled with fear. He wanted to escape from here desperately, but I found that I couldn't even move. Do you really only have exterior? He looked at Su Zhou with a trace of sadness on his face, as if he had thought of something. Blood demon sect. Dangerous. The next moment, the powerful man with the heavenly origin realm was completely annihilated by the raging black light. Even Su Zhou was stunned by the power of his sword. He didn't expect that the sword opening heaven gate was so powerful. The guy hiding in the sky didn't even have any blood left, and was directly wiped out. Su family above the sky, the cracks in space slowly healed. However, the aftertaste of that sword opening heaven has never dissipated. Instead, it turned into a series of continuous sword intents, sloping down and landing in the Su family. It fell on the hearts of some Su family disciples. These disciples only felt that something seemed to be blooming in their hearts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the heaven gate with a sword. The sword intent is scattered in the human world, and the Su family disciples realize the sword intent. Family luck plus 100. Ding! 10 Su family disciples have planted sword Dao seeds in their hearts, and they will realize sword intent in the future. Family luck plus 1000. Ding! Chapter 31. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the heaven gate with a sword. The sword intent is scattered in the human world, and the Su family disciples realize the sword intent. Family luck plus 100. Ding! 10 Su family disciples have planted sword Dao seeds in their hearts, and they will realize sword intent in the future. Family luck plus 1000. Ding! Blessed by the golden dragon of luck, family luck is extra plus 1000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the family luck reaches 3000 and the family resource gift pack is unlocked. When family luck reaches 30,000, you can unlock the rank 1 resource gift pack. Listening to the notification sound in his ear, Su Zhou thought about it and opened the family resource gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the comprehension increase. The comprehension of all clan members is plus 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rank 6 spirit gathering formation. Ding! Release a family mission. As the family grows, it needs a wider world. Please ask the host to find a spirit vein place to settle the Su family. Quest rewards: Favor of the Sacred Dao, Red Destiny Clan, Forbidden Bloodline Art, Desolate Ancient Saint Body. Exterior Realm Mount 9, Heavenly Origin Realm Mount 1 Clan Guardian Beast *1, Family Luck plus 10,000. Continuous sounds played in Su Zhou's ears, like the most beautiful chorus. Su Zhou was impressed by the richness of the rewards from this mission. Now the Su family is prosperous, and the strength of the disciples in the family is improving rapidly. But Heavenly Martial City is a mundane place after all, and its aura is thin. If the Su family falls in the land of Spirit Vein, coupled with the system's rewards, the family's strength will definitely increase a lot. Su Zhou had this plan not long ago. Unexpectedly, the system thoughtfully sent me a task. It seems that the search for the Spirit Vein land and the relocation of the family are about to be put on the agenda. Su Zhou thought to himself. As for the person who was hiding in the sky just now, although he was directly killed by Su Zhou with a sword, but the other party's aura was filthy and dark, just like Ma Tianlang's, and he must be the Blood Demon Sect group. Haha, Blood Demon Sect. You really don't know how to live or die. I remember that the sect of Blood Demon Sect is a good place for Spirit Vein. A sneer appeared on Su Zhou's face. I had some concerns in my mind. Uncle is really unfathomable. Su Buku sighed. He was the person closest to Su Zhou. He personally felt the sword that cut through the door of opening heaven. The shock in his heart could no longer be described in words. However, even if he already admired Su Zhou very much, he would not be surprised if Su Zhou did something shocking after this. Why? Please, this is the leader of my clan, the omnipotent god. Listening to Su Buku's compliment, Su Zhou smiled faintly and looked at Su Yang, who was comprehending the sword intent. Yanger's sword Dao talent is actually so high. Su Buku sighed with emotion. There was only joy in his words without the slightest hint of jealousy. Su Zhou couldn't help but nodded. His nephew's temperament was really rare. Everyone has his or her own personal good fortune. Su Zhou said softly. Su Buku nodded in agreement. Yes, this is destiny. Destiny. Su Zhou looked at Su Buku with a half smile. Why do you need destiny? What is destiny? It's not bitter. There is only one so-called destiny in this world, and that is absolute strength. For example, a hint of the vicissitudes of time appeared on Su Zhou's fingertips. Then, slowly drift towards Suibuku. I give you good fortune, what does it have to do with God? The true meaning of reincarnation fell into Suibuku's eyebrows. In an instant, in front of Suibuku's eyes, the whole world was fading rapidly, spring, summer, autumn and winter, and the 4 seasons reincarnated. Endless enemies appeared before his eyes, and he kept fighting, as if there was no end. He didn't even understand what he was fighting for. But every time he was so tired that he wanted to stop, a tall figure would appear in his heart to revive his fighting spirit. Ding! Investment success. Get the heavenly rank treasure weapon Divine Dao Glazed Cup. Su Yang realized the sword intent, and the sword intent in his body continued to sublimate. Suibuku fell into the true meaning of reincarnation and understood the way of killing. Once these 2 people wake up, their strength will definitely improve qualitatively. Yes, it's not in vain for all my efforts. Now, Su family disciples have received various blessings, and their cultivation speed is extremely fast. And because of his sword opening heaven gate, more than a dozen sword Dao seeds were born. Soon after further development, Su family's foundation and strength will inevitably improve horribly. Blood Demon Sect. Haha. Su Zhou muttered softly and looked towards the sky. Those abyss-like eyes seemed to see a scarlet land through countless spaces. In the Blood Demon Sect, several elders are gathering together to discuss who will inherit Grotto Heaven in the Blood Demon Sect in the near future. Each elder was recommending his disciples, and suddenly several elders shuddered in unison. The great elder opened his mouth to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. Lao Lu has fallen. Hearing this, the entire Blood Demon Sect fell silent. The 6th elder of the Blood Demon Sect, a strong heavenly origin 3rd layer, carries the sect's secret treasure, the hidden sky mirror. The only thing that saves his life is his tyranny. Once the hidden sky mirror is opened, not even the heavenly origin great completion can detect his traces. Such a strong man who was good at surviving has actually fallen? This surprised all the elders. Lao Liu's disciple is from the Ma family in Heavenly Martial City. He originally planned to train the Ma family to master Heavenly Martial and help our sect explore Grotto Heaven, but his disciple was killed. So, Lao Lu went to Heavenly Martial, originally thinking of helping his disciples to avenge themselves, and mastering the Su family to work for the sect, but now it seems, this Su family is not simple. The great elder has a ferocious expression. Blood Demon Sect is a group of extreme lunatics, but they are not fools. Lao Lu is not the strongest heavenly origin warrior in Blood Demon Sect, but he is indeed the most stubborn. When it comes to competition, many of them can beat the shit out of Lao Lu, but when it comes to life and death fights, even 4 or 5 heavenly origin realms may not be able to find Lao Lu. But such a guy actually fell into the hands of a small heavenly martial Su family. How could everyone not be afraid of him? Send people to investigate secretly. Don't do it easily. The Grotto Heaven will be opened soon. Study it slowly. If you have the opportunity, use all your strength. The leader of the Blood Demon Sect, who had been silent all this time, said. The rest nodded in agreement. Chapter 32. 7 days later, because Su Zhou installed the rank 6 spirit gathering array, the spiritual energy in the entire Su mansion became extremely full. The disciples in the clan are even more like suddenly aperture opening, and one after another the realms that were originally stuck have broken through. The key points of the exercises that many people have been unable to comprehend have also become clear. After being tempered in the divine blood cauldron, the bodies of the young children in the clan became extremely terrifying. As for the supreme heavenly map, no one in the tribe has been able to understand its mysteries so far. Previously, the Su Zhou sword opened the heaven gate, the sword intent turned into rain, and the Su family gave birth to more than a dozen sword Dao seeds. Each of them has superior combat power, has an extraordinary understanding of Sword Dao, and they all have blue quality destiny. Su Zhou realized that as the family became stronger and more prosperous, more and more clan members would be able to reward him with investment returns. He must not be able to take care of so many low-level destiny clan members. The investments required by tribesmen below purple are basically a series of common things such as elixirs, treasure weapons, and exercises. Therefore, Su Zhou has established a complete family reward mechanism, and this contribution mechanism applies to the entire family. Tribesmen with blue quality destiny naturally have stronger talents and strength, and can complete tasks better, allowing Su Zhou to obtain investment return rewards. Ordinary tribesmen who complete tasks can also receive rewards. After all, as long as the tribesmen become stronger, Su Zhou's own strength will also increase accordingly. Therefore, no matter how you calculate it, Su Zhou will definitely make a profit. In the past few days, the sound of the system returning rewards in Su Zhou's ears has basically never stopped. Let his system backpack accumulate a lot of resources and treasure weapon. In the eyes of outsiders, he has no fewer than dozens of earth-rank treasure weapons, hundreds of profound-rank treasure weapons, and countless types of elixirs in his system backpack. The current Su family is no longer as weak as before. Each clan member is very powerful, with hundreds of Meridian Opening Realm martial artists, 10 strong ones in the 9 Apertures Realm, and countless Qi Transformation Realm and Blood Tempering Realm martial artists left. Su Chao even reached the 9 Apertures Realm great completion, half-stepping into the exterior. In the entire heavenly martial city, no one dared to take pictures of Su family. Many families even want to marry someone from the Su family, and they would even let their legitimate daughter marry a disciple from any branch of the Su family, just to get on the Su family line. Of course, the most popular characters in Su family today are Su Buku and Su Yang. That day, Su Buku and Su Yang realized the true meaning of the sword and transformed themselves into Sword Dao. A person enters the true meaning of reincarnation and enters the realm of boundless killing. The two of them stood in the courtyard for a day and a night. When they woke up, Su Yang was wearing a sword in tent. He tapped the long sword in his hand, and thousands of sword shadows appeared behind him, attracting many powerful people to watch. Su Yang, realized Sword Dao overnight. At the age of 13, he understood sword intent, and the name genius spread like wildfire. What is sword intent? That is one of the lifelong pursuits of all swordsmen. Whether you can comprehend the sword intent is the ultimate test for a swordsman. Countless swordsmen have been unable to comprehend the sword intent throughout their lives. They are stuck by this threshold called talent, unable to move forward. Among them are many experts from Heavenly Origin Realm and Star Controlling Realm, and now Su Yang, who is only 13 years old, has actually understood the sword intent. This can no longer be called a genius, but a monster. Evildoer. This incident caused a sensation throughout Divine Xia, and many major sects had even sent people to the Su family to try to recruit disciples. There was even a strong swordsman from Star Controlling Realm who said that he would accept Fang Yang as a disciple of Guan Menmen. Therefore, the name of Heavenly Martial City Su family has entered the eyes of surrounding forces, large and small. Su Zhou, the patriarch of the Su family of Opening Heaven, is also known as the most talked about character at the moment. Many people are speculating on the level of strength this mysterious patriarch who gave a dying family a new lease of life has reached. Su Buku woke up after Su Yang. When he opened his eyes, murderous intent surged into the sky, like a violent sea of blood. The cultivation level has been promoted to Meridian Opening 8th layer. A strong man from the 9 Apertures realm passed by the Su family and mistakenly thought that something had happened to the Su family. Out of curiosity, he wanted to take a peek. Su Buku, who had just woken up from the true meaning of reincarnation, was not yet completely clear-headed. Under the violence, he started fighting with the 9 Apertures realm strong man. However, before the Su family could stop them, a horrifying scene occurred. The 9 Apertures realm strongman who had long been famous in heavenly martial city was directly choked by Su Buku in a few breaths. If Su Zhou hadn't stopped him in time, 9 Apertures martial artist might have been in danger of dying on the spot. Now everyone in heavenly martial city knows that this Su family has another young murderer after Su Zhou. These 2 teenagers are regarded as idols by all young Su family disciples. As for Su Zhou, who created them with his own hands, he has long been the undisputed one in the hearts of the Su family people. The strength of the tribesmen increased rapidly. And the biggest reward behind all this is indeed Su Zhou. At this time, his eyes opened slightly, and there seemed to be thousands of reincarnations turning in his eyes. The energy and blood in the body are roaring, and the body is vaguely emitting a dark golden light. The heavenly rank Pilshan Wei Dan was obtained previously, which can improve the toughness and strength of the body. Each pill can increase one's own body by about 1%. Su Zhou's physical body was already extremely terrifying, and with the addition of 100 divine guard pills, it could now rival the bodies of the young children of ancient divine beasts. The profound rank treasure weapon couldn't even leave the slightest trace on him. There is a grotto heaven shadow floating in his body at this time. Thousands of rays of light are slowly floating in the grotto heaven, and the golden essence is winding like flowing water. The exterior is accessible, the interior scenes are connected, the grotto heaven emerges, and the power of heaven and earth can be restrained. This is the heavenly origin realm. After these few days of practice, as well as the bonuses from the clan's improved realm, Su Zhou's cultivation has entered the heavenly origin realm. Ding! Su Yang, a member of the Golden Tribe, transforms into a sword intent and rewards the host. The sword intent is promoted to Sword Heart. With the sound in his ears, Su Zhou's surroundings seemed to be at a standstill. There seemed to be countless famous swords standing in the sky, exuding a frightening aura. On top of sword intent, Sword Heart can be condensed. With one thought, Wanjian surrenders. If the tribesman affected by Su Zhou becomes stronger, he will receive more powerful rewards in return. Not bad. Feeling his tyrannical power now, Su Zhou pursed his lips slightly and was in a good mood. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The steward of Su family came in respectfully with a middle-aged man. See the clan leader. The steward bowed and said. At the same time, the burly man suddenly fell to the ground and said, the head of the Su family in Wudin city paid homage to the patriarch of our clan and asked the patriarch to make decisions for us. Chapter 33. Wudin Su family. Looking at the kneeling clansman, Su Zhou was slightly startled. The ancestors of the Su family have experienced countless changes and know very well that eggs cannot be put in one basket. Therefore, Su family has branches in many cities. These separate families are resettled in various places to prevent the Su family from being wiped out one day so that they can retain their bloodline. But, this time is different from the past. Now Su Zhou has mastered the strongest family system. The stronger the tribe is, the stronger the bonus he receives. According to Su Zhou's memory, the Su family has no fewer than 10 branches outside the country. All in all, the children of these families are a huge number. This is definitely not a small improvement to one's own strength. Since the main family and the branch families had not contacted each other for many years, Su Zhou actually forgot about these branch families. It seems that it is time to bring all these separated families back together. Su Zhou thought to himself, and looked at the man kneeling on the ground calmly. Su Zhan also asked the clan leader to uphold justice for our clan. The man kneeled on the ground respectfully. Get up! Su Zhou whispered, and then the power of true energy surged, helping Su Zhan up. Feeling Su Zhou's powerful true energy, Su Zhan's face became a little happy. It turns out that the rumors are true. The leader of our clan has really become a powerful exterior man. Maybe Yanner can be saved. The Su family can be saved too. Thinking of this, Su Yan's expression became more respectful, Please also ask the clan leader to make the decision for us. Su Zhou looked at him with an indifferent expression. There is no need to be so polite. You and I are of the same clan, and we share the same spirit. I am the leader of the Su clan. I will make the decision for you in all grievances. After listening to Su Zhou's words, Su Zhan's heart was slowly relieved. He organized his words a little, and then spoke. The blood demon sect is too deceptive. The Nalan family is also a shameless person. Please ask the patriarch to seek justice for my Yaner and save the face of my Su family. As Su Zhan said, the 9-foot-long man actually got a little choked up, as if he felt wronged for his son. Under Su Zhan's narration, Su Zhou gradually understood the whole story. More than 10 years ago, Su Zhan was practicing in the Warcraft Mountains and met Nalan Mo, the young head of the Nalan family. The two went through life and death hardships and became brothers of the opposite S**X. Moreover, the two of them agreed that if they give birth to children in the future, the boys will be brothers and the girls will be sisters. If there is a boy and a girl, they will be married as babies. Later, the two of them each became the patriarch of the family, and this incident also became a beautiful event that promoted family relations. In addition, Su Zhan's son Su Yan is extremely talented and is known as Wudan's #1 genius. The Nalan family frequently expresses their goodwill, but there are unforeseen circumstances. In the past 2 years, Su Yan, who was originally extremely talented, has been unable to condense true qi, and his cultivation has continued to decline, and has even fallen to blood tempering 3rd layer. And Nalan Yanran, the legitimate daughter of the Nalan family, has indeed become a disciple of the blood demon sect and is highly valued. He even expressed his disdain for Su Yan on several public occasions. Su Yan didn't have any good impressions of the other party, and he actually didn't care about ending the relationship set by the older generation. But it shouldn't. News came out from the Nalan family that they wanted to break off the engagement. This move seemed to be just looking down on Su Yan, but there were indeed countless deep meanings behind it. Otherwise, Su Zhan wouldn't hesitate to go to his master's house in person to ask for help. The Nalan family and the Su family were originally the two strongest families in Wudan city. Even if Su Yan becomes a useless person, it is impossible for the other party to show such an arrogant attitude because of the Su family. This move is not only an insult to Su Yan by true qi, but also an insult to the Su family. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the other party is trying to test the Su family's strength. The so-called breakup of the engagement is false. The Nalan family has boarded the blood demon sect and wants to annex the Wudan Su family. Using breaking off the engagement as a reason to see what the Su family is capable of and annexing the Su family is the real reason behind breaking off the engagement. Su Zhou figured this out instantly. There is such intrigue among the aristocratic families. There is no such thing as a whim or a so-called covenant marriage. It's nothing more than a deeper level, the jungle of the jungle. However, compared to the relationship between the Wudan Su family and the Nalan family, what Su Zhou is really interested in is the former favored son of heaven, Su Yan. Listening to Su Zhan talk about his son, Su Zhou felt more and more weird in his heart. Buff for breaking off the engagement, buff for genius turning into a waste, buff for protecting the shortcomings of the old man, and buff for being bullied by a large sect. With these layers of buffs stacked up, he probably carries a ring with him, right? I know, blood demon sect, the Nalan family is really brave. The bullying is coming to my Su family. Su Zhou's eyes were deep, as if he were peering into the shattering void to see the distant blood demon sect. The appearance rate of this blood demon sect is a bit high. There is a blood demon sect in the Ma family. Not long ago, it was revealed that the Su family is also a blood demon sect. Now they want to destroy my Su family branch. It's a pity that I don't use a stepping stone with such a high attendance rate. Clan leader. Let's not talk about the Nalan family for now. The blood demon sect leader behind them has the cultivation of heavenly origin great completion, and all the elders under his sect are heavenly origin. I'm afraid. Su Zhou had a worried look on his face and couldn't help but peek at Su Zhou. Wudin City seemed calm now, but in fact he knew in his heart what kind of storm was hidden under this calm. If Su Zhou ignores it, the entire Wudin Su family will be destroyed soon. But the thought of someone as big as the blood demon sect behind the Nalan family made Su Zhou feel panicked. It's just a blood demon sect. What a big deal. However, Su Zhou's indifferent voice slowly sounded. For some reason, when Su Zhou heard this, he felt a lot of confidence rising in his heart. He has informed everyone of the stakes, but the head of his family is still so calm and composed. Along the way, he saw how powerful and terrifying the master's family was now, and many of its members could suppress him, the leader of the Wudin clan, with one hand. Thinking that all these changes were the result of this unfathomable patriarch, Su Zhou felt his heart heat up. This matter concerns the face of the Su people, I will handle it myself. Thank you, patriarch. Su Zhou burst into tears of gratitude and bowed in worship from the bottom of his heart. Then I heard Su Zhou say nonchalantly, no need to say more, this is a family matter. In addition, I want to know. Your Yanner, did you ever say anything? 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west of the river, don't bully young people into poverty. Chapter 34. Su Zhou was stunned for a moment after hearing Su Zhou's words. Yanner did say this. Come on. This must be a destined son who has not escaped. This familiar script and familiar style of painting, Su Zhou thought to himself. Su Zhou, on the other hand, just felt that his clan leader was really unfathomable. When Su Yan said this that day, he was the only one present. Only he and the two should know. However, this sentence was actually known to Su Zhou. It seems that although the main family has not contacted the branch family in recent years, I am afraid that the clan leader should be aware of all the big and small matters in the clan. Even the private conversations between himself and his son were not spared. It can be seen that this patriarch is not only in charge of the main family, but also unknowingly controls the situation of other branch families. Su Zhou really admires his thinking and skills. I wonder when the clan leader will go to Wudin City with me. Su Zhou couldn't help but feel anxious when he thought of the current situation of the clansmen in Wudin City and his son's miserable expression. Why go to Wudin City? Su Zhou asked indeed. Su Zhou was stunned by this question. The strength of the Wudin Su family and the Nalan family should be about the same. The real problem is not the divorce, nor the Nalan family, but the blood demon sect behind it. I like to do things neatly, and I don't like doing useless work. In that case, why not cut it off from beginning to end, and pinch it cleanly, what do you think? Dead. Su Zhou said calmly. Under the incredible gazes of the steward and Su Zhou, the old soldier in black slowly walked out of the shadows. What your majesty has said is the constitution of heaven. Even though he spoke at this moment, Su Zhou felt a little dazed. The old man was clearly right in front of him, but he felt like he was seeing flowers in a fog, as if he didn't exist in this world. Blood demon sect. Blood demon sect. I didn't come looking for you, but you came to the door first. Now that you're here, then don't leave. Blood demon sect. Sect Master Lu Wan looked at a disciple kneeling on the ground with a faint look in his eyes. Is the news accurate? Sect Master, the information was purchased from the Heavenly Secrets Tower. The Su family's information, the clan leader's cultivation, the clan's prodigy, and external relations are all available. The man said respectfully. Okay. Lu Fu opened a file at hand. The expression on his face became weirder the more he looked at it. There is no marriage between powerful clans, changes have occurred in the clan, all clan elders have died, and the acting clan leader has just recovered. Is the current patriarch just an exterior monk who has just finished his retreat? The Ma family and the Wang family were almost destroyed. Why should such a family kill the sixth elder? Lu Wan's brows furrowed slightly, feeling that there were many doubts about Su family. He looked at Su family's current information. But I was relieved in my heart. There was a sneer on his face. One exterior, a dozen 9 apertures, and the rest are just a bunch of ants. The sword opening heaven is terrifying. He must have understood the extremely powerful sword intent, and he can be considered a genius. The 6th elder is not good at fighting, and coupled with his contempt for Su Zhou, he may die unexpectedly. But this time, all the elders are taking action. Even if you kill Nitian, it will be useless. Only Su Yang from this family is worth paying attention to. He is a strong man who understood sword intent at the age of 13. Songshan Sword Sect, Taiao Sword Sect, Azure Mountain Sect. The Sword Dao elders of these sects all intend to recruit Su Yang from the Su family, and they are already on their way back. No greetings were sent, and the messenger did not come to the door, so it does not count as contact. It seems that we need to move faster and deal with it more cleanly before they come. Then there will be no further trouble. Lu Wang kept chanting, and lines of scarlet blood slowly appeared on his palms. It's really satisfying to destroy such a genius with your own hands. He chuckled and felt that his luck was getting better and better recently. Not only did the Blood Demon sect produce several good talents, they could compete for the inheritance of Grotto Heaven. Not long ago, I also received a good furnace tripod. That woman wants to use the power of the Blood Demon sect to annex a family, and as for her fiancé, he's just useless. After using up the woman and annexing the other party's family, that's the right thing to do. Where are the other elders now? Lu Yufa asked. Several elders are already waiting in Heavenly Martial City according to your instructions. Okay, tell them. Do it. After Lu Wu said this, he stood up suddenly. A lion needs all his strength to fight a rabbit. Grotto Heaven is about to open, nothing can happen. With a thought in Lu Wan's mind, countless blood energy around his body turned into mist, and he rushed towards Heavenly Martial City at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, inside Heavenly Martial City, the moment he received the news from Lu Wang, several men in black robes looked at each other and smiled, with ferocious smiles on their faces. GGG. The sect master is just too cautious. It's okay to be careful, but today, this Su family should be destroyed. There is a beautiful female doll that I can keep and be my cauldron. Several people jumped into the air, and their terrifying cultivation levels exploded. In an instant, endless blood surged up in the sky. These people were all great monks from the heavenly origin realm. They strolled across the sky with grinning faces, walking towards the Su family in a leisurely manner. Wherever it passes, blood is like rot, devouring everything around it. Oh my god! The elders of the Blood Demon sect are here. The Su family has offended the Blood Demon sect. It's over. The Su family is over now. Blood Demon sect is an 8th grade sect. The Su family has just risen and is about to suffer a disaster. Chapter 35. Oh my god! The elders of the Blood Demon sect are here. The Su family has offended the Blood Demon sect. It's over. The Su family is over now. Blood Demon sect is an 8th grade sect. The Su family has just risen and is about to suffer a disaster. The martial artists in Heavenly Martial City all exclaimed. The notoriety of the Blood Demon sect is known to everyone in the entire Divine Xia, and no sect or family that opposes them has a good end. People looked at those men in black robes and felt sorry for each other. Although the Su family had risen extremely quickly, it still lacked the foundation compared to the Blood Demon sect. There are 5 powerful heavenly origin heroes. This lineup, not to mention the Su family, can even slaughter the entire heavenly martial. Su family. This ant-like family dares to kill my disciples and slaughter the elders of my section. Today, the Su family shall be destroyed. The great elder headed by the leader burst into the terrifying realm of heavenly origin 7th layer. The rich blood is like substance. It turned into a bloody skeleton covering the sky above the sun shielding. overlooking the entire Su mansion from a high position. The terrifying pressure made many martial artists who were watching this scene feel weak in their legs. Su family is over, can. Before they could lament that the Su family was about to perish, the scene in front of them almost made their minds stop spinning. Things like ants dare to bark in front of your door. An old voice sounded like it came from ancient times. The crime deserves to be shattered into pieces. The voice was indifferent and long-lasting, with an indescribable charm. Next moment, boom! A bloody mist exploded in the sky, looking like a sea of red flowers in the sunlight. In full view of everyone, the great elder of the blood demon sect, the powerful heavenly origin 8th layer, with one word, exploded into blood mist, and died. It all happened so anomaly. The remaining elders didn't even react, and the evil smiles on their faces continued. The fear in their eyes also emerged as the blood mist exploded, and two completely different emotions emerged perfectly on them. The Su family disciples, who were originally facing a formidable enemy, felt even more confused. Each of them held weapons in their hands and stood in front of the Su mansion, before they could say any bold words about whether they wanted to live or die with their family. Then they saw the great elder of the blood demon sect setting off a firework for them. It's the old man behind the patriarch. The tribesmen suddenly remembered that the voice just now was somewhat familiar. In the entire Su family, only the old man who has been following Su Zhou will call Su Zhou sir. Everyone thought that the old man was just an ordinary follower, but what they didn't expect was the old man who had always had a very low sense of existence actually killed heavenly origin with just one word. What a terrifying combat power this is! Compared to the shock of other tribesmen, Su Yang seemed much calmer because he had already been shocked. When I saw the old pawn for the first time, the dusty memories of his previous life began to stir up. Su Yang remembered that when he was looking for the fragments of the 9 Tribulations sword, he entered a grotto heaven. In addition to a fragment of the 9 Tribulations sword, there is also a shadow. The content was very simple, but it was still fresh in his memory, and he would never forget it even if he was reborn. In that photo, gods all over the sky fell, dark taboos struck, a big rotten hand pressed down, and wherever it passed, a vast area was destroyed. Countless creatures howled, and even Venerable was like an ant under that palm. Then the sword was broken, and an old soldier walked out slowly. The sword fell, and the world became clear. And the appearance of the old pawn was exactly the same as the old man behind Su Zhou. Su Yang, who had always thought that the head of his family might be the reincarnation of the ancient great emperor, changed his mind. The patriarch may not be the reincarnation of the great emperor. He should be above the great emperor, beyond the galaxy, maybe, he may touch the one. At this time, the emotions of the Su family, who had recovered from their emotions, reached their peak. The patriarch's followers are all so powerful. Clan Chief Tianwei. Patriarch Tianwei. Humph. Even a mere blood demon sect dares to speak nonsense in front of my Su mansion. The elder blood demon sect, who made the entire heavenly martial city feel like they were facing a formidable enemy, was killed with a single word at the Su mansion gate. The other major families in heavenly martial city were dumbfounded. How powerful and terrifying this Su family, is really unparalleled powerful. In the city lord's palace, Lu Chengfeng looked at the sky and curled his lips in disdain. They are a bunch of idiots. You dare to provoke the Su family? I'm going to kneel down. Compared with the reactions of the rest of the people, the expressions on the faces of the blood demon sect elders at this time were extremely pale. It's not that they didn't think about turning around and running away, but an unspeakable aura of terror was locking them. Once they make any changes, they will end up like the great elder. Today. A sound of footsteps sounded slowly. Su Zhou slowly walked out of the Su mansion. Everyone he passed saluted respectfully, their eyes full of admiration. Kneel down. Su Zhou whispered. The sound wasn't loud, but when it fell into the ears of several elders, it really chilled them. The cold wind, as if coming from the underworld, made them slightly dazed. Boom! Boom! There were two crisp sounds again, and two blood mist fireworks rose in the sky. "Didn't you hear what your majesty said?" The old soldier's voice sounded like an invitation from the underworld. Chapter 36. The last two remaining elders finally came to their senses, their faces full of fear and panic. He rushed towards the ground like crazy, trying to kneel down. They were afraid from the bottom of their hearts. They were afraid of the old man in black, and even more afraid of Su Zhou, who had always been extremely indifferent. "Haha! He keeps saying he wants to destroy our clan. Now they are desperately trying to kneel down in order to live. They look like dogs," Su Zhou said disdainfully. And then, bang! Boom! The two people also exploded. The 5 powerful heavenly origin warriors didn't even have a chance to fight, and died like crushed ants. But all this is not over yet. If you offend our Su family, you will not be able to pay for it even with death, Su Zhou said coldly, raising one hand. A jade cup with a full body of glass slowly emerged. Heavenly rank treasure weapon, divine Dao glazed cup. It can cause the surroundings to fall into a divine path cycle. A burst of ancient vicissitudes of Dao rhyme emerged. It was a power older than ancient times, and it descended instantly. In an instant, the Dao rhyme enveloped the sky, and then, the 5 Daoist silhouettes that originally appeared in the sky reappeared. Everyone was stunned. They were the fallen blood demon sect elders. They had exploded into blood mist and appeared again. Even a few of them were confused, and the next moment, history seemed to be repeating itself. "We are not dead. I'm alive." Not waiting for their joy, the newly resurrected Great Elder exploded into blood mist again, and the remaining low-grade people also exploded in the same order as before. The pain that was more profound than death shrouded them again, and they seemed to be crushed to pieces by a pair of invisible hands. Then, Dao Rhyme appeared, they were resurrected again, and then, died, over and over again, reincarnating in the constant rebirth. Don't crush it. This is the terrifying effect of the combination of divine Dao glazed cup and the true meaning of reincarnation. No. Ah, kill me, kill me. Please, Chief Su, please kill us completely. They let out mournful screams. At this time, Heavenly Martial City was completely silent. Everyone felt chills running down their spines, and their eyes looking at Su Mansion became more and more frightened and fearful. What kind of method does the Su family patriarch use? Even if he is already dead, he will not be finished. He actually used such a terrifying method to trap the enemy in a cycle of reincarnation, constantly repeating the scenes of life and death, and feeling the pain of being crushed to pieces over and over again. Such tactics are simply horrifying. This Su family is so overbearing. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. We all thought wrong. The background of Su family is unfathomable. In the restaurant opposite Su family, a swordsman wearing a green shirt picked up the wine glass with a solemn expression. It seems that Su Jianzong not only has a shocking sword intent, but also a terrifying divine ability. Su Zhou opened the heaven gate with his sword, and the rhyme of the sword was like falling rain. The name of the sword sect had already spread throughout the surrounding sect cities. The rumors are indeed not true. They say that he was in seclusion for 10 years before entering exterior, but even the star controlling might not be able to achieve this divine ability. It seems that even if you fail to accept a disciple, you can't turn against the Su family. He came from Taiyin Sword Pavilion to take a look at the sword Dao Genius, which has been wearing a lot of buzz recently. Su Yang understood the sword intent at the age of 13. But as soon as I entered Heavenly Martial City, I encountered what happened with the blood demon sect. I wanted to observe it secretly and sell the Su family a favor if necessary. But I never expected to see such a horrific scene. Right now, changes occur again in the sky. Ha 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 ha. Provoke the blood demon sect, and the Su family will be destroyed. Lu Wu came from the sky in the blood mist. I thought that I would see a scene of blood flowing everywhere, and see a picture in which countless people were moved and frightened by the blood demon sect. But as soon as he appeared in heavenly martial city, he felt something was wrong, and his originally arrogant voice paused. The scene he saw made his whole body shiver, as if his blood was mixed with ice, and a coldness that he had not felt for hundreds of years came to his heart. That feeling is called fear. The elders who managed the blood demon sect with him were constantly exploding into pieces before his eyes, resurrected, and then shattered, over and over again, just like reincarnation. The screams made Lu Wu dare not hesitate at all. Turned around to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, a terrifying figure wearing mysterious clothes was reflected in his eyes. Su Zhou looked indifferent, dressed in mysterious clothes, with a face like a crown jade, standing on the sky, and his movements made the surrounding space tremble slightly. You are not exterior. Lu Wang could only feel the other person's breath weighing him down. He cursed in his mind that the information was wrong. Blood demon sect, so majestic. Su Zhou looked at Lu Wang with a half-smile. Su Jianzong, this is all a misunderstanding. I, blood demon sect, am willing to compensate. A flattering smile appeared on Lu Wan's face. Su Zhou was wearing a limitless Dao body, and his realm was covered by countless great Dao true patterns. Unless the opponent is 2 realms higher than yourself, you cannot see through his cultivation level. Lu Wang couldn't see Su Zhou's state, but he could feel Su Zhou's power. Coupled with the anomaly seen in front, he was already scared to death. He doesn't want to fight Su Zhou, he just wants to save his life. Compensation is easy to say. Su Zhou said. Hearing this, Lu Wan's face showed a hint of joy. If there is a price, it's easy to negotiate. Stay alive first. I have paid dues to those bastards for so many years, and it's time for me to be rewarded. When I go back, your Su family will be wiped out. Lu Wu was thinking this in his mind, but the look on his face became more and more flattering. You said. Su Jianzong. You said you wanted. However, before he finished speaking, Su Zhou's figure expanded infinitely before his eyes. Then the next second, he only felt an unmatched terrifying power erupting. In panic, he used the treasure weapon, but something incredible happened to him. Su Zhou actually stretched out a hand and grabbed the treasure weapon that he was proud of. With such force, he crushed the profound rank treasure weapon to pieces. Weird, monster. Just as Lu was stunned, he felt his body suddenly lighten. Compensation, for indulging the disciples in bullying the Su family, hiding outside the Su family and peeking in, with the intention of annexing our branch family. This sentence became the last voice he heard. Damn it, when did I want to annex your clan and divide it? This question became Lu Wan's last thought. Boom! Su Zhou raised his hand, and Lu Wei's head was actually taken off alive, with red and yellow spots scattered all over the sky. I'll pay for it all with your life and the entire blood demon sect. Chapter 37. Ding! Trigger the family mission, destroy the blood demon, clean up the family's first grade level hostile force, mission reward, contribution pavilion, martial Dao building, 5th grade spirit field, spirit vein promotion card. An ethereal voice sounded in his ears, but Su Zhou didn't pay attention. The destruction of the blood demon sect has long been a certainty. The rewards of this system are still considerate, plus the previous family mission, 2 rewards for 1 action, which is quite comfortable. The Su family people below have long been immune to Su Zhou's behavior. In their hearts, the head of their family is simply an omnipotent being. Everyone looked at Su Zhou with extremely enthusiastic eyes. It is very forbidden to die for Su Zhou. Once upon a time, small families like the Su family were not even qualified to be vassals of the blood demon sect. The other party looked down at the Su family like a god from above. And now, Su Zhou, the leader of the blood demon sect, died with one punch, and the other elders are going back and forth in the repeated cycle of life and death. All this was something they had never dared to imagine. Su Zhou in the crowd was already frightened by all this. He had thought that his current master might have a way to solve his children's cultivation problems. He also thought that his master would help him preserve the dignity of the Su family, or that he would do the next best thing and save the younger generations of the Su family. But what he saw before him was something he had never imagined. The head of his family actually pulled out the head of the blood demon sect leader. How terrifying and powerful this is! The leader of the blood demon sect is a powerful person in the heavenly origin great completion, but in front of Su Zhou, he is no different from an ant. At this moment, Su Zhou's offer the patriarch reached its extreme. At this time, Su Zhou's voice slowly fell into his ears. Since then, all branches of Su family have been recalled. You can all return to the master's house. As for Wudin City, the Su family must not lose face. Su Yang, Su Buku, you two will lead a group of Su family disciples to follow Su Zhou to Wudin City. Break off the engagement. Haha. Such superficial tricks are really ridiculous. There is no need for the Nalan family to exist. Su Yang and Su Buku agreed. Hearing Su Zhou's words, Su Zhou was even more excited. The separation of the families was originally a temporary measure. Now that the main family is so powerful, it is simply a supreme honor to be able to return. Looking at the disciples of the master's family, all of them are very capable and prodigy. The resources of the family must be extremely rich. I thought that the current master's family would not value the separation of families at all. But I didn't expect that this mysterious patriarch would actually recall the entire clan. What a pattern, what a big heart! Moreover, Su Yang and Su Buku are now the two most dazzling prodigies of the Su family, and they actually helped him return to Wudin City. This all shows Su Zhou's attitude towards family separation. Su Zhou thanks the clan leader. The 7-foot-tall man couldn't help but choke up. Then, Su Zhou's voice rang in the ears of the whole clan. The whole family is prepared, the Su family will move soon. When Su Chao heard this, he suddenly had a suspicion in his heart. Brother! Could it be that? His voice was trembling. As if he couldn't believe what he was thinking. Blood demon sect shall be destroyed. Spirit vein deserves. Gai Su. After the words fell, Su Zhou's figure was like thunder, rising up in the sky. It disappeared into the sky like a shooting star. Today, my Su family, under the leadership of the patriarch, will reach the sky in one step. Long live the patriarch! The leader of our clan should be posture of the great emperor. The sky has eyes. Our clan should become a powerful clan under the leadership of the clan leader. My clan can actually own the spirit vein one day. Countless tribesmen were extremely excited, and even many elderly people covered their faces and cried. They had never imagined that the Su family could reach such an extent. Su Buku looked at Su Zhou's back and felt his heart burning. I don't know when I will be able to suppress everything like an uncle. Su Yang's mouth opened slightly, and there was some indescribable joy deep in his eyes. The patriarch is really unfathomable. If this is the case, all my previous fates can be changed. Xiao Wu, this life will be different. I will not live without Wu in my life. I won't be miserable now. Su Chao was also extremely excited. The originally stuck realm was loosened at this moment, and the once dead mind came to life. Not long ago, under the leadership of Su Zhou, the Su family unified heavenly marshal, and now in less than a week, his eldest brother actually killed the entire blood demon sect senior management. Maybe he will be able to take his wife back soon. The sacred land, which once stood aloof and regarded him as an ant, and exterminated the Su family clan leader, will also have to pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, Su Chao's heart became even hotter. Boom! The next moment, a powerful and extremely powerful aura broke out. The inner demons that had been blocking him from breaking through were loosened at this moment. Su Zhou breaks 9 apertures into exterior. This day can be described as a double happiness for the Su family. Su Zhou, who was standing on top of the blood demon sect with Lu Fu's head in his hand, felt his aura suddenly change. The realm he had just broken through was actually improved again due to the bonus from his tribe. The realm has reached heavenly origin 2nd layer. I think it was my second brother who made a breakthrough. Su Zhou had a slight suspicion in his mind. But he didn't think much about it, but looked at blood demon sect with cold eyes. Countless spiritual peaks stand here, the spiritual energy is like substance, and spiritual ideas flash from time to time in the sky, like a scroll. Such a blessed land of spirit vein, is worthy of my Su family. Su Zhou nodded with satisfaction. He looked down at the thousands of disciples below and saw that every one of them was stained with blood and evil. It has defiled this blessed place. Su Zhou's majestic voice exploded, like the voice of a god. Some of the weaker monks felt that their blood and energy were dissipated all over their bodies, and blood could not help but ooze from the corners of their mouths. Then everyone saw the head belonging to their sect master in Su Zhou's hand. There was chaos. You must know that Master Dao sect is a strong man of heavenly origin, great completion, and the other party actually holds his head. Could it be? Star controlling is great. Blood demon sect, shall be destroyed today. The loud voice exploded like thunder. Su Zhou has always believed in only one creed: to cut the grass, you need to get rid of the roots. He soft-heartedly let the so-called disciples of the sect go, and only killed the higher UPS. If any of the so-called descendants of the sect wanted to take revenge, it would not have any impact, but it would still be disgusting. It would be better to destroy them all in one fell swoop. Su Zhou waved his sleeves, and the good fortune reincarnation technique suddenly emerged, and an ancient light of reincarnation suddenly enveloped the entire blood demon sect. The hearts of countless disciples were overwhelmed by fear. Damn it! Run! The sect leader is dead, I'll leave quickly. Ah! Sir, please forgive me, I have just entered the sect. Countless panicked and unwilling voices resounded throughout the entire spirit vein paradise. Call, the phantom of reincarnation, lead to thousands of reincarnations. Su Zhou's eyes widened, and a divine light exploded in his eyes. The vast and boundless true energy in his body was completely emptied in an instant. Then, the light of reincarnation became extremely dazzling, as if it was about to compete with the sun, and a roulette shadow that exuded the aura from the depths of the years slowly emerged. Chapter 38. The phantom of the roulette wheel hangs upside down on the sky. Not bright, not dazzling, just exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Indeed, it seems to be more difficult to look directly at than the sun that shines on the heaven and earth. Countless blood demon sect disciples looked at the roulette shadow in despair. They didn't know what kind of method it was. But inexplicably, in the deepest part of their souls, in the past that is more distant than this lifetime, there seems to be a fear of this roulette. That is beyond the fear of life and death. Then, the roulette wheel moved. But it only turned a little, and then slowly dispersed. Then the scene from Anomaly appeared. As the wheel turned, the originally noisy blood demon sect became quiet. Thousands of disciples of the sect were wiped out without any trace. Not a single trace was left, as if it never existed. Only Su Zhou knows that countless disciples of this blood demon sect have been thrown into the emptiness of reincarnation by him. This is a divine ability that Su Zhou realized at the deepest level of good fortune reincarnation technique. Use the supreme divine ability to summon the shadow of reincarnation that has been sleeping for eternity. Under the illumination of reincarnation, the physical body, soul, and all existence will cease to exist, and everything will be wiped out. This move consumes a lot of energy. Even Su Zhou consumed all his true energy in an instant, but its power is terrifying and terrifying. Under the shadow of reincarnation, all the monks in the blood demon sect were annihilated, and all of this was just a trace of the shadow of reincarnation caused by Su Zhou. As his cultivation level improves, in the future, when he completely calls out the reincarnation, he may be able to wipe out an entire realm in just a thought. Ding! Unowned spirit vein land detected, mission accomplished after family relocation. Ding! The destruction of the blood demon sect is detected, and the family mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Contribution Pavilion. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 5th grade Spirit Field. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Marshall Deo Building. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Spirit Vein Promotion Card. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Family Luck plus 10,000. Affected by the Golden Dragon of Luck, family luck increases by an additional 10,000. Successive system rewards students rang in Su Zhou's ears. He slowly landed on the ground, and his whole body transformed into a walking whirlpool of spiritual energy. The reincarnation good fortune skill also contains the effect of the original hidden spring technique, and the effect has been increased dozens of times. Within a few breaths, the grotto heaven in Su Zhou's body was filled with true energy again. He walked in the blood demon sect and annihilated many evil things in the original blood demon sect, such as blood pools and walls of bones. In fact, Su Zhou knew in his heart that everything was false, whether it was the right path or the demon Dao, everything was just to strengthen himself. But Su Zhou has more mysterious methods and plans, so it's okay to not want these trivial things. He stood on the highest spiritual peak, overlooking the entire spirit vein blessed land. This blessed land was previously filled with waves of evil energy in the blood demon sect, but after being cleared by Su Zhou, it was flashing with boundless spiritual energy. Looking down from a high position, you can see countless peaks as if you are worshipping the highest peak. Looking down from the same height, you will have a sense of seeing the world at once. This blessed place is named on the map, Towering Firmament Blessed Place. From now on, Su family will be Towering Firmament Su family. Su Zhou chuckled. This kind of title with a prefix before the family is a title that only belongs to the family that owns the land of Spirit Vein. For example, although Su family previously dominated Heavenly Martial City, it was indeed called Heavenly Martial City Su family and was not allowed to use the local prefix. Then, he sat on the highest peak and placed the reward he had just received. The placement method is also interesting. When Su Zhou chooses to use a building in his backpack, something like a 3D floor plan will appear in front of him. He chooses the location to place the building. The building will appear at the corresponding location. Under Su Zhou's arrangement, buildings were built one after another. The majestic Martial Dao building, the majestic Contribution Pavilion, and the rich Spirit Field are scattered and orderly distributed everywhere. Martial Dao Tower, there are countless ancient war spirits in Martial Dao Tower. The higher the levels, the richer the rewards will be. Contribution Pavilion, it can assist the host in family management and reward contribution points in an absolutely fair and just manner. 5th grade Spirit Field, mortal grains can be promoted to spiritual plants. Long-term consumption of spiritual plants can improve bloodline and talent. These 3 rewards are now a great improvement for Su family. The Martial Dao building can enhance the fighting experience of the tribesmen, and the battle with ancient war spirits will definitely benefit a lot. In addition, with the rewards for passing the level, it can perfectly stimulate the tribesmen's desire to fight. The existence of the contribution cabinet can perfectly implement the family contribution system previously deduced by Su Zhou. Needless to say, the benefits of Spirit Field are enough to make people jealous just by growing spiritual plants. Spiritual plants contain spiritual energy, which can improve bloodline and talent. In the outside world, a pound of spiritual plants is worth a sky-high price. It is normal for many aristocratic families to fight each other with swords for a small piece of the Spirit Field. At this time, the Spirit Field laid out by Su Zhou indeed occupies a full spiritual peak, which is simply unimaginable. You must know that such a Spirit Field can only be owned by the most apex level family. Then, Su Zhou used the Spirit Vein promotion card. Click! The surrounding space trembled, and the ground couldn't help but groan. In an instant, the spiritual peaks of the entire towering firmament-blessed land rose from the ground, becoming a bit more majestic. The originally rich spiritual energy has now almost turned into substance, and there is even a faint flash of spiritual light. Just by taking a breath here, you can focus on the outside world and practice for an hour. This is just for ordinary people. If it is prodigy, the effect will be even greater. Speaking of prodigy, Su Zhou suddenly thought of the buff-filled Su Yan. I don't know what the current situation is like in Wudin City. At the same time, inside Wudin Su family, a thin boy with a pale face was trembling all over. He looked at the heartless girl in front of him and felt nameless flames burning in his heart. Nalan Yan Ran, do you really want to be so heartless? Su Yan gritted his teeth and looked at the pretty girl in front of him. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and anger, and a black ring on his hand flashed with a faint light. Chapter 39. Su Yan's face was filled with unwillingness and anger. There was fire burning in the dark eyes. However, the bright girl was indeed dismissive of his performance. Nalan Yan Ran sat lazily on the chair, looking up and down at the entire Su mansion. That look of indifference showed that he didn't take the Su family into his heart at all. Even the servant behind her looked like her eyes were higher than her head. The faces of the Su family members around were all flushed, but they dared not speak out in anger. Humph! Su Yan! Don't even look at what you look like now. A pheasant also wants to be paired with a phoenix. My young lady is now a true disciple of the Blood Demon sect, and she is even appreciated by the sect leader. It's your honor to have your engagement broken off by my lady. The servant mocked Su Yan unscrupulously. Obviously they were in the Su mansion, obviously in the lobby of the Su family, but they just put the face of the entire Su family at their feet. A big red wedding book was thrown to the ground casually by her. Books. You and I are no longer in the same world. Nalan Yan Ran said arrogantly. The Su family people stared angrily, but they knew that the situation was stronger than the people, and they could do nothing but endure this scene. You should know why I'm here today. If so, just accept it. Ha 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 ha. What a person from another world. What a Nalan Yan Ran. Su Yan walked towards Nalan Yan Ran, anger seemed to be gushing out of his eyes. Humph! An old man in black who was sitting next to Nalan Yan Ran snorted coldly. In an instant, waves of pressure poured towards Su Yan. His body couldn't help but stoop a little. However, the next second, Su Yan gritted his teeth and stood upright despite the huge pressure. There were even a few traces of blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. But the whole person is indeed standing upright, like a spear. Interesting. The old man's eyes were filled with interest. He had heard of Su Yan's deeds, including blood tempering at the age of 15, Qi transformation at the age of 16, and Qi transformation great completion at the age of 17. Such talent had shocked many sects. However, at the age of 18, genius died, and his cultivation continued to dissipate, like a shooting star, leaving no trace. With blood tempering third layer, I can withstand my power, and I am worthy of the genius I once was. But the fallen genius is no different from a dog. The old man in black withdrew his gaze and said calmly. The next moment, the extremely powerful cultivation level exploded without hiding it. It has suddenly reached the realm of 9 apertures great completion. For a moment, everyone in the Su family felt like a big stone was pressing down on their hearts, and even their breathing became a little short. Take the letter of annulment. Then roll back obediently. No matter if you lick your wounds or howl and scream, you have to behave like a dog again. A good-for-nothing family should look like a good-for-nothing. The old man in black's voice was full of disdain, and his eyes swept across the entire Su family, as if scanning his own playthings. But there is indeed no one in the Wudin Su family who can speak out. In a small place like Wudin City, their head Su Zhou could only reach the level of 9 apertures. A powerful 9 apertures great completion can kill them all effortlessly. Dignity. In the face of strength, dignity is the most useless dust in the corner of a shop. However, in the face of the pressure from the powerful 9 apertures great completion, Su Yan still stood straight. Even though his eyes were bloodshot. "Teacher, are you sure you can kill him?" he thought silently in his heart. An old voice responded helplessly, "No, you providing true qi is not enough. My soul has no way to take action, so it will stay dormant for the time being." Su Yan only felt bitter in his heart. A year ago, his true qi began to collapse and his cultivation continued to decline, but he never gave up. There are indeed some rumors in the family, but his father still believes in him. Finally, not long ago, he found the reason for his decline in cultivation. It turned out that the ring he carried contained the soul of a strong man named Yao Shen's venerable realm. And his cultivation and true qi were also used by the strong man. In order to make up for him, the other party was willing to accept him as his disciple. Of course Su Yan was willing, but just when he thought everything would get better quickly. The Nalan family came with the huge blood demon sect to break off the engagement. Su Yan had no feelings for Nalan Yan Ran, so it was only natural that the other party wanted to break off the engagement. But the other party's attitude and behavior were simply an unscrupulous insult to the Su family. And today, the other party even came with a document to cancel the engagement, and even used force to force the entire Su family. It is a blatant insult to the entire Su family. "Elder Wang, why bother talking to this useless clan?" There was no emotion in Nalan Yanran's words. In her eyes, the entire Su family will soon become an asset of the blood demon sect and a meritorious service of the Nalan family. Now that he is riding on the lap of the leader of the blood demon sect, even if it is just a furnace, he can still make a 9 apertures great completion run for him. This kind of life is what she wants. As for Su Yan and the Su family, these are the shame of her past. She seemed to have forgotten that she once took the initiative to show her kindness to Su Yan. Listening to Nalan Yanran's unabashed humiliation, the entire Su family suddenly became extremely excited. Their eyes were all red and they wanted to kill this woman immediately. However, the cultivation of 9 apertures great completion was so overwhelming that they were unable to move or even speak. One of the oldest clan elders even couldn't bear the pressure and fainted. Looking at all this, Su Yan felt as if his heart was bleeding, and the veins on his erect neck popped out. He actually faced the pressure of the 9 apertures great completion, raised his head, and spoke at the top of his lungs. 30 years of Hedong. 30 years in Hexi. Don't bully young people into being poor. Nalan Yanran. Today it's not you who wants to break off your engagement to me, but I, Su Yan, divorce you. With that said, Su Yan picked up the marriage document and tore it into pieces. Looking at the young man, the old man felt panicked. Then, an even greater anger swept over him. He was a 9 apertures great completion, and he actually felt throbbing at the words of this blood-tempering ant. How brave! Miss Nalan is my blood demon sect disciple, how dare you be so presumptuous? Today this Su family shall be destroyed. He roared angrily, and the tyrannical true qi exploded unbridled. That terrifying power made everyone in the Su family despair. It seems that a scene like purgatory on earth is about to appear. Despair filled everyone's hearts. But the next moment, base. A dazzling sword light penetrated everything, cutting off the old man's true qi. Humph! Destroy my Su family, what a big statement! Chapter 40. What a loud tone! Destroy my Su family? How dare you say such words? A childish voice sounded. As this voice emerged, an extremely sharp sword intent also exploded. Like a long sword that cut off everything, it was unsheathed at this moment, and the unstoppable sharp edge chopped off all the true qi of the old man in black. Sword intent. A trace of fear appeared on Elder Wang's face. Why is the Su family related to such a person? He possesses the realm of 9 apertures great completion and is one of the guests of Blood Demon sect. His status in the Blood Demon sect is not low. The reason why I was able to accompany Nalan Yanran to the Su family this time was, on the one hand, to give the sect leader face. On the other hand, Nalan Yanran was indeed very good in certain aspects, and he was quite comfortable with her on the way here. I thought it would be easy to destroy a family in a small place like Wudin City, so I just thought of it as a distraction. Unexpectedly, the other party actually had the help of a swordsman who mastered sword intent, and judging by his tone, he was from the Su family. I don't know who you are. Elder Wang said cautiously, without the arrogance he had just now. The Su family members, including Su Yan, also looked at the source of the sound expectantly. As the shadow gradually appeared, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The person who exuded the shocking sword intent was not a great swordsman, nor was he an old monster born in the world, but a naughty boy who looks like he's in his early teens. Su Yang held a long sword in his hand, and his immature face was filled with coldness. The whole body exuded a bone-chilling sword intent. After realizing the good fortune given to him by Su Zhou, Su Yang's sword intent has begun to transform. His sword intent is not the ruthless sword intent he realized in his previous life, but a higher level, heavenly sword intent. He originally kept a low profile, but as he woke up with his sword shining brightly into the night, he became what the world calls genius. Since he could no longer hide it, Su Yang no longer concealed his edge. The reason why he hid his clumsiness before was because he was influenced by his previous life and was afraid that being too high profile would cause disaster. However, in Su Yang's mind, the head of his family might even be someone close to the legendary one. In this life, since I have such a background and life experience, why do I still hide? This is the first task assigned to him by the clan leader. It has to be done beautifully. Only in order to live up to the clan leader's trust in him, Su Yang knew in his heart that all his strength now was given by his mysterious clan leader. Old dog! How dare you say it, destroy my Su family! Su Yang snapped. Elder Wang was also confused at this time. Who has seen the 13-year-old Jian Zong? Is this really awesome? Fake? Elder Wang is a swordsman, and he knows how difficult it is to master sword intent. How many talented people known as the Young Sword Sect are stuck on this threshold? But in front of him, this doll actually mastered the sword intent, which was simply incredible to him. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind instantly. Finally, the recently rumored sword Dao genius comes to mind. Heavenly Martial City Su family. Elder Wang stared at Su Yang. Su Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him, but looked at the rest of the shocked Su family with a smile and gave a junior salute. My little boy, Su Yang, has been ordered by the clan leader to come here to separate the family. This is brother Su Yan, he is truly a talented person. Su Yang walked to Su Yan's side in a few steps and said with a smile. Su Yan, on the other hand, looked at the little baby in front of him in shock. How old is this child? 11? 12? Or 13? He actually has such strength at such an age. What a prodigy, what a genius. Compared with him, even my former self was probably nothing more than a mediocre person. Su Yan was filled with emotions. There is great terror in this child's body. The remaining soul in the ring also sighed. Although he only had a remnant soul, he was once a venerable level terrifying powerhouse. He could feel a trace of the edge of the 9 tribulations sword in Su Yang's body. This, clan brother. Su Yan's voice was a bit strange. Anyone who understands the sword intent, regardless of age or level, can be called a sword master. Su Yan was a little surprised that he actually became a clan brother of a sword sect. Brother, we can talk again after I deal with this old dog. Su Yang said with a smile. Elder Wang's face turned dark when he heard this. The little baby is uttering arrogant words. He yelled angrily, and his robes moved without any wind. However, Su Yang's expression did not change, and the sword in his hand glowed with a glimmer of light. Base. With a body like a dragon, he went straight towards Elder Wang to kill him. Waves of sword intent emitted from his body, and his eyes flashed with a faint white light. Heaven's sword intent, heaven's ruthlessness. Although this sword intent is not as good as the great Dao of sword, it is still considered one of the strongest sword intents. What shocked Elder Wang even more was that Su Yang's cultivation level was actually Qi transformation great completion. At this age, with this level of cultivation, and he still controls the sword intent. There must be an extremely terrifying inheritance behind this young man. It is rumored that heavenly martial city Su family has produced a sword Dao prodigy, and countless sword sects have gone to recruit disciples. I am afraid that it is this child who has suddenly entered an extremely terrifying sect. Invincible. Don't dare to fight. Elder Wang was extremely panicked. He knew very well that in this world, human life was worth less than grass. In the eyes of the true prodigy orthodoxy, he is no different from that ant. In panic, he did not dare to take action and was forced to defend. However, Su Yang's sword intent was indeed extremely domineering. He actually hit him and kept retreating. However, the other party's thoughts and ideas have indeed been tightly controlled by Su Yang, who has been reborn. In his previous life, he had fought back from the bottom, so he naturally knew what these people were thinking. During this period, he relied on a large number of pills given by Su Zhou to improve his cultivation crazily. For ordinary people who took drugs like him, the meridians would be blocked and the poison would enter the body. But he relied on the 9 apertures great completion to ignore all of this. Today he will rely on the 9 apertures great completion as his whetstone. As for your own life safety. There was a smile on Su Yang's lips. The sword intent in his hand burst out again and went straight to Elder Wang's face. In his danshan, the 9 tribulations sword spirit flashed. 1 sword, 9 tribulations. This sword covered the power of the 9 tribulations sword, making Elder Wang feel like the ghosts were coming. This blow cannot be avoided. If you are hit, you will be seriously injured even if you are not dead. In a panic, he didn't care to think about the inheritance behind Su Yang, and the true qi in his body was released unscrupulously. Blood Devil's Palm. The bloody true qi turned into a ferocious devil's hand, trying to capture it. Be careful! Su Yan couldn't help but exclaimed, and took a few steps forward, actually trying to block Su Yang's palm. However, Su Yang did not panic at all when faced with this terrifying blow. Your descendants want to kill you. It is your supreme glory. You are not grateful for God's grace. How dare you fight back? A voice that was so old that it was unknown how many years had passed slowly sounded. Chapter 41. Your Majesty's descendants want to kill you. It is your supreme glory. You are not grateful for God's grace. How dare you fight back? A voice that was so old that it was unknown how many years had passed slowly sounded. Then an old soldier in black stood behind Elder Wang at some point. This is what Su Yang relies on. He was also the backup man sent here secretly by Su Zhou. After all, Wuyudan City was the first branch family to be brought back, so naturally he couldn't lose face. As for why the old pawn can take action here, the family separation, is also the Su family. The old pawn placed his palms on Elder Wang like dead wood, and then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, the flesh and blood of the Elder Wang and the old pawn melted away in his hands, and his skin withered. This extremely rampant 9 apertures realm great completion was transformed into a body in the hands of this old man. Mummy. And what's even more terrifying is, the old soldier was clearly standing there, but no one could remember his appearance. It's clear to see, but all you need to do is shift your attention a little bit. You will immediately forget what he looks like. Padai. It wasn't until Elder Wang's body fell to the ground that everyone came back to their senses. And the old soldier in black has long disappeared. Only the cold and dry corpse was stained with dust like garbage. Ah! Seeing such a scene, Nalan Yanran, who had always been aloof, screamed. You! How dare you! Elder Wang! Elder Wang, you must be teasing them, right, right. It's impossible, Elder Wang is a strong person in 9 apertures great completion. 9 apertures great completion. Nalan Yanran was completely unable to accept what was happening in front of her. All this is too anomaly. According to my own guess, the entire Su family should be slaughtered by Elder Wang now, and all the family property should be annexed by him. But now it all seems like a nightmare. The biggest support he brought was just like a pig or a dog, being casually wiped out by others. Making noise. Su Yang frowned. Snapped. A hard slap hit the woman directly on the face. The tyrannical force instantly knocked Nalan Yanran away. Her little face suddenly swelled up, and what was even more anomaly was that her entire body was actually sealed. BD! How dare you hit our young lady? Do you know that our young lady belongs to the blood demon sect? The servant screamed and wanted to threaten Su Yang. However, before he finished speaking, he only felt a cold light flashing in front of his eyes, and then a coldness in his throat. Large areas of blood spurted out. A human head with frightened eyes fell to the ground. Brother Su Yan, the clan leader has an order, and this woman is left to you to deal with. Su Yang didn't even look at the corpse lazily, but looked at Su Yan. Brother of the Su Yang clan. This Nalan Yanran is the direct daughter of the Nalan family, and a direct disciple of the blood demon sect. If something happens, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to the master's family. Su Yan was a little confused at this time. That's right. I am a direct disciple of blood demon sect, you are not qualified to deal with me. My sect leader is a monk from the heavenly origin realm great completion. If he knows that you dare to do this to me, he will definitely destroy all 9 of your Su family clans. You've made your Su family so uneasy that life would be worse than death. Now let me go quickly, maybe even one dog's life will be spared. Nalan Yanran covered her red and swollen face, her eyes extremely vicious. Blood demon sect ha 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 ha. Listening to Nalan Yanran's words, Su Yang seemed to have heard a big joke and couldn't help laughing. You, why are you laughing? This laughter made Nalan Yanran feel uneasy and made Su Yan a little confused. He's laughing at you, he doesn't know how to live or die. It was not Su Yang who answered her, but an indifferent and cold voice. Along with this voice sounded. Boom! Something was also thrown in from the door. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed as they looked around, and the moment Nalan Yanran saw the thing clearly, her whole figure seemed to collapse. Father, father! No! You guys! How dare you! What was thrown in was the head of Nalan Yanran's father. Su Buku, covered in blood, walked in slowly. Behind him were a group of Su family disciples, each full of murderous intent. Su Zhou also walked in with Su Buku. Master, what is going on here? Yes. When the members of the Wuden Su family saw their family leader, they finally couldn't hold back their questions. Su Zhou looked at each clan member and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Facing the direction of Heavenly Martial City, he bowed his hands respectfully and said, according to the order of the leader of the Su clan, the Nalan family, will be exterminated. After coming out of Heavenly Martial City, Su Yang and Su Buku split into 2 groups. Su Yang went to Wuden to kill the Su family, while Su Buku went directly to exterminate the clan. The 5 elders of the blood demon sect are trapped in the cycle of life and death on the Heavenly Martial City. They can neither survive nor die. They are trapped in endless suffering forever. The sect master, Lu Fu, was wiped out by the clan leader with one blow. The blood demon sect was destroyed today. The spiritual land has changed its owner and belongs to my Su family. Su Buku's indifferent voice contained no emotion. After waking up from the cycle of killing, Su Zhou has changed. He is still gentle and enthusiastic towards the Su family people as before, but towards people outside the clan, he is extremely cold and has endless killing intent. However, all the Wudin tribesmen who heard this looked at Su Zhou in disbelief. Su Yan stared at his father closely. Su Zhou nodded seriously, "That's right. And the patriarch has agreed that the Wudin Su family will return to the main family and move to the spiritual land from now on." "What? We can actually return to our master's house one day? Oh my god! Supreme honor, supreme honor! The land of spirit vein! The land of spirit vein! I never thought we would have such an opportunity. Long live the patriarch, long live the patriarch!" A tribesman was overjoyed. "Impossible, impossible, this is impossible." Compared to the carousing Su family members, Nalan Yanran was devastated. "Yaner, what are you going to do with this woman?" Su Zhou looked at Su Yan. Su Buku and Su Yang also looked at the former genius. Su Yan did not speak, but silently walked to Nalan Yanran's side. "Su Yan! Su Yan, please let me go, Su Yan! Su Yan, I am your fiancé. I don't want to break off the engagement because they forced me to do so. Su Yan! Please! Please! As long as you let me go, I can do anything." Nalan Yanran begged with a flattering smile on her face, but a trace of unspeakable hatred flashed in the deepest part of her eyes. Su Yan remained silent as he gently placed his hand on Nalan Yanran's head. "I know you and your father have a deep relationship. What do you want to do now? Live and then find a chance to take revenge?" "I'm sorry, the family should be neat and tidy," Su Yan said. "Wow!" The hot breath suddenly erupted, and in an instant, it penetrated the top of Nalan Yanran's skull, and the whole person fell down in a daze. Chapter 42. This is... Su Buku and Su Yang looked at each other. Both of them felt that Su Yan's actions were extraordinary. It seemed that the once deposed genius was not that simple. But everyone has opportunities, and people with secrets will naturally not ask any questions. In my heart, I feel a little more fond of this clan brother who is decisive in killing. Brother Su Yan really deserves his reputation," Su Yang said. Su Buku also had a smile on his face. He was always like a gentle big brother to his clan members. "Brother Su Yan clan, I have wronged you over the years." Su Yan was shocked again when he looked at Su Buku. Although this clan brother does not have the sword intent like Su Yang, he seems to be carrying an endless sea of blood, which makes people feel suffocated. This was something he deliberately concealed. If he used it with all his strength, he might not even be able to bear the murderous intent. "My master, there are so many evildoers." Su Yan sighed in his heart, but his face looked a little sad. "There is no grievance. Su Yan is just a blood-tempering third-layer martial artist." "Ha ha ha ha! Useless person!" Su Buku laughed heartily, not even half as cold-blooded as before. "Brother, why do you have to humiliate yourself like this? With the patriarch of our clan here, everyone in the Su family should be like a dragon." Su Yan now actually knows the reason for his decline in cultivation. But he was a little curious as to why the other party was so confident. Suddenly, he thought of the mysterious old soldier just now. "That old soldier in black," Su Yan just said. Indeed, he only heard an extremely leisurely voice resounding from the bottom of his heart. "I am just the most insignificant follower around you." The old pawn's voice was extremely old. It really shocked everyone in the Wudin Su family. Such a terrifying strong man could kill the terrifying existence of 9 apertures great completion in an instant. He is actually a follower of his own family head. And judging from this tone, there is more than one follower of this level of strength. As the clan leader, how powerful is Su Zhou? It's unimaginable. Although they haven't met Su Zhou yet, this mysterious patriarch has become extremely tall in everyone's hearts. Teacher, what level of strength does this person have? Su Yan asked in his heart. However, there was no response, which made him feel a little confused. All right. Arrange the assets and annex the Nalan family's property. We are ready to return to the main family. Su Zhou waved his hand, showing the majesty of the family head, and arranged the next tasks. Everyone in the Wuden Su family was excited and worked even faster. They couldn't help but want to know what the mysterious patriarch looked like. Su Yang and others took a group of disciples and Su Yan to the new family location first. At this time, the members of the heavenly martial city Su family also began to relocate one after another. The properties of heavenly martial city were handed over to some older tribesmen who were not good at cultivation, and they were given quite generous rewards every month. The remaining tribesmen have all moved to the towering firmament-blessed land. As soon as they arrived, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. The peaks here are like the sea, the spiritual peaks are like the tide, the spiritual beings are in groups, and the mountains and waters are beautiful. What's even more terrifying is that the spiritual energy here is like substance. Some tribesmen who are trapped in their own realm feel as if they have achieved a realm breakthrough in just a few breaths. Su Zhou and a group of stewards were even more busy, collecting the treasures left behind by the blood demon sect, classifying the various techniques, and how to divide the spiritual peaks when the various tribes moved into the spiritual peak. This series of things is extremely complicated. On the highest point, towering firmament peak, Su Zhou overlooks the busy tribesmen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the family mission. Get reward favor of the sacred Dao. Get rewarded Red Destiny Clan. Get rewarded Forbidden Bloodline Art. Get reward Desolate Ancient Saint Body. Get rewards Exterior Realm Mount 9, Heavenly Origin Realm Mount 1 Clan Protecting Beast *1. Get reward Family Luck plus 10,000. Ding! Affected by the Golden Dragon of Luck, luck increases by an additional 10,000. A series of reward sounds kept ringing in Su Zhou's ears. The rewards this time are so rich that they can be called the largest wave since the system was unlocked. Su Zhou couldn't help but look a little happy. These rewards can not only greatly improve the strength of the tribe, but also improve Su Zhou's strength to a big level. Favor of the Sacred Dao, the root bone and understanding of all clan members will be improved by 1 level. Low-grade qualifications become medium, medium qualifications become high, and prodigy like Su Buku, Su Yangna, etc. are even more unimaginable. Not to mention the people of the Red Tribe, after using it, it will attract the people of the Red Destiny. What a Red Destiny exists! If the Golden Destiny can be called the Son of Destiny, then the Red Destiny is an existence that can carry out the destiny of heaven grasping. Such an existence has unparalleled luck, and of course it is accompanied by countless crises and fatalities. Once such a person grows up, he will be nothing more than a plaything in his palm. The stronger the clan members are, the stronger Su Zhou will be. Thinking of this, Su Zhou's heart is also burning. Without any hesitation, he directly chose to use the Red Grade Destiny tribesman. He knew that this tribe would appear in a reasonable way, so he didn't pay attention. Instead, I looked at the rest of the rewards. Chapter 43. Forbidden Techniques of the Bloodline. Clan members have a certain chance of comprehending the forbidden techniques in the bloodline. Only people with extremely high talents can comprehend the forbidden techniques. They are extremely powerful. Seeing such a reward, Su Zhou also nodded, which without exception gave the clansman a good trump card. It's a good way to screen the talents of the clan members. He looked at another reward. It is the Desolate Ancient Saint Body that was extremely famous in its previous life. Desolate Ancient Saint Body, invincible to all evil. Restrain the vision. Possessing physical strength comparable to the bloodline of the Great Emperor. Ding! Check out the new Sacred Body, which can be fused with the limitless Sacred Body, fusion or not. There was no hesitation. Su Zhou directly chose fusion. After the fusion last time, he already knew that after being fused with the limitless sacred body, the sacred body would become even more powerful. With that, Su Zhou chose fusion. The energy and blood all over his body exploded, and the sound of the blood flowing in his body actually sounded like thunder. The roaring sound is endless, and the body is emitting rays of light, which is so holy and majestic that people dare not look directly at it. He slowly raised a hand, squeezed it at will, and actually caught the ethereal spiritual energy in his hand. Limitless Dao body, innate limitless, regardless of heaven and earth, all laws cannot fall, has physical power that is close to Tao, and can swallow and fuse the power of all sacred body and Dao body. Divine Phoenix Dao transformation. After breaking through the 9 apertures realm, each time you break through a major realm, you can breed 2 Divine Phoenix phantoms in your body. Each round of phantoms has 50% of its own combat power. Nothing is revealed, I am the only one who dominates, all visions are shattered, all spells are useless. Current devouring body, sacred light divine phoenix body, desolate ancient saint body. This extremely simple introduction truly demonstrates the power of the fused desolate ancient saint body. Su Zhou could feel that his physical body had transformed again, not only in terms of strength, but also an indescribable change. His body is like a continuation of Tao, a kind of Tao. Ordinary magic techniques can no longer harm him. It can even be said that every punch and every action he makes can be called a type of magic technique. His strength has become more terrifying than before. Then, he had a thought. 12 figures suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. They crawled on the ground, making whining sounds, surrendering endlessly. 9 of them are pure white Pegasus, extremely powerful, exuding the tyrannical aura of exterior. Gale Pegasus, the bloodline of the royal family, is a monster in the early stage of exterior realm. It is born with wind magic, is extremely fast, and looks very attractive. It is the most suitable monster to be used as a mount. And there was a strange beast with an extremely red body, a dragon head and a wolf body, red hair like blood, its body was huge, it stepped on the sky, and it lowered its head respectfully towards Su Zhou. Residual blood Yaju, a strange beast with a trace of Yaju dragon blood, which has a powerful suppression on all beasts. At this moment, they all looked at Su Zhou respectfully, and their eyes were all docile. And there was an extremely small black bird that landed on Su Zhou's shoulder, and nuzzled him with its head obediently, very intimately. Mysterious bird of the divine path, the divine beast of the clan can suppress the luck of the clan. The stronger the luck of the clan, the stronger the divine beast. Both Gale Pegasus and Kangxuyuzui showed some fear towards this small black bird. Su Zhou rubbed Suanyao's head with his hand, and Suanyao screamed several times. This black bird can suppress a family's luck, and its strength can continue to grow as luck increases. As the Su family's luck increases in the future, this mysterious bird of the divine path will one day become an extremely terrifying existence. Su Zhou waved his hand and let them find a place to live on their own, but with just a thought from Su Zhou, they would come to him and be at his disposal. Suanyao, on the other hand, was lying on Su Zhou's shoulder, drowsy. Then, he looked at the busy tribesmen at the bottom of the mountain, and their faces were filled with excitement. The whole family is prospering, and all this. But it's just the beginning. The news of Blood Demon Sect's destruction quickly spread throughout Divine Xia like a hurricane. Many important people were shocked. What happened that day in Heavenly Martial City was also recorded on their desk. They couldn't believe that a family in a small town could have such terrifying strength. But the destroyed Blood Demon Sect, as well as the 5 Blood Demon Sect elders who are still trapped in the cycle of life and death and in endless pain, are indeed solid evidence. And the leader of the Blood Demon Sect, Lu Fu, heavenly origin great completion, possesses magical powers that are unfathomable. He was also a well-known big shot in the entire Divine Xia, but his head was forcibly removed by Su Zhou in full view of everyone. Could it be that he is already a star controlling power? Towering firmament Su family, Su Zhou, was recorded by countless monks for a while. In the dark, a splendid and prosperous family seemed to have appeared in their eyes. Within Qi-gazing sect. Ahem, Cheng Feng, we admit that our eyesight was dim before. You are the only one who can talk to me about this matter. An old man with white hair and beard said a little embarrassedly. Tch. It's not time to get angry at me and expel me from the school. Lu Chengfeng said without hesitation. The old man's face was full of embarrassment. After Lu Chengfeng gave the Su family 4 places to inherit Grotto Heaven, he was scolded by several elders. They even forced Lu Chengfeng to come to ask for his qualifications back, but Lu Chengfeng refused. Within a few days, news of the demise of the blood demon sect came out. So, offense and defense changed. Chengfeng, now is not the time to fool around. You also know that Qi-gazing sect is the state religion of Divine Xia, but now, the name of Divine Xia is at stake. This time, if something unexpected happens, I'm afraid, the word Xia will no longer exist, and the country will not survive, the sect master said in a deep tone. Chapter 44. Hearing this, Lu Jinfeng's expression became a little more serious. What happened? Let me tell you. A clear voice sounded. The person who came was seen wearing a rich dress, with a beautiful face and a graceful figure. It is none other than the princess of Divine Xia, Jiru Yun. Your Highness Princess. Everyone stood up quickly. You don't have to be polite. Jiru Yun chuckled. Then he looked at Lu Chengfeng. A few days ago, the Tianhan Empire launched a gambling fight against us in the name of national war. Using this inheritance of the secret realm as an excuse, the party that receives the inheritance can deprive the other country of the gift. You should know that in the Tiandu region where we are located, many countries have coveted us for a long time. Once we lose the gift, Divine Xia will definitely become the target of public criticism. If the Su family really has a powerful star controlling, maybe they can wish us to win this game. At this time, Lu Jinfeng's face had long lost the previous look of hesitation. I can go try. Lu Chengfeng said. Due to Lu Jinfeng's previous decisiveness, he directly gave Su family 4 places. Su family's attitude towards him has always been very good. What do you think of the Su family? Jiru Yun looked at him. Jiru Yun knew Lu Jinfeng's ability. However, after Su family left, Lu Chengfeng never said why he gave Su family 4 spots. You must know that even the royal family only has 3 places. How can he, the Su family, get 1 more? Lu Chengfeng, who has always been tight-lipped about the Su family, frowned slightly. He had seen the mountain of corpses and sea of blood behind the black-clothed old soldier, and he had seen the golden dragon of luck above the Su mansion with its claws pressing against the sky. In his heart, the Su family is like a giant dragon and should not be talked about lightly. Facing the princess's inquiry, he only said, if the Su family agrees, everything will be worry-free. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at each other in shock. The meaning behind these words is too deep. In the past few days, Su Zhou has been very busy, relocating the spirit gathering array originally placed in Heavenly Martial City. It makes the already rich spiritual energy even more terrifying. A series of improvements to the system, the distribution of members to each peak, and the return of other branches. It was quite busy. Wudin City is far away from the towering firmament blessed land, and it took me only today to get back. As soon as they entered the blessed land, Suabuku and others were shocked by what they saw. The spiritual energy that is like substance is stimulating their danshan all the time. Above the sky, a looming winding figure wanders in the clouds. Su Yang even saw a few holy and noble Pegasus lying comfortably on the roadside. This was the sacred land in the previous life, and there was no such scene. Su Yan and Suabuku were already stunned. They had never seen such a scene before. As they step into the blessed land of towering firmament, an ethereal voice sounded in Su Zhou's ears. Ding! People with golden quality are detected and can be invested. Oh? Another Jinpin tribesman. There was a bit of curiosity in his eyes, and then a thought came to his mind. The figure was like a blue thunder, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Su Yan. At this time, Su Buku and others had already returned to take over the task, leaving only Su Yan alone. You are Su Yan. Su Zhou looked at the thin young man in front of him and spoke softly. Looking at the majestic figure in front of him, Su Yan immediately thought of the other party's identity. There is only one person who can come and go freely in Su family and have such momentum. For the record, patriarch, I am none other than Su Yan. Su Yan quickly bowed and replied. At the same time, he carefully observed his clan leader. Along the way, he learned too much about the patriarch from Su Yang and Su Buku. From being about to be exterminated to becoming the blessed land family now. Everything in the family is lifted up by the patriarch. It can be said that everything in the Su family was given by this mysterious patriarch. There is a fierce fire in the heart that can burn the sky or hide in the dust. Not bad. Su Zhou said, a translucent panel appeared in front of his eyes. Name, Su Yan. Destiny, Gold. Comprehension, Prodigy. Root bone, Prodigy. Realm, Blood tempering third layer. Qualification, Wanhuo Dao Spirit Body. Wanhuo Dao Spirit Body, born to be close to strange fire, has an innate understanding of the great Dao of fire, and can be promoted through special means. Opportunity, there is a fallen venerable soul hidden in the ring, which has awakened. Quality level, ordinary vulgar superior genius prodigy unparalleled monster world suppressing heaven grasping. Sure enough, there is an old grandfather hidden in the ring. Looking at the other party's panel, Su Zhou couldn't help but think to himself. Ding! People with golden quality are detected and can be invested. Invest in the soul reflection pill to get a reward, 100,000 divine sources. Invest in the ardent summer of heaven and earth Tao and get rewards, pure lotus demon fire. Invest in the profound rank treasure weapon, and you can get the heavenly rank treasure weapon, Black Dragon Swanyi. Patriarch. Su Yan is just a useless person from blood tempering third layer now. Su Yan said slightly bitterly. He had previously thought that he would rise again, but for some reason the venerable soul that gave him hope had not spoken for a long time. Have you become a waste again? Time and time again, I gave myself hope, only to despair again. I, Su Yan, have ever offended this world and wanted to torture me like this. Chapter 45. Su Yan only felt a different kind of discomfort in his heart. He held it up high and then dropped it. Then he found a trace of light in the dust, but the light was nothing more than a shadow. This gap was difficult for him to accept. Everything in the world is nothing more than whether it is broken or established. Isn't what happened today a test? I believe you. Don't humiliate yourself. Listening to Su Zhou's gentle voice, Su Yan almost cried. Over the years, no one except his father would believe that he could stand up again. Although the rest of the tribe didn't say anything, their eyes said everything. But he didn't expect that the patriarch, who had never been masked before, would trust him so much. Then, Su Zhou raised one hand without any movement, and a huge black ruler appeared in his hand. Just hold this sky ruler, you can use it to train your body with heavy weight, and you can also use it to fight against the enemy. Please accept this technique and this elixir. Su Yan looked at everything in front of him and felt a little confused. He felt that he was already a useless person, but he didn't know why he was so valued by the clan leader. You need to know that as heaven moves forward, a gentleman should strive for self-improvement. Su Zhou put the thing in Su Yan's hand. He patted his shoulder gently, and then, his figure flashed suddenly and disappeared from Su Yan's eyes in a few breaths. Hey! I thought you were just a guy from a small family. I didn't expect that you would have such a terrifying background. The extremely old voice in Su Yan's ear sounded again. Su Yan was overjoyed. Teacher, where have you been these days? I don't dare to show up. Yao Shen's voice was a bit bitter. What? Su Yan was shocked when he heard this. His teacher was a terrifying existence in the venerable realm. Every word and deed is full of divine power, and every move changes the situation. Such a being actually says that he does not dare to show himself. Do you still remember the person who appeared in Wuden City that day? Yao Shen considered carefully. That old soldier. Yes, even when I was at my peak, that person could kill me easily. Yao Shen's voice was filled with a bit of fear. On the broken sword behind the old pawn, he felt the wailing of countless wronged souls, and among those wronged souls there were no less than dozens of venerables. In other words, that one killed at least dozens of venerables. Even at his peak, I'm afraid I can't kill him with just one sword. Then teacher, why do you dare to show up now? Su Yan asked curiously. Because, the patriarch of your family, already knows of my existence. Yao Chen pointed at the pill with a wry smile. The soul reflection pill is a heavenly rank supreme grade pill. Its quality can be called supreme grade. Even when I was at my peak, I might not be able to refine it. This elixir can nourish the soul and solidify it. This clan leader is trying to beat me. You, the leader of the clan, are not simple. At such a young age, you have the cultivation level of heavenly origin, and his body. Yao Chen thought of the scene where he saw Su Zhou just now and couldn't help but shudder. That vision was the only one he had seen in his life. The stars were all over the sky behind him, the divine phoenix was circling, the great Dao was falling, and the ancient aura that was older than ancient was slowly flowing. Such a terrifying vision has never been seen before in ancient and modern times. This one. I'm afraid he's not the great emperor playing in the world. Yao Shen couldn't help but think. However, Su Zhou didn't care about the thoughts of this master and apprentice pair. Ding! Congratulations to the host on your successful investment. Reward, 100,000 divine sources. Get reward, heavenly rank strange fire, pure lotus demon fire. Pure lotus demon fire, a mysterious flame that can purify all things. It has the special effect of purifying all things. Anything that gets a little bit of it, it will be purified into nothingness. Get reward, heavenly rank treasure weapon, Black Dragon Soigné. Black Dragon Soigné, a piece of soigné once worn by an emperor who unified the eternity. It is contaminated with a trace of the emperor's aura. After wearing it, all attack damage is doubled. Seeing that he had just received the award, Su Zhou's eyes also lit up. Heavenly rank, the rarity of the treasure. Let's not mention it for the moment, let's just say that these 100,000 divine sources are already extremely precious. What is the source? The source is a product of spiritual energy that has become substantial. Only extremely pure spiritual energy can become the source. If you absorb one source, you can practice for 3 days. The divine source is the supreme grade among sources. One divine source is equal to 5 sources. In other words, absorbing one divine source is equivalent to practicing for 15 days. The price of a divine source on the market is as high as 150,000 spirit stones. However, most of the divine sources are occupied by the supreme sacred land, and very little comes out of the market. Once they appear, they will be snapped up. Just because the divine source can not only speed up cultivation, but also seal the years. Some dying old monsters can rely on the divine source to continue their lives. It can be imagined how precious the divine source is, and Su Zhou has 100,000 divine sources, which is simply an unimaginable resource. Even the entire divine Xia Empire only has 10,000 divine sources, while Su Zhou has a full 100,000. One can imagine what kind of terrifying wealth Su Zhou now has. Chapter 46. With such terrifying wealth, there is no need to worry about the Su family's cultivation resources for nearly 100 years. Then, he landed on towering firmament peak again. Now that the family is officially on the right track, each branch family is rushing towards the blessed land of towering firmament after receiving the news. The family is officially on the right track. But once the branch family and the main family come together, various conflicts will inevitably arise. This is a common problem among large families. In a family, the systems of direct line, branch, main family, and side branches are too complicated. Under the influence of many parties, it will inevitably affect the development of the family and the strength of the family, which will prevent Su Zhou from becoming stronger. I saw him frowning slightly. When all the families are merged in the future, the current family system will definitely have problems, and it needs to be carefully re-examined. I occupy the blessed land of towering firmament. Many sect families must have their hearts set on something. There are some rules that I need to let them know. He whispered softly. Pawn. In the darkness, a line of black clothes slowly emerged, as if Su Zhou was everywhere when he was needed. Don't talk much, and always carry out Su Zhou's instructions silently. Except that he can't take action within the Su family range, he is almost a perfect tool. Your Majesty. People who are not members of the clan are not allowed to step into the air in the towering firmament. Once a warning is given, twice will be wiped out. Yes, the old pawn responded. Afterwards, Su Zhou stopped talking, and the real energy around his body circulated slowly. While practicing, he thought about the future development of the family, hoping to solve this hidden danger after all branch families were merged. The old soldier in black was once again hidden in the darkness, as if he had never appeared. Teacher. This skill. Su Yan sat on the bed and felt a constant flow of heat between the meridians in his body. The cultivation that he had once dispersed was slowly recovering. Blood tempering 5th layer. Blood tempering 7th layer. Qi transformation 1st layer. Qi transformation 4th layer. If realm is the floor, true Qi is the ground drill. Su Yan was like a floor whose floor tiles had been hollowed out. Of course, relaying the floor tiles would be faster than rebuilding the building. But all this sounds easy, but it is actually extremely difficult to do. Any mistake on the hollowed out floor will lead to the collapse of the building. But the ardent summer of heaven and earth Tao practiced by Su Yan, although extremely domineering, was like a scorching fire, running rampant in Su Yan's body. But it is extremely stable, and all flaws are smoothed out wherever it passes. Su Yan's realm is also improving at an extremely astonishing speed. You, the leader of the clan, are really bold in taking action. This technique is a heavenly rank supreme grade technique. Yao Chen was shocked. What? Hearing this, Su Yan was even more shocked and couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. He thought about the extraordinary skills given to him by the head of his family. But I never thought it would be so precious. This is heavenly rank cultivation technique. Some sect suppressing techniques are nothing more than earth rank cultivation techniques, and the Divine Xia Empire's country suppressing technique is nothing more than heavenly rank low grade. And as soon as his clan leader took action, it was a heavenly rank supreme grade technique. This is simply unimaginable. Su Yan felt a fire burning in his heart, and his gratitude to Su Zhou could hardly be described in words. The heavenly rank technique is given as soon as it is given. This is how much you value yourself. I wish I could die for Su Zhou. On the other hand, Yao Chen felt extremely bitter that the disciple he had found actually had such a background. He found Su Yan as his apprentice, originally thinking of avenging himself in the future, but now it seems that the benefits he can bring to Su Yan have become minimal. Except for the burning technique that was given to Su Yan long ago, which can swallow strange fire and become stronger, it seems that he can't give Su Yan any benefits. Now that I am able to solidify my soul, it is thanks to the soul-reflecting pill that the other party gave me. Su Yan, your family has extremely terrifying heritage. You don't need me anymore. Yao Chen spoke with a complicated mood, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Yan. Teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. I will never change what I promised. I have a clear mind and cannot change my will. If I go back on my word, how can I face the leader of my clan? Su Yan spoke loudly. His youthful spirit was so moving that Yao Shen, the venerable soul, couldn't help but burst into tears. However, it may be due to accumulation of knowledge, or it may be due to a clear mind. After Su Yan's level returned to its original Qi transformation great completion, it skyrocketed again. Quietly break through. Meridian opening first layer. Meridian opening third layer. Until I stopped at meridian opening fifth layer. The former genius is back again. Yao Shen was also quite emotional. Then he looked at the sky, and countless rules appeared in his eyes. In his eyes, he saw the old soldier in black stepping on the sky. Countless secret and terrifying divine patterns are condensing in the sky. That one must be the great emperor traveling around the world. Yao Shen couldn't help but think to himself. Such a terrifying existence is just a follower, and that one must be the great emperor. This Su Yan not only repays his kindness, but is also a member of the great emperor clan. The future is simply unimaginable. If we deepen our relationship with him, not only is there hope for revenge, but maybe I can also take a look at the scenery on a higher level. Thinking of this, Yao Shen's lips couldn't help but curl up. Yanner. What's wrong, master? From now on, we will discuss our own affairs. You will call me master, and I will call you brother. Ah! Why don't you want to? What can I say? I'll love you for 1,000 years, okay, then I can call you big brother. Chapter 47. You don't know how many years you have spent practicing cultivation. A year flies by like a fleeting moment. During this time, the Su family has undergone tremendous changes. Branch families from all over the world entered the blessed land of towering firmament in an orderly manner. According to Su Zhou's statistics, the Su family now has more than 40,000 members. However, the area within the towering firmament blessed land is very vast, and even if it accommodates all the tribesmen, there is still a lot of room. According to the family records, except for a few branch families that cannot be found, the remaining 12 branch families have been merged into the main family. This has once again improved the family bonus received by Su Zhou. Su family now implements a contribution system, and you can obtain contribution points through a series of hunting medicines, collecting herbs, completing family tasks, etc. The contribution value is the hard currency within Su family and can be exchanged for anything you want. This move made the Su family people very motivated. Coupled with the blessings of the spirit gathering formation and supreme grade spirit vein, and the tribesmen eating spiritual plants one after another, the strength of the tribesmen has increased rapidly. With the rich and terrifying spiritual energy and the blessing of massive resources, the strength of the 12 branch family heads and the 7 main family stewards has also increased rapidly. 11 of them reached the exterior realm, and the remaining 5 entered the heavenly origin realm. Become a heavenly origin powerhouse. And Su Zhou has already stepped into the heavenly origin 6th layer, becoming the strongest member of the Su family except Su Zhou. Some newborns relied on the ancestral blood cauldron to continuously refine themselves, and the new genius gradually showed its prominence. A large number of genius are constantly emerging in each branch, and some have even comprehended the forbidden art of blood, even as much as those who once comprehended the sword intent in the master's clan. Among the younger generation, Su Buku, Su Yang, and Su Yan lived up to Su Zhou's hopes, and their realms improved crazily during this period. Even more than some stewards and heads of branch families. Su Buku led a group of Su family disciples to kill and refine in the 100,000 mountains near the towering firmament. Their Krypton life increased and their realm was exterior 4th layer. Su Yan, reborn from the ashes, relied on the guidance of Grandpa Goldfinger Yao Shen, and his realm advanced by leaps and bounds. He became the idol of many branch disciples. His realm is exterior 1st layer. Although Su Yang has kept quiet these years, due to his crazy drug use, he is indeed the person with the highest level among everyone. His level is exterior 6th layer. And carrying the sword intent, there were countless sword Dao sects who wanted to come to recruit disciples, but they were all rejected by Su Yang. If the Su family wasn't such a big deal now, I'm afraid many sects would be thinking of robbing them directly. As for the second echelon, there are dozens of young genius who have broken through to the meridian opening realm. Most of them have mastered the prototype of sword intent, or have comprehended the forbidden art of blood. They are proficient in the art of killing, and their combat power is invincible at the same level. The name of Towering Firmament Su family has spread throughout Divine Xia, and no one knows it. The strength is so strong that it has the tendency to become the best in Divine Xia. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no blessed land family in the Divine Xia Empire, and the clan is the opponent of the Su family. In a secret room, the spiritual energy surges like waves, and the mountains of divine energy are constantly dissipating. Su Zhou sat on the tuanfu with his eyes closed tightly. Countless visions seemed to appear around him, like a sacred innate. After having a large amount of resources, his already terrifying cultivation speed became even more insane. In just 1 year, his cultivation level has broken through all the way from the heavenly origin to the star-controlling realm. I saw his energy and blood surging like a roaring dragon. Every time he exhaled and inhaled, it was like bursts of thunder, and there were stars in his dantian. When you reach this state, you become a powerful person and can become the ancestor of a sect. Star-controlling realm, as the name suggests, can refine the true energy into stars in the body. Every 10 stars are the first layer realm, and 100 stars are the sea of stars. When the stars gather in the sea, you can break through. However, perhaps it's because Su Zhou combines various sacred body. Just the star-controlling first layer, he condensed hundreds of stars in his body. This also made his strength even more terrifying, with infinite power in his every move. If you get to the star-controlling 9th layer and condense the sea of stars, what it will be like is simply unimaginable. Others gather stars to form a sea, he gathers stars to form a river, the river of the Milky Way. Brother, all branch families have been successfully merged into the blessed land. Su Chao stood in front of Su Zhou and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. He couldn't understand his elder brother more and more. He thought he could help him with his current cultivation. But now he really can't even feel Su Zhou's breath. If he could see Su Zhou's back in the past, now Su Chao only feels that he can no longer see Su Zhou's trace. You have to work hard, work harder, to help your elder brother, at least not to become a burden to your elder brother. Su Chao thought so and vowed to work harder. Have they all been incorporated? What's the relationship between the branches and branches? Su Zhou asked. Su Chao shook his head slightly and said, there is often an alliance between the branch families, while the main family has a somewhat independent identity. This is a common problem among big families, and the Su family is also unavoidable. Is that really the case? Su Zhou already had a guess about such a scene. I also thought of a way to deal with it. All clan members, gather under the towering firmament peak to hold a clan meeting. Su Zhou just spoke slowly. Then an extremely majestic, godlike voice sounded throughout the grotto heaven. In an instant, everyone in the towering firmament grotto heaven heard the divine voice from the sky. No matter what they were busy with, they all rushed to towering firmament peak as soon as possible. The clan will live long. The clan leader has his destiny. All clan members, please come to towering firmament peak. Gather. The Wuden branch gathers quickly. Don't be left behind by other branches. Hurry up for the Heiya branch. Leave a good impression on the patriarch. All the Su family members are rushing to towering firmament peak, just because of Su Zhou's words. In their hearts, Su Zhou is the person who holds up the entire Su family with one hand, pulling them out of the mud so that they can enjoy the treatment they do now. God. Not long after, tens of thousands of Su family members came to towering firmament peak. They raised their heads and looked up at the figure on the top of the mountain, with unparalleled enthusiasm in their eyes. Su Zhou is wearing black dragon mysterious clothes. On the black dragon clothes, a black dragon seems to be competing with the sky. The heavenly rank treasure weapon Tai sword on his waist exudes boundless power and suppresses almighty forces. He stepped on the sky step by step. Every time he took a step, a golden step would appear under his feet, like a god walking on earth. In other words, in the eyes of the Su family, Su Zhou is a god. Chapter 48. See the Patriarch. See the Patriarch. A sound like a mountain roaring and a tsunami exploded, and all the tribesmen looked at Su Zhou with admiring eyes. The Su family is what it is today, all thanks to the support of this godlike existence. Uncle is so strong again. Su Buku held a simple sword in his hand, and his murderous aura was as cold as the abyss. After a year of baptism, his understanding of the true meaning of killing has become deeper, but for some reason, his constitution is more than just killing. He knew in his heart that that step would only be useful if he took it by himself. Once he took that step, his strength would be greatly improved. We have to get stronger faster. Now I can't help uncle at all. Besides, mother's matter is not that simple, we have to go faster. Su Buku always thought that his mother was dead all these years, but one day after the Su family moved into the towering firmament, Su Chao drank too much. He grabbed his son and cried bitterly, asking Su Buku to wait a little longer, waiting for Su family to become stronger. Only then did Su Buku know that his mother was still alive, but he did not talk about it, but kept it in his heart. Become stronger, so that you can take your mother back. Only in this way can I help my uncle. Driven by this thought, even though there are many talented people in the Su family now, and he is not the only one with purple qualifications, Su Buku's strength is still the highest among the young people in the Su family. Patriarch, what kind of person are you? The mysterious clothes on my body must be the heavenly rank treasure weapon. There is also extremely pure true energy, my mother, 100 stars. Su Yang looked up at Su Zhou, feeling swallowed up by a boundless sense of absurdity. This year, he has not been idle. In addition to secretly taking drugs to become stronger, he also found a fragment of the 9 Tribulations sword. It gave him a second ability, observing the sky. That is to say, he can see through other people's cultivation and combat power, but he just saw something. What's amazing is that the Patriarch of the star-controlling first layer realm actually has hundreds of stars in his body that complement each other. What a terrifying method this is! Looking at this world, I have never seen such a terrifying existence. Damn it, I finally feel the feeling of having a tyrannical backstage in this life. No wonder, those young men from aristocratic families love to show off. I can't help it now. Before his rebirth, he suffered all kinds of life and tasted all the sufferings in the world. Now he feels like a turned serf singing. Master, the strength of the Patriarch is even more terrifying. Su Yan sighed in his heart. Yao Shen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Haha yes brother, the strength of your family leader is really unfathomable. As he said this, he was really thinking, star-controlling realm has such terrifying methods, who would believe it? Is it really a great emperor who is playing and growing? Don't dare to let it slip. If it spoils the great emperor's mood. Yao Shen, who was left with only his soul, couldn't help but shudder. Su Zhou didn't know or care about everyone's complicated thoughts. Instead, he looked down at people of one race. Feel their powerful aura, feel the ever-rich luck. A smile appeared on Su Zhou's face. From now on, the Su family abolishes all distinctions between the main family, branch families, side branches, and direct lineages. This sentence broke all the family systems in this world without exception, and even changed the foundation of the family. If it happened to other clans, it would definitely cause shocking waves. But this is in Su family. In the Su family, Su Zhou's words are equivalent to the rules themselves. Because everyone knows that all the resources the Su family has developed to this day have come from the patriarch. The Su family is what it is today, all thanks to Su Zhou alone. Therefore, what Su Zhou said is like the rules of heaven, or in other words, Su Zhou is the heaven of this towering firmament, the heaven of Su family. Disciples from all clans are treated equally, with strength as the top priority and contribution as the king. As long as you have the strength, you can get everything you want in the Su family. Those with outstanding strength, regardless of origin, will be ranked in the Su family sequence and enjoy the highest resources. Next, let me introduce a few people to you. Su Zhou's voice was indescribably solemn. Su Buku. Here. Su Buku responded and strode out with a murderous aura, eye-catching. Su Buku, bone age 19, exterior 4th layer. Hearing this, all the Su family members looked sideways. They knew Su Buku. He is the nephew of the clan leader. He has a cold face and a kind heart. He often takes familiar clan members into the mountains for training. But I didn't expect that the other party had such strength. He actually has the realm of exterior 4th layer, and can even rival the strength of several stewards. From now on, you are temporarily the 3rd rank of the Su family. You will be granted the title of 3rd person too, and you will be granted the title of Tu Feng. You can enter Towering Firmament Peak to consult me at any time. You can take any 3 of the treasures in the pavilion. Another reward is the exterior realm Mount Gale Pegasus. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright beam of light rushed over from the sky. Just listen to a cry that sounds like a horse but not a horse, like an eagle but not an eagle, playing in the sky. It's the incomparably powerful Gale Pegasus. This kind of divine horse is unusual and possesses powerful cultivation. It is not only a powerful weapon but also a status symbol. Not to mention that the Gale Pegasus is extremely precious. Looking at the entire divine Xia Empire, I am afraid that only Su Zhou can have such a big hand. Such a reward immediately made countless people jealous, not to mention the reward of 3 items from the Contribution Pavilion. The Contribution Pavilion is the most precious place for the Su family. As long as the contribution value is enough, whether it is Earth-rank treasure weapon, supreme skill, or precious elixir, Dao Rime elixir can be exchanged there. But the more precious the treasure, the higher the contribution value required. There are many treasures, and the contribution value can easily reach millions. Now this Su Buku can actually choose any 3 items. The most amazing thing is that you can go to Towering Firmament Peak for advice at any time. Where is the Towering Firmament Peak? It is the place where the clan leader lives. He can come and go at will. This favor makes people jealous. He is simply being groomed as a young clan leader. It can be seen how terrifying the benefits of entering this sequence are. Thank you, Patriarch. Su Buku suppressed the excitement in his heart and bowed respectfully to Su Zhou, with even more respect in his eyes. Su Zhou nodded slightly and continued unhurriedly. Su Yan comes out. Bone age 19, exterior 1st layer. Chapter 49. What? Exterior 1st layer. Another prodigy. Who is this Su Yan? I have never heard of him. Is it the master's prodigy again? No. I've heard of Su Yan. He is the young patriarch of the Wuden branch. His cultivation once fell. In the discussion of the tribesmen, Su Yan, dressed in black, slowly stepped out of the queue. His eyes were calm and his expression was as usual, and he was carrying a huge ruler behind his back. Su Yan is here. I've met the patriarch. Su Yan bowed respectfully to Su Zhou as he stepped out of the queue. In his heart, Su Zhou has the kindness to recreate him, not only the resources provided, but also the support in his heart. That sentence of God's movement is strong and a gentleman strives to constantly strive for self-improvement has always inspired him. Su Zhou looked at him, smiled softly, and continued. From now on, you will be the fourth sequence of the Su family and be given the title of Fourth Burning Heaven. You can also come to Towering Firmament Peak for advice at any time. You can enter the Contribution Pavilion and choose any 2 treasures. Give me another Gale Pegasus. Thank you, Patriarch. Su Yan bowed and saluted, his expression as usual. On the other hand, his father, Su Zhou, flushed with excitement. The heads of several branch families who were close to him said in a showy manner, "That's my son, my son." Tisk, 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 the fourth burning sky. Domineering. Domineering. The sky is burning, don't you do it. The rest of the people also agreed with him, and at the same time their eyes were filled with fire. Different from Su Buku, this Su Yan was born in a serious family, and now he has joined this sequence. It can be seen that what the patriarch said is true. From now on, the Su family really no longer has the idea of superiority and inferiority, and everything depends on talent and strength. This also made the branch family members who were a little worried before, all of them became excited. As long as you are strong enough and talented enough, you can get all the resources in the Su family and grow as much as you want. Not only can you enter the sequence, but you also have your own exclusive spiritual peak and exclusive title. This is an unparalleled excitement for young people. It has to be said that Su Zhou has a very good grasp of the young man's character. Ding! It is detected that Su family is excited, cohesive and competitive, family luck plus 500. Ding! Affected by the golden dragon of luck, family luck increases by an additional 1000. Ding! The family luck has reached 30,000, and the family resource gift pack has been distributed. The family luck has reached 100,000, and you can get the reward of the next rank 1. The system's beeps kept ringing, but Su Zhou did not pay attention and continued to announce. Next person. Su Yang. Bone age 14, exterior 6th layer. Heaven grasping road sword intent. As soon as these words came out, the entire Su family exploded. Bone age 14. Holy shit! It's true or false? No way! No way! What kind of monster is this? I have heard of this name, Su Yang. He is the genius who understood the sword intent. I remembered that Qingshan Sword Sect, Great River Sword Sect, and Limitless Sword Sect all came to him to recruit disciples, but they were all rejected by him. God protects the Su family, there is such a prodigy. Over the past year, Su Yang has been busy taking drugs and upgrading, and has been gradually forgotten by his tribe. He only vaguely remembers that the Su family has such an unparalleled genius. But no one thought that Su Yang's strength had reached such a level. Even Su Yan and Su Buku looked shocked. They were familiar with Su Yang. In their memory, Su Yang was always hiding in his room, tired of practicing, but they didn't expect that this kid would reach such a state quietly. Su Yang quickly walked out of the crowd. Master Patriarch. The 14-year-old Su Yang has not yet grown up, and the sword on his waist is taller than others. He looks a bit funny, but no one dares to laugh at him. From now on, you will be given the title of the second series of the Su family, the second sword master, and the master of the sword appreciation peak. You can come to Towering Firmament Peak for advice at any time. You can choose any 3 treasures in the Contribution Pavilion. The reward is the exterior realm mount, Gale Pegasus. Su Yang, thank the clan leader. Su Yang bowed, but his brows were furrowed. He is actually the second sequence. It seems that there is someone in the Su family who is more defiant than himself. My family is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Su Yang thought to himself. The rest of the tribe was also very curious. At Su Yang's age, talent, and level, he was not the first in the ranking. Then what a terrifying existence the first sequence of Su family is. Su Zhou stepped on it and glanced at the clan members with a half-smiling smile. During this year of seclusion, a little monster really appeared. If he hadn't used his spiritual consciousness to detect something strange before, even he would have been fooled into it. As the first in the Su family, you will be granted the title of number 1 immortality. You will be granted the title of immortality at Lingfeng Peak. You can enter and exit Towering Firmament Peak at will. After Su Zhou finished speaking, he stopped talking and just glanced at an ordinary-looking young man in the crowd. First Immortal, who is this person? It seems that the supreme prodigy of our clan is hidden by the clan leader. Who on earth can be given such a name? Immortality. Immortality. This is such a big name. The tribesmen were talking a lot. Brother Chongsheng, this first series title is actually the same as yours. An eccentric girl smiled. Su Chongsheng on the side smiled dully, I can't compare with others. Humph. No, Brother Chongsheng can carve wood, and he won't even fight back when he is bullied by others. Hearing this, Su Chongsheng smiled and said nothing, letting the little girl scold him. But there was indeed a glimmer of light in those seemingly dull eyes. Sure enough, I can't hide it from the patriarch. The patriarch didn't point out my intention. It seems that he wants me to visit secretly. So should I go in person, or use a more realistic puppet? No, I have the resources to practice now, all thanks to the clan leader, but, there is still danger, but if the clan leader has murderous intentions towards me. Oh, I must die, what should I do, what should I do? Su Zhou looked at Su Chongsheng in the crowd and chuckled. The Hungpan clan member hasn't appeared yet, but he has found a guy who has the template of the Godao protagonist of the Chongsheng style. He didn't intend to point out the other party's way of doing things. He believed that if this guy was smart enough, he would know what he should do. Then, Su Zhou continued, I believe everyone has seen that everything in the Su family will be divided according to strength in the future. Ignore the previous family separation system. The higher the strength, the higher the offerings. The stronger the strength, the more resources. In addition, the monthly contributions and resources received by all clan members have increased 3 times compared to before. If you rank 100 in the Su family sequence, the resources of the last 50 will be increased 5 times, the resources of the top 30 will be increased 10 times, and the resources of the top 20 will be increased 15 times. As for the top 10, give me a title. Admire the spiritual peak. You can go to Towering Firmament Peak for advice at any time, and all resources can be found 50 times. As soon as this statement came out, the entire Su family exploded. This is a real benefit to itself. The resources of ordinary people have tripled. If they can enter the sequence, the benefits are unimaginable. For a moment, the hearts of countless tribesmen seemed to be burning with fire. What kind of branch families, side branches, etc. were all thrown aside by them. They became one of the series and became the biggest expectation in their hearts. Chapter 50. Next, Su Zhou further improved the rules of the sequence. The top 10 sequences in the first batch were personally designated by Su Zhou, and the remaining sequences were selected through a family competition. All tribesmen are eligible to challenge the sequence, and once they win, they can directly replace them. This not only makes the tribesmen who have the strength to step into the position of the sequence stay vigilant to avoid overturning. It even made some tribesmen excited and wanted to shout something that Su Yan once said. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexi, don't bully young people into poverty. Hand over the sequence position to me. As for the original heads of the separate families and the stewards of the main family, they were all included in the Towering Firmament Council, breaking up the original system. With his younger brother Su Chao as the president, only those who have reached a certain level of strength and have Su Zhou's permission can join the association. The Towering Firmament Council discusses Su family's decisions, big and small, and finally reports them to Su Zhou. Whether the decision is passed or not is decided by Su Zhou. Under Su Zhou's new policy, the entire Su family has become like a huge machine, running rapidly. The tribesmen are excitedly discussing the future development, and many tribesmen who want to compete for the position of the sequence are setting off non-stop. Some go into the mountains to hunt, some take on family tasks, and some simply go into seclusion. Of course, there are also a few powerful tribesmen who want to challenge Su Yan, who is the lowest in the sequence. As a result, they all fell under the Sky Ruler one after another. Even Su Yan allowed the other three to join forces, but they were still knocked down by the heat wave of the foot. Some people looked at Su Yang as a young man and thought they had a chance to steal the chicken. However, Su Yang did not even take out the sword, and a single heavenly sword intent frightened the challengers. Only then did everyone exclaim. It turned out that the sequence chosen by the clan leader not only had outstanding talent but also amazing combat power. As for Suibuku, he was so full of murderous intent that unfamiliar tribesmen didn't even dare to approach him. Looking at the excited tribesmen, Su Zhou couldn't help but sigh. His eldest brother is simply a god. Originally, stable development was considered a good path. Even if there were some family separation disputes, this was the case for all big families. But now, Su Zhou's behavior has directly changed everyone's hearts. Become more radical and more crazy. If Su family was a carriage moving forward steadily before, then Su Zhou can foresee that the Su family in the future will become a flying sword that transmigrate across the sky, unstoppable. Su Zhou stayed at towering firmament peak and reported some plans proposed by the council, most of which were approved by Su Zhou. Afterwards, the two brothers drank tea as before, and casually recited something about their third brother, whom they had not seen for many years and had never returned home. Just when Su Zhou was about to leave, Su Zhou did speak. Second brother, do you know the names of your siblings' families? After hearing these words, Su Zhou's body became extremely stiff. Huayun was a hurdle that he could never get over in his heart. He once thought he had no hope of revenge in this life. But now the Su family gave him a glimmer of hope. Brother, the current Su family is not enough. Although Su Zhou was looking forward to it, he knew that the current Su family alone was not enough to fight against that behemoth. Indeed, Su family now has many powerful people in the heavenly origin realm, and even he has stepped into the heavenly origin. But he could not forget that in that family, the strong ones in heavenly origin were no more than servants. Haha, you have to walk some way. Su Zhou took a sip of tea. He has been in seclusion for 10 years, his biological brother was deposed, all the elders in the clan died, and the family was almost destroyed. How could he let go of the culprit of all this? Su Zhou's eyes were like a ghost, unfathomable. Sizzle. A phantom of reincarnation that reflected the heavens seemed to emerge behind him. Huasu. Su Zhou understood that no one could change what his elder brother had decided. He closed his eyes slightly, seeming to see the painful memories deep in his heart that he least wanted to face. There was a thunderstorm and thunder roared from the sky. A rickety old man stepped on him and looked at him condescendingly, as if he were looking at an ant, a pig, or a dog. The eldest lady of the Huangzu family is worthy of a BD like you. If you weren't afraid that Miss would be sad, I would kill you today. That arrogant tone was like a needle piercing Su Zhou's heart. After saying that, Su Zhou's eyes became extremely firm. He has an imperishable body and an indestructible mind. He will no longer be defeated by these setbacks. Now he wants to practice, become stronger, and then, take revenge. Then, he turned around and went straight to the virgin forest behind Su family to kill, causing strange beasts to fly all over the sky. The Huangzu family. Su Zhou muttered the name with a sneer on his lips. Destroying my brother, destroying the elders of my clan, and violating the dignity of my clan. The Huangzu family, what should I do? I'll repay you. Su Zhou said word by word. Like a substantial murderous aura, it emerged in the void, like an abyss, trying to swallow everything. At this moment, the system beep sounded, breaking Su Zhou's endless murderous intention. Ding! If a special Destiny tribe member is detected, you can invest. Listening to the prompt, Su Zhou came to his senses. He was still in a hurry about the Huangzu family. Apart from the name, he knew nothing about the Huangzu family. Right now, it's this cunning kid who needs to be dealt with. Outside Su Zhou's door, an ordinary-looking young man looked around, as if he was afraid of being seen by others. Boom! Suddenly, the door opened on its own. Su Zhou's majestic and unpredictable voice sounded slowly. Come in. Su Chongsheng walked in quickly and bowed to Su Zhou. Meet the clan leader. Su Zhou looked the young man up and down and said. It's true that you are here in your true form. I was still thinking that if you dare to come to see me in disguise, I will tear apart all your old wooden and paper figures. Hearing this, Su Chongsheng showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. He hesitated between his real body and his fake body for 3 or 4 hours before deciding to go with his real body. Master Patriarch, how dare I? You don't dare? Haha, is there anything else you don't dare to do? In the northwest corner of the Blessed Land, there is your little dilapidated wooden house with more than 300 layers of killing formations. Those who know it is the Su family, but those who don't know it think it is some kind of inheritance place. After hearing this, Su Changshen's expression became even more unnatural. Sure enough, with my little tricks, I still couldn't hide it from the Patriarch. Unfortunately, I thought there was a 0.001% chance of not being discovered. Chapter 51. Ding! If a special Destiny tribe member is detected, you can invest. The system beep sounded again. Invest in Soul Reflection Pill to get rewards, Great Principle Divine Blood Pill. Invest in the Divine Guard Pill to get rewards, Lord of the Underworld Pill. Invest in the Hidden Spring of Heaven and Earth Technique and receive the Great Annihilation Technique as a reward. Su Zhou looked at Su Chongsheng, who was a bit shy in front of him. A curtain of water seemed to appear in front of me. Information about Su Chongsheng emerged one after another. Name, Su Chongsheng. Realm, Exterior Great Completion. Destiny, Blue, Purple, Gold, Red. Comprehension, Ordinary. Root Bone, Mortal. Talent, Eternal Evergreen Body. Bloodline Forbidden Art, Split the Soul and Separate the Soul. Eternal Evergreen Body, those with this body have extremely long lifespans, but their personalities are prone to extremes. Split the soul and separate the soul. Using this technique, the soul can be split, and each time the soul is split, it will suffer endless pain. Opportunity, I obtained the inheritance of the eternal great emperor in my dream, suffered countless hardships in my dream, and became extremely cautious. Quality level, ordinary vulgar superior genius prodigy unparalleled monster world suppressing. Looking at Su Changshen's panel, Su Zhou's eyes became a little strange. Su Changshen's qualifications were so low that it was terrifying. You must know that the talents of the Su family people have been upgraded by the system. Coupled with the long-term consumption of spiritual plants, the qualifications of most members of the Su family have been upgraded to the highest level. And this Su Chongsheng only received the evaluation of an ordinary person after experiencing promotion. If you are not promoted, you may not even be able to practice. And with such qualifications, his destiny evaluation is anomaly. Blue, purple, gold, red. The 4 evaluations were actually tied at the same time. But if you think about it carefully, Su Zhou knows the reason. Su Chongsheng awakened the forbidden technique of blood, splitting souls and dividing souls. It can split the soul, and the split soul can be trained, and the progress of the training can be superimposed on his body. However, the splitting of souls is extremely painful, as if flesh and blood are being separated alive, and watching the flesh and blood melt into the furnace with your own eyes, the pain is unimaginable. Normally, if you only try this feeling once, you may never try it a second time in your life. But Su Chongsheng did split his soul hundreds of times during this period. Once he practices, he is equivalent to hundreds of people practicing at the same time. One day of practice is equivalent to hundreds of days of practice for others. Coupled with the aura and spiritual plants of the towering firmament blessed land, even a pig should have spiritual intelligence after practicing like this. Perhaps it is because his soul is so divided that his qualifications become so anomaly. A guy who has inherited the ancient great emperor, a guy who goes to the extreme and can be so cruel to himself, how high will he reach in the future? Even Su Zhou is looking forward to it. If Su Zhou hadn't used his spiritual consciousness to sweep across the entire blessed land, he would have almost been deceived. How cowardly is this kid? Let's put it this way, there are at least hundreds of formations set up in the small wooden house where he lives, including more than 100 formations for hiding aura, and there are hundreds of talismans placed in the house. You have your own path to take and your own path to pursue. This is good. Su Zhou looked at Su Chongsheng and said. He patted Su Chongsheng on the shoulder, you must not have the intention of harming others, and you must have the intention of guarding against others, but you should also leave some room in your heart. You must remember that you are the first in the Su family and the number one in longevity. At any time, the family is your greatest guard of honor. As the patriarch, I should protect you. You can enter towering firmament peak at any time from now on, and I'll grant you, forget it, you won't like something as high profile as Gale Pegasus. The contents of this jade box will be given to you. Su Zhou took out the jade box and put it in Su Changshen's hand. Su Chongsheng was somewhat stunned at this time. There are thousands of talismans hidden in his cuffs, hundreds of paper figurines are protected around his waist, and there are some life-saving methods hidden in his hair. He knew that his clan leader was mysterious and unpredictable. He had deduced the results countless times and guessed that the clan leader had also learned the mysterious inheritance. He thought about returning to his life and died on the spot, and thought about the clan leader asking him to hand over the inheritance himself. I really never thought that this mysterious patriarch just told me to go my own way, and only told him to stride forward and that he would have the protection of his family behind him. There was a warning bell in Su Changshen's heart. He accepted the inheritance in his dream and experienced hundreds of sufferings and betrayals in the world. The warning bell reminded him countless times to be wary of the world. But I don't know why, the alarm bell that is ringing all the time, in front of Su Zhou, stopped. That was the first time in 19 years that Su Chongsheng felt so relaxed. For the first time, he tried to accept someone else's gift without warning. After that, his eyes no longer showed the awe as before, but a kind of respect that comes from the heart. Su Chongsheng, thank you, clan leader. I dare not say that I will stick to the Su family forever, but, until the patriarch gives up, I will never leave. For a ruthless person who has the word go engraved in his heart, being able to say this is already a huge promise. Go and practice, if you have any questions, feel free to come to me. Su Zhou smiled and said. Besides, wouldn't it be uncomfortable for you to use the earth escape technique all the time? Su Chongsheng still maintained the respectful look just now, but the hands hidden in his sleeves were still making secrets instinctively. I'm used to it. I'm used to it. Su Chongsheng blushed. Su Zhou said a few more words, and then he bowed and left. As soon as he walked out of the room, he quickly looked around, and then took out a paper man from his sleeve. No matter how he moved, his whole body disappeared in an instant. The protagonist of the Chongsheng style is really stubborn. Su Zhou's eyes were clear, and in his eyes, Su Changshen's movements were invisible. He saw Su Chongsheng using paper as an artificial lure to stir up dozens of hidden threads, and then left using the method of the soul, but none of those hidden threads were real. The real Su Chongsheng immediately escaped into a puppet he hid under towering firmament peak. Ding! The investment is successful, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Saint Rank Great Medicine, Great Principle Divine Blood Pill. Ding! The investment is successful, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Saint Rank Elixir, Lord of the Underworld Pill. Ding! The investment is successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Saint Rank Supreme Grade Combat Skill, Great Destruction Technique. Chapter 52. Ding! The investment is successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Saint Rank Great Medicine, Great Principle Divine Blood Pill. Great Principle Emperor's Blood Pill, it is the divine medicine of the ancient alchemy sect. After consumption, it can enhance the bloodline, and there is a chance that the bloodline will transform into the bloodline of the Emperor. Ding! The investment is successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Saint Rank Elixir, Lord of the Underworld Pill. Underworld Pill, a special pill refined by the great Emperor of the River Styx. Those who eat it will be completely loyal to the host in a subtle way. Ding! The investment is successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Saint Rank Supreme Grade Combat Skill, Great Destruction Technique. Great Annihilation Technique, invoke the law of destruction, annihilate everything, annihilate everything. Su Zhou made a thought and chose to use the Great Annihilation Technique. In an instant, countless mysterious rules and laws were intertwined in his mind. In a few breaths, he mastered this extremely terrifying martial art. I saw him raising one hand. A faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes, but no other movements were seen. But the next moment, layers of cracks began to appear in the surrounding space, like broken glass. As Su Zhou squeezed his palm, the spider web-like cracks spread even more crazily. He could feel that if he exerted just a little force, he could wipe out the entire space in an instant. Such terrifying destructive power is simply appalling. Su Zhou asserted that within the same level, under the Great Annihilation Technique, everything will perish. Even beings above star controlling would inevitably be seriously injured by this move. Not bad. Su Zhou nodded with satisfaction, and he had one more trump card. And this Underworld Lord Pill is also very useful. In the future, the Su family will definitely become extremely strong. Of course, vassal families and vassal sects will also be indispensable. Instead of considering their loyalty, it's better to eat this Underworld Lord Pill and get it easily. As for this Great Principle Divine Blood Pill, Su Zhou turned his palm, and a golden elixir suddenly appeared in his hand. The elixir was engraved with 9 lines, engraved in blood, with a bit of nobility. Can I be promoted to a bloodline? Bloodline, a natural thing, can not only determine a person's starting point, but also determine a person's end point. The bloodline of the Emperor's clan is extremely powerful. As descendants of the great Emperor, they are born with the power and extremely powerful qualifications to compete with divine beasts. It can be said that the 4 words bloodline of the Emperor represent power. And this great principle divine blood pill has the potential to transform into the blood of the Emperor, but it is so precious. Su Zhou didn't hesitate much. He sat on the tuanfu and swallowed the great principle divine blood pill in one gulp. Buzz! The next moment, Su Zhou felt that his whole body had become extremely hot, and his blood was boiling like lava. Wow! This feeling! His eyes widened with anger, his long shawl hair moved automatically without wind, and the majestic power of true energy burst out in an instant. Kara! Kara! Vaguely, Su Zhou seemed to hear the sound of chains in his body. Then, under the powerful impact of the medicine, click! Something broke. Next moment, a majestic and unparalleled power burst out in an instant. That is the power from deep within the blood. At the same time, Su Zhou felt that his body became extremely eager. He waved his sleeves, and countless divine sources emerged, which were then absorbed by him crazily. And his realm continued to improve at this moment. Star controlling 2nd layer. Star controlling 3rd layer. Star controlling 4th layer. In just a few breaths, Su Zhou's realm actually broke through the 3rd layer. Then, his breath gradually stabilized, his eyes were slightly closed, and he looked inwards. The originally vigorous blood became more mysterious. The light golden color disappeared and was replaced by pure red. Every drop of blood seemed to be engraved with countless mysterious methods. The already extremely terrifying understanding has been improved again, and the strength of the physical body has reached an unimaginable level, and the Emperor's blood combined with the limitless body has formed a new ability. Great Dao is not visible. No one can see through Su Zhou's realm and cultivation. Looking around, there is only endless chaos. Su Zhou raised his fist and punched the void without using any magic, just relying on pure physical strength. Boom! This punch indeed tore a huge hole in the space. The bloodline of the Emperor is so terrifying, Su Zhou said with satisfaction. His combat power has once again improved a lot, which makes him feel good. Is this the blood of the Emperor? It's really terrifying. However, I didn't expect that the chance of transformation is still very high. One divine blood pill succeeded. However, what Su Zhou didn't know was that although the great principal divine blood pill had heaven-defying effects, how could the Emperor's blood be transformed so easily? In the depths of the years that are older than ancient times, a dark coffin floats faintly. Countless ancient creatures are crawling around. They are so powerful that they can annihilate small worlds with just one breath. But in front of this seemingly ordinary black coffin, he could only crawl humbly. Crunch! The black coffin opened a crack, and a sigh with a rich smell of decay came out. Alas! Everything will decay. Everything will wither, and those ancient taboos want to crawl out of their burial places. The world will no longer exist. The Emperor's blood will stain the sky. They are eager to wake up. 9 heavens and 10 earths, 3,000 realms. But the fruits are about to be picked. Why at this moment? Break off the shackles. That decaying voice was filled with regret, and the voice was like substance. Wherever it passed, all space and time were completely annihilated. Chapter 53. Towering Firmament Peak. Su Zhou was completely accustomed to the power of his physical body. His body has been upgraded to a new level again. He can destroy even the earth-rank treasure weapon with his bare hands, which is terrifying. Feeling his extremely domineering power, Su Zhou was overjoyed. But he knew that this world had 9 heavens, 10 lands, and 3,000 domains, and the divine Xia Empire where he was just a small country, only in the corner of one domain. Now that he has come to this world, he will be above the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and stand at the top of the 3,000 realms. Everything that is shining now is just his starting point. After calming down, Su Zhou checked the system backpack again. After the family luck reaches 30,000, the family resource gift package is unlocked again. He directly chose to open the gift bag. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mountain Gate Mysterious Monument. Shanmen Xian Monument. Before it was placed on the clan's land, it was stained with a trace of divine blood and had infinite pressure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Grade Clan Protection Array. Supreme Grade Clan Protection Formation, it can protect the clan and land. All enemies with malicious intentions can be reflected. Enemies who take action will be thundered by the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 nether black yellow tree. Zhuyu Xian Huang tree, it can breed the energy of Zhuyu Xian Huang. Under the Xian Huang tree, the understanding of the tribe can be greatly improved, and there is a certain chance that the tribe will have a special physique, Zhuyu Xian Huang body. The rewards in the family resource gift pack are used to enhance the family's strength. Extremely powerful and practical. These 3 rewards are very suitable for the current Su family situation. The mysterious monument at the mountain gate enhances the majesty of the family, the clan protection formation protects the safety of the clan, and the 9 nether black yellow tree can enhance the qualifications of the clan members. It can be said to be very thoughtful. Without much thinking, Su Zhou directly chose to place these 3 items. The clan protecting formation silently spread throughout the clan land, and instantly enveloped the entire towering firmament blessed land. On a spiritual peak, a towering ancient tree quietly rose. It reached the sky and the earth, carrying an ancient aura, constantly spreading black and yellow air. The tree body was extremely deep, as if it was rooted in the netherworld. Many tribesmen vaguely felt that the speed of absorbing spiritual energy seemed to become faster while practicing under the ancient trees. And the towering firmament is at the entrance to the blessed land. A huge blood-stained black stone appeared out of nowhere. The blood on it reflects the golden light, which is so bright that it cannot be looked directly at. A huge Su character is engraved on it. Lu Chengfeng stands at the entrance of towering firmament. My throat just feels dry. He was commissioned by the clan and the royal family to come to Su family specially. But as soon as he arrived at the entrance of towering firmament, he saw the terrifying blood-stained black stone appearing out of thin air. And as luck would have it, his damn curiosity got the better of him. Wang Qichen started subconsciously. Then he saw that on the black stone, there were beings that towered over the sky. No, it was them. They overlook the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and regard their whole lives as ants, and then one day, darkness swallows everything, and divine blood falls into the world. This terrifying scene made Lu Chengfeng feel trembling. I suppressed my fear and looked away, but the next moment, a huge vertical pupil just stuck to his face. The golden eyes exuded endless pressure. Lu Chengfeng's Adam's apple shrugged involuntarily. The owner of these eyes was the Su family's golden dragon of luck. This golden dragon of luck is even more terrifying than the last time he saw it. Thousands of miles of bodies tightly surround the entire blessed land, with golden scales rippling with pressure, and each one is transformed by boundless luck. This single scale is enough to make an ordinary family change their fate and become a wealthy family, and such scales are indeed densely packed on the golden dragon of luck and are endless. Lu Chengfeng didn't even have the courage to enter the Su family. He was once proud of being able to see things that others couldn't see, but now he really can't even cry. I don't want to play anymore. You, the royal family, handle your own affairs. Lu Chengfeng immediately turned around and wanted to leave. City Lord Lu, long time no see. An indifferent voice sounded in Lu Chengfeng's ears, and his whole body froze. Looking up, he saw Su Zhou wearing black clothes standing in front of him with a smile on his face. However, Lu Chengfeng, who forgot to close the real eye of luck, almost fainted the moment he saw Su Zhou. In his eyes, behind Su Zhou was a majestic figure trampling on the 9 heavens and 10 earth, with 3,000 great Dao hanging down on him, and the divine phoenix with wings inciting myriad worlds to annihilation was spreading its wings and flying high. Su, Master Su family, long time no see. Lu Chengfeng forced a smile and held his hands on the wall, fearing that his legs would weaken and fall. Well, I am afraid that I will kneel down again. Everything in towering firmament's blessed land is under Su Zhou's control. When Lu Chengfeng arrives, he will naturally know it. Su Zhou was very satisfied with this extremely wise city lord, so he was also a little curious about what he was doing here. Then he came out in person. I don't go to the 3 treasures hall for anything. City Lord Lu just came. What's the matter? Su Zhou asked. Lu Chengfeng looked at Su Zhou, who was in an even more unpredictable state, and opened his mouth slightly, just about to say something. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant and domineering voice suddenly sounded. Ha 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 ha. Lu Chengfeng. Is this your divine Xia's trump card? That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Su family, right? If you dare to help, I. However, Su Zhou was not interested in listening to the inexplicable threat. He raised one hand and the space suddenly rippled. Noisy. Great annihilation technique. The entire space began to crack in large areas, and dark space cracks continued to emerge. Boom. Next moment. Before a man in luxurious clothes could recover, his whole body suddenly fell into pieces. The shock and fear on his face seemed to be half frozen, but then, his whole body began to annihilate bit by bit, like dust, like dust. Soon, only a little bit of blood rain fell from the sky. City Master Lu, continue talking. Su Zhou's voice remained unchanged, as if he just killed a fly casually. Chapter 54. What a Su family! Are you really so domineering? Even the royal family of your divine Xia Empire would not dare to be so arrogant. An old man in purple clothes walked out slowly with a dark face. The person who died just now was his junior. I thought this would bring him a lot of insights, but I didn't expect that now I wouldn't even have a chance to collect the body. Seeing the visitor, Lu Jinfeng's expression changed and he quickly walked to Su Zhou's side. Clan Chief Su. This is the fifth prince of the Tianhan Empire. He is a powerful star controlling and extremely powerful. He has mastered 3 earth rank techniques and is known as invincible at the same level. After hearing Lu Jinfeng's words, Su Zhou's face did not change at all. He only felt a little ridiculous about the so-called invincibility at the same level. Call yourself invincible? However, the origin of the other party caught Su Zhou's attention. The Tianhan Empire was a neighboring country of divine Xia. The two countries have been at war for many years, and have only stopped in the past few years. The relationship is extremely tense. The fifth prince of the other country actually appeared in the territory of divine Xia. This thing is interesting. So, City Lord Lu, what do you mean by coming here this time? Although he thought it was interesting, Su Zhou did not look at the old man and continued to ask Lu Chengfeng. Ha 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 ha. How brave! Do you think that after entering the star-controlling realm, you will really become invincible? The fifth prince laughed in anger. The divine Xia Empire will soon be destroyed, and the word will be taken back. Once I, Tianhan, enter divine Xia, I will be the first to destroy you, Su family. Of course, if you are obedient and loyal to my royal family, I can give you a way to survive. Are your royal family so brainless? Su Zhou looked at the other party for the first time after hearing the other party's threat. His face was full of sarcasm. You! The fifth prince's face suddenly darkened. Seeking death. Purple-red thunderous sounds erupted from the whole body. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. The next moment, his body shot up and headed straight for Su Zhou. Star-controlling realm's cultivation level exploded unabashedly. Behind him, stars appeared one after another, more than 50 stars rose into the sky, and there were streaks of thunder above the purple-red stars. He is clearly a strong player in star-controlling 5th layer. Take your life. The fifth prince arrived in front of Su Zhou in the blink of an eye. He raised one hand, and bursts of purple-red thunder exploded, carrying extremely strong destructive power, reflecting a ferocious thunder eagle in mid-air. Repent for your arrogance. There is also a gap in star controlling. The gap between you and me is like cloud and mud. In the next life, be careful. He laughed proudly, wanting to see Su Zhou's desperate look. But, he didn't see the desperate expression he wanted to see, but instead saw a very teasing smile. Next moment. Boom! Boom! As if the terrifying power from the ancient wilderness erupted instantly, Su Zhou kicked him directly in the stomach. The extremely powerful physical force is tearing everything apart. The seemingly violent thunder eagle was as insignificant as a candle in front of such power. But in an instant, the arrogant and domineering fifth prince was stepped on by Su Zhou. You are star-controlling great completion. No. Even the star-controlling great completion cannot have such terrifying power. The fifth prince's face was filled with shock and fear at this moment. He wanted to use his spiritual consciousness to check Su Zhou's realm, but he could only see boundless chaos. The seemingly boundless power was suppressing him little by little, and he tried his best to break free from Su Zhou's feet. But even if he uses the star vision, he can't move it at all. That foot pressed against his body like a mountain. Getting heavier, like cloud mud. This is a good description, but it is not accurate. You are no different from an ant or a grasshopper in front of me. Su Zhou's voice was extremely cold. City Lord Lu. I need an explanation. Su Zhou didn't even bother to look at him and asked Lu Chengfeng in a faint tone. Indeed, killing this ordinary star-controlling power by Su Zhou is no different from crushing an ant. But it doesn't mean that he is willing to be used as a knife for others. Even having such thoughts is a sin. Boom! The strength under my feet is increasing. Poof! The fifth prince suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and vaguely saw several fragments of organs. Star-controlling, who was extremely arrogant before, is now lying at Su Zhou's feet like a dead dog. Seeing this scene, Lu Jinfeng's legs, which were already a bit weak, became even softer, and his hands holding the wall had no strength. Then, snap! Lu Chengfeng, Lord Lu Dacheng, knelt down again. But this time he knelt in a more honorable manner, his knees firmly kneeling in the indescribable position of the fifth prince. Ah! The fifth prince, who was about to faint from the pain, came to his senses and let out a painful wail again. Chief Su, listen to what I'm telling you. He seemed to sense Su Zhou's impatience. Lu Jinfeng's chatter became extremely fast. Quickly describing the reason for his coming. There are countless countries in the 3,000 realms of 9 heavens and 10 earths, but the most powerful among them are indeed the 4 great divine kingdoms. Shixia Divine Kingdom, Wuming Divine Kingdom, Yanhan Divine Kingdom, Shengtang Divine Kingdom. These 4 divine kingdoms are extremely powerful and occupy the largest territory in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And countless small countries were protected by them, and were given characters and regarded as their masters. For example, the character Xia in the Divine Xia Empire and the character Han in the Tianhan Empire are both the character give. The country that has been given the word is equivalent to the protection of the kingdom of God, and it is not easy to destroy the country in a war. Countries that have not been given the title are like cattle and sheep, struggling to survive under the covetousness of countless countries. The strength of the Tianhan Empire has always been several times stronger than that of the Divine Xia Kingdom. But Divine Xia carries the word Xia. Tianhan did not dare to start a war easily, so they could only secretly covet Divine Xia. But not long ago, the 4 major divine kingdoms issued a new decree, and the words given could be taken away. Contests can be launched between the countries that give the word. All contests except the battlefield are allowed and cannot be refused. With this decree, the Tianhan Empire immediately started a war to bestow Divine Xia's characters, hoping to obtain Divine Xia's characters. They have been coveting Divine Xia's resources for a long time. Therefore, on the grounds of this inheritance of Grotto Heaven, the word-giving battle started. The competition is very simple. Both Tianhan and Divine Xia have families and sects that have entered the inheritance Grotto Heaven. Which country's people get the inheritance, which country wins. The party that fails loses the gift of the word and loses the protection of the kingdom of God. However, the strength of the Tianhan Empire far exceeds that of Divine Xia by several times, and there are as many as 10 star controllings. No one dares to imagine how defiant these disciples of old monsters are. However, there are only 4 star controlling realms in Tianhan. If it were not for the protection of the word Xia, they would have been annexed long ago. And Su Zhou killed Heavenly Origin Great Completion with a backhand, suspected of being a strong star controlling, and entered the strongest ranks of Divine Xia. This sudden rise of the Su family, no one dared to take a peek at him, and Lu Chengfeng saw with his own eyes the terrifying luck hovering in the sky. Divine Xia attaches great importance to the Su family. As for why people from Tianhan appear here, Lu Chengfeng glanced at the wailing 5th prince calmly. I said, can you, let? The 5th prince struggled as if he saw life. But, click. Su Zhou tapped his toes again, and his entire chest sank. A star controlling power, like an insignificant dog, remains here forever. Tianhan. I have offended the wrong person this time. This thought became the fifth prince's last thought. Until his death, he thought that Su Zhou star controlling great completion or a more terrifying monster. Otherwise, it would be impossible to physically defeat his divine ability. But what he doesn't know is that Su Zhou's current level is only star controlling 4th layer, even lower than him at 1st layer. Su Zhou has no interest in these royal twists and turns. But there was indeed a glimmer of light in his eyes at this moment. Ding! Publish Family Mission, Prodigy Confrontation. Chapter 55. Ding! Publish Family Mission, Prodigy Confrontation. Su Family Prodigy will suppress everything and issue rewards based on the performance of the clan members in inheriting Grotto Heaven. The better the performance, the richer the rewards will be. Ding! Publish Family Mission, Empire. But a plaything in the palm of your hand. The Tianhan Empire is threatening the Su family. The Su family's majesty cannot be challenged. The Golden Dragon of Luck can't wait to devour the national destiny of the Tianhan Empire. Take away his gift of words. Destroy the Tianhan Empire. Task Reward, Tribe Template, Son of Confucianism and Taoism, Ancient Great Medicine, Reverse Life 3 Leaf, Ancient Treasure Technique, 10 Fierce Kunpeng Techniques. Family Luck plus 50,000. 2 ethereal voices sounded in his ears one after another. Actually, 2 family missions were released in succession. Needless to say, the first task is that the Grotto Heaven Su family, which can give birth to 2 powerful conferred kings, must be involved. This task can only be said that the system is so considerate. It was the second mission that really caught his attention. The current Su family is indeed powerful, but in the final analysis, it is just a family within the Divine Xia Empire. It was actually able to attract Tianhan's attention, and judging from the tasks released by the system this time, Tianhan is hostile to the Su family, and this hostility is not even because the Su family is in Divine Xia, but is directed at the Su family itself. Tianhan wants to annex Divine Xia, but not all aristocratic families will serve the Divine Xia royal family. For those families with powerful star controllings, the change of dynasty will not affect their status. Even if the Tianhan annexes Divine Xia in the end, they will also make good friends with these countries. Tianhan was not surprised to find the Su family. After all, the rise of the Su family was too dazzling. But what surprised him was that the other party sent such a brainless idiot to contact the Su family. This is not in their interests at all. Normally, befriending Su Zhou, giving him a more generous reward, and asking the Su family to give up the inheritance cave genius is the method that the other party should use. Su Zhou didn't believe that the Tianhan royal family, who could rule a country and even crush the Divine Xia Empire, would be a bunch of fools. Therefore, there is only one possibility for this. Are you here for my Su family? It's interesting. Su Zhou stood with his hands behind his hands, looking up at the sky, and there seemed to be a pool of deep water swaying in his eyes. Wearing mysterious clothes, the clothes automatically blew in the wind, making the clothes rustle. The surrounding air was extremely quiet at this moment. It seemed that because of his emotions, the whole world became lonely. Ouch! The sun-shielding golden dragon of luck looked up to the sky and roared. It hovered behind Su Zhou, and its dark golden vertical pupils followed Su Zhou's gaze. That is the direction of the Tianhan Empire. Lu Chengfeng was still kneeling on the fifth prince's indescribable thing. Seeing Su Zhou's appearance at this moment, I was indeed a little lucky. Fortunately, I didn't stand up, otherwise. Still have to kneel down. There's still half a year, right? After a while, Su Zhou said. Lu Chengfeng was overjoyed when he heard this. Did he agree? Then he quickly said, the Tianhan Empire used the national secret method to open the Grotto Heaven in advance. 3 days later, the Grotto Heaven was opened at Azure Peak Mountain. As he spoke, the expression on his face became a bit bitter, and he smiled self-deprecatingly. What a shame! The inheritance grotto heaven was opened in the divine Xia Empire this time, but it was opened in advance by the means of the Tianhan Empire. This is a silent show-off, a kind of incomparable confidence in one's own strength. Even this kind of behavior itself has a strong smell of blood. Like a vicious wolf who fattens the sheep on purpose, he doesn't mind letting out some nutrients. I understand. Su Zhou nodded. Then, he looked at Lu Chengfeng with a strange expression. This Lord Lu city must have some weird quirks. Every time he sees him, he has to kneel down and talk. Could it be the kind of that was widely circulated in the previous life? Thinking of this, even Su Zhou felt a little bored in his heart. He left a sentence, Lord Lu city, please do as you please. Then he stepped directly into the air and left. Lu Chengfeng was left with a confused face. It wasn't until Su Zhou left that Lu Chengfeng finally regained his breath after a long time. He has a feng shui eye and can see many ethereal things. The pressure Su Zhou put on him was too great. When facing Su Zhou, he always felt like an ant in the dragon's mouth. If the other person sneezed accidentally, he would be annihilated. But, since this one has agreed, Grotto Heaven is stable this time. Thinking of this, Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but feel excited. He stood up and wanted to go back to report the good news. Come on! Lu Chengfeng, next time you see Patriarch Su, try not to kneel down. I, Lu Chengfeng, am a man who will be at the top of Feng Shui in the future. Lu Chengfeng injected himself with chicken blood, but he just stood up. The peripheral vision swept across the gate of towering firmament. There was an old soldier in black robe sitting on the black stone, wondering what he was thinking. Then, Lu Chengfeng's knees went weak. Next time, my goal is to never kneel down when I see Patriarch Su's entourage. After returning to towering firmament peak, Su Zhou sat cross-legged, his thoughts focused on towering firmament. Suddenly, Su Zhou's indifferent voice sounded in the ears of Su Yang and the others. Su Yang, Su Yan, Su Buku, come to towering firmament peak. The three of them immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed towards towering firmament peak immediately. Chapter 56. The Tianhan Empire. In the palace, King Lu Ran sat high on the throne. Your Majesty, the fifth prince's life fire is extinguished. There was a person kneeling on the ground below. Lao Wu's realm is at star controlling fifth layer. He has cultivated 3 treasures and has good combat power. I didn't expect that it would be lost to the Su family. It really makes me sad. Lu Ran said expressionlessly, tapping his fingers on the throne. The Su family is much stronger than I thought. It's a pity that such a family can't be used by me. But who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't provoke? Lu Ran held a piece of rice paper in his hand. It was the most ordinary piece of rice paper, but it was extremely sharp. Even the profound rank armor could not withstand its edge. Just because there is a seal stamped on that piece of rice paper. When the word Huaxu falls on the paper, the most ordinary rice paper becomes like a magic weapon. After the battle of giving words, we will have millions of troops and destroy them first. Su family. Lu Ran's voice was faint and a bit lonely. Royal family? Royal? In the face of true power, you don't have to read the order on a piece of rice paper. Su Yang and the others came to towering firmament peak and first bowed respectfully to Su Zhou. The 3 of them knew in their hearts that their current strength was entirely due to Su Zhou, and they all admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Then, Su Zhou told the 3 people about the opening of the Grotto Heaven inheritance 3 days later. Of course, he never mentioned the matter of the Tianhan Empire, but only asked the 3 of them if they were willing to participate in the inheritance of Grotto Heaven. Su Yang was the first to agree, and it was through his mouth that Su Zhou learned about the inheritance of Grotto Heaven. Su Yang, who had been reborn, certainly knew how huge the resources were in the Grotto Heaven, and even 2 other beings who were granted the title of king level came out of it. He didn't have the chance to go there in the last life, but in this life, he wanted to seize all those opportunities. Moreover, he had a vague hunch that maybe this time, he could get another piece of the 9 tribulations sword in the inheritance grotto heaven. Su Buku and Su Yan also agreed. The former wanted to promote the reputation of the Su family and also wanted to find an opportunity for him to break through his mentality. The latter believed that he had been reborn by Su Zhou, and that he must do what Su Zhou said even if he died. What's more, this inheritance of grotto heaven has many benefits. He brought Grandpa Goldfinger with him, and entering such a long-established place of inheritance was naturally like cheating. After all 3 of them responded, Su Zhou gave some guidance on their practice. Not long after, everyone left Towering Firmament Peak. As for the last quota, normal sect families only have 3 places, but the Su family does have 4 places. The final candidate. Su Zhou looked deeply at the most remote mountain peak in the Towering Firmament Paradise. It's said to be a mountain, but at best it's just a bigger dirt bag. On the surface, unremarkable. But when you reach Su Zhou's level, you can see that the dirt bag is densely covered with countless formations. From concealing the aura to killing the aurora to filling the earth to escape. Almost all low-level formations were deployed, and what was even more outrageous was that each formation was superimposed at least dozens, or even hundreds of times. In the wooden house, there are people reading books in the rooms, cooking in the kitchen, refining alchemy in the alchemy room, and. The small wooden houses look extremely lively, but if you look carefully, you can indeed find that these people's faces actually look the same. In the basement, there is a boy who is still folding paper figures, and next to him there is an unfinished wooden figure. Even Su Zhou's mouth twitched slightly. The protagonist of the immortal Go de Olio lives up to his reputation. Gwaha. Then, his spiritual message did not reach the ears of the origami boy, but to the unfinished wooden figure. He also told Su Chongsheng about the inheritance of grotto heaven. Then, the wooden man was seen shaking slightly, and the wooden knife stuck in his body fell to the ground. Became a dull boy. Seeing this scene, even Su Zhou couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Although he knew that his tribe was the template for the protagonist of Chongsheng Gao de Oliu. But this is too much. Su Chongsheng thought for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Afterwards, Su Zhou also withdrew his spiritual thoughts. This Su Chongsheng was still alive, but if he really wanted to take action, he would have made countless calculations. Moreover, his cultivation level is even higher than that of Su Yang and the others, and Su Zhou has high expectations for him. In the wooden house, Su Changshen's head was slightly lowered, and gleams of light flashed in his seemingly dull eyes, as if hundreds of people's thoughts were running in his mind. First hypothesis, the clan leader wants to trap and kill me, rejected. Am I a fool? Making such an assumption. The clan leader gave me the cultivation method and sealed me with the first rank. This kind of assumption must never be made in the future. Second hypothesis, after entering the blessed land, other sects will design against me. It doesn't matter. This time I will climb out of the strongest fake body and bring another 100, no, 300 fake people. The third hypothesis, the inherited blessed land is fake, and it is intended to kill this generation of prodigy heroes. Chapter 41. 72 Kinds. The 99th hypothesis, I will now go to Azure Peak Mountain and use the shuttle spell to enter the inheritance grotto heaven in advance. Although I only have one piece of this heavenly curse, the probability of me getting the inheritance is 98%. Although the probability is not high, it is worth a try. With that said, Su Chongsheng made up his mind and no longer hesitated. Under the night, 2 silhouettes, one in front and one behind, flew out of the wooden house. The 2 have the same appearance and body shape, but the former has no aura and looks extremely ordinary. The latter is extremely arrogant and makes no secret of his powerful state. He steps on the wind, releases his true energy, and is blessed by heaven and earth. He has actually stepped into heavenly origin. Chapter 57. Have you already entered heavenly origin? Go is really go, but his character is really amazing. Su Zhou looked at the two figures walking out of towering firmament one after another, and pursed his lips slightly. For people like Su Chongsheng, it is already too late to make plans 3 days before others do. If he takes action, he must have made countless backup plans. People who can endure the pain of soul-splitting can achieve great things even if they have low qualifications. But what heights would he reach if he took the initiative to split his soul hundreds or thousands of times, had the inheritance of the great emperor, and was low-key and cautious to the point of perversion? Even Su Zhou felt a little pity for his opponent. As for the two figures one behind the other, who is real and who is fake? No matter how many times I've seen it, I still can't help but say, go is really go. Su Zhou looked at the foot of the mountain thoughtfully. Speaking of which, the red-grade destiny clan I used before has not appeared yet. Somehow, by the will of free providence, could it be that this red-grade clan is related to the inheritance grotto heaven? At this time, a group of laughing and joking teenagers were walking towards the foot of the mountain. They planned to go down the mountain to complete a family mission. In the most inconspicuous corner of the crowd, a young man was talking to everyone enthusiastically. Let me tell you, the fourth Fenshin may not be weaker than the third person too. Indeed. The fire skills of fourth Burning Sky Suyan are really powerful. Under the giant feat, even the strong men of exterior fifth layer may not be able to stop him. As for the third person too, although he has a strong murderous intention, I have never seen him fight with anyone. Monster has killed a lot of people, but after all, monster can't compare with people. Nonsense. I come from the heavenly martial Su family. Brother Buku's killing power is extremely unparalleled. I fought with the Ma Wang family back then. Brother Buku went out in white clothes and returned in red clothes. The name of this massacre was a joke we made at the time. Someone said angrily. Oh. Why are you arguing? Let me tell you, when it comes to mystery, it's the number one immortal. The first immortality. The first member of the Su family is mysterious and cannot be seen by anyone. Some say he is the illegitimate son of the patriarch, while others say he is practicing in the sacred land outside the territory. And the young man who had always been familiar with them actually listened to their discussion and smiled softly. The first hypothesis, they guessed my identity. 3 days passed in a flash. With the legacy of Grotto Heaven begins soon. All qualified families and sects in the entire Divine Xia Empire rushed to Azure Peak Mountain. Suddenly, the originally deserted Azure Peak Mountain became very lively. This is an isolated mountain with no vegetation and only strange peaks. A phantom of cave mansion is looming in mid-air, and a barrier reflects around Azure Peak Mountain. People with a bone age of more than 20 years are not allowed to enter. Many young talents have gathered on Azure Peak Mountain, waiting for the start of the inheritance grotto heaven. Jiru Yun stood on a high place, overlooking all the prodigy, with a slight smile on her beautiful face. Jinling Li family, Li K, bone age 19, 9 apertures first layer. Dao Keng Lu family, Lu Yinhua, bone age 18, 9 apertures fourth layer. Cloud Mountain sect, Ma Chenglong, bone age 20, 9 apertures third layer. She stretched out her white fingers, and wherever her fingertips touched, there were young men with high spirits, and there was an indescribable unruliness between their brows. Surprisingly, he is a prodigy disciple from a sect and aristocratic family. This time is not only the start of the Grotto Heaven inheritance, but also the battle behind it. The Divine Xia royal family naturally cannot rely on others, and they also have their own trump cards. I saw a young man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes standing next to Jiru Yun, wearing a yellow robe and looking indifferent. It's not bad, but it's not good enough after all. His tone was arrogant. Jiru Yun looked at him when he heard this. Xiao Feng, please remember that your background is not as good as that of the eldest brother, your family background is not as good as that of the second brother, and your financial resources are not as good as the fifth brother. Tianhan's visit this time is not good, but this is your only chance, so don't be reckless. Especially those families that have the power of star controlling, don't be disrespectful. Especially the Su family, I want to be extremely respectful, extremely respectful. Hearing this, the fourth prince Ji Ruofeng nodded seriously. He and Ji Ruyun are biological siblings, and they are each other's only support in the royal family with cold blood. Sister, this Su family is really so mysterious. A family that has just emerged in less than a year, just because of Lu Jinfeng's attitude. Before you speak, use your brain. Ji Ruyun interrupted him and said solemnly. Lu Chengfeng once went outside the territory, witnessed the Battle of Wandao Academy, and also stepped into sacred land. He once talked about it after drinking. Sacred land's luck is like rain, and the gods swallow dragons. But only this Su family, even if I get him drunk, once the word Su family is mentioned, he will immediately shut up. Do you know what this means? Ji Ruyun asked. As a member of the royal family, Ji Ruofeng is not a fool. Of course he understood what his sister meant. However, the meaning behind these words made him somewhat unbelievable. His eyes trembled slightly, and his hands clenched unconsciously. It means Su family is far more than sacred land? But how is this possible? The Tianhan Empire is coming. Boom! Just as Ji Ruyun was thinking, bursts of roaring interrupted his thoughts. All I could see was that the ground of Azure Peak Mountain kept shaking, and something huge was coming. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at the starting point of the earthquake source. Then, everyone's eyes couldn't help but shrink suddenly. Even Ji Ruyun and Ji Ruofeng took a breath of air. A giant horse that was completely black and covered with scales appeared in front of everyone. It was constantly emitting black energy, and some weak mounts howled at this moment. King Beast! Half-blood King Beast! Which force actually has a half-blood King Beast? Everyone was shocked. The so-called King Beast was the existence of the sun-shielding realm that had been born in this race. Therefore, the bloodline of the entire group is promoted, and the beasts with king blood are called king beasts. The half-blood king beast means that half of the blood in the body is king blood. Such an existence is not only a divine horse, but also has unparalleled combat power. I didn't expect that the Tianhan Empire had such a foundation. Chapter 58. 3 young men stood above the king beast. The leader was dressed in white, with a kind smile on his face, and his tone was even gentler. Dear prodigies of the divine Xia Empire! My Excellency, Lu Maoan, is the 4th prince of the Tianhan Empire. The 2 behind me are my 5th and 7th brothers respectively. I have the honor to enter the Grotto Heaven inheritance with all of you. It is truly a fate. He has an ordinary appearance and a gentle tone, but he is indeed standing on top of the king beast's head, looking down at a kind of prodigy. When he said he was lucky, there was indeed a bit of disdain hidden deep in his eyes. And the 2 people behind him didn't even hide. Lao Wu squatted down and let out a big yawn. Haha. 4th brother is not mistaken, can these things also be called prodigy? Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the divine Xia Empire suddenly changed. Those who can come here are all the proud sons of all races and sects. How can I hear such ridicule? They more or less knew the purpose of the Tianhan Empire's coming here, and they didn't look good on it. Arrogant. The Tianhan Empire is really so unruly, it really doesn't take us into consideration. I just bring a king beast with me and think how great I am. You keep saying that you are going to have a word-giving battle, maybe just to find a reason to take advantage of my divine Xia inheritance, Grotto Heaven. Listening to everyone's criticism, the smile on Lu Maoan's face became even bigger. The king beast beneath him seemed to have received some kind of order. Letting out an earth-shaking roar, the pitch-black monster chi continued to overflow, and even the flowing clouds on the horizon were shaken to pieces. At the same time, 3 extremely terrifying auras erupted indiscriminately. Buzz. The tyrannical power is like substance, turning into lines and spreading out in the void. All of a sudden, the entire divine Xia prodigy fell silent. An indescribable feeling of suffocation emerged in their hearts. It was a kind of complete suppression in terms of realm and an extreme crushing in strength. That rich true qi is like substance, almost condensing into true essence. This represents the state of the 3 people in front of them to reach. Half-step exterior. 3 half-step exterior boy prodigy. At this moment, all the prodigies in the Divine Xia Empire felt their throats were dry. No one would have thought that the Tianhan Empire would have such a prodigy. The strongest among them is in the realm of 9 apertures great completion, half a step away from exterior, but there is only a slight difference, but this slight difference is indeed a difference between clouds and mud. At this time, even Ji Ruo Feng's face became gloomy. His realm is already at the 9 apertures 6th layer. At this age, crushing a divine Xia prodigy is indeed a source of pride, but he seems so weak in front of the 3 people in front of him. Ji Ruyun was even more shocked. She expected that Tianhan would send out the extremely powerful prodigy, but she never thought that the gap between the 2 sides would be so big. In this situation, we can only place our hope on the Su family. Ji Ruyun sighed inwardly. Looking at divine Xia prodigy who were all shocked and speechless by himself and others. The smile on Lu Maoan's face became even brighter. Before I came here, my father told me to be careful with the Su family. Although I don't know which one of you comes from which so-called Su family, but with all due respect, everyone here is rubbish. His tone was extremely sarcastic, and he looked at everyone condescendingly, as if he was looking for something. But before he could finish his words, the sudden change. Woohoo! I saw the arrogant half-blood king beast let out a mournful scream and crawled to the ground with its whole body trembling. His head, which was so high above him, wanted to be buried in the dust, and his body was covered in shit, making him miserable. Lu Maoan and the other 3 were thrown directly to the ground. They were caught off guard, and even their clothes were stained with a little filth. Ouch! A cry that sounded more like a dragon but not a dragon, like a horse but not a horse, rose up. Hearing this sound, the body of the half-blood king beast began to tremble crazily, and finally fainted with foaming at the mouth. Everyone looked up and saw 3 divine horses walking through the sky above the horizon. The body is like a halo, the white wings are like snow, and there seems to be spiritual wind taking shape under the horses' hooves. Among the crowd, the knowledgeable people recognized the origins of these 3 sacred horses and couldn't help but let out a scream. Pure blood king beast. Gale Pegasus. What legendary king beast has a complete inheritance of wind? Oh my god! Even if it's sacred land, the immortal sect probably won't have a few such king beasts. Who are they? Lu Maoan and the other 3 stood up from the ground in embarrassment, looking towards the sky with livid faces. A good mount and a good method. I wonder what your status is. You actually treated me with such courtesy and asked me to return the favor. An extremely cold voice reached everyone's ears from the sky. What a noisy thing, but it's worthy of talking about Su family. In an instant, a cold aura spread across the entire Azure Peak mountain, and the originally colorful world began to fade under the murderous intent. Everything in the world is black and white, only blood is scarlet. Chapter 59. Someone from Su family is here. Ji Ruyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he only hoped that Su family could give him a surprise. Then a shadow jumped down from Gale Pegasus. Boom! When the figure landed, the whole ground shook. Then, lotus flowers transformed from pure flames bloomed from the ground. The true energy is released, to enter the exterior. The expressions of Lu Maoan and the others suddenly changed. This man had actually entered the exterior realm. The faces of everyone in the Divine Xia Empire indeed showed expressions of ecstasy. Our Divine Xia Empire still has such a supreme prodigy. Are you looking for someone from the Su family? I am Su Yan, the fourth burning sky of the Su family. Su Yan was dressed in black, with a calm expression, and fire lotuses rose into the sky behind him, not hiding his sharp edge. Su family, impossible. How could a small aristocratic family in the divine Xia Empire raise such a prodigy? This is impossible. Lu Maoan felt that he couldn't believe his ears. But the next moment, buzz! Above the sky, an unparalleled sword intent erupted. The sword intent was incomparably indifferent, spanning the sky, as if it was high up, overlooking everything. The way of heaven is sword intent, the way of heaven is ruthless. A young swordsman from exterior who has understood the sword intent? Su family, second sword master Su Yang. The slightly childish voice was slowly lowered. Everyone's breathing almost stopped at this moment. How sacred is this Su family, that it can actually give birth to such a terrifying monster? The voice sounds extremely childish, and you have indeed mastered the sword intent, and even stepped into the exterior. Such prodigy is unheard of. However, it didn't end before everyone sighed. Wow! The endless murderous aura that came like a tidal wave swallowed up the entire Azure Peak mountain in an instant. A figure stood behind Lu Maoan and the others at some point. An unpretentious knife struck Lu Mo's 060 Wen's face hard. Boom! The tyrannical force exploded instantly, directly beating half of Lu Maoan's face to pieces, and blood flowed out uncontrollably. Even through the gap between the flesh and skin, you can still see the broken bones of Lu Maoan. Ah! The intense pain made Lu Maoan cry out in pain, and the face that had been smiling became extremely distorted. Fourth brother. Lao Wu and Lao Qi were shocked and wanted to help their brother up, but they were locked tightly by a terrifying murderous intention. It seems that the unparalleled beast from the ancient wilderness has set its sights on them. If they act rashly, their bodies will be gone in an instant. Su family, the third person Jean Bouletin Ku. It is a crime to make irresponsible remarks about the Su family. If you violate it, you will be punished with a small punishment and a big warning. If there is a next time, destroy the Manchus. The extremely indifferent voice spread throughout the Azure Peak mountain. Along with the wailing of the fourth prince of Han dynasty that day, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Is this a character that a newly rising family can cultivate? Are you sure he's not a monster who came from the sacred land, the eternal kingdom, and the ancient orthodoxy? There is such a person entering this inheritance grotto heaven with them, what a fool! Everyone looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. I'm afraid that with this inheritance of grotto heaven, everyone will become a foil to the Su family. Su family prodigy came, but the whole world was silent. On a high-rise building outside Azure Peak Mountain, the usually high-ranking dignitaries gathered together. The inheritance grotto heaven is about to open, and no one with a bone age of more than 10 years can approach it. Therefore, these big shots can only rely on secret methods to observe the situation in Azure Peak Mountain. At this time, Ji Chong, the leader of the Divine Xia Empire, was sitting in a high position, and beside him were the few star-controlling powers of the Divine Xia Empire. Only such people are qualified to enter the Star Observation Tower and observe the Grotto Heaven inheritance through secret methods. The battle between Grotto and Heaven is not only a good fortune, but also related to the war between the two countries and even the lives of millions of people. But there is no trace of nervousness on the faces of these characters, they are still calm. However, when they saw the scene on Azure Peak Mountain, the faces of these big shots showed a bit of anomaly. It was as if he had seen something interesting, and his expression clearly showed that he wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh. I didn't expect there to be such a prodigy in my Divine Xia Empire. Compared to the supreme sacred land, the genius of the immortal hidden clan is not inferior. Ji Chong said with a serious face. He seemed to have known it for a long time, but deep down in his heart, he was already shocked. Through Lu Chengfeng, he learned that the Su family is a mysterious family, and the patriarch has unfathomable cultivation. But I never expected that the Su family could actually cultivate such a terrifying monster. However, at the age of 20, stepping into exterior, he is already an unheard of prodigy figure. Not to mention that these three people are extremely extraordinary. One person controls the power of the fire spirit, and the other person masters the shocking sword intent at a young age. There is also the unparalleled murderer, whose murderous aura is even worse than those of them. It's hard to imagine what kind of family could cultivate such a shocking person. The Su family must never be provoked, and we must make good friends at all costs, and even please them. Ji Chong made up his mind. Previously, he also sent people to the towering firmament to invite Su Zhou to the star observation tower, but he was rejected. Several people around him also showed a hint of knowing smile. When Lu Maoan and others appeared on the stage, they were too high profile, almost suppressing the entire prodigy. There are also their juniors among them. Now that I see the ugly behavior of Lu Maoan and others, even if I don't say it, I feel relieved in my heart. There was only one old man in fine clothes, his face was ashen, and veins popped out on his forehead. This person is the person who led the Tianhan Empire this time, and is also one of the ancestors of the Tianhan royal family, the star-controlling mighty. Not long ago, I was still watching proudly as Lu Maoan and the others suppressed the divine Xia prodigy. But, before he opened his mouth to ridicule divine Xia, the younger generation had no one to fight against. He saw his most proud junior Lu Maoan being knocked to the ground with a knife. The entire face was covered in blood and flesh, and the skin was torn apart. What a vicious boy! Be careful, if you fall into my hands, I will kill him with 1,000 knives. The old man said through gritted teeth, his murderous intent undisguised. Looking at Lu Maoan's shattered face, he felt his teeth itching with hatred. Hearing this, Ji Chang's expression suddenly changed and he spoke loudly. Elder Lu clan, I respect you as a senior, but in my territory of divine Xia, you should be more careful what you say. As he spoke, there seemed to be streaks of golden dragon energy circling around his body. When the old man heard Ji Chang's words, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face. In an instant, the phantoms of stars slowly appeared behind him, like a vast galaxy, extremely bright. There was a deep cold air on each star, and it seemed as if there was a howling sky moon wolf emerging from the sea of stars. Star-controlling great completion's cultivation exploded. Waves of cold air rippled throughout the entire star observation tower, like cold stars about to fall from the sky. Ji Chong, Lord of the Divine Xia Empire? So majestic! If this word-giving battle is defeated and the word Xia is taken back, I really don't know. In the face of our millions of Tianhan armies and boundless powerful men, when the time comes, our Tianhan 10-star controlling powers will come to your country. I really don't know how you should deal with it. Divine Xia? Haha! The old man sneered, and the chill behind him became deeper and deeper. The howling moon wolf looked up to the sky and roared, and the stars swayed, suppressing everything. Ji Chong and the other 4-star controlling masters simultaneously floated the true method on their bodies, shining brightly. Only with the combined strength of the 5 of them could they withstand the pressure of the old man. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of solemnity. This old man's stars contain the law of ice, which is a sign that he is about to enter the moon-grasping realm. Star-controlling realm, the true energy condenses the stars, gathers them into a sea, and then, comprehends the laws of the great Dao of heaven and earth, condenses a fragment of the law on each star, and then the sea of stars turns into the moon, and the fragment's unified harmony becomes the moon realm in the west. The power of law has already emerged in this old man's star sea, and he is a terrifying and powerful man who is about to step into the moon-grasping realm. If he succeeds in mastering the power of a law when the star sea turns into the moon, I am afraid that by then, he alone can activate the law of ice and frost kill the entire divine Xia Empire. Although they had known for a long time that the Han Empire was extremely powerful today, they never thought that the other side had such a terrifying existence. If Divine Xia loses this battle and the Heavenly Han invades, I'm afraid Divine Xia will really suffer the disaster of annihilation. But it's okay. The Su family prodigy participating in the inheritance of Grotto Heaven this time is so evil that the Tianhan Empire should have no chance of winning. Ho ho! At this moment, the ancestor of Tianhan sneered. I know what you are thinking. 3 exterior prodigies under 20 are indeed shocking, but how can I, Tianhan, have no backup plan? The ancestor of Tianhan Han put down his momentum. His expression became extremely arrogant again. They did more than just make preparations for this word-giving battle. When Ji Chong and others heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. Right now. Rumble. There was a loud noise in the light curtain, and the attention of everyone in the star observation tower was attracted. I saw the ethereal cave mansion on Azure Peak Mountain gradually solidifying. Then, a door slowly emerged. As the door appeared, all the prodigy's eyes were involuntarily attracted to it. It was a purple door with extremely complicated patterns carved on it. An ordinary person would feel dizzy just by looking at it. But if you can persist, you will find that your soul is constantly growing. Heritage Grotto Heaven is open. Come on! The Inheritance Grotto Heaven is here, let's see who comes out on top. Without any hesitation, everyone headed towards the purple door. There are countless treasures and thousands of resources in Grotto Heaven. In such a blessed place, the jokes made by Lu Maoan and the 3 of them are not interesting. The 3 of Su Yang also looked at each other, without any hesitation, turned around and stepped into the Inheritance Grotto Heaven. Inheriting Grotto Heaven is the arrangement of the clan leader, which is more important than anything else. It wasn't until Su Buku left that Lu Maoan and the 3 of them seemed to have taken a breath. Ho ho! They breathed the air greedily, and their whole bodies were soaked in cold sweat, as if they were drowning people who had just been fished out of the shore. As the royal family, they were pampered and comfortable, and for the first time they felt that death was so close to them. In front of that indifferent young man, it seemed that if he and others said the wrong word or made the wrong look, they would be drowned in the boundless sea of blood. 4th brother. Lao Wu and Lao Qi slowed down first, and quickly helped Lu Maoan, who was beyond recognition, up. Go. Enter the Grotto Heaven. I want him dead. I want his life. How dare he do this to me? Lu Maoan was almost crazy. He just grabbed something under his shirt and roared like a wild beast. I will make him regret being born in this world. His malicious eyes were like poisonous snakes. Ling Lao Wu and Lao Qi couldn't help but shudder, and then helped him into the Inheritance Grotto Heaven. Inherited within Grotto Heaven. Pillars of light dropped from the sky. This place is like a primeval forest, with thousands of years old trees covering the sky, sun shielding, and ancient evil beasts dominating the top of the mountain. Things that can be seen everywhere here are like spiritual grasses in the outside world. Spirit blood grass. Creeping vine and bitter leaves. Oh my god, that's 30 years of Tianya Yayu. Each prodigy looked at the spiritual grass in the forest, and his eyes flashed with gleams. These spiritual herbs are very rare in the outside world, and each one is priceless, but here they are like weeds, growing all over the ground. Is it transmitted randomly? Su Yan looked around and found that Su Buku and Su Yang who came in with him had disappeared. Unlike others who were ecstatic with surprise, Su Yan looked around with very fearful eyes. The Qingtian ruler was already hanging upside down in his hand unconsciously. Teacher, there is something weird here. Although there is the shape of spiritual grass and the aura of vegetation, there is no vitality fire. Su Yan said secretly in his heart. Not bad. Yao Shen was slightly pleased. The fire of vitality is an elusive thing. Only Su Yan, who is naturally close to the great Dao of fire, can get a glimpse of it. Although these spiritual herbs and elixirs exuded bursts of spiritual energy, in Su Yan's eyes, he saw a grey and dead silence without any fire of life. Life and death, virtual and real. If I'm not wrong, brother, your destiny has arrived. There should be a strange fire here. Strange fire. When Su Yan heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He had a skill that could swallow strange fire to strengthen himself, and by swallowing strange fire, the skill could also be advanced. He originally planned to travel and look for strange fire in a few days, but he did not expect to encounter this strange fire in the grotto heaven today. Teacher, it's a kind of destruction. True is not false, false is not born, it should be the 31st on the strange fire list, death illusion demon fire. If I can get your strength, I will get a terrifying improvement, maybe I can surpass those little monsters above you. Yao Shen looked a little excited. Follow my guidance and find it. After all, Su Yan is his apprentice and a member of the Great Emperor game. If he is trained well, he will benefit from it in the future. Okay. 4.7 Su Yan was also very excited. He didn't have so many complicated thoughts. He just wanted to become stronger and repay the clan leader. But at this time, Su Yan looked strange. Teacher, do you have to call me brother? You don't understand, this sounds more intimate. Yao Chen said, really thinking in his heart. Haha. How dare I be the same generation as your family? It's better, let's discuss it ourselves. A lonely mountain. The heavenly secret order can break the void and summon a heavenly origin strongman from our clan to forcefully enter the grotto heaven for an hour. I want to make the Su family's life worse than death. Only by suffering the pain of being cut into pieces can I relieve the hatred in my heart. Lu Maoan took out a bronze token from his arms and laughed ferociously. A stubborn rock on the top of the mountain shook gently. This kid is hostile to the Su family and wants to kill me. This person is none other than Su Chongsheng, the first immortal of the Su family. As early as 3 days ago, he relied on an ancient talisman to enter the grotto heaven inheritance and discovered the mystery of the grotto heaven. Depending on the talents of the people who enter, they will be sent to different places to accept the test. If a normal person enters such a treasured land in advance, they will definitely choose to accept the test in advance and obtain the inheritance, but this is not the case with Su Chongsheng. He first tried to refine the inheritance place where he was, but failed. Afterwards, he began to set up layers of large formations here. There were more than 30 types of Tianzhu killing formations alone, not to mention other spiritual formations and killing formations. Let's put it this way, even if Star Controlling enters Su Changshen's layout without any precautions, he may fall over. No, it's safe to kill him directly, but this inheritance place is more dangerous. It's better to let the other party help me explore the way. That's right, let the opponent summon the heavenly origin warrior first. Although my formation only has a 99% chance of killing it directly, I can still give it a try. Chapter 60. Su Buku opened his eyes and was surrounded by vastness and endless black mist covering everything. A pair of scarlet eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. In the darkness, there were chewing sounds from time to time, which made people feel creepy. Kill, why? An extremely cold voice sounded in Su Buku's heart. Why? Su Buku looked down at the Pudao in his hand. For the patriarch, for the Su family. No. The voice became even colder. Next moment, 4 or 5 terrifying monsters instantly rushed out of the black mist. Their bodies were dark and their teeth were bared. The sharp fangs dripped with scarlet blood. Su Buku's eyes were filled with chills. Boom! Slaughter the heavens and the 8 slaughters farewell. Base. A blood-red half-moon sword burst out instantly. The monsters were torn apart in an instant, and bursts of blood rained down from the sky. The white clothes of Su Buku were gradually stained red. Kill, why? The cold voice sounded again. Su Buku barely hesitated and spoke again, for the patriarch, for the family. Wrong. Click. Click. The black mist surged again, and it was a monster made of pure bones. It slowly crawled out of the black mist. Then he looked at Su Buku, with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, a pale Wang Yang character surged out from the black mist. When Su Buku saw this, a cold smile appeared on his face. The patriarch gave me the heaven-slaying Ju. The more I kill, the stronger I become. In this way, become part of my strength. The 8 slaughters of the sky, 2 moons in the same sky. Scarlet murderous intent rose up in the sky, accompanied by a smile on his lips, arrogance and boundlessness. In a pool of blood, each prodigy looked pale and groaned from time to time, before being sent directly to the pool. After a long time, only one person was left in the pool. The black hair is hanging down, and the murderous intention is like the sea. It is the Su family, the 3rd person to kill. In the star observation tower, the current situation of the prodigy appears on the water curtain. The expressions of many powerful officials turned a bit evil, especially when they saw the ancient seal on Lu Maoyin's hand. Their expressions became extremely dark. Elder Lu, you have gone too far this time. Heavenly rank low-grade treasure weapon, heavenly rank low-grade treasure weapon, can only be used once every 100 years. This special treasure weapon has only one function. That is to temporarily deceive Tianji, to be able to ignore the rules of the inheritance grotto heaven and recruit a powerful heavenly origin. Of course, the strongest one can only be heavenly origin, star controlling, who has begun to understand the law, comprehend the Tao, and try to master the rules. Such an existence cannot be easily concealed. But while waiting for grotto heaven, entering a powerful heavenly origin is already a huge disaster for these young people. You must know that even their amazing Su family prodigy is only from the exterior realm. At the age of 20, they are too young. If they are given time, the existence of heavenly origin realm may not even be qualified to see them in the future. But now, a strong heavenly origin who stepped out of exterior and attracted the heaven and earth to himself could easily kill them. Excessive? Haha. Jikang, Ji Chang, as the leader of a country, how can you be so simple? The Lu clan elder smiled sarcastically, with a cruel look on his face. This is not just a so-called inheritance dispute. It is a battle that concerns millions of people between the 2 countries. War. In the face of war, any means and any method are absolutely correct. After hearing what Elder Lu said, Ji Chang couldn't help clenching his hands tightly, and he tried his best to suppress his anger. The several star-controlling experts behind them looked at each other, and leaned towards Elder Lu clan without any trace of their bodies. They came from their respective sects and families, and although they had interests in the Divine Xia Empire. But in the face of such a major event that destroys the country, preserving oneself is the most important thing. And the Tianhan Empire had already found someone to contact them privately before the word-granting war began. As Su Zhou thought, how could there be so many fools in the royal family of a country? Ji Chang did not look back at the crowd, but in his heart he saw everyone's behavior clearly. Even if the wall falls and everyone pushes it down, only profit will never change. So far, only the Su family, who killed the 5 princes of Tianhan, can experience this catastrophe together with the Divine Xia royal family. Lu Maoyin continuously injected true qi into the Tianji order. In an instant, a dark whirlpool seemed to appear in the void, and the mysterious words turned into a heavenly book, sealing all traces. A tall figure strode out of the whirlpool, fierce and vigorous. The powerful aura was like a wave, causing Lu Maoyin and the others to take a few steps back. Brother the Great Emperor! Brother Emperor! The 3 of them looked at the figure and said respectfully. This is the inheritance grotto heaven. Ho ho, I never thought that one day I would be able to enter the inheritance grotto heaven. That old and immortal father will really find things for me to do. The voice of the visitor was very hoarse, and there was no respect for the emperor of the Tianhan dynasty in his words. There was even a touch of sarcasm in his words. However, facing such a powerful opponent, Lu Maoyin and the others did not even dare to say anything. They even lowered their bodies and became more respectful. The eldest prince of the Tianhan Empire, Lu Shu, was born with strange visions and was a stranger to the dual pupils. However, for some reason, he remained foolish until he was 50 years old, and was abandoned in the palace. Then suddenly a year ago, aperture opening, one step was taken, blood tempering was natural, and then the month after month broke through. In less than a year, he has entered the heavenly origin great completion, and even the rudiments of stars have begun to appear in his body. Sacred Land, the supreme one among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, personally came to take her under her wing. And helping Tianhan win the word-giving battle was the last thing he did for Tianhan. What's wrong with your face? Lu Xi looked at Lu Moyan's unrecognizable face with a bit of curiosity in his tone. There really wasn't the slightest concern, even a bit of a sinister tone. Big brother is from the Su family. Fourth brother just mentioned Su family and was beaten like this by Su family people. Lao Wu spoke angrily. Trash. Lu Shu's voice turned cold. It doesn't matter if I humiliate you, but you losers have the same blood as me. If I meet someone from the Su family, I will cut them into pieces. He sneered, showing his white teeth. Dual pupils are born with divine ability inside. It's not easy to handle. It seems that the probability of success this time is only 98%. To have such hatred for the Su family is equivalent to wanting to kill the Su family, it is equivalent to having a grudge against me, it is equivalent to wanting to kill me, it is equivalent to... These people must die, but their deaths must be worthwhile. There was neither sadness nor joy in Su Changshen's eyes in the dark. It seemed that Ping didn't need to make any determination at all to do such a thing of annihilating people. If he needs it, he will do it, just like a person who is thirsty and needs water, naturally. Beyond Grotto Heaven, someone is observing Grotto Heaven using secret methods. I can cover up 10 breaths. A heavenly origin great completion that condenses the shadow of stars, 10 breaths. Su Chongsheng looked confused. 3,000 large formations moving together are only enough to kill him about 35 times. Prodigy with dual pupils doesn't know how many resurrection back UPS he will have. Hey, I'm still not prepared enough. Su Chongsheng secretly made up his mind. This was his first time going out, but he still wasn't cautious enough. He would have to be careful in the future. Then, he held his breath and focused his gaze firmly on the Tianhan royal family and others. Let's go. Look how difficult this inheritance Grotto Heaven is. I hope it's not too boring. Lu Xi said arrogantly, and Lu Maoyan and the 3 people behind him nodded in agreement. They walked deep into the lonely mountain for a long time, but found nothing. At this moment, Lu Shu looked at a void. A divine light indeed flashed in his eyes. The eyes of dual pupils can see through all the illusions in the world. Brother Emperor, what's wrong? Lu Maoyan asked bravely. But they saw Lu Shu punching into the wind. In an instant, a black dragon looked up to the sky and roared, soaring into the sky. Go straight to avoid and kill. Boom! The power of this punch was extremely terrifying. As the black dragon roared, the entire space continued to tremble. Finally, the space shattered, and dense auras emerged one after another. Dual pupils, good things. I have the opportunity to take them back. A stubborn rock on the top of the mountain trembled. Lu Maoyan and the other 3 were stunned speechless by the power of this punch, their eyes filled with ecstasy. The eldest emperor brother has such strength, no matter where there is an opponent in this inheritance Grotto Heaven, he will definitely sweep all enemies. In this word-giving battle, they Tianhan will definitely win. Pade! Suddenly, there was a sound of something falling to the ground. Everyone looked around and saw a divine source falling from the void to the ground. And then the next moment. Wow! Like a stream of water, a steady stream of divine energy began to slide crazily from the void. That extremely precious divine source seems like the most useless garbage here. This scene made Lu Maoyan and the others open their eyes wide. Divine source. Is this the real treasure of this heritage place? The three of them rushed forward ecstatically, took out the treasure weapon from space, and frantically put the divine source into it. But Lu Shu did not move, his always arrogant expression became calm, and his natural dual pupils were spinning. The air of death, the air of twilight, what a terrifying place! There must be a big tomb behind this. He stared closely at the crack in the space. It seems to be waiting for something. As expected, a trace of grey energy slowly flowed out from the gap and fell on the three people. The three people who were frantically pretending to be divine sources did not notice anything unusual. But the next moment, their movements suddenly stopped. Then, the anomaly scene appeared. The bodies of Lu Maoan and the three others began to wither at a terrifying speed, and their souls were captured in an instant, and they died in an instant. The surrounding scene began to change crazily. In Lu Shu's eyes, the faint sky was at his feet, and the ancient earth was indeed standing above his head. At this moment, the sky is below and the loess is above. All around, ancient tombstones stood majestically. Each tomb is extremely huge, with characters that have never been seen before engraved on it. These words seemed to be written by some kind of rules. Just a few more glances made Lu Shu feel trembling in his soul. It's hard to imagine what kind of terrifying person would be buried here. This is a big opportunity. Lu Shu had a wild smile on his face. This is clearly a god's tomb. At this time, a huge divine source caught Lu Shu's attention. It floats above the tomb of the god. A young man with a beautiful face was sleeping in it, looking very young. The ancient sleeping man. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly brightened. Rumor has it that in ancient times, the world went through a great catastrophe. The spiritual energy withered and the gods were absent. Some powerful families, sacred land, and ancient beings sealed their descendants one after another, imprinted in the divine source, in order to recover in a golden age in the future. Such a person must be burdened with boundless dharma, endless Tao, and supreme inheritance. If you wake up such existences by yourself, or take them away, the benefits are simply unimaginable. This is the real big opportunity. Lu Shu thought about this, no longer hesitated, but quickly rushed towards the divine source. Ha 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 ha! The man who was sealed in ancient times. If we rescue him, our Tianhan Empire will surely stand in the sky. Looking at the towering tombstones through the light curtain, Mr. Lu felt that he was going crazy with excitement. He never expected that by such an opportunity, the Minister of Grotto Heaven would appear here. Divine Xia, ha 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 ha! Thank you so much. Ji Chang. Really, I thank you so much. I didn't expect that you would actually give me such a great opportunity. In this case, after the battle, I, Tianhan, will give you a decent how to die. The Lu clan boss laughed, showing an extremely arrogant look, completely ignoring Ji Chang's look as if he wanted to kill someone. But the next moment, Elder Liu's expression suddenly stiffened. This is impossible. Formation patterns emerged crazily, and within a few breaths, hundreds of formations immediately surrounded Lu Yat. Lu Shu felt his throat was dry. He had never seen such a battle before. Dual pupils spins like crazy, can follow. A pair of black hands came out from the darkness and took off the pair of dual pupils. Immediately, the infinite killing array erupted instantly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shu was annihilated and strangled. Until his death, he did not understand who took action or who planned it. Until the end, he didn't even know that the person who killed him was the person he had previously promised to cut into pieces. Su family people. But now he has indeed been turned into powder under the countless formations. Impossible. Mr. Lu could hardly believe his eyes. Lu Shu, who was born with double pupils and half-step star controlling, his last trump card, died like this? He actually watched this unimaginable opportunity slip away from his hands? No. Mr. Liu felt a surge of blood flowing from his heart. Puff! This strong man of star controlling great completion was actually spit out a mouthful of blood by the rapid fire. When Ji Chong saw this, he was so happy that he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, he also wanted to see who took action and set up such a terrifying formation. It was indeed seen that within the light curtain, there was total darkness, and someone used great means to cover up everything in the grotto heaven. Su Chongsheng allowed countless large formations to roar continuously, and even continued to set up new formations. He would only show up to ensure that the opponent had absolutely no back tricks. A substitute appears. After confirming that Lu Shu could not die, he then walked out and quickly came to the huge divine source. This is. Looking at the young man sealed in the divine source, he inexplicably felt a trace of blood throbbing. Su Chongsheng frowned slightly, and then a little blood seeped out from his fingertips and dripped on the divine source. The left and right are nothing more than a substitute. But the next moment, rumble! Between the heaven and the earth, the wind and clouds are changing, and the boundless calamity clouds appear in the sky, and the endless thunder of destruction is nurtured in it. It seems that there is a kind of existence that neither heaven nor earth allows to be born, and it will appear in this world. The law of heaven is not allowed, thousands of murderous intentions, natural murderous intention, the world will be destroyed. This. People felt the terrifying aura in the calamity cloud, and even they couldn't withstand any of the thunder in it. Why does such a terrifying thunderstorm appear? In the inheritance grotto heaven, Su Chongsheng has long since escaped. Only the divine source continued to crack, and the young man slowly opened his eyes. God is dead, the devil is destroyed, but I am still alive. Towering firmament blessed land. Su Zhou, who had been immersed in cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. An extremely terrifying evil spirit erupted from his body. During the roar, he stepped up, and the void trembled slightly under his figure. Ding! The Hungpan Destiny tribe is here. The world is intolerable, the great Dao is jealous, please go to the host as soon as possible. Chapter 61. Rumble. Boom. The extremely terrifying sky thunder was roaring, and countless symbols of destruction were exploding in the void. The dark thunder spread unbridled throughout the entire sky. Like a pool of pitch-black ink, what is gestating in it is thick thunder that is like substance. If that thunder pours down, the entire divine Xia empire will disappear in an instant. It is the anger of God, the punishment of the great Dao, and the tyranny of creatures that are beyond common sense and above the rules. The great terror contained in this calamity cloud is terrifying. Even the power of star controlling, under the great Dao of this world, is no different from that ant. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate it. What kind of existence are the creatures sealed in the divine source? The rules exclude all kinds of catastrophes. If he can withstand this catastrophe, his future prospects are limitless. If heaven and earth cannot destroy such an existence, I'm afraid we won't even be qualified to be slaves in the future. Ji Chong and others looked at the terrifying Ji Lei and started talking. These 10,000 calamity thunders are the most terrifying and frightening existence in the world. It can traverse thousands of worlds and directly roar on the person who is being robbed. Mr. Liu's face looked unkind at this time, and he had no intention of paying attention to these things now. Lu Shu and others were annihilated, which meant that the word-giving battle was lost under such unclear circumstances. He even watched this huge opportunity escape from his own country. This feeling of anger was simply unacceptable to him. Ji Chong. Are you very proud? He suddenly growled. Oh! Thousands of chills were like a cold wave, an endless murderous intent burst out from his eyes. As the elder of a clan, his mind changes very quickly. In Divine Xia, Ji Chong can use the power of a country. In the beginning, the dragon energy that rivaled his own was the embodiment of a country's destiny. But now thousands of thunder tribulations have emerged, the law of destruction has fallen on the world, and all luck and rules will lose their effectiveness. This Jicane cannot use the power of national destiny, if he kills him now. The leader of the Divine Xia Kingdom dies, and there is a lot of room for maneuver behind this. Since the word-giving battle has been lost, there is no need to delve deeper into it, and a way to compensate must be found immediately. If you can cultivate to this level, your mind will naturally be extremely clear. Now that you've made a decision, don't hold back. Buzz! The boundless galaxy emerged behind him, and regular fragments of ice and snow that killed all things appeared on his star sea. These fragments are connected with each other and vaguely converge into a complete law. If the law is perfect, it means that he has entered the moon-grasping realm, and all myriad worlds will respect him as Ho. Freeze! The law of frost was spreading continuously. Elder Lu raised one hand and the howling frost wolf looked up to the sky and roared. They are heading towards Jicane to kill. Wherever they pass, the sky and the earth are white. Kill everyone! This scene happened so fast. Ji Chong had no chance to react. That extremely powerful magic roared directly on him in an instant. Ji Chong took a few steps back, and stars appeared behind him, but his stars were not covered with any fragments of the law of fire. It was difficult to resist the terrifying frost, even the stars were covered with layers of white dew. Ji Chang's face turned extremely pale, and a few drops of blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. The surrounding star-controlling experts saw this and did not take action, but waited and watched. No matter what the final result is, their family will not be greatly affected by Tao, so why not just sit back and watch? Lu Chong! How dare you do this? Ji Chong was shocked. But he saw Elder Lu showing a ferocious smile. My intention to kill you has nothing to do with the country. After I kill you, I will go and see the so-called Su family. The killing of the princes of our clan requires the blood of their Manchu clan to pay for it. His voice was extremely cold, and as the voice fell, he raised his hands together, and rays of light haloed in the mid-air, turning into an incomparably huge wolf shadow. There seemed to be thousands of frosts turning into snow in the wolf's mouth. This blow condensed all the power of his laws, making him infinitely close to the powerful moon grasping. He just wanted to kill Ji Chong with one move. My life is at risk. Ji Chong felt like the souls of the dead were rising at this moment. He seemed to see the tragic end of the Divine Xia Empire after his death. He couldn't help but close his eyes. Faced with the absolute power gap, even if he resisted, it was just like a child playing. Wherever there is frost, everything is on the verge of withering. The rich cold air pulls everything into the world of ice and snow. Ji Chong had already closed his eyes and waited for death. However, the biting frost that was imagined did not come. It was replaced by the frightening cry of Elder Lu. No! How is that possible? Ji Chong opened his eyes and immediately saw an unforgettable scene in his life. A figure wearing black dragon clothing stepped on the void, and flashed forward into the void. Everything in front of him was being annihilated. Facing the Kanglang roaring moon technique triggered by the Lu clan, it was as if the person's image was invisible. He still walked forward indifferently, and then, in front of this person, everything will be annihilated and all Dharma will be destroyed. The howling moon wolf that seems to be devouring heaven and earth is like a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. Annihilated instantly. What they saw in front of them was beyond their imagination, it was an unimaginable way. What a terrifying existence! There is such a existence in Divine Xia. Who is this person? Each of the star-controlling experts felt their hearts tightening. Elder Liu's howling moon wolf technique was already infinitely close to the moon-grasping realm. But in front of this person, he was as weak as a thin piece of paper. Could it be that this person has already stepped into moon-grasping realm? Could it be a powerful conferred marquis? Everyone was frightened. The strong man of moon-grasping is called Ho in myriad worlds. Such a terrifying existence can walk out of myriad worlds and step on the ancient road in the starry sky. He can support an orthodoxy by himself. Why does such a existence appear here? Divine Xia is a small country. May I ask your excellency, what's your surname? The expression of the elder Lu clan became respectful. There is an existence that looks like a conferred marquis, but he can't be provoked by the entire husband. His consciousness swept across the figure of the man, but all he could see was chaos, and he was even more certain that the other person was the legendary conferred marquis. Me. The indifferent voice fell from the sky, and the tone was a bit like a smile but not a smile. Boom. As soon as this word fell, the world seemed to become a little heavier. The terrifying aura dropped like the Milky Way, forcing Elder Lu to kneel on the ground. Boom. The elder of the Lu clan looked extremely ferocious and wanted to resist, but in front of this terrifying power, he seemed extremely ridiculous. He knelt on the ground like an old dog, his knees completely shattered. Severe pain kept flooding into his heart, causing beads of sweat to form on his head. I don't know what my fault is, Your Excellency. He knelt on the ground and looked up at the figure in the sky, using all his strength to squeeze out these words. After saying that, he was directly crushed to the ground. Just now he kept saying that he wanted to destroy the Manchus. Tell me, where did you offend me? Su Zhou looked down at Elder Lu with a sarcastic smile on his lips. Su Zhou. After hearing these words, this name immediately appeared in the minds of all star-controlling experts. Oh my god! This Su family patriarch is actually a moon-grasping. No wonder. No wonder Su Jian was able to cultivate so many monsters, prodigy. Everyone was talking a lot, and their eyes were extremely fearful. It is simply unimaginable that such a powerful person exists within the Divine Xia Empire. They couldn't help but began to think crazily about whether their family had any disputes with the Su family. The power of such a being must never be provoked in the slightest. Ji Chang's face showed a deep smile. I made the right bet. And I got Dabao. He originally thought that Su Zhou was just an ordinary star-controlling strongman, but he didn't expect that he had such terrifying power. He might even be the legendary moon-grasping. The Divine Xia Empire can be saved. Compared to Ji Chang's surprise, Lu Chang, who was lying on the ground, felt like a ghost. His whole body couldn't help but tremble and he pinched himself, and the galaxy vision behind him became extremely dim. His face turned extremely grey. This is impossible. How can there be an existence like you in the Divine Xia Empire? He roared at the top of his lungs. But even if he tried his best, it was really difficult to move away from Su Zhou's pressure. It seems that the so-called star-controlling great completion is no different from a pig or a dog in his eyes. The Tianhan Empire is interesting. I will visit it in person soon. Su Zhou's voice sounded faintly. Suddenly, Lu Chang's eyes suddenly opened. Despair, helplessness, anger, and other emotions exploded at this moment. Then, the originally dim stars suddenly burst out with unparalleled light. Pieces of law fragments emerge from the stars, becoming one and the same. The law of frost appears in the sky, and then a moon shadow emerges from the stars. Under Su Zhou's terrifying suppression, Lu Chang actually broke through to the moon-grasping realm. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed. I didn't expect that he could break through at this time. Lu Chang stood up suddenly, the power of law set off his body, and his old face became younger. Ha ha ha! I really want to thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to break through. Is this the moon-grasping realm? The sea of stars turns into the moon, and it controls the laws. This feeling is like a god. Lu Chang felt the power of the laws flowing through his body, and all the treasures and spells he had mastered were there. An astonishing transformation occurred. Even Su Zhou, who was extremely powerful before, now has the strength to dare to fight against him. He was seen rising into the sky, with the grey wolf behind him rising above the moon shadow. The grey wolf howled in the sky, killing all things. You are not moon-grasping. Lu Chang's eyes suddenly became overjoyed. Although Su Zhou's strength was terrifying, there were no laws surrounding him. Entering the moon-grasping realm, the sea of stars turns into the moon, surrounded by laws, and controls a law. Although Su Zhou's aura is terrifying and unfathomable, there is no law surrounding him at all. I never said I was moon-grasping. Facing the strong man of moon-grasping realm, Su Zhou's tone remained indifferent. Humph. I admit that I am not as good as you in the star-controlling realm, but when I enter the moon-grasping, today, I will destroy you. A cold smile appeared on Lu Chang's face. The wolf-roaring moon technique exploded, and a wolf stepped into the void and came west to the world. Wherever the wolf passed, the space froze and howled. All Dharma is solidifying and freezing. Die. Be my first sacrifice after moon grasping. Lu Chang smiled proudly. But as the frost spread, the smile on his face disappeared. What replaced it was an unspeakable fear. In his eyes, his law stopped motion. Then, a star emerged, its violent aura annihilating everything. It was an existence that transcended the law and was contaminated with the aura of Tao. In just one moment, the stars went backwards, destroying thousands of good fortunes and destroying the blue moon. The King Yu that Lu Chang had just condensed was actually destroyed under the stars. At this moment, his entire breath became like a candle in the wind. Lu Chang vomited blood, the stars in his body were annihilated, and King Yu fell. Rumble. Above the sky, thousands of lightning strikes roared and roared. Su Zhou was dressed in black clothes and looked indifferent, as if the upheaval of heaven and earth could not move him. Above the stars, contaminated with the breath of Tao, what kind of existence are you? Tao. That is the highest and supreme existence in heaven and earth. It is the origin that is above the laws. That is the supreme mystery that only the venerable realm can touch. The Su Zhou in front of him only had the star-controlling realm, but he was already infected with the aura of Tao. Looking around the 9 heavens and 10 places, this is unheard of. However, Su Zhou did not look at him, but turned to look at the pregnant Wandao Lijuk. Even the world is too small. He said lightly. He came here to save his beloved prodigy. He did it casually by killing Lu Chang, but he did not forget about business. Heavenly rank treasure weapon Tai A sword was held in his hand. Rumble. Thousands of thunder tribulations were born, rising above the sky, and falling towards the human world from the thunder pool, trying to annihilate the existence that defied the heavens. Everything in the world trembled under the thunder. But at this time, hideous. Between heaven and earth, a sword light shines on everything, as if the heaven and earth were separated. The great Dao of the sword hangs upside down from the sky to the world. The grace of this sword renders all living beings speechless. The world seemed to have fallen into complete silence. This scene seems to be a scene in a painting, and this sword brings this painting to life. Cut it open. Under the light of the sword, everything is extinguished. The light of the sword contains the reincarnation of heaven and earth, and all things are destroyed. Those 10,000 tribulation clouds were actually annihilated under this sword. And the inheritance grotto heaven was cut open. Everyone was shocked and speechless by this scene, and some of these star-controlling powers even fell to the ground in a state of disbelief. Sword fruit. Chief Su is a sword king. The sword fruit has been completed. If he does not die, he has already obtained the ticket to the supreme great Dao. There really are such ungodly people in this world. That's good. Compared to the shock of others, Lu Chang saw more things, and he stood there motionless. It was as if he had lost all his strength, and the look in his eyes had dimmed. There was a self-deprecating smile on his lips. At that moment, he saw Su Zhou's sea of stars, endless stars all over the sky, and every star was directly contaminated with the aura of this Tao. A star contaminated with Tao's aura can make him unable to resist, but Su Zhou has countless such stars. Such a heaven-defying existence is simply not something they can provoke. Snap! Lu Chang took the initiative to kneel in the sky this time and said in a respectful tone, "Chief Su, you are a powerful person. It is not for me to oppose the Su family. I only ask that I die in exchange for you giving me Lu Chong a chance at home. After saying that, the next moment, all the breath in his body was annihilated and he fell directly from the bottom of the sky. A strong moon-grasping man actually committed suicide here in order to appease Su Zhou's anger, just for a chance, but even so, he never attracted Su Zhou to take another look at him. His eyes looked faintly towards the skyline of Azure Peak Mountain. A young man in green clothes slowly flew out of the gap created by his sword. The young man looked at Su Zhou blankly, and then said something tentatively. "You are me, the leader of the Su clan." "Exactly." Su Zhou looked at the young man in front of him and pursed his lips slightly. "The patriarch is above, and Sunan is below," Sunan said respectfully. Su Zhou was a little curious. "How do you recognize me?" "As a member of the Su clan, you can naturally feel the pressure of the clan leader." The people below only felt their throats were dry. This is a being who has awakened from a deep sleep, and now he is actually bowing to the head of the Su family. Could it be? Could it be? Is this Su family a terrifying family inherited from ancient times or even ancient times? Yes. Only in this way can the Su family be so terrifying. However, Su Zhou didn't care what everyone thought. He looked at Sunan in front of him, and a curtain of water appeared in his eyes that only he could see. Great Dao gods and demons. Descendants of the Su family. Chapter 62. Name, Sunan. Destiny Red. Comprehension, Monster. Rootbone Monster. Realm, None. Qualification, Great Dao God and Demon Body, Little Six Paths True Eye. Small Lu Dao True Eye, can see through all rules and the essence of all Daos. Great Dao Divine Demon Body, become a god or a demon, in one thought, you are born with the perception of Great Dao, all Dharma, Divine Path Demon Dao are in your heart. Opportunity, I have been sleeping since the ancient times, and woke up in the Golden Age. I have the most amazing talent in my life. My memory is sealed. I need to reach Venerable to recover all my memories. 1. Quality level, Ordinary. Looking at Sunan's panel in front of him, Su Mao remained calm on the surface. But I did feel a bit of shock in my heart. As expected of a clansman with red qualifications and destiny, he is more than terrifying. Xiao Lu Dao's true eye sees through the essence of Tao, allowing him to have almost no obstacles or misunderstandings on the road of cultivation. The great Dao God and Demon God allowed him to be born with the ability to comprehend the existence of Tao. The so-called Tao is the supreme existence of all, and ordinary monks can only comprehend the Tao in the venerable realm. Sunan, on the other hand, was born with the ability to comprehend the Tao. It was unimaginable that a being who began to comprehend the great Dao from a young age would reach such terrifying heights once he grew up. What's more important is that the opponent's strength can be completely enhanced by one's own, so prodigy must be well cultivated. And Su Zhou's eyes seemed to have endless changes over time. This Sunan is an existence that has been sleeping since the ancient times. Chaotic ancient times are the source of all records, the oldest era that can be traced back in the history of myriad worlds. Rumor has it that in that era, prodigy emerged in large numbers, and there were countless great clans in the world. There was the immemorial elder fishing in the myriad worlds, the great emperor walking on the sun, and the prodigy being born holy. That era was the true grandeur of the myriad worlds. According to the mottos of some ancient aristocratic families, in that era fairy herbs and great medicines grew all over the ground, and holy beasts and beasts could be seen everywhere. Today's 9 heavens, 10 earths, and 3,000 domains are just a part of the chaotic ancient times. And that splendid world later broke out because of a catastrophe involving cholera. Annihilated, shattered, the chaotic ancient world fell apart, leaving only 3,000 realms of dry land these days. As for the truth about that catastrophe, neither the Teku family, the Immortal Gate, nor the 9 heavens sacred land knew anything about it. Only among the 4 oldest and most remote divine kingdoms, a trace of secrets spread. Only 2 words. Taboo. The catastrophe that destroyed the most splendid era was finally labeled as taboo and everything was destroyed. And Sunan is prodigy who has been sleeping since the chaotic ancient times. His realm is now sealed, but 793 can only wake up his memory after he is promoted to the venerable realm. At that time, Su Zhou will know the truth about the fall of that oldest and most glorious era. Moreover, what Su Zhou really cares about most is that he came from the ancient times, but he also came from the Su clan, the clan leader, that is to say. In those ancient times, Su family existed. This couldn't help but cause Su Zhou to think deeply. I need to check the clan records when I get back. Su Zhou thought to himself. Su Nan stood behind Su Zhou with a respectful expression. Ji Chong, the Lord of Divine Xia, strode across the sky. Chief Su. I have long admired your name. Ji Chong looked somewhat respectful. Facing the powerful, the so-called dignity of a country's leader seems ridiculous. I've met Lord Ji. Su Zhou responded politely. He has a good impression of this king. Divine Xia under the other party's governance is expected to bring peace to the country and the people. Thank you Patriarch Su for saving your life. Ji Chong stepped into the sky and bowed deeply to Su Zhou. The words are extremely respectful. He knew clearly in his heart that if Su Zhou hadn't been there, Lu Chong would have killed him just now. If he dies, the entire Divine Xia will inevitably fall into chaos. Although Divine Xia has the protection of the word gift, the internal chaos is really beyond repair. Therefore, Su Zhou is not only his savior, but also the benefactor of the entire Divine Xia Empire. No need to be polite, just do it casually. Su Zhou said nonchalantly, as if killing a strong man who stepped into moon grasping was just an ant that was easily crushed to death. Such attitude and strength made Ji Chong admire him even more. Chief Su saved my life, and Su family prodigy gained face for us. Ji Chang's face showed nothing but determination. If Patriarch Su is willing, I would like to rule this Divine Xia Empire together with Patriarch Su. Ji Chong said loudly. The remaining executive officers looked at each other in confusion, and couldn't help but secretly think in their hearts. Ji Chong is thinking very hard this time. Now anyone with eyes can see that the Su family is unfathomable and has unimaginable depth. It may even be a terrifying family inherited from ancient times. Such a family in the territory of the Divine Xia Empire can be regarded as the boundless glory of Divine Xia. Such forces are bound to skyrocket in the future, and even if you want to curry favor with them, it will not be their turn. Ji Chong was indeed extremely decisive this time, although I don't know why a behemoth like the Su family would live in seclusion in Divine Xia. But we must seize this opportunity, even at the expense of half of our country. Hearing this, Su Zhou couldn't help but glance at Ji Chong, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Agfp. Divine Xia Empire, I'm not interested. However, there are some guys that I am very interested in. Su Zhou said in a faint tone, looking deeply to the east. That is, the direction of the Tianhan Empire. Ji Chong looked at Su Zhou's appearance and his eyes suddenly shrank. This Su clan leader was eyeing Tianhan. How's the word-giving battle going? Su Zhou looked back and said calmly. Ji Chong said quickly, the people in the Tianhan Empire were killed by countless formations. It should be because they have entered an inexplicable taboo. They used means to summon the powerful heavenly origin Great Completion who inherited Grotto Heaven, but were instantly destroyed. This battle, if Tianhan loses, he can take his title. He somewhat thought of Su Zhou's current thoughts. Taboo, countless formations. Upon hearing this, Su Zhou showed a hint of a smile but not a smile. If his guess was correct, it was probably the great emperor of his family who did it. Chief Su, the power of this sword is impermanent. It's a pity that the inheritance Grotto Heaven was cut open with one sword, and the descendants of the Su family accepted the inheritance. Ji Chong hadn't finished speaking yet, but there was a bit of regret in his tone. After all, through the secret method, he saw that his traitor had several adventures. Of course, it is incomparable to the monsters of Su family. Just now, Su Zhou's shocking sword not only cut through thousands of tribulation thunders, but also tore apart the inheritance Grotto Heaven. It won't be long before this inheritance, Grotto Heaven, will lose its aura and annihilate the world, and those who accept the inheritance will also be forced to interrupt. Su Zhou smiled softly and looked at the water curtain that everyone had summoned using secret techniques. Among them, Su Yan was sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a green flame above his head slowly falling into his body. Deep in the blood pool of Su Buku, the expressions are constantly changing, and a shadow appears in the sky behind him. Half of his face is a blood-faced Shura, and the other half is a golden Buddha of mercy. As for Su Yang, as soon as he entered Grotto Heaven, he found a fragment of the 9 Tribulations sword according to the guidance of the 9 Tribulations sword. And he also found a treasure house, which was full of various powerful medicines to enhance his cultivation. Therefore, he happily hid in it and took medicine. The medicinal properties of these powerful medicines are maintained by the special characteristics of the inherited Grotto Heaven. Once the Grotto Heaven is destroyed, the medicinal properties will disappear. As for Su Chongsheng, he keeps wandering under the tombs, substitutes. Obviously, they all have their own adventures. Click. At this moment, above Grotto Heaven, the newly made sword mark in the Soviet area made an unusual sound. The ancient power surrounding Grotto Heaven is slowly being annihilated. This is an irreversible situation. Ji Chong shook his head regretfully. The barrier is broken, Grotto Heaven is destroyed. This is the consensus of the myriad worlds. Even the supreme existence of the venerable realm cannot be reversed. Otherwise, those emperor clan and sacred land would have forcibly looted the Grotto Heaven, the inheritance, and taken away all the treasures, leaving no chance for others. However, just when everyone is lamenting that Grotto Heaven will be destroyed, Su Zhou indeed slowly raised his hand. The next moment, a burst of ancient vicissitudes of Dao rhyme emerged from his body. Thousands of rays of light surged behind him, and a chaotic shadow that exuded mist rotated faintly in the void. As the phantom of reincarnation emerged, even the big sun dimmed at this moment. Then, the cycle reverses. Everything around is being overturned at a rapid pace. Under the incredible gazes of everyone, the originally broken barrier is recovering, the annihilated space is recovering, and the dissipated ancient power is reborn. The barrier is broken, the Grotto Heaven is destroyed. This common sense engraved in the bones of myriad worlds is like a joke in front of Su Zhou. Such power is like a god. Everyone was already stunned and speechless. By the time they came to their senses, Su Zhou and Su Nan had already disappeared. After a long time, Ji Chong came back to his senses. His voice was slightly trembling. Being able to have a relationship with a wealthy family like the Su family, is the real opportunity for the Divine Xia Empire. From now on, everyone in Divine Xia's empire will respect the head of the Su family as a god, respect him when he meets him, and respect him when he meets him. Ji Chong quickly ordered, and waves of fluctuations came from the void. It's like some kind of existence is recognizing. The lord of a country, Divine Xia has been here for thousands of years, how could he not have any backup plan? Towering firmament blessed land. Towering firmament peak. Su Nan stood respectfully in front of Su Zhou. Although he is a prodigy from ancient times, his body is really empty and has no cultivation. Ding! Check out Red Destiny Clan, you can invest. Invest in the Great Annihilation Technique and receive rewards. Forbidden Technique, Reverse Path 9th Layer. Invest in Divine Dao Glazed Cup and you will get rewards. Teiku Treasure Body, Ruins Bell. Invest in Yizhou with Residual Blood, and you can get rewards. War Beasts, 10,000 Pythons Facing the Dragon. The system's ethereal voice sounded in Su Zhou's ears. Su Zhou smiled softly and looked at the young man in front of him. Su Nan's memory was sealed, and his bone age was no more than 16 years old. It's a good time to practice. All the causes in the past are all for the future. 17. Don't cling to the past, just remember that you are a Su. Su Zhou said softly. Hearing this, Sunan's eyes became a little erratic. He had been sleeping since ancient times and woke up in the Golden Age, losing all his memory. Relying on the inheritance in his bloodline, he felt the existence of the patriarch. But there was endless hesitation in his heart. Now Su Zhou's words really made him feel a complete sense of belonging. Thank you, patriarch. Sunan spoke solemnly. Okay. Then let me help you embark on the path of cultivation. Sit down cross-legged, hold your breath and concentrate. Su Zhou said. Sunan nodded and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Su Zhou's eyes were slightly focused. The great Dao god and demon body and the little six paths true eyes were both unparalleled qualifications. In addition, he personally opened up a path of cultivation. I don't know how far this Red Destiny clan, which is evaluated by the system as holding destiny in hand and watching over all living beings, will reach and what kind of Dao foundation it will create. Even Su Zhou's eyes were filled with anticipation. There were no stars shining brightly, and the phantom shadows of stars with the aura of the great Dao came out of the body, completely reflecting the young man, and began to continuously refine the true blood inside. Su Zhou reached out his fingertips, and a drop of golden blood gushed out. He was carrying the sacred light divine phoenix body, and a drop of blood was equivalent to thousands of powerful medicines. All of a sudden, above the sky, thousands of rays of light fall down, gradually covering the sky. There was a roar of dark thunder, a shadow of kingly power roaring, and countless precious medicines and treasures in Su Zhou's hands continued to emerge and penetrated into Sunan's body one after another. Click! Next moment, there was a sound of broken chains coming from Sunan's body. Wow! Two boundless and terrifying visions burst out behind him. A statue is shrouded in divine light, carrying supreme majesty, overlooking the 9 heavens and 10 earth, like a god. A man whose whole body is filled with black mist, and whose endless evil thoughts are killing him like a tide, seems to be pulling thousands of worlds into the endless abyss, like the devil of heaven and earth. As soon as these two phantoms appeared, they shocked the world, and the tribulation clouds of heaven and earth were about to appear. But this time, there was no need for Su Zhou to take action. He only saw two visions of a god and a demon protruding his hand towards the sky at the same time. Then, with a gentle squeeze of his hand, the calamity cloud that had destroyed thousands of monks dispersed like catkins. This terrifying vision made the world become quiet. Countless Su family patriarchs looked in the direction of towering firmament peak and were shocked. Everyone knew that the clan leader had left earlier, and some people saw the clan leader returning with a young man. They guessed that the man might be a prodigy of their own clan. But I really didn't expect to have such a terrifying talent. But just now the blood tempering was successful, which was to arouse the infinite and terrifying phantoms of gods and demons. I'm afraid, except for the mysterious and unseen first immortal, the rest of the Su family will be suppressed by it. At this time, towering firmament peak was still in full swing, Sunan's long hair was hanging down, his body was roaring, his blood was flowing like thunder, and every pore in his body was devouring Dao rhyme. His left eye is filled with golden light, and his power is unpredictable. His right eye is dark and dark, like the underworld. Divine Path and Demon Dao were perfectly integrated in him. With him as the center, the spiritual energy from heaven and earth rushed in, forming a huge whirlpool. Sunan's cultivation level is also growing at an unimaginably terrifying speed. Blood tempering first layer. Qi transformation great completion. But in the blink of an eye, you have entered the realm of Qi transformation. However, this terrifying promotion speed has not stopped yet. Buzz. The sky and the earth are bright, the inside and outside are connected, and foreign affairs have been completed. However, in 3 breaths, Sunan had actually entered the exterior realm. This speed of cultivation is simply shocking to both ancient and modern times. The 9 major acupoints in his body emit divine light, and the phantoms of gods and demons in the ancestral acupoints between his eyebrows stand upright, constantly emitting Taoism. How terrifying and amazing this is! In the end, his realm steadily stayed at the realm of exterior great completion, and he was only one step away from entering the heavenly origin. Thank you, Patriarch. Su Nan stood up. In his eyes, gods and demons coexisted. There was the majesty of the divine path, and the depth of the demon Dao. It was like a young god and demon walking in the world, with an extremely terrifying temperament. Su Zhou looked at Su Nan and smiled softly. Then, 2 treasures appeared in his hands. This great annihilation technique is an apex-level killing technique. Practice it with House Hung. This divine Dao glazed cup integrates offense and defense, and will return to your protection. And give the mount the residual blood of Yaizi. Su Zhou whispered. A blood-red figure ran from the sky, with the body of a wolf and the head of a dragon. It was the heavenly origin realm mount, Yizui with residual blood. Seeing this, Su Nan quickly bowed and saluted. Su Zhou looked towards the towering firmament-blessed land and countless spiritual peaks. Then a spiritual thought spread throughout the towering firmament-blessed land. Su Nan, bone age 16, exterior great completion, bestowed with the title of 5th god and demon. Bestowed with god and demon peak. Before they could wait, everyone was amazed that Su family had indeed added another statue to the series. Su Zhou's next voice really made the entire Su family become solemn at this moment. The Tianhan Empire offended the Su family, and its crime should be destroyed. Since you are targeting the Su family, then pay the price. Chapter 63. The Tianhan Empire. The splendid palace was a bit desolate, and the moonlight shone on the golden ground like a layer of frost. The king of the country, Lu Ran, was sitting on the throne, with neither sadness nor joy on his face. Below him, the star-controlling powers all had unkind expressions. Elder Lu Chong actually died in Divine Xia Kingdom. There must be an explanation for this matter. An elder said indignantly. Humph! What do I need to explain? That clan elder died after stepping into moon grasping. There may be an old monster in the Divine Xia Empire who stepped into moon grasping long ago. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If there are old monsters like this in Divine Xia, then we won't be the ones who initiate the word-giving war. But now, who is being deprived of the gift of words? Lu Ran's cold voice interrupted the noisy crowd. Everyone became quiet after hearing this. The Divine Xia Inheritance Grotto Heaven has not yet ended, but all the participants sent by Tianhan have died. Tianhan has lost this word-giving battle. And just now, the Divine Xia Empire announced to the heavens that the Tianhan Empire's bestowal was stripped away. The invisible luck that originally shrouded the Tianhan Empire quietly dissipated at this moment. This also means that the Tianhan Empire has lost the protection of the divine kingdom that governs the heavens. The other empires that had been suppressed by them would inevitably unite to counterattack Tianhan. And the culprit of all this is Su family. A strong star-controlling gritted his teeth. I thought it would be a good job this time, but I didn't expect it. There was a lot of resentment in his voice. Master, I suggest that the Su family be destroyed at all costs. As long as the task is completed, that Lord will definitely protect us. When the time comes, even if we lose the word CII, our Tianhan Empire can slowly take control of it. A red-clothed civil servant from the star-controlling realm bowed and said. The rest of the people also agreed one after another. When Lu Ran heard this, he couldn't help but nodded slightly, holding the rice paper with golden light in his hand. He opened his mouth slightly, about to say something. But the next moment... Ouch! Rumble! A roar of dragons resounded throughout the sky like thunder. Countless people in Tianhan territory couldn't help but look towards the sky. In the sky, there seemed to be an extremely huge shadow that was slowly covering the entire Tianhan sky. Rumble. Boom. Every time the shadow shook, something seemed to be shattering between heaven and earth. It seems that there is some kind of extremely terrifying ancient beast surging above the sky. The moon became a bit scarlet at this moment, like a dead sea. Many monks looked towards the increasingly anomaly moon. Ah! A martial artist who was about to step into the heavenly origin realm let out a horrified cry. He looked at the sky with his whole body trembling, feeling that the blood in his body was turning into ice bit by bit. What's wrong, sect master? A group of disciples quickly gathered around and looked at their sect master worriedly. I only saw the monk who was half a step away from heavenly origin. He stretched out his hand tremblingly and pointed at the blood moon. One eye, that's one eye, seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Everyone looked at the scarlet moon with extremely frightened eyes. They couldn't believe what the sect master said. The moon was actually an eye. Then the owner of this eye would be so huge. But the next moment, they wailed like they were extremely frightened, as if they had seen the end of the world. They saw a vertical pupil emerge from the depths of the blood moon, and then, the blood moon moved forward, and a terrifying figure covering the entire sky was winding. The first half of the figure is a huge blue dragon, its aura is extremely ancient, and its scarlet eyes replace the moon on the dome. Behind it were countless dragon transformation pythons, each exuding an unimaginable aura of terror. They roared violently, leading all creatures to howl. Kang Long is the leader and 10,000 pythons are the body. How terrifying this is! What's even more incredible is that above the blue dragon and 10,000 pythons, there is a palace that exudes boundless precious light. Ordinary people now only feel that tonight's night is particularly deep. But in the eyes of the monks of the Tianhan Empire, it does seem like a natural disaster is coming. Many monks even began to flee the Tianhan Empire frantically. They could not imagine what kind of terrifying existence the Tianhan Empire had provoked. Just a mount could be so terrifying. At the same time, an ancient and glorious bell sounded leisurely in the sky. Boom! Boom! Immediately, all the monks who felt in danger and wanted to escape from the Tianhan Empire only felt that the true energy in their bodies was constantly turbulent. Blood surges. Then, they discovered to their horror that they could not sense the true energy in their bodies. These aloof monks now became just like ordinary people. In the entire Tianhan territory, all cultivation levels of monks below the star-controlling realm are banned. The night light is like a waterfall, and the nebulae are like fireflies. Su Zhou stands on the head of the Kang Long with his hands behind his hands. The night wind blows his mysterious clothes, as if he is a god towering over the 9 heavens. His palm was slightly raised, and there was a small ancient clock floating on it. On top of this ancient clock, there are thousands of rays of light flashing, and there are infinite secret patterns. Under the ancient bell, there is a phantom. If you look carefully, you can see that it is the Tianhan Empire that has shrunk countless times. Morning bell, the ancient treasure weapon engraved with the way to seal the sky, can seal all cultivation realms of monks whose realm is lower than the user's realm, and lasts for a quarter of an hour. The black dragon exuding a terrifying aura beneath him was like an extremely well-behaved pet in front of him. Behind him, in the palace behind him, stood disciples of the Su family. They looked at Su Zhou with extremely respectful eyes, as if they were worshipping a god. This dusk bell and 10,000 pythons Chao Long are both great treasures. Su Zhou lowered his head and looked at Kang Long, smiling softly. War beast, moon grasping 4th layer, Kang Long is the leader, with 10,000 pythons sitting on their bodies, possessing a trace of ancient forbidden blood, and becoming an indescribable terrifying beast. Both of these things are rewards obtained from investing in Sunan not long ago. Maybe he felt Su Zhou's gaze. Kang Long looked a little excited and roared loudly. Ouch! Suddenly, a terrifying blood mist began to spread over the Tianhan Empire, and in the blood mist, twisting and winding blood dragons continued to breed. In the Tianhan Imperial Palace, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. They walked out of the palace one after another, looked up at the sky, and looked at the terrifying shadow that was spreading. Everyone's expressions became extremely solemn. Moon-grasping realm. This is the existence of moon-grasping realm. No. It's not that simple, it exudes dragon energy. Did you see the palace up there? Oh my god! What kind of existence is it that can actually make moon-grasping dragon race willingly pull his palace? Dragon race is one of the strongest races among the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The dragon is the most arrogant, the dragon is the most absurd, and the dragon is the most sacred. Dragon race's arrogance is known to all the world. Even if you have a dragon race bloodline, you are extremely arrogant. At this moment, King Long, who has always been extremely arrogant, is indeed pulling a palace. It is hard to imagine the origin of the owner of this palace. Could it be that family who came in person? One person suddenly said excitedly. The rest of the people also looked at each other, with a hint of ecstasy in their eyes. If I and others can establish a relationship with that family, even if Tianhan loses his gift, he will be able to reach an unimaginable level. Everyone had already made up their minds and looked at Lu Ran quickly. Lu Ran frowned, feeling something was wrong. That family has always been high above the 9 heavens, how could they come to Tiandu territory, let alone come to Tianhan in person? Just to be given an edict is already a great honor. But at this time, even though he had many doubts in his heart, he did not dare to neglect it. Just the blue dragon in the sky was already overwhelming them, and the terrifying pressure of the moon-grasping realm was like a huge mountain. Not to mention, the terrifying existence that lives in the palace. If such beings were to feel even the slightest bit unhappy, I am afraid that the entire Tianhan would be completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Lu Renkai led a group of star-controlling experts, jumped into the air, and greeted them. As soon as they landed on the sky, they saw waves of scarlet blood surging, and the tops of the sky were full of twisted anomalies blood dragons. Just one look made their blood surge, and the blood in their bodies felt like it was bursting out of their bodies. The Kang Glong's huge eyes slowly turned around, like a blood moon. In an instant, everyone felt that their bodies were constantly melting away. It is difficult to look directly into the eyes of such beings. One by one, the dead souls couldn't help but make a masterpiece. He quickly bowed and saluted, not daring to look directly. At this time, Lu Ran had already lost the courage to be the leader of a country. He bowed his body and said in a low voice, "Lu Ran, the leader of the Tianhan Empire, welcome me. I wonder which senior is here. The entire Tianhan Empire is extremely honored to be able to meet you. This day should be designated as a festival." Lu Ran said with great respect. "It's a festival, interesting." A very indifferent voice sounded. In an instant, King Long, who was originally wild and arrogant, calmed down. "Yes." Lu Ran chuckled when he heard this. "Sure enough, these old monsters just like this kind of pomp. From now on, every year on this day, the Tianhan Empire will not do any work, but the whole country will celebrate, just because there are seniors who have been here today," Lu Ran said. Immediately afterwards, the cold voice sounded again. "Haha, no need to go to such trouble. Today will be designated as it's Tianhan's death anniversary." As soon as these words came out, boundless murderous intent fell from the sky. The blue dragon looked up to the sky and roared, and blood clouds surged like mountains and seas. When moon grasping is angry, heaven and earth are both sad. Boom! All he saw was the endless twisted blood dragons all over the sky, rushing towards the territory of the Tianhan Empire. Wherever they pass, they will be stained with blood for life and want to annihilate everything. Facing the pressure of the blue dragon, the people of Tianhan were even more powerful. Except for Lu Ran, all the star-controlling powers exploded into blood mist. Whose family is coming from here? It is obviously a huge disaster. I don't know, when did our Tianhan Empire provoke our seniors? I, Tianhan, am willing to pay any price for this. I just hope that senior can let Tianhan go. The price? Didn't your clan leader keep saying that he wanted to destroy our clan? After hearing this, Lu Ran's body suddenly stiffened. He seemed to have thought of something, but he couldn't believe it. Su family. He looked up in horror. Then he saw a majestic man wearing black dragon black clothes. Su Zhou stepped on the sky, and thousands of pythons obediently lowered their heads towards the dragon. Let Su Zhou step on it. At this moment, Lu Ran felt like his breathing had stopped. Destroy Tianhan. Su Zhou didn't look at him, but whisper softly. Then, a deafening roar sounded from Kenglong, may the clan live long. The Su family clan members roared one after another. They jumped off the Kenglong and went straight to the capital of Tianhan Emperor to kill. Everyone exuded terrifying murderous intent. The clan leader's order is the word of heaven. Since this heavenly Han has attracted the clan leader's wrath, it can be destroyed. Looking at the people of the Su family, Lu Ran's eyes couldn't help shrinking into pinholes. He saw that every member of the Su family had terrifying talents and profound foundations. Many people even have taboos like divine ability, special constitution, and the prototype of sword intent. Once such a prodigy is discovered in the outside world, he will be scrambled by countless sects, and this is indeed the case for all Su family disciples. I can't imagine what a terrifying family it is that can cultivate so many prodigy. The Tianhan Empire is over. Lu Ran's expression became extremely depressed. In fact, this time, Su Zhou, alone with 10,000 pythons, could destroy Tianhan. The reason why he brought these tribesmen here was just to train them. Without experiencing the tempering of blood and fire, it will be difficult to become a truly strong person. At this time, Lu Ran seemed to have aged 70 or 80 years in an instant. He looked at Su Zhou with a pale face. Clan Chief Su, we are just being ordered by others. Lu Ran is a smart man. He knows that Tianhan is doomed, and if he drags everything out, he might still be a little better off. As for the way to survive. Hee. With that said, Lu Ran took out the rice paper. Su Zhou lowered his eyes slightly, and with a thought in his mind, the piece of rice paper slowly flew over. There were only a few words on the rice paper. Destroy, Divine Xiaosu family. The signature reads. Huasu. Just those two words. It seems that there are rays of holy light falling in them, and Dao rhyme is hidden deep inside. Huaxu family. Looking at these two words, Zhou couldn't help but look cold. Isn't this the same Huaxu family that destroyed the elder of the Su family and deposed his younger brother? I didn't expect the other party to show his head so quickly. Clan Chief Su, you are a big shot and have extraordinary abilities, but the Huaxu family is the remnant of the gods and is one of the most powerful families in the Yanhan kingdom. The orders they gave me, I had to do, I dare not do it. There was a bit of sadness in the corner of Lu Ran's mouth. They were not even chess pieces in the big shots game. The Yanhan Divine Kingdom is one of the 4 most powerful divine kingdoms in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the Huaxu family is one of the best in that kingdom. When Su Zhou heard this, a sneer appeared on his lips. Huaxu family, before I went to find you, you came to provoke me first. Su Zhou whispered. At this time, the Tianhan Empire was full of chaos. In front of the Su family disciples, the soldiers of the Tianhan Empire were vulnerable. This was not a war, but a one-sided massacre. For the sake of your honesty, I will give you a chance to survive. Su Zhou looked at Lu Ran and said. Fight with our prodigy and I'll give you a job, he whispered. Hearing this, Lu Ran's eyes suddenly lit up with fire. Who wants to die if he can survive? Sunan. Here. Sunan strode out. Let me see your fighting power. Su Zhou smiled. He was very curious about what level of combat power this red-grade destiny tribesman would reach. Yes. After the words fell, Sunan took a step forward. In the sky, two extremely terrifying shadows appeared, and they struck Lu Ran with a palm. Lu Ran's expression changed when he saw this divine body. Born with a vision that moved the heavens and the earth, the young man in front of him turned out to be a divine body. But soon, he put away the surprise in his eyes, and the stars appeared again behind him. Even though the opponent has a divine body, he is still too young and his cultivation is still shallow. If it takes a few more years, I won't be qualified to appear in front of this young man, but now can live. Lu Ran roared in his heart. Sunan's face was extremely indifferent, his black hair was dancing wildly, his green clothes were shining, his left eye was shining brightly, and his right eye was like an abyss of prison. Facing a powerful star controlling, his expression did not change at all. He raised one hand, and then a god and a demon came together in the sky, making the stars dim and the sky low. In an instant, countless rules were annihilated and the space collapsed. Then under Lu Ran's extremely horrified eyes, his body instantly turned into powder. Crossing two realms, using exterior to kill star controlling, using only one divine ability, such combat power is like the ancient gods and demons returning to the world. As Lu Ran died, an ethereal voice sounded in Su Zhou's ears. Ding! Congratulations on completing the family mission, Empire, it's just a plaything in the palm of your hand. Chapter 64. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the family mission, the Empire cannot hold everything in its palm. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Tribe Template, Son of Confucianism and Taoism. Son of Confucianism and Taoism, after use, a son of Confucianism and Taoism will be born in the clan, and he will be born with Confucianism and Taoism. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Ancient Great Medicine, Reverse Life 3-Leaf. Reverse Life 3-Leaf, an ancient medicine, a supreme medicine that is said to grow on the banks of the long river of time. Eating it can reverse life for a lifetime. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Ancient Treasure Technique, 10 Fierce Kunpeng Techniques. 10 Evil Kunpeng Method, the companion method of Kunpeng, one of the 10 ancient evils. Its speed dominates the heavens, and it can master the secrets of space. It has been promoted to the great accomplishment, and it can break through the boundaries in one step, breaking through the ultimate speed. 1. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Clan Luck plus 50,000. Ding! Blessed by the Golden Dragon of Luck, the family luck will be extra plus 50,000. The constant sound of rewards in his ears made Su Zhou feel good. At this time, the battle below has also come to an end. Under the terrifying pressure of Wanmang Chaolong, the soldiers of the Tianhan Empire were already extremely frightened, and the leader of the country was dead. The Tianhan Empire directly chose to surrender. Every clan and aristocratic family looked respectfully at the daoist shadow on the sky. Su Zhou stepped on the blue dragon, with all living beings beneath him. At this moment, Tianhan Kingdom only felt that there was a towering god, Tian Tian Tong Ming. Su Zheng, what do you think about these thousands of miles of mountains and rivers? Su Zhou looked down at everything. Behind him, a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s came out respectfully. Reporting to the patriarch, when I look at this majestic world, I only feel the suffering of the people. This young man is dressed in black, with long hair tied up, and a handsome face, but his eyes are like dragon eyes, and there seems to be a domineering look between his eyebrows. He looked at the people on the ground and had no idea what was happening. It is true that the people were so scared that they only dared to hide in the house and tremble. There seemed to be something overflowing from those 533 dark eyes. Hearing this, Su Zhou turned around and looked at Su Zheng. This boy was once a boy from the heavenly martial Su family. His martial Dao talent was not very eye-catching, and his current level of cultivation was just meridian opening 7th layer. Not to mention compared to an unparalleled monster like Su Nan, many members of the Su family have higher cultivation levels than him. But he does seem to have a kind of magic power. There will always be a group of people around him, and he is the absolute core of the crowd. Even Su Yang, Su Buku from heavenly martial Su family, is willing to follow some of Su Zheng's suggestions and arrangements. Su Zhou did not notice him before, until Wanmang Chaolong arrived in the airspace of the Tianhan Empire. Su Zhou felt an imperial aura pervading the clan members. Only then did he notice Su Zheng. It turned out that just now, after seeing the Tianhan Empire being destroyed in front of the Su family, the mountains and rivers were as violent as the moon in the water. Su Zheng awakened the bloodline taboo divine ability. Imperial power. Imperial way and imperial power, practicing with the country, the underworld of imperial power is connected with the national destiny of a country. The stronger the national destiny, the stronger the cultivation level, and the natural closeness to the imperial way. Originally, Su Zhou still had some thoughts about how to deal with Tianhan, but now the problem has become easier to deal with. Yes, the people are suffering, but that's how everything in the world is. The weak eat the strong, the heaven and the earth are unkind, and everything is like a rotten dog. The two countries are at war over everything. But, what should you do if you are the emperor of a country? Su Zhou whispered. Su Zheng blurted out one sentence, purge Yunia and sweep across Liu He. After hearing this, even Su Zhou looked at his own tribe a few more times. Okay. From today on, you don't have to go back to towering firmament. You can just stay here. Emperor for a time. Su Zhou said loudly. What? Lord Patriarch. My cultivation, my strength. Su Zheng was shocked when he heard this. Behind you is the Su family, it's me. Su Zhou looked at the somewhat panicked junior and said calmly. Every member of the Su family has his own way to go, whether he is suppressing one party, or he is free and unrestrained in the world, or he is pursuing a dream freely in his heart. Since the Su family can tolerate everything, it is natural that it can also tolerate the next inspiring king who will sweep the world. You move forward boldly and go your own way, everything will be like a ghost. I am the only one who can destroy me. Su Zhou's voice was not loud, but at this moment, the world was indeed inexplicably lonely, as if the sky was also listening. When Su Zheng heard this, his eyes turned red. How could he be so virtuous and talented that he could be born into the Su family and win the favor of the patriarch? He was born in the heavenly martial Su family, but he was homeless when he was young. He was once caught as a slave of another family. It was Su Zhou who came out to suppress everything and rescued him. In his heart, Su Zhou has accomplished everything for him, and now there is a new path for him. Respect the order of the patriarch. Su Zheng bowed deeply, his eyes as if he were worshipping gods. Seeing this, Su Zhou nodded slightly. Congratulations, brother. Su Nan also looked at Su Zheng, his eyes filled with thoughts. Thank you, brother. Su Zheng returned the greeting. After listening to Su Zhou's words, his mood changed drastically. Even when faced with such a powerful prodigy who could transcend two realms and kill star controlling, he remained indifferent as usual. When Su Nan looked at Su Zheng, he felt a little surprised. His memory sank, and he was sealed in the chaotic ancient times. He had forgotten everything in the past. But just now, when Su Zheng said those words to purge Yunia and sweep across the world, Su Nan only felt that he saw the shadow of a person in him. He couldn't remember who that person was, but he only remembered one thing. In the chaotic ancient times, there were countless powerful families, many sacred lands, and dynasties became a laughing stock. And there was a man standing on the Dazong mountain, overlooking all living beings. Su Nan couldn't remember what happened next. There was no so-called splitting headache, nor the feeling of forgetting something. It was just the feeling of loss without any memory at all. Perhaps, I should go find my way. Su Nan thought to himself. At this time, Su Zhou didn't care what they thought. Instead, he led the two of them from the sky to the human world step by step, and entered the palace. Su Zhou followed behind him, his eyes seemed to be full of dragon energy. What happened next became extremely simple. The leader of the country was dead, and all the dragons were leaderless. The loyal civil servants and generals had already died in the battle. The remaining ones were kneeling in the palace one by one, like pigs and dogs. Su Zhou brought Su Zhou to the palace and pointed at the high throne. "Go ahead, that's the path you chose, let me see how far you can go." After hearing this, Su Zhou didn't hesitate at all and strode towards the throne. Then he turned around and sat down. "From today on, I am the emperor, and you have no objections." Su Zhou's voice was cold but filled with boundless domineering power. The ministers kneeling on the ground looked at each other and shouted, "See my emperor, there will be no boundaries for eternity." However, Su Zhou was really too lazy to look at these guys. These boneless things were just for use first, and in the future they would be nothing more than islands of dead bones. He looked at Su Zhou with respectful eyes and said, "The younger generation Su Zhou, please respectfully ask the patriarch to give a name to the country." Looking at Su Zhou's appearance, Su Zhou was also slightly pleased. At this moment, the emperor stood like a lone crane in the palace, asking what the name of the country was. Name given, Daqin. Su Zhou speaks. Then, a majestic and boundless sound roared throughout the Tianhan Empire. After that, the Tianhan dynasty was destroyed, the new country was established, and the country was named Daqin. Ouch! As Su Zhou's voice fell, thousands of pythons roared towards the sky to welcome the new founding of the country. Countless people walked out of the house and knelt on the ground to welcome the new master. One by one, the powerful men of the sect bowed deeply in front of those blood moon-like eyes, bowed to the royal capital, and surrendered deeply to the ground. Ding! It was detected that someone in the clan founded a country and proclaimed himself emperor. Complete the achievement, a clan comes to the country. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, comprehension +10 for all clan members. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Sacred Body Tribesman birth rate +5. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Divine Body Tribes birth rate +2. The system's beep sounded wildly in Su Zhou's ears. At the same time, several figures from the horizon were coming quickly. Divine Xia Empire congratulates the founding of Qin. Li, there are 1,000 spiritual mines, 100 great medicines, 1,000 spirit stones in the mountains. On the horizon, Lu Ran, the Lord of Divine Xia, led a group of ministers to bow and salute. Lu Ran knew about this as early as Su Zhou's expedition, and immediately brought a group of strong men to help, but they only entered the Tianhan kingdom. Then I heard the voice of the founding of the Qin dynasty. Then the support turned into a gift. Moreover, Lu Ran's eyes kept changing, as if he was thinking about something. He entered the palace and strode directly to Su Zhou. Regardless of his status as an emperor, he bowed directly in front of Su Zhou. The Divine Xia Empire is willing to be a vassal of the Qin dynasty, and please take the clan leader under your wing. Lu Ran said loudly. This was the decision he had just made. The Su family accepted Tianhan, but the tribe's territory was within the territory of Divine Xia. Lu Ran naturally understands how to allow others to snore and sleep on the side of the couch. Instead of taking risks that may happen in the future, it is better to go to Su family directly. The origins of this Su family are mysterious and unpredictable. If you can become one of them, your future will be a real one-stop success. Su Zhou obviously saw Lu Ran's thoughts, and mentally appreciated the other party's decisiveness. However, people who are not from my race must have different hearts. At least now, he needs some reasons to trust the other party. Su Zhou turned his hand, and an underworld lord pill appeared in his hand, and handed it to Lu Ran without saying anything. Lu Ran didn't say anything, didn't even ask what the elixir was, and just ate it in one bite. After taking the underworld lord pill, you will subtly become extremely loyal to Su Zhou, and the rest will be the same as before. Your Majesty, Lu Ran said. In his eyes, Su Zhou was as majestic as a god. Even if Su Zhou asks him to die now, he is still willing to die. Although Su Zheng was born to be an emperor, he had no previous experience, so Lu Ran was a good teacher. Nowadays, the Qin dynasty is flourishing with all its wastes, and it is quite busy. It has to be said that Su Zheng's popularity among the tribe is really good, and many tribe members are willing to stay and help Su Zheng repair the Qin dynasty. Su Zhou was also pleased to see it. Afterwards, he took the remaining clan members back to the blessed land of towering firmament. From then on, the Tianhan Empire lived up to its existence, and the Great Qin Empire took over all the resources of Tianhan. The name Towering Firmament Su family is sweeping across the entire Tianfu territory like a storm. Niu Da's empire was destroyed overnight, and the sun-shielding moon-grasping Kanglong seemed to be an invisible shadow, shrouding the entire Tiandu territory. The Great Qin Empire was established. Unlike other countries that respected gold, Great Qin only respected black. Honor black. It is rumored that the color of black is the only color in Qin. This is because the mysterious and extremely powerful Su clan chief loves black. Lord Patriarch, I will definitely not let you down. You name your country Qin and do not annex it to the 4 great divine kingdoms. I understand your expectations. 9 heavens and 10 earths, 3,000 domains, and countless countries are too noisy. Su Zheng stood at the top of the imperial city, shaped like a lone crane. He looked towards the sky. His eyes were neither sad nor happy, as if he had annexed the world. His cultivation grew crazily at this moment. In less than a moment, his cultivation was directly promoted from the previous meridian opening 7th layer to exterior great completion. This cultivation speed was not much faster than that of the god and demon Sunan. Practicing with the country, the national destiny of a country is imposed on him. If the Qin dynasty really becomes the only empire in the future, it will be the age of the end of the Dharma. He can also become that ancient and shining emperor. Su Zhou has no idea about Su Zheng's thoughts and changes, because no matter how strong Su Zheng becomes, his strength will eventually become part of Su Zhou's bonus. At this time, Su Zhou was sitting on towering firmament peak. He looked at the rewards he had just received. He directly chose to use the 10 evil Kunpeng method, and a large number of divine ability thoughts continued to emerge in his mind. The yin and yang energy circulated all around, and the surrounding space became more and more empty. Su Zhou's figure also became more and more unpredictable. He was obviously just sitting there, but he seemed to be separated from countless spaces. Then, he stood up and took a step forward. Buzz! In the void, the space flashed, and this step actually spanned most of the empire. And this is just a random display by Su Zhou. This Kunpeng treasure technique, if used with all his strength. It's hard to imagine how terrifying Su Zhou's speed will be. Coupled with his heaven-defying body, it is simply a natural disaster. Not bad. Su Zhou nodded with satisfaction. Then, a 3-leaf herb appeared in his hand. This herb looks ordinary, but if someone with great divine ability looks carefully, they will find that there are weak rivers of time swaying around the clover. The 3 eternity leaf of reverse life is a heaven-defying thing that can make people live another life. Countless old monsters who are approaching their life expectancy are longing for this great medicine. If you want to live a second life, these existences are all terrifying existences that suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But they can all give everything for this little reverse life 3-leaf. Just to see this world again. This reverse-born 3rd-generation leaf is a legendary supreme creation that grows on the edge of the long river of time. It is rare to see in the world. Every time it appears in the world, it will attract boundless murderous intent from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But Su Zhou did have 10 strains of such a great medicine. 3.5 tisk, it's quite spiritual. It would be nice to put it up and use it as a basin. Su Zhou said casually. He is only 40 this year, star-controlling realm, and has a lifespan of 3,000 years. Calculated, Su Zhou is almost frighteningly young. This great medicine, which is extremely precious in the eyes of countless great powers, can only be reduced to a potted plant here in Su Zhou. It's hard to imagine how shocked it would be if outsiders saw such a scene. After placing the reverse clover around the towering firmament peak, Su Zhou directly chose to view the Sun of Confucianism and Taoism template. The effect of this prop is very simple and clear. After using it, a son of Confucianism and Taoism will be born in the clan, and he will have a great Dao. He must have good destiny and qualifications. Su Zhou didn't hesitate too much and just chose to use it. Then, he looked at an item in the system backpack with some expectation. That was what he looked forward to most. Forbidden Art, Reverse Path 9th Layer. This is a technique that is rewarded when investing in Sunan and can be called a taboo. You can imagine how bad it will be. You know, the disaster that destroyed the most brilliant era was called taboo. Su Zhou chose to use the 9th layer without hesitation. In an instant, a bright golden light appeared in front of Su Zhou's eyes. Boom! The next moment, he seemed to have arrived at a place of nothingness. This is a piece of nothingness, a piece of desolation, with countless corpses floating quietly here, and death stars slowly crossing the sky. Here the heavenly Dao is shattered and wailing, the great Dao is wailing and falling, and every corpse is covered with extremely terrifying Dao rhyme. Chapter 65. Su Zhou could feel that every corpse here was an unimaginably terrifying and powerful person, capable of easily destroying a world. But now, they are all dead, died in an inexplicable taboo. The way of heaven and earth is wrong. Rebirth 9th layer, create another realm. They are afraid. It turns out that so-called taboos can also be scary. You are the only latecomer to be able to come here. The way of the future is all wrong. Later comers, change everything. They are afraid. They are afraid, so they distort the future. Everyone in the future will make mistakes. But, you can walk alone. Countless ancient voices sounded in Su Zhou's mind. Some of these voices are crazy, some are arrogant, and some are happy, but without exception, they all exude the terrifying Dao rhyme. Immediately afterwards, endless insights rushed into Su Zhou's mind like a tide. The world was overturning, the great Dao was wailing, the laws were wailing, and an inexplicable sadness emerged in his heart. In front of Su Zhou's eyes, all Tao and all Dharma are transforming and sublimating. In his eyes, the great Dao that all monks are looking for emerges concretely. They are strips extending from Taixu, the sky, and the source of the sun. Twisted road. That's right. Each great Dao is covered with countless scarlet catkins, and behind each method, there are pairs of scarlet eyes hidden. Those eyes are full of desire and greed. They come to the great Dao of the heavens, sit and look at the world, and regard the infinite monks as delicious food. Wrong. Su Zhou looked at everything in front of him and felt an invisible shadow hanging over the heavens. The 3,000 domains of 9 heavens and 10 earths, these countless planets, the endless star domain, have given birth to prodigies and evildoers who travel through countless heavens and latitudes. 18. All these are just plates of delicious food in front of the shadow that dominates the great Dao. Moreover, based on the sounds of these ancient corpses, Su Zhou had a terrifying guess. Even he couldn't help but feel a little cold when he thought about this matter. The great Dao is twisted and all methods are wrong. Could it be said that the current cultivation methods are all wrong? 06. Blood tempering, Qi transformation, meridian opening, 9 apertures, all these realms are wrong. In Su Zhou's eyes, there seemed to be thousands of stars swaying, countless monks walking on the road, and thousands of prodigy extending the road. All of these are actually wrong? It is unimaginable how shocking Su Zhou would be if others knew what he was feeling at this time. Even everything in the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and 3,000 domains will be overthrown in an instant. The path of cultivation has been distorted by others. What a despair and fear! Even Su Zhou is on this wrong path. But unlike all monks, Su Zhou has another chance. That is, the forbidden art, the reverse ninth layer. After feeling the vast realization in my mind, the role of the reverse ninth layer gradually began to emerge. That is, you can reshape everything and find your own unique path. The only correct way that is clear from the past and the present. Su Zhou felt the changes in his body, and everything was clear to him. There is nothing wrong with the realm below star controlling. These are laying the foundation for everything in the future. What is really wrong is starting with star controlling. After the star controlling realm, the monks temper the stars in their bodies and condense the law fragments on the stars. Only at this stage can they truly enter into practice. It is also at this stage that everything is twisted. There is an unspeakable terrifying existence, entrenched on the great Dao, distorting everything. What should I do? Su Zhou whispered. So in the blink of an eye, a series of extremely majestic figures appeared in front of his eyes. They traverse countless stars and rivers, the sun and moon are like embellishments around them, and the rising great Dao hangs around them like clever pets. It's hard to imagine what kind of existence could have such terrifying power. Later, everything is yours. For all eternity, between heaven and earth, only you have reached this realm. Let's keep an eye on the road I'm waiting for. Then, achieve the one and only. The terrifying figures became real, but it was impossible to see their appearance clearly. It seemed that there were some rules and the power above the great Dao was surging. Then, Su Zhou saw a Daoist figure stepping out, and the stars in the sky were falling around him. He turned Dao into stars, and he became the Lord of the stars, and all the brilliance was in him. Then the figures dispersed, and an extremely majestic figure appeared in the void. His body was extremely powerful, and no strange phenomena appeared around him. B. There are infinite laws roaring in every blood energy. His body is as good as heaven and earth, and a trace of his hair can destroy everything. He has tempered himself to the extreme. He does not control the Tao, he is the Tao. Thousands of worlds bow before his eyes. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable pattern emerged. In an instant, as if some kind of taboo had been triggered, endless divine patterns, Dao rhyme surged crazily, and the stalwart figure was no longer there, replaced by a man dressed in white. He set foot outside the galaxy. Wherever he passed, infinite divine formations paved the way, and thousands of gods wailed. Even the stars and the world were just a corner of his formation. Afterwards, one after another extremely terrifying beings showed their way in front of Su Zhou. One elixir crushes the sky, the remaining leaves destroy the world, and the ancient music breaking dawn. At the end, they stood outside the galaxy, in this mess, looking at Su Zhou thoughtfully. Congratulations to fellow Daoist, the only one in history. Ha 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 ha. Latecomers. Let's destroy everything. It's useless for me to wait. May fellow Daoist reshape everything. As they spoke, their figures dispersed one after another, turning into rules, and Dao rhyme merged into Su Zhou's body. Su Zhou stepped into this ancient desolation, surrounded by endless great Dao. All the roads to the top are waiting for his choice. No matter which one can help Su Zhou escape from the absurdity that besieges the world. If even the slightest bit of information on any path is spread, unimaginable and terrifying people will go crazy and fight for it. But facing this nearly perfect road, Su Zhou's eyes were neither sad nor happy. I want to make my own way. Only myself. Su Zhou said, his eyes became firmer and firmer, and then, all the roads were shattered. They turned into the purest Dao rhyme and poured into Su Zhou's body. It's all about me. Thousands of great Dao, all follow my heart. As he spoke, the stars in Su Zhou's body emerged one by one. There was a breath of great Dao on each star, and 3,000 great Dao roared again. The reflecting sky changes color at this moment, and every star is enough to annihilate a strong man of the same realm. Immediately afterwards, the stars shattered one after another, cracked apart, and turned into the ultimate great Dao law, which merged into Su Zhou's body. Dao rhyme from the 3,000 great Dao all poured in, reflecting him like a god, towering over the heavens. He is still the star-controlling realm, but, instead of condensing stars in his body, he condenses the stars directly into his own body, making all the ways and laws move according to his heart. This is what Su Zhou came up with. The Supreme Road. Everything around him was shattered. Su Zhou was sitting on the towering firmament peak, as if nothing had ever happened. But his body seemed to be condensed with thousands of Dharma, and wherever he looked, it was like the heaven and earth were being turned upside down. The Golden Age turns out to be the real age of ending Dharma. He whispered. Looking up to the sky, it was like peering through the infinite void, thousands of great Dao, and saw those pairs of crimson twisted eyes, they were smiling. It was like seeing a plate of delicacies never seen before. Ha ha! A cold laugh sounded at towering firmament peak. Su Zhou chuckled. Looking at all this, my eyes are neither sad nor happy. I really want to see what you are. He has embarked on a completely new path, different from the sentient beings who perished in the sea of bitterness. He understands that he will eventually face those existences, but with system bonuses and a new path. It will eventually destroy everything. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the family mission. Prodigy competes. Task evaluation, red product. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Myriad Worlds Premium Blind Box. Myriad Worlds Premium Blind Box, you can get a random prize after opening it. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Void Tree. Tree of the Void, planted in the void, grows in the void. After planting this tree, except for the family members, outsiders will not be able to find the family's location, and it will enhance the clan's perception of the laws of the void. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Snow Dragon Rider * 30,000. Big Snow Dragon Rider, white armored silver horse, blood-trodden cloak, an invincible army from the immortal ancient period. Everyone in the army has exterior realm cultivation. When fighting in formation, you can get a terrifying increase. Strong. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Great Principal Sword Fetus. Great Principal Sword Fetus, the embryo of the extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Once it takes shape, all the myriad worlds, all ways, and all laws will surrender. Hey! Listening to the prompt sound that sounded in his ear at the right time, Su Zhou's mouth showed a slight smile. In 1 year, the inheritance must come to an end. Su Zhou whispered, practicing the 9th layer to reshape a state. He felt that it was only a moment, but in the outside world, a year had passed, and there was no time to practice. That's it. He smiled and looked in the direction of Grotto Heaven. His indifferent eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Then the next second, the smile on his face faded slightly, and everything around him seemed to be rolling in the Dead Sea. So brave! Azure Peak Mountain. One by one prodigy was teleported out of the inheritance Grotto Heaven. Some of them were overjoyed and had gained a lot of benefits, while others were dejected and gained nothing. The ethereal cave mansion became shaky, as if it had lost all its power and became very dim. The Grotto Heaven is about to close. Boom! An extremely bewitching flame emerged from Grotto Heaven. 2 completely different colors, pale and dark, blended together perfectly at this time, opening up a path in Grotto Heaven. The surrounding scenes continued to become nihilistic, and then turned from nihilistic to extremely real, and hallucinations emerged one after another. Many prodigy with weaker minds have fallen into hallucinations. A skinny young man wearing black clothes and carrying a giant ruler on his back stepped on the flames and walked out slowly. Wherever it passes, all fires bow their heads. Like the master of all fires. This person is Su Yan. As he conquered the phantom fire of death, his own realm also gained. A huge upgrade, from the original exterior first layer to exterior seventh layer. And after swallowing the dead phantom demon fire, the burning technique was also promoted to the earth rank technique. Ha ha ha, brother Su Yan, it seems that you have benefited a lot from this. A warm voice sounded from behind Su Yan. Immediately, everyone's attention was attracted. They were all prodigy of various races, but they did not notice the slightest aura of this person. Su Buku patted Su Yan on the shoulder with a simple smile on his face. The aura floating all over the body was not hidden at all, but until he took the initiative, no one could notice it. Moreover, when Su Buku first opened Grotto Heaven, his murderous intent was like a sea of blood, which was impressive, but now that murderous intent has dissipated. However, Su Yan did look into his clan brother's eyes, and what he saw through the warmth were two extremely scarlet stars. Su Yan understood that this clan brother had realized a deeper realm. The murderous intention is not obvious, but annihilate the world and slaughter all living beings. It's just a fluke. Su Yan chuckled. He thought that getting this dead phantom demon fire would improve his ranking, but now it seems that his clan members have also gained something. But there was no jealousy in Su Yan's heart, but a bit of joy. While the two were talking, rumble. Grotto Heaven became dimmer, almost fading away. Su Yang hasn't come out yet. Su Buku had some worry in his eyes. Grotto Heaven is inherently ethereal, and if it disperses, it will sink into endless nothingness. If you fall into it, even the strongest 707 people will have trouble getting out. You shouldn't have to worry about that monster brother Yang, Su Dan did attack lightly. It's not that he isn't worried, but that his death illusion demonic fire is very sensitive to all changes around him, and he has already noticed the extremely terrifying sword intent. Base. The moment Su Yan finished speaking, a sword light traverses everything, killing all things. The extremely cold sword intent is like the heaven above all living beings, overlooking everything. Grotto Heaven was directly opened at close range by this sword. Su Yang strode out, his sword intent became deeper and his breath became more terrifying. Su Yang found another fragment of the Nine Tribulations sword and was directly promoted to the heavenly origin realm. Did you feel like something had passed just now? Su Yang looked at Su Buku and asked. Under the heavenly sword intent, all living beings are like ants. With the Nine Tribulations sword, you can see all living beings as if you were looking at lines in the palm of your hand. But the moment he just pulled out the sword, he vaguely felt someone passing by him. The other party even sighed, but this feeling was too ethereal. Su Buku and Su Yan looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't feel anything at all. The entire inheritance of Grotto Heaven, the largest inheritance, has been collected by 3 people. Well, there is also a certain Su Chongsheng who does not want to be named. At this time, he is playing with the dual pupils in his hand. At this time, Su Yang saw a green-brown jade pendant on Su Yan's waist. Brother Yan, you also have this jade pendant. As he said that, he also took out an ordinary jade pendant from his arms. After conquering the death illusion demon fire, this jade pendant came out of nowhere. It was probably extraordinary, so I accepted it. Su Yan said with a smile. Su Yang's situation is similar. He got a jade pendant out of thin air after getting the fragments of the Nine Tribulations sword. At this time, Su Buku also took out an identical cyan jade pendant and shook it slightly. As a reborn person, Su Yang naturally knew what it was, but it was difficult to say it directly. The inheritance of Grotto Heaven has a long history, like the opportunity given by heaven and earth to prodigy. Every being recognized by Grotto Heaven has the opportunity to obtain this jade pendant. And this jade pendant is a ticket leading to a more terrifying inheritance. The moment the 3 of them took out the jade pendant, a pair of lowered eyes suddenly opened in the darkness. Guju! Haha, Mr. Zhu, why don't you come to this little heaven in person or take a walk? A hoarse voice slowly sounded, and then thick dark clouds continued to appear in the sky. Like a jet of heavy black ink, it lowers the sky. Su Zhou and the three of them felt enveloped by a terrifying energy. Above the sky, a wrinkled face slowly emerged, and the sun and moon seemed to be gestating in its eyes. Hand over the immortal burial ancient Jew and bypass the family's third gender. The sound was like the sound of thunder and the sound of the great Dao. Su Zhou reacted the fastest. The smile on his face disappeared. Boundless murderous intent rolled in, and a scarlet half-moon shadow rushed towards the sky. Then, the demon fire turned into a lotus, and the red lotus greeted the sky. Su Yan took action together, and Su Yang pulled out the long sword from his waist, and the sword intent was like the sky. Chapter 66. Murderous Rage. The fire lotus is charming. Sword intent is as high as the sky. The three of them took action at the same time, and the powerful force caused various strange phenomena and shot straight into the sky. But the face reflected in the heavens was indeed just an indifferent smile. It's like the sky is laughing at the floating people, laughing at the overestimation of one's own abilities. Then, wow! A mysterious and incomparable lore roared up. In the daytime, a crescent moon slowly rose and sat in the sky, suppressing the sun. The terrifying pressure suddenly fell. For a moment, the entire Azure Peak mountain seemed to be pressed down by a pair of invisible giant hands. All prodigy were trembling at this time. Then, the sword intent was annihilated, the murderous aura dispersed, and the fire lotus withered. Gap. Too big. In the face of such terrifying pressure, the attacks of the three people were directly annihilated as if they were a joke. The tyrannical opportunity caused the world to change color. This is a genuine conferred marquee. Unlike the previous dabbler like Lu Chong who was barely able to step into moon grasping, this person is a truly strong man who has completely mastered the power of the law and triggered the vision of the bright moon. Su Yang frowned at this moment. He could feel how terrifying the existence above the sky was. The power of nearly perfect laws is surging in his body. This is a more terrifying existence than his previous life. The real conferred marquis is a strong man who controls a territory and holds countless lives in his hands. Never would I have thought that such a strong man would take action against a junior like himself regardless of his shame. A good junior. I can give you a chance to join my house and become my disciples. I'll leave immortal burial Guju to you. Staying in this vast border area, in this small country, for the rest of my life is nothing more than that. If you follow me, I will lead you back to see the real heavens. Really brilliant. A rolling sound like thunder roared. Then the terrifying human face dispersed, and a middle-aged man wearing a purple python robe and a crown on his head walked down from the sky. There seemed to be the sound of dragons roaring and tigers roaring around him, and there seemed to be countless heroes fighting around him. This is a powerful conferred marquis who has mastered the laws of war. He looked at Su Yang and the others with interest rising in their eyes. Although the cultivation of these three people was extraordinary, it was not enough in his eyes. What he really likes is the terrifying talents of the three of them. Su Zhou's whole body was full of murderous intent, like a crazy demon, and a majestic shadow appeared behind him. Half of his face was a compassionate Buddha weeping, and half of his face was an Asura laughing crazily with blood. It is a divine body that is about to be completely awakened. Although Su Yan has the weakest cultivation level, he has mastered a strange fire and can control it perfectly. Although strange fire is strong, it is extremely difficult to control. If it weren't for fate, even he wouldn't be able to master it, and would even be killed by the backlash. But on the contrary, all those who hold strange fire have talents that defy nature. Once they grow up, Wan Huo surrenders. Wise Hung is the spokesperson of the Great Dao of Fire, one of the lords of the Great Dao. And Su Yang, who is so young, is wearing a sword intent that rises to the sky. At such an age, his cultivation has actually reached the heavenly origin fourth layer. Looking at the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, one has never seen such a monster. Each of these three people is a stunning jade in his eyes. If he carves it properly, it will definitely be extremely dazzling. Therefore, Marquis Luoyan developed a love for talents and wanted to take the three of them into his sect. Sorry, Senior, the three of us are members of the Su family. Such matters must be reported to the clan leader before decisions can be made. Su Buku took a step forward and stood in front of the two of them. Su family? The family that destroyed Tianhan. It's just a small tribe in a small area. It's called Daqin. Haha, does this mean that it doesn't depend on the four major divine kingdoms? The leader of your clan is also a brainless thing. Luo Yanho said disdainfully, his words full of ridicule. In his opinion, the Su family did have some background, but just like that, the founding of the Qin dynasty without the word blessed from the four divine kingdoms was simply a fool's decision. If the weak does not depend on the strong, isn't it just waiting for death? However, he did not expect that this sentence would seem to touch the three people's reverse scales. Hurrah! Lines of extremely pale flames instantly burst out on Su Yan's body. He actually broke through the majesty of Luo Yanho. Old dog! How dare you insult our clan leader like this? Anger burned in Su Yan's eyes, and the phantom demon fire of death broke through the sky, causing endless visions to appear around him, real and false, false and true. It seems to pull everything into a world of nothingness. Teacher! Help me kill this old dog! Su Yan yelled angrily in his heart. Yao Shen's old voice sounded in Su Yan's heart, okay. Then, the power of his soul began to surge directly into Su Yan's body. In an instant, the deathly phantom fire that was boiling began to calm down. The flames began to become dots, floating around Su Yan. The fire was not overwhelming, but it was as if it were between heaven and earth. Every bit of flame is like a fantasy world that can make people dream and die. This seems to be the real use of the death phantom fire. Even Moon Grasping's eyes became a little blurry at this moment. In just a split second, Su Yan punched out and directly hit Lord Moon Grasping. The terrifying power mixed with the dead phantom fire roared into the air. He actually pushed back Moon Grasping Ho several steps. How brave! Ho Moon Grasping's expression suddenly changed. He is a strong conferred marquis. Wherever he goes, others are not always respectful. I condescended to accept these people as my disciples, but they didn't appreciate it and actually dared to do it. Anger appeared in Lord Moon Grasping's eyes. He waved his hand, and terrifying shadows of weapons suddenly appeared in the void. Die, he said coldly. Then the infinite weapons fell from the sky like pear blossoms in a rainstorm, trying to drown Su Yan. Old dog! You can discredit the godlike figure of my family leader. If you give me Su family time, in the future, my Su family gatekeepers will be able to beat you 10 times. Facing the overwhelming weapons, Su Yan still refused to dodge and cursed loudly. In Su Yan's eyes, everything he has now is given by Su Zhou. Whether it's the resources for cultivation, the techniques, or helping my family resolve the issue of breaking off their engagement. It's still the same sentence, go forward boldly and go your own way, everything will just start all over again. That warm voice was the light in the darkest moment of Su Yan's life. Therefore, even if there are gods and Buddhas all over the sky, if he offends the head of his family, Su Yan would dare burn the sky with fire. Dang! Ugh! Ugh! The overwhelming weapons were annihilating everything, and wherever they passed, the space was trembling slightly. Next, leave it to me. Yao Shen's old voice sounded in Su Yan's heart. Excuse me, teacher. Su Yan said softly. Then, his eyes changed. The young man's high-spirited eyes slowly disappeared, replaced by a pair of eyes that were extremely vicissitudes of life. There seemed to be thousands of years of changes in his eyes, and he could see through everything in the world. Facing the terrifying attack, he just sighed softly. Then, he waved his palm slightly, and the death phantom demon fire danced, and then the scene of anomaly appeared. That little bit of demonic fire passed by, and all the weapons were burned silently. The sea of weapons formed by the power of the pure law, under the light of the fire, is like snow in the furnace, melting when touched. What? How is this possible? Luo Yanho's expression changed. The blow just now contained the power of law. Under the law, all living things, a little heavenly origin monk, could actually erase his own attack with ease. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Before he could recover from his shock, I don't know when a pair of hands pressed down on his back. Conferred Marquis? Brilliant world? Haha. Su Yan's voice sounded slowly behind him. You know, in front of that person, all living beings are like ants. If you are in front of that person, if you ruin that person's elegance, do you know what will happen? Luo Yanho's eyes widened at this time, and the power of the law surged throughout his body. However, what frightened him was that the bridge of communication between him and the law of war seemed to be cut off. And above the sky, the vision of the blue moon he summoned was also slowly being swallowed up by streaks of pale strange fire. Then, he only felt a burning sensation rising in his body, an unprovoked fire that was burning the 8 extraordinary meridians in his body. Is this kid possessed by a ghost? Ho Moon grasping wanted to struggle, but the light hand behind him made him unable to move at all. He could feel his body being destroyed at a terrifying speed. Inexplicably, a trace of fear arose in his heart. Damn! What's going on? Let me go! Let me go! He roared and tried to break free, but to no avail. 3 breaths really can't kill you. Su Yan sighed in a low voice. Then the feeling of ancient vicissitudes slowly dissipated. Ho Moon grasping suddenly felt a lightness on his body, and his communication with the law was restored. He quickly ran the magic formula and retreated backwards. A powerful moon grasping man, at the time of moon grasping, was actually frightened and panicked by a young man. This scene is indescribably funny. Brother, your body is too weak now, I can only possess you for 3 breaths. Yao Shen's voice sounded. At this time, Su Yan's consciousness had recovered. With his current state, he can only carry 3 breaths of Yao Shen, and cannot use it at full strength. Yao Shen can only show 1/10 of the power at his peak. Otherwise, with the terrifying strength of his venerable realm, he could directly annihilate Lord Moon grasping with a single thought. Thank you, teacher. Su Yan's face looked a little pale at this time. Possession also takes a huge toll on his body. But he has no regrets. This is the spirit of a young man. He does whatever he thinks of and draws his sword to the sky. Marquis Moon grasping looked at Su Yan cautiously. The laws were constantly operating, and the injuries suffered in his body would not be repaired for a while. Is there supreme power hidden in his body? Am I wrong in my calculations? Damn it, if there really is something terrifying behind this kid. We must cut through the mess quickly. Looking at Su Yan as the ancient aura gradually dissipated, Yu Ho's expression turned cold. He heard that the divine Xia Empire had a legacy and the grotto heaven was about to be opened. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could meet the immortal burial ancient Jew. He thought that in this small country, no one could stop him. But the aura that appeared on Su Yan's body just now, and what happened to him just now, made Luo Yanho's soul tremble. How could someone who could cultivate to such a level be a fool? Luo Yanho made a decision in his heart instantly. This child must not be kept. As soon as the thought came together, a murderous intention floated in my heart. He no longer hesitated or held back at all, and the laws of war roared into action. In the dark, a phantom of an extremely ferocious wild beast appeared on the top of his head. Kill! War against the evil beast! He shouted angrily, and the laws of war surged crazily. In an instant, the entire Azure Peak mountain was pulled into an ancient wilderness battlefield. The extremely terrifying evil beast roared unbridled and rushed towards Su Yan. Wherever they were, countless corpses collapsed. FK. Fight. Suddenly, Su Yang cursed secretly, and he actually broke free from the restraints. With 3 fragments of the 9 Tribulations sword, he naturally had a backup plan. After detonating the 9 Tribulations sword, even this old man will have to be buried with me. He decided in his heart and no longer hesitated. Indeed, Su Yang had many things to do. He had not found Xiao Wu, he had not collected all the 9 Tribulations swords, and he had not taken a good look at the splendid scenery in this world. B. If Su Yang saw his brother die in front of him, he wouldn't want to, and he wouldn't. 9 Tribulations sword. 9 Tribulations sword. You are really wrong to have a master like me. Su Yang whispered. Within the Denshin, the 9 Tribulations sword trembled crazily. No. Little Su Yang. What are you going to do? Stop. I told you to stop. Su Yan instinctively sensed something was wrong. He looked at Su Yang's appearance and yelled crazily. TCH. I am the second in line of the Su family. Even if you die, you have to stay behind me. Su Yang laughed and stepped out, a terrifying aura bursting out from his body. There's something wrong with this kid. Luo Yanhou felt something was wrong. With a thought in his mind, the evil beast ran towards Su Yang, but this was exactly what Su Yang wanted. Listen up. My name is Su family. Second Sword Master. As a human being in 2 lifetimes, it was rare for him to be passionate. 18. Before he could make any other moves, a huge hand overwhelming the sky came from the sky. Boom! Suddenly, everything was annihilated, and the evil beast was directly crushed to pieces. Then, an extremely indifferent voice sounded. Touch my clan prodigy. Who gave you the courage? Marquis Moon grasping felt his breath suffocate, and then his body was suddenly lifted up. A tall figure stood in front of him at some point, grabbing his neck with one hand and lifting him up. That figure was extremely majestic and possessed unimaginable power. In front of him, the power that Lord Moon grasping was proud of was like a toy in the hands of a child. All Tao and all Dharma cannot fall on the person in front of you. He used the law of war crazily, but Su Zhou just waved his hand casually, directly destroying the law. Who are you? His eyes were full of despair. He didn't expect that there were so many dangers in such a small empire. Haha! An ant-like thing is worthy of asking my name. Su Zhou sneered, using his palms slightly. There seemed to be traces of Tao on every inch of his skin. The weaker power of law is not even qualified to touch him. Clan leader. With the emergence of Su Zhou, Su Yan was immediately overjoyed, and Su Buku was freed from the pressure. Only Su Yang's face was a bit embarrassed, and it was difficult for him to be so angry and failed. Clan leader? You are Su Zhou. Marquis Moon grasping was shocked. He never thought that the terrifying man in front of him was actually the patriarch of the Su family. Such terrifying power, unfathomable true energy. You told me this is star controlling? This is probably close to sun shielding. You must know that Luo Yanhou is a strong man in moon grasping 5th layer, but in front of Su Zhou, he is like a naughty boy, with no ability to resist. But what he didn't know was that the soul level was indeed the star controlling great completion level. But by going against the path of 9th layer, he reshaped a situation and took a completely different new path. The stars pave the way, and the great Dao enters the body. Ordinary moon grasping is defenseless in front of him. Su Zhou. I have been invited by the Huaxu family and will soon join the Huaxu family as a worshipper. Do you want to provoke the Huaxu family? He roared angrily. Su Zhou chuckled after hearing this. The Huaxu family. Yes. The Huaxu family. Looking at Su Zhou's expression, Luo Yanhou seemed to have found a glimmer of hope, and he said anxiously. Descendants of ancient gods, one of the strongest families in the Yanhan Empire. There are countless strong people in the family, and I have obtained their order of worship. If you kill me, Luo Yanhou said anxiously. But he wasn't done yet. Next moment, Wow! The space shattered like a bubble and everything was destroyed. Under the Great Annihilation technique, everything is annihilated. I want to kill you, but even the gods and Buddhas in the sky can't keep you. Su Zhou's indifferent voice became the last words he heard. Chapter 67. A veteran moon-grasping powerhouse and a conferred marquee fell into the hands of Su Zhou just like this. You must know that Lord Moon-grasping is not a half-baked moon-grasping realm like Lu Chang, but a genuine and powerful being who has been obsessed with fighting the Great Dao for many years. But now, it was easily destroyed and killed by Su Zhou using star-controlling realm. It can be seen that this new path taken by Su Zhou is so amazing and terrifying. He has just reshaped the realm of star-controlling, but he has such great power, it is unimaginable. In the future, when he continues to be promoted and reshape all his realms in the future, what height will he reach? At the moment when Lord Moon-grasping fell, a green-brown token on his waist suddenly began to tremble crazily. Buzz! In an instant, lines of cause and effect emerged from the void. The law of cause and effect. Su Zhou whispered. The cause and effect calamity thread was like a spiritual snake, slowly coming toward Su Mao's body. Its speed is very slow, but somehow, the result seems to be determined. No matter what Su Zhou does, no matter what means are used to stop it, this thread of cause and effect will be contaminated by Su Zhou. Like a predetermined ending. This is the most anomaly law of cause and effect. The cause determines the effect, and the effect determines the cause. This is still just the law of cause and effect. If it takes a step further and transforms into the great Dao of cause and effect, it can even directly erase a person from the very beginning of his birth. It is a terrifying great Dao that can go back in time. Kill my clan to worship, and the cause and effect will be fulfilled. The best ending for you is to commit suicide in front of our Huangzu divine clan. In the line of causal tribulation, a majestic voice slowly sounded. The gods are really loud. Listening to the threatening voice within the tribulation line, Xian Zhen remained indifferent. However, the voice did not respond. This voice was just a warning engraved in the line of cause and effect by someone with supreme power. Once contaminated by this thread of karma, everything the other party does next will be completely controlled by the Huangzu family. It won't be over until the Huangzu family is destroyed, the effect is destroyed, and the cause is cut off. Cause and effect, these two words are the most difficult and unsolvable, but in the face of the slowly approaching line of cause and effect, Su Zhou advanced instead of retreating, and actually moved closer to the line of cause and effect. Sorry. In an instant, the thread of cause and effect sank into Su Zhou's body. In the dark, it seems that thousands of threads that do not exist in this world are implicated in Su Zhou's body. No. Patriarch, that's the line of karma. Don't touch it. Su Yang was immediately shocked. Before his rebirth, he was a poisonous lord. Although his cultivation was not reaching the sky, he traveled to various places for the 9 tribulations sword and gained a lot of knowledge. He knew how terrifying this line of karma was. Once contaminated, even a supreme being like the venerable realm cannot completely strip it off. Moreover, the cause and effect calamity lines can cause bad consequences inadvertently. People who are contaminated by the calamity lines will have extremely bad luck and may face life threats anytime and anywhere. One of the most outrageous things that Su Yang had ever heard was that there was once a powerful conferred king who was connected by a thread of karma and calamity. Then, while practicing dual cultivation with his Taoist companion, his cultivation went riot, causing his essence to shatter and his body to perish. Therefore, seeing Su Zhou take the initiative to touch the line of cause and effect, Su Yang felt that his scalp was numb. Although Su Buku and others are not as knowledgeable as Su Yang. But seeing him in such a hurry, it was natural that this was not a good thing. Their expressions changed drastically, and they looked extremely anxious. These supreme prodigies in the eyes of outsiders, who dared to draw their swords in the face of a boy who was 2 realms higher than themselves, were just a group of children who were worried about the patriarch. Clan leader. Are you okay? Uncle. What's wrong with you? Faced with the worries of the teenagers, Su Zhou waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was feeling something. Thousands of invisible threads pulled at his body, and the next second, he slowly raised his hand and casually grabbed a handful in the void. Boom! Bang! Bang! The threads of cause and effect that were originally locked on Su Zhou were annihilated and shattered at this moment. It's interesting. Su Zhou chuckled. The thread of causality, which is known as the most anomaly and the most terrifying, was pulled out by Su Zhou just like this. Ignoring Su Yang's shocked expression as if he had seen a ghost. Su Zhou is indeed a one-handed pincher. Sorry. Suddenly, an indescribable Dao rhyme appeared around Su Zhou. This breath is similar to the law of cause and effect, but it is indeed deeper and more mysterious. Absolutely. The breath of the path of cause and effect. Su Zhou's road is a supreme road that climbs to the top. Thousands of great Dao follow his heart. He imprints the foundation of all Dao in his body and deposits everything in his heart. He skipped the stage of laws and directly contacted Tao, but he was unable to directly use the mystery of Tao. However, he just discovered that if he touches the corresponding great Dao law, it means that you can master a trace of the power of the great Dao. This is why Su Zhou took the initiative to contact the cause and effect line. Now, he has mastered a trace of the power of the great Dao of cause and effect. This great Dao is extremely mysterious and is called the most unpredictable great Dao along with destiny. Just grasping a little bit is enough for Su Zhou to understand the cause and effect. Now Su Zhou is willing to see through the cause of the other party through the great Dao of cause and effect, so that he can quietly know the future of the other party after his breath. If he were to extend further on the great Dao in the future, he would be able to see the future at a glance even after eternity. It's not polite to come and not go feeling the benefits brought to him by the great Dao of karma. Su Zhou was in a good mood. What could be more refreshing than turning the enemy's killing methods into one's own strength? Of course. That is. Use the opponent's divine ability to fight back. Su Zhou made the secret with one hand and thought about it in his heart. In an instant, all cause and effect seemed to be reversed, and the threads of cause and effect that had been torn apart by Su Zhou were restored one after another, and dispersed in an anomaly way. Su Zhou knows that these causal lines of disaster have not disappeared, but have gone retrograde to touch the person who laid the lines of disaster. Use the other person's way to repay the other person's body. Su Zhou now understands how terrifying the Huangzu family is. That is the bloodline left by the ancient god Huasu in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Every clan member is born with the strength of the blood-tempering realm. It is even more natural to be close to the great Dao of thunder, the great Dao of cause and effect, these two tyrannical great Dao. His status in the Yanhan Empire is even more noble, and there are countless powerful people in the clan. The current head of the family is Huasu Jingfeng, a supreme venerable. There are even 9 powerful conferred kings under his sect. The names of the 9 kings of Huangzu are famous throughout the world. There are even rumors that within its clan, there are several ancestors of the sealed Huangzu clan, and each one has a venerable or even more terrifying existence. There are countless characters like Luo Yanhou in the entire Huangzu family. Although the conferred marquis is powerful, it also seems a bit small in front of such a behemoth. Su Zhou, who knows all this, understands that it is not realistic to destroy the Huangzu family now. But this is only a matter of time. The Su family's current strength is developing rapidly. In a few years, it will be blown away by the wind and the Kunpeng will rise to the sky. Su Zhou's eyes were neither sad nor happy, and it seemed that destroying the Huangzu family, a terrorist family that had suppressed it for eternity, was not an unattainable dream. It is a stone that he must step on his way forward. Although he can't annihilate it now, he won't be polite when the other party extends his hand. Su Zhou raised his head slightly, with thousands of causes and effects appearing in his eyes, including 3 supreme gods. I hope you like my gift. Then, he looked at Su Yan and smiled softly. You did well. Su Yan scratched his head in embarrassment. Only in front of Su Zhou, he didn't look like the young Emperor Yan. But Yao Shen, who was living in the ring, felt his soul tremble. Su Zhou's eyes are so terrifying. Countless causes and effects are intertwined in it, and thousands of reincarnations are evolving in it. He seemed to be talking to Su Yan, but Yao Shen was sure that at this moment, Su Zhou in front of him was talking to himself. Although he had guessed early on that Su Zhou might be an emperor who traveled around the world. But at this time, Yin's heart was indeed still shaking. In the ring, he couldn't help but bow to Su Zhou with great respect. Yes, you all gained something. But Su Zhou's eyes did not stay on him for long, but glanced at the other two with relief. But now Su Buku looks a little absent-minded, as if he doesn't know what he is thinking. Su Yang smiled and acted like a child, but Su Zhou knew that he was a reborn person. However, Su Zhou didn't point it out. After asking several people about the inheritance situation, Su Zhou got up and started using the 10 evil Kunpeng technique, preparing to take several people directly back to the towering firmament-blessed land. The surrounding space is slowly rippling with waves like water waves. At this time, Su Zhou looked behind him. Are you going by yourself? Or should I take you with me? Hearing this, the expressions of Su Yang and the other three people suddenly changed. There are also Su family members here. Ajia. Then they remembered that there were 4 places for the Su family, but now only 3 people came. Those who are qualified to come here must be from the Su family sequence. Could it be? The 3 of them looked at each other. Could it be the number 1 immortal who had never shown up before? Could it be that when I and others were fighting for life and death, my own clansmen were only peeking in? Suddenly, even Su Buku, who was the most tolerant towards his tribe, felt a little dissatisfied. Perhaps seeing what the 3 of them were thinking, Su Zhou just smiled lightly. Then, with a wave of his hand, thousands of killing formations suddenly appeared in the void. Su Buku and the other 3 were suddenly shocked. They have been fighting here for a long time, but they did not expect that there is such a terrifying formation here. If the formation is unfolded, the 3 of them may be destroyed by this formation in an instant. Could this be all laid by the first immortal? I said, each of you has a personal path to take. He didn't sit back and do more, but that was his way. Su Zhou said, and when he saw that there was still no movement in the void, he did not stop and left the place with Su Buku and the others. After a long time, the remaining prodigy disciples who were frightened came to their senses and left in a hurry. It wasn't until Azure Peak Mountain was deserted that a figure walked out from the top of the mountain. Sure enough, nothing can be hidden from the clan leader. Su Chongsheng smiled bitterly. The moment Lu Yanho came out, he noticed something was wrong, so he formed an formation in the void. Previously, Su Yan and the others were not directly destroyed. In addition to themselves, it was also because there were hundreds of weakening formations in the large formation, which made Luo Yanho's power somewhat unstable. When Luo Yanho made a desperate move and wanted to completely kill everyone, Su Chongsheng had already prepared to walk out with the thought of being exposed, but it was Su Zhou who descended like a god from heaven. Kill it with one hand. The patriarch. People are always wrong. I don't understand the meaning of this sentence. But you will be the variable in everything. Su Chongsheng murmured. These words were the last voice of the being who claimed to have exceeded the life limit of the Great Emperor after he accepted the inheritance of the eternal Great Emperor. The old voice was filled with unwillingness, anger, and regret, and in the end there was only one sentence left. Eternally wrong. I don't know if he is talking about himself, the eternal Great Emperor, or this faintness lasts forever. But Su Chongsheng sensed great fear and crisis in these words, and even the alarm bell in his heart completely stopped at that moment. It's a kind of despair that reaches the extreme and helplessness that reaches complete. Give up. Master Patriarch, what kind of existence are you? Su Chongsheng whispered. But at this time, a voice that he thought would never be heard again seemed to rise again from his inheritance. He is the only one in all time, the great Dao bows his head. He is, 1. After returning to the blessed land of towering firmament, Su Buku and the three of them said goodbye one after another. Some went back to their cabins to continue taking drugs, while others wanted to go back and tell their father about their experiences this year. Su Buku, on the other hand, went to find Su Zhou thoughtfully, with something inexplicable floating in his eyes. All this was seen by Su Zhou. Su Buku is also Huayun's child, with half the blood of the ancient gods in his body. Therefore, I am afraid that when I hear the word Huasu, I feel something in my blood. As for what he wants to do, Su Zhou doesn't want to get too involved. Just like what he said, the protagonist of destiny is destiny because they all have their own path. And what he wants to do is to suppress everything so that the people can ignore all the ghosts and go their own way. Then he picked up the wool. It's not hard, just do whatever you want. I am here. Uncle is always here. Su Zhou stared at the direction Su Buku left and said through the message. Su Buku was stunned when he heard this. After a while, he turned around and said, yes. His voice trembled slightly, but his eyes were extremely firm, and he turned around and left. Wait until everyone has left. Su Zhou then looked at the system backpack. He had received a reward before, but he was interrupted before he could use it. He opened his backpack, selected an ancient tree, and then placed it. All of a sudden, the ground of the entire towering firmament blessed land trembled slightly. The aura of nothingness from the store began to sweep across the entire blessed land. Afterwards, everything returned to normal, and even some disciples didn't notice anything. But if there is a powerful person who peeks into the shattering void sky, he will be shocked to the point of being speechless. An ancient tree so huge that it has no boundaries grows quietly in nothingness, and the entire towering firmament blessing is on one of its leaves. Countless laws are constantly moisturizing this blessing. Land. This is the tree of the void. This tree is extremely precious. There will not be more than 5 trees in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths 3,000 areas. Any force that possesses the tree of void is an unimaginably terrifying existence. Even if they speak softly. I want all the heavens to listen quietly, for fear that if I say a word, I will be killed. And now, such a precious thing is placed in Su Zhou's hands. From then on, the blessed land of towering firmament will be in the void. Without the permission of the tribe, it is difficult for outsiders to find the blessed land of towering firmament. Then, he looked at the gleaming blind box in his backpack and chuckled. I wonder what good things can be opened this time. The last time he opened a blind box, the Su family was still in heavenly martial city, and he also got a spring water. Old soldier in black. Its strength is so powerful that it is said to be able to push across the world with one palm. If you are not being watched by an indescribable existence, you can only take action within the clan. Otherwise, you can overwhelm the entire Tianfu region with just the old soldier in black. And this time, I don't know what will come out. Use. Su Zhou directly chose to use the blind box. Ding! The blind box has been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, Immortal Burial Guju, true. Hey! Su Zhou looked at the news and was slightly stunned. Regarding the matter of burial Immortal Guju, Su Zhou learned about it from Su Yang and others just now. He understood that Marquis Luoyan did not hesitate to take action against the younger generation because of Guju. It can be seen that this thing must be a chance. But I didn't expect that I would actually open it in the blind box, and there was a true mark on the back. Could it be that everything else is fake? Su Zhou looked intently at the piece of Guju's information. Buried immortal ancient Ju, true in the place where immortals are buried, there are countless inheritances. If you take Ju as your trust, all the others will be covered up, but this one is really true. Chapter 68. An ancient green-brown jade suddenly appeared in his hand. But what is different from Su Buku and others is that this ancient jade is filled with clouds of water, and there is a bit of red imprinted on it. Just that drop of blood exudes all kinds of mysterious auras. Like a legend. Immortal blood. This place where immortals are buried is mysterious. It is a place of more terrifying opportunities than the inheritance of grotto heaven. Once turned on, the immortal burial ancient Jew machine will respond. More than 3,000 years had passed since the last time the immortal burial ground was opened. Therefore, although this thing was precious, Su Zhou didn't take it too seriously. Just put it up directly. If this burial place of immortals is opened later, it would not be too late to make plans. Su Zhou waved his palm, and an extremely dark long sword appeared in his hand. The sword was ordinary, without any Dao rhyme or rules attached to it. Like an iron sword made by Fan Tai. But for some reason, at the moment when the black sword appeared, the heavenly rank supreme grade treasure weapon Tai A sword that has been hung on Su Zhou's waist. The sword body trembled involuntarily. You must know that this Tai A sword is a sword of majesty, with extremely terrifying power of rules, and can even vaguely connect to a certain great Dao. It is no less impressive than the ordinary saint rank treasure weapon. But now, in front of this seemingly ordinary black sword, I am trembling and groaning, as if surrendering. Even with Su Zhou's character, when he saw this black sword, his extremely indifferent eyes swayed a bit. Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon Prototype, Yin Luo Sword Embryo. Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon. It is the supreme emperor weapon forged by the great emperor, possessing unimaginable power. Able to attack all great Dao and destroy all rules, even many emperor weapons have been stained with emperor's blood. Its holiness, its majesty, and its terror cannot be described in ordinary words. Emperor weapon, only the emperor can temper it. Only the emperor can refine it. To a certain extent, emperor weapon is equated with an imperial path. In this golden age, there are few emperors in the world. The last time I heard about the appearance of the great emperor was 10,000 years ago. In his later years, the great emperor of heaven conquered the restricted area. Blood rain annihilated the world, and a gourd made all living beings breathless. Then, the false emperor who wanted to reverse his life fell into the restricted area. His emperor weapon was shattered and fell on the ancient road of the galaxy, turning into thousands of small worlds and giving birth to countless creatures. But one of the most ordinary monks was lucky enough to get a fragment of the emperor weapon the size of a fingernail, and he started to counterattack from the bottom. In less than 1,000 years, he has become a supreme venerable, and it is said that his realm is still growing at an astonishing speed. This is the horror of the extreme Dao emperor weapon. A single fragment can create a supreme power, and the shattered Dao rhyme can transform thousands of small worlds. One can imagine how terrifying the emperor weapon would be if it were complete. If the news of emperor weapon's appearance is known to others, I am afraid that those old monsters who have been sleeping in the depths of the river for many years will not be able to help but take action. And now, a complete extreme Dao emperor weapon embryo is in Su Zhou's hands. Great principal sword fetus, the embryo of the extreme Dao emperor weapon, once it takes shape, all the myriad worlds, all ways, and all laws will surrender. All ways. All Dharma will surrender. Just this introduction has already demonstrated the terror of this great principal sword embryo. Su Zhou looked at the great principal sword fetus, and there seemed to be thousands of stars in his eyes. The dark sword body trembled, as if the sword was longing for something. There was a clear sword sound that only Su Zhou could hear. Su Zhou felt something in his heart and directly held the great principal sword fetus. Subsequently, the Democratic Party grew slightly. Pull it out from the scabbard. But the next moment. Wow! Rumble! A terrifying roaring sound suddenly exploded. This sound did not emerge in reality, but directly vibrated in the illusory Great Dao. Yan'an Empire. Huangzu tribe. A majestic figure sat on the throne, with countless thunder floating around him. An extremely ferocious red thunder dragon crawled at his feet like a pet. Hey! Suddenly, he snorted coldly, and the surrounding space trembled, thunder exploded, thunder roared, and the space shattered like a mirror. But in the void, several lines of cause and effect were floating towards him unhurriedly. No matter how thunder roars, it can't stop the thread from rolling in. The stalwart figure suddenly stood up and punched the air, and the power of two completely different rules surged in his hand. The two rules of thunder and cause and effect are perfectly integrated. The power of this rule is so pure that it has almost reached the level of Taoism. If this person takes a further step, he can use the power of the great Tao, and he will become a supreme venerable. As he punched out, those causal threads shattered one after another. It can actually reverse the cause and effect disaster line I set. This bunch of useless worshippers have no other abilities, but they will only cause me trouble. He snorted and sat down again. However, the moment he sat down, boom! It just feels like the heaven and earth are shaking at this moment, and time, space, years, destiny, various rules, and all kinds of great Tao are all roaring together. This is it. Shock was written on his face. In his eyes, a sword light of extreme depth filled the sky, and all Tao and Dharma trembled under this sword light. Extreme Tao Emperor Weapon. With or without a master, Emperor Weapon appears. As expected of the Golden Age, Emperor Weapon, who has not been seen for thousands of years, has reappeared. My Huangzu family must occupy a place in this great world. The man looked at the sky arrogantly, with an indescribable domineering conquest in his eyes. However, what he didn't notice was that when he looked up to the sky, a line of causality that cannot be described in words slowly fell into his body. Next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He himself has mastered the law of cause and effect, and is even close to the existence of the great Tao of cause and effect, but now this small line of disaster has indeed submerged directly into his body. What frightened him even more was that the calamity thread seemed to disappear as soon as it entered his body. Even if he is bound by the rules of cause and effect, he cannot detect the division of the tomb. Damn it! The original attitude of having everything in his hands was long gone. He quickly sat cross-legged on the throne and tried his best to remove the line of disaster. I hunt geese all day long, and today I was pecked in the eye by a goose. Such a profound power of cause and effect may have reached the level of Tao. The master behind this must be terrifying. The man couldn't help but murmur, his name is Huangzu Jingfeng, he is the current patriarch of the Huangzu clan, his cultivation has reached the venerable 7th layer, and 70% of the power of rules has reached the Tao level. Innate masters too powerful great Tao, but he does not have the so-called invincibility. Perhaps they had existed before, but they were all smashed to pieces by a spear. If nothing happens, he may still have great talent, but once something unexpected happens, his already broken Taoist heart will make him think a lot. The Golden Age is also extremely dangerous. Huangzu Jingfeng said, the pride that Emperor Weapon had just felt had already quietly dissipated. Humph! A rebellious girl, an unfilial girl. If you had married into the royal family, my Huangzu family would have been as stable as Mount Tai. But fortunately, that scoundrel who was born against a rebellious girl has amazing talents. When he reaches adulthood, he can marry into the royal family. Afterwards, he completely concentrated on searching for the thread of disaster. In a supreme sacred land. The middle-aged man in Taoist robes did not raise his head to look at the roaring heavens. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the chess game in front of him. Opposite him sat a young monk who was full of compassion. Wuchen Donor, Emperor Weapon has appeared. It will not happen for 10,000 years, and now all living beings are experiencing calamity, and all kinds of changes will happen. Because the calamity is coming, the young monk said with compassion. Wuchen grinned and piled a sloppy Taoist robe together without caring. Bald man, it's nothing more than soldiers coming to stop him and water coming to cover him up. Whoever doesn't make Master Tao happy in this world will be destroyed by Master Tao. Whether it's taboo, anomaly, everything, it's the same. Wuchen Huan said without hesitation. Amitabha, Wuchen Donor, you are the one who translates the book, and you just sit and look at the secrets of heaven. How can you do this? The young monk shook his head helplessly. One hand pointed towards the chessboard. All of a sudden, the originally ordinary chessboard was transformed into a myriad of strange phenomena. In an instant, I saw only 3,000 huge stars floating in the sky. Under the stars, there are 10 thick and creeping masses. Above the stars are 9 extremely mysterious clouds, looking up at them. This is the 3,000 domains of 9 heavens and 10 earths. And 4 ethereal visions enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the 3,000 realms. The red dragon is ferocious, the golden crow spreads its wings, the white tiger prostrates itself on the ground, and the unicorn strides across the sky. The 4 great divine kingdoms control the destiny of the country and suppress some ancient taboos for hundreds of thousands of years. The young monk said. Then, he looked at the most remote star. It was not shrouded in other visions, but there was a pure blackness rising in it. Looking carefully, a dark ancestral dragon was roaring, and behind the black dragon, there was a deep aura. There are taboos in the heavens and all living beings are going through calamities. At this time, in addition to the 4 major divine kingdoms, there is actually another national destiny beast appearing in the world. Although it is still weak, I feel uneasy, lest it cause Vald. Wuchen Daoist interrupted the young monk. With a wave of his sleeve, he dispersed countless strange phenomena. Ruined a good game of chess for me. Wuchen said lazily. In every troubled time, monsters will appear. Maybe this black dragon can give us a surprise. The 4 major divine kingdoms are too old, they are decayed, and the fate of the 4 major nations can only suppress them. The smile on Wuchen's face gradually faded as he spoke, his eyes were filled with yin and yang, and he stared into the little monk's eyes and said. Master Dewey, the 4 national destiny can only be suppressed, but if a national destiny beast that swallows the 9 heavens and 10 earth, can it completely defeat them? Annihilation. After hearing this, even Dewey, who had always been calm, changed his expression. What do you think? Dewey hesitated to speak, some words could not reach his ears. I will travel around the world soon. Buddhist Gate Buddha should also descend to earth and experience tribulations. What should you do? Dewey lowered his eyebrows and said after a while, Shan. Su Zhou pulled out the great principal sword fetus only for a moment and then put it away. He could feel that if he even took a breath for a long time, those powerful beings sung in the stories would find him. This great principal sword fetus is so terrifying that it can be called one of Su Zhou's strongest trump cards right now. If the enemy, I'm afraid that just a trace of sword intent can directly annihilate it. And this great principal sword fetus will nourish his sword Dao all the time. His understanding of Tao will improve every minute and every second. Not only is it a supreme killing weapon, it is also a heaven-defying tool for enlightenment. Su Zhou smiled with satisfaction. The current great principal sword fetus is still in its prototype, and he will wait for his cultivation to become higher in the future. After tempering it, it is unimaginable how shocking this black sword will be to the heavens. Just when Su Zhou was sighing. Click! In the Denshin, something seemed to be broken. His cultivation level took a sudden step forward. 3,000 great Dao roared around him, and the phantoms of several of them were actually transforming towards the bright moon. Well, I'm going to join moon grasping. Su Zhou felt something in his heart. This was the improvement brought by the tribe's bonus. This improvement is so huge that it directly enters the moon grasping realm. With the thought in his mind, he went straight back to towering firmament peak. This time, he not only steps into moon grasping, but also wants to reshape it. He sat quietly in the secret room, with the stars all around him roaring, and his eyes looking far away at the sky. The corner of his mouth pursed slightly. I'm not disappointed that the power of one country declared war on 6 countries. Let's ride the big snow dragon. My children always have to be taken care of. Let me see if our Su family can become an emperor through the ages. He said nothing and closed his eyes tightly. Click. Under the bright moon in the sky, the cry of the divine phoenix, and the ancient sky shaking, Su Zhou was immersed in cultivation. The border of Dakan. Su Zhou was wearing a black armor and marching in person. The millions of troops behind him were silent. They looked at the king in front of them with deep surrender and admiration in their eyes. After the destruction of the Han dynasty and the establishment of the Qin dynasty, Su Zhou issued decrees one after another, rapidly changing the entire country. The people who could only barely have enough food and clothing before were now able to have enough food and clothing under the leadership of Su Zhou. Moreover, Su Zhou opened a school, and all the people of the Qin dynasty whose families had military achievements could not attend school. Those with greater military merit can join martial dao. As soon as this decree came out, everyone in the entire Qin dynasty fell into madness, and no one was afraid of death. The family has food and the children have a way. All these are brought to them by King Qin. This emperor looks like a lone crane, coming to the sky, but holding the Qin dynasty in the palm of his hand. The common people that the emperor treats as pigs and dogs are treated as treasures. If so, why would the common people not want to die for them? In the past 2 years, the Qin dynasty was fighting everywhere, and with the help of the divine Xia Empire, the Fuxia kingdom was annexed one after another. Many of them are still from countries with given names. When fighting between the country that gave the word and the country that gave the word, the face of the kingdom of God must be taken into consideration. However, Qin was not a gift, but an independent country that was not subordinate to any divine kingdom. Generally, independent countries will be bullied by the alliance of the given countries. But who would have thought that Qin would actually conquer the world? Abruptly annexed several countries. By the time some powerful great emperor countries reacted, Great Qin had become a behemoth that was not inferior to them. The fortunes of the Qin dynasty skyrocketed, and Su Zheng's strength also increased more and more terrifyingly. Now, his cultivation has reached the level of heavenly origin great completion, and several stars are being born in his body. He can then step into the realm of star controlling. It only takes 2 years to annex 21 countries. If you are allowed to go down, I am afraid that your family will be the only one in the entire Tianfu domain. Today we, the Six Nations Alliance, will destroy you, Great Qin. In the enemy formation, an old man with white hair and beard roared loudly. Behind him, countless soldiers roared together. Like thunder, it shook the sky and the earth. The old man looked at Su Zheng triumphantly. Behind him were the Six Nations allied forces, tens of millions of soldiers. It is 10 times the military strength of Qin. With such a disparity in combat power, no matter how strong Qin's soldiers are, it will be of no avail. In the battlefield, everything of the Qi tactical regiment is captured. Su Zheng, you are still too young. The old man thought to himself. But facing enemies dozens of times their size, the great Qin cavalry remained silent, and their eyes did not change at all. Only the king's order, everything is the way forward, nothing more than a trivial matter like life and death. Noisy. Su Zheng shook his head and did not say anything irritating to the old man. He just said lightly, 3 times the military merit in this battle. The next moment, a hint of evil aura rose up from the extremely cold Qin cavalry, and their eyes became extremely red. Fight, followed Su Zheng's order. He takes the lead and fights on the battlefield with the body of the king's daughter. Only in this way can all the armies surrender. Kill. Qin cavalry followed the king and charged to kill. But the difference in numbers is too big. Qin black cavalry looked so powerless under a force dozens of times larger than its own. This invincible empire that emerged 2 years ago seems to be about to be wiped out today. Chapter 69. 2 torrents of war collide. In an instant, the entire battlefield was swallowed up by blood and fire. The great Qin Empire, which has always dominated the world, seems to be about to collapse at this moment. Seeing the one-sided situation on the battlefield, the enemy leader burst into laughter. Heavenly origin, the strong men fight in the sky. The 6 kings of the empire surrounded Su Zhou, and 2 of them had the strength of the king to reach the sky. For the sake of the towering firmament Su family, we can avoid destroying the Qin. As long as you hand over all the countries annexed by you, hand over 40 million people to be enslaved by us. I will retreat immediately. The speaker stepped on a star, and the killing sword light exploded in his hand, covering Su Zhou. The remaining kings of the kingdom were connected with each other, as if they had turned into an invisible killing array, trapping him in his beauty. However, facing this situation, Su Zhou lowered his brows, shaped like a lonely crane, and flashed his boundless imperial power with his slender fingers. Emperor Dragon Fist. He punched out and actually knocked back 2 half-step star-controlling realms. It almost tore a hole in this killing array. If you guys, chickens and dogs, don't stick together to survive, I will destroy you with my hands. Su Zheng's voice did not contain any sarcasm or other emotions, as if he was describing a certain area in the simplest way. But just because of this, the kings are particularly angry. Because they know that Su Zheng's words are true. If it weren't for the 6 Nations Alliance, under the iron heel of the Great Qin, they would all devour the entire Great Qin. Su Zheng! How dare you speak so harshly even when you are about to die? If you hadn't backed the Su family, the star-controlling king said through gritted teeth. But he was really powerless in his heart, because they knew that no matter whether they won or lost this battle, this Su Zheng, they didn't dare to kill. They couldn't kill. Even, don't dare to hurt. Just because behind him is towering firmament Su family. A terrifying family that rose like a meteor 3 years ago. In the past, the Tianhan Empire was so tyrannical and invincible that it suppressed many surrounding empires. It was even praised as the one with the best chance of being promoted to the Holy Kingdom. But, because of provoking the Su family, the country and family were destroyed overnight. Many of the star-controlling powers in the Tianhan Empire were slaughtered in an instant. The terrifying moon-grasping dragon towers over the sky, its eyes are like blood moons. The bells of anomaly come to the world, and all become mortals under star controlling. The blue dragon roars into the sky, and the bells ring like morning. On that day, countless empires around them trembled. But the simple thing is that in the past 2 years, the rise of Great Qin relied entirely on itself, and the Su family did not interfere too much. Therefore, they dare to test step by step and take action step by step. That's why today's tens of millions of troops overwhelmed the Qin dynasty. But they all know in their hearts that the Qin may be able to destroy. Perhaps in front of the aloof Su family patriarch, this great Qin empire is just a small toy for his descendants. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. But if they hurt that one's descendant, then what will greet them will be unimaginable, natural disaster. Who knows that one person's protection, every drop of Su family's blood is precious. This sentence made many powerful families and empires unable to breathe. Ha ha ha. Backing Su family. So what? I am a member of the Su family. I am appreciated by the patriarch and become the emperor monarch of a country. There are some things I just don't care to do. But, sometimes I think about it, it's really nice to be able to bully others. This means that you have someone to rely on when you are alone. Su Zheng said, and the imperial energy in his body surged. The black dragon-like Moun evolved in his hands, and with one punch, the sky and the earth became dark. The powerful star controlling that suppressed him actually stepped back. Damn it! This Su family is a challenge that everyone can surpass. Several heads of state looked at each other in shock when they heard Su Zheng's words. Towering firmament Su family, just these few words, have already made them tied up. Seeing how everyone looked like this, the leader of star controlling couldn't help but snorted coldly. Buzz! Behind him, dozens of stars evolved, even mixed with a little power of law, heading towards Su Zhou to suppress the pressure. Then, he sent a message to the other kings. What are you doing? Great Qin relies on the Su family behind us, but there is nothing behind us. Although the mountains are high and the rivers are far away, we have received permission from the kingdom of God for this expedition. Hearing the rumors about the king, they broke free from their fear of the Su family. That's right. Behind them is a divine kingdom that overwhelms the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No matter how strong the Su family is, can they be stronger than the Yanhan kingdom? Simply ridiculous. Once upon a time, the crown prince of Yanhan kingdom could be seen by all the heavens, and the divine sovereign's phantom shone in the myriad worlds. They just wanted to take a look at the divine sovereign's face, but they were almost annihilated. The Su family is indeed terrifying, but it is only in this Tianfu territory. Compared with the Yanhan kingdom, it is not worth mentioning. At the same time, on the ground, the battle between the two armies has entered a fierce stage. Although the Dakan cavalry is 1 to 10, it is now being beaten and retreating. Being able to hold on until now is all due to his murderous aura and blood energy, and he can never retreat in 100 battles. Great Qin cavalry. Can we still fight? Seeing the heavy casualties of the Qin cavalry, Su Zhou was neither sad nor happy, and roared loudly. Wind! Feng feng! Strong wind! Strong wind! Strong wind! They roared angrily, their voices seemed to be stained with blood, and their eyes seemed to be burning with fire. They did not dare to retreat, they could not retreat. Behind them are their wives and daughters who have just lived a good life. It is the only empire that treats them as human beings. There will be no retreat until death. Da Qin doesn't have any troops to retreat. Ha ha ha. Okay. Su Zhou changed his normal tone and laughed, and then the infinite imperial way emerged. Ouch! Above the sky, an endless black dragon of the imperial path evolved. Everyone had a look of astonishment on their faces. The dragon transformation of the national destiny was a manifestation of the country's extreme strength. If the Great Qin dynasty is not destroyed today, it will be promoted to a holy kingdom in the future. Boom! Just when everyone was stunned, Su Zhou seized the opportunity and punched out with an extremely domineering punch, shattering the visions one after another and directly smashing the heads of 10 national players. Under the Emperor's way, the soul will be destroyed together. What? How dare you do this? Seeing the death of their companions, everyone finally stopped paddling. With all their strength, Su Zhou was suppressed. On the ground, the Great Qin cavalry refused to retreat. 10 soldiers fell down continuously. Within the country, people were kneeling on the ground one by one. They were praying for the king and the Qin cavalry. Although, it's all in vain. But in the vast Tianfu domain and hundreds of empires, only Great Qin truly regarded them as human beings, not as ants, but as pigs and dogs. They used to live like this in confusion for generations, but, once they tasted what it was like to be a human being, they couldn't be dogs anymore. All the people of the Qin dynasty are willing to live together with the heavenly king. I am willing to die for the Great Qin dynasty. Despair, helplessness, these emotions are devouring everything, but no one retreats, whether it is the common people, or the cavalry. Master Patriarch, I have failed to live up to your expectations. Faced with such a decline, even Su Zhou felt helpless. He felt compassion for the people in his heart, but he made the people live like human beings. He sympathized with the soldiers, but he gave them the courage and space to climb up. Since the founding of the country, he has been worthy of everyone, but at this moment, the country is about to be destroyed. Su Zhou only felt that he was sorry for letting that person down. The patriarch who allowed himself to go his own way. Lord Patriarch! Is my path wrong after all? Su Zhou whispered. Da Qin's cavalry was out of 10, relying on their bravery to prevent the enemy from moving forward, but it was in vain. The Qin dynasty will be destroyed today. The Lord of Star Controlling roared. The Imperial Coalition forces, which had been stagnant, began to rush into battle crazily. It seems that everything has been settled. However, right now, boom, boom, the ground began to tremble continuously. Only the figure emerged, an invisible majesty burst out. On the battlefield, all the war horses and war beasts let out a mournful cry, and they knelt on the ground uncontrollably. Some weak war horses fainted directly. Su Zhou couldn't help but look over. All he saw was a knight in white armor appearing on the horizon under the bloody setting sun. Under his crotch is a snow-white war horse, but unlike other horses, this war horse has a mouth full of sharp fangs, and its eyes are flashing with bloodthirsty light. The remaining kings could not help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Is something going to happen? But as they saw each other's cultivation clearly, they felt relieved. Haha! I thought you, Da Qin, had some backup plan, but it's just an exterior monk. Da Qin will undoubtedly be destroyed today. Ha 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 ha! One person and one horse can actually create such a big momentum. Do you think you are the strong moon-grasping person who can reverse everything by one person? Haha, no. Wait. What is that? No. This. How is this possible? The kings had just finished speaking half of their sarcastic words, but what happened next really shocked them. I just feel like the world is spinning, and everything in front of me feels unreal. All they saw was that the warriors in white armor and silver horses were charging towards the Imperial Coalition forces from behind. Like a drop of white water, it wants to soak the entire ink pond. But it was indeed at this moment that the tens of millions of Imperial Coalition forces retreated involuntarily. Only because. Boom! Boom! Behind the charging general, a white torrent swept from the horizon. The setting sun was like blood, reflecting on their bodies, and their pale armor looked like the fangs of the god of death. An army of 100,000 people is like one body. Wherever it passes, not even a blade of grass grows. The so-called Imperial Coalition forces used the rice fields on the farm in front of them. Silence. Absolute silence. This army is like a silent god of death. They have no slogans and no war songs. They just fight like machines, perfect. But what really makes many kings feel terrified is every soldier in this 100,000 strong army is exterior great completion. The exterior warriors who could dominate a small town and become elders in a sect were just part of the army at this time. In the blink of an eye, in just 3 rounds of killing, the tens of millions of troops had been reduced by 1/10. Looking at the opponent again, his white armor is stained with blood, and there are dead souls under his hooves. There is no shortage of pawns, and there are many pawns. This is a truly invincible warrior. Big Snow Dragon Rider. In the name of your majesty, I am at your disposal. Kill! 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 Following the roar of the leading general, 3 shouts of killing broke out. In an instant, endless killing energy surged into the sky. It's as if it's a bloody spear, piercing the myriad worlds and staining the sky with blood. Boom! The next moment, the leader of the country was wiped out directly under the battle formation. The heavy snow dragon cavalry cannot come out, but 100,000 troops can slaughter the moon. Even the strong men of moon grasping have wailed under their guns. The originally one-sided situation was reversed at this moment. Easy to attack and defend. Please give me your order, the dragon cavalry general said sternly. A hint of violence rose in Su Zhou's eyes. Leave no one behind, all of them. Funeral. Promise, followed Lonqi's promise. The killing array reappeared. This was no longer a war, but a naked massacre. The Qin cavalry and the people who survived the disaster all cried with joy. Seeing that the situation was over, the souls of several kings of the country were rising, and they wanted to escape before making plans. However, how could Su Zhou go as they wished without being restrained by the powerful star controlling? The remaining few people are just meager. Almost in an instant, the imperial black dragon soared over the sky and wiped out all of you with one punch. It was a scene that left me helpless and desperate, but as soon as my clan leader took action, earth-shaking changes occurred. The admiration for Su Zhou has almost reached an indescribable level. He stood on the horizon, with thousands of enemy soldiers and tycoons at his feet begging for mercy. The emperor and the setting sun were together. In the eyes of countless people of the Qin dynasty, this emperor was said to be lonely and weak, and dared to overwhelm the heavens. At this time, he looked at where the Su family was. The knees are slightly bent, and I want to kneel down to the head of my family. This is the only way to express your feelings. But a terrifying force rose out of thin air, making it impossible for him to kneel down. If you kneel down, the aura of the emperor and the image of majesty will be destroyed. Xiao Su Zheng, conquer the heavens and sweep across Liu He. Tell the myriad worlds that my Su family should have a unique emperor for all eternity. Su Zhou's gentle voice sounded in his ears. Suddenly, Su Zheng's eyes turned red, and then he solemnly said, "The patriarch's order. Don't dare to violate it." On the battlefield, tens of millions of enemy troops turned into withered bones and bloody flesh. The big snow dragon cavalry, the white-armored silver horse, stands on the battlefield, silently, slaying the world. The enemy can go and I can go too. Destroy the 6 countries today. Su Zheng's extremely domineering voice sounded in the sky. Promise. Longqi promised, and then the blood would rise. The black dragon of national destiny roars in the sky. Su Zheng looked down at the sentient beings. A star rose behind him, then 2, 10, 20. After this war, the fate of the Qin dynasty swept across the Tianfu region. He and his fellow practitioners should enter. Star controlling. Inside towering firmament peak. The aura all over Su Zhou's body became even more terrifying. The 3,000 great Dao on his body evolved one after another, and infinite chaos swallowed everything. The surrounding space is constantly fragmenting, and is quickly repaired under the extremely rich spiritual energy. On his body, hundreds of stars return to the moon, and the crescent moon carries dozens of great Dao auras. Then, the bright moon turned into light and merged into Su Zhou's body. From then on, others understood the law and then looked for traces of the Tao. And he, Su Zhou, controls the law and is in harmony with the Tao, and finally all Tao unified harmony. He slowly opened his eyes, and in his eyes reincarnation was spinning, cause and effect were in reverse order, and yin and yang were shining brightly. Entering moon grasping, this realm is mysterious. With a single thought, the soul can sweep across the entire Tianfu domain, and with a single palm, an entire country can be destroyed. And Su Zhou has reshaped this realm. When star controlling, he can kill ordinary moon-grasping masters. Now he is the moon-grasping old monster who has been obsessed with it for many years. I am afraid it is nothing more than a plaything. With Su Zhou fully entering moon-grasping, towering firmament changes in the blessed land. Layers of black and yellow air filled the sky, and faint fairy music rose from the sky. There were thousands of fairies dancing above the sky. Boom! There was a roar from heaven and earth. It's like being recognized by all the ways and inherited by all the heavens. The extremely rich black and yellow energy surged in the sky. In the dark, it seems that a title is coming. Supreme. Entering moon grasping, heaven and earth share the same inheritance, and you can be a lord, and the great Dao gives you the name. Supreme Lord. Starting from the account ban, myriad worlds will watch the ceremony. Generally, the title vision of a powerful conferred marquis only covers the place of cultivation. If you can overwhelm a country, you can already be called a monster. However, the vision of Su Zhou's title was indeed shrouded in 9 heavens and 10 places. The powerful creatures in myriad worlds all look to heaven. The 2 words supreme come from the Tao. Supreme Lord. The golden world is full of monsters. What kind of existence are they? The conferred marquee realm can attract myriad worlds to watch. Even the great emperor in ancient times has never received such a title. Countless powerful creatures sighed. What is supreme, supreme, overpowering everything? This title already has the potential of an emperor. Just as countless creatures were amazed, an indifferent voice slowly sounded. Don't accept this letter. Chapter 70. The great Dao conferred the title, the myriad worlds watched the ceremony, and the supreme marquee was conferred. What an honor, what a glory! Throughout the millions of years and the endless past, there has never been any prodigy that could cause such a terrifying vision when it conferred marquee. It's hard to imagine what kind of unbelievable person it would be to cause this. But what shocked countless powerful creatures even more? Faced with the extremely noble title of Supreme, the unknown prodigy actually said in a low voice, "Don't accept this letter." For a moment, myriad worlds became lonely. No matter who it is at this moment, they all look so sluggish. Even the ancient prodigy, who had awakened from the divine source, had a look of astonishment on his face at this time. The canonization of Great Dao was rejected. This is that prodigy. He doesn't know that granting a title is about the law. It's about the Great Dao. Is it the ancient taboo clan? What a violent condemnation of heavenly beings! That's the Supreme. There are so many amazing and talented prodigy monsters in ancient and modern times, but they have never seen such a title. Countless powerful creatures were stunned at this moment. If you don't take what God has given you, don't you respect Taoist rewards? How treasonous and arrogant this is! I once heard that in ancient times, there was a supreme being who was not granted a heavenly title and claimed to be an emperor. I once tore up the destiny of heaven with my own hands, and lived against the will of 3 generations. I did not realize the great emperor, but I did kill and defeat the gods, and I was stained with the emperor's blood. Could it be that this is a descendant of that clan? These powerful beings communicate across myriad worlds. Some of them speculate that Su Zhou is a descendant of the legendary Emperor Zun, while others speculate that he is a born madman. Some people also praised that only this extremely arrogant prodigy is worthy of the title of Supreme. But Su Zhou really didn't care about their various conjectures. He stepped on the towering firmament peak and looked at the black and yellow aura that symbolized luck and good fortune. His eyes were extremely cold. Chirp! A bird chirped. Next to Su Zhou, a dark sparrow appeared, exuding a terrifying aura. It is none other than Su family's Zhen clan mythical beast, Black Bird. Behind him, the golden dragon of luck roared loudly, as if he wanted to compete with the sky for victory. Only these 2 creatures who are closely related to luck can feel the devil in the boundless auspiciousness of the sky. Give a name? Confer a name? The ways of this world are all wrong. There are terrifying existences sojourning on the Great Dao. They distort everything and regard all living beings as delicacies. What is hidden under this so-called conferment and so-called auspiciousness is just layers of boundless shackles. 06. And since Su Zhou already knew and saw all this, how could he let them get their wish? I won't accept the seal. Back off. He looked at the sky indifferently, his voice was neither urgent nor slow, as if facing the heaven and earth, it could not move him in the slightest. As his voice fell, everything that originally symbolized auspiciousness in the sky came to a standstill. Then the fairy music roared, the fairy cried blood, and the black clouds pressed down. It seemed that at this moment, everyone in the Great Dao became angry together. Given by the Great Dao, I dare to make up for it. Boom! Boom! The world was rendered blood red, and streaks of scarlet thunder tribulation surged above the sky. Each one exudes the terrifying Great Dao aura. That is the power formed by the dazzling Great Dao. Even the weakest one among them is enough to cripple the entire Tianfu domain. The power of the mysterious seal still hangs in the sky. It's more like a threat than a grant of a title. The twisted anomalies thunder surged in the sky like insects. They are eager to devour everything and destroy everything. But, faced with such a terrifying scene, There was indeed a smile on Su Zhou's lips. The world is not complete, he said softly, as if he knew something. The words fell. Boom. The world seems to really have its own emotions, and the countless tribulation thunders roar and evolve as if they have opened up their spiritual intelligence. Something unimaginable is gestating. Su Zhou waved his hand, Dao Rime roared, and under the great annihilation technique, the feeling of being sealed was dissipated. At this moment, the twisting thunder of heaven and earth was released from its shackles. Scarlet, anomaly, unknown, and various auras of disaster surged in the depths of Zhu. It was like a wave of terror spreading that destroyed everything. This is Great Dao warning. There is still a way to survive if you go against the will of heaven, but there is no chance of survival if you go against the will. Sure enough. Over the ages, only the emperor can defeat the great Dao and kill the great emperor. What a pity! If such a supreme prodigy comes from our clan, it will inevitably lead the clan to a whole new level. Humph! If you go against the grain and don't take the title, you will die unjustly. In the eyes of the creatures in myriad worlds who are qualified to watch the ceremony, they saw a disembodied figure stepping into the sky, and then the supreme thunderous wrath emitted from the sky and the earth. The thunder is sacred and boundless, and the Dao rime is extremely majestic. There is no trace of uncertainty, no trace of anomaly. Perhaps in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths, only one person in the Soviet area can see this despair that spans eternity. No powerful creature thought that this madman could survive. The fallen genius will never be a genius again. Many powerful men withdrew their gazes. Even if they were granted the title of supreme, they were just an arrogant withered bones on the imperial road. Those who were still watching the ceremony were either expressing regret or ridicule. They were all waiting to see how the rebellious great Dao fell. Boom! Wow! Blood and thunder are like rain, as if Tao is weeping and Dharma is crying bitterly. Everything will perish here. Even the entire region seemed to be scattered and annihilated under this tribulation thunder. Those who go against the path will only die. A king left an assertion. The rest were speechless, but they all already recognized this sentence. But the next moment, everything that appeared before their eyes made these old monsters who had lived for countless years sigh in disbelief. It's impossible. Oh my God! I have never seen such an existence in my 10,000 years of life. There are actually such terrifying creatures in these 9 heavens and 10 lands. Countless powerful people were shocked. I only saw the madness with no visible figure in the void, facing the bloody thunder in the sky, neither sad nor happy. Whispering in a low voice, "Pon, I'm tired of it." Next moment. Base. Phew. It's getting dark. Then a rickety figure appeared respectfully in the sky. It is positive. Then, the figure looked towards the sky and pulled out a broken sword from behind. There are no fancy visions, no imaginary earth-shattering power. The incomplete ancient sword was slashed down like a child playing. Then, everything is lonely because the earth is empty. Everything that originally shrouded the sky disappeared. The sky was still clear, the breeze was coming slowly, and the blood thunder that symbolized the wrath of the Dao seemed to have never appeared. A casual sword can break the wrath of heaven. What a terrifying existence this is! What was even more horrifying to countless people with great divine ability was that the rickety old man was caressing the sword. Immediately, an unimaginable terrifying evil aura actually reached them directly against countless time and space. Then all the scenes dispersed, and the ceremony ended. Many terrifying existences are all guilty, and everything I saw today is too shocking. The myriad tribulations in the conferred Marquis realm are watching the ceremony. Kuangsheng who refuses the title of supreme, Jilei who annihilates everything, and the old man who kills everything with an understatement. This all feels too incredible. Moreover, the more thoughtful and powerful people noticed one detail. That terrifying existence that cut off everything, actually called that crazy being. Your Majesty. A sword that touches the sky. That is an existence that is superior to venerable. Such an ancient creature actually calls a little guy in the conferred Marquis realm his lord. What a terrifying orthodoxy and what a terrifying inheritance. The Golden Age. Monsters are everywhere. It seems that countless ancient inheritances, invincible traditions, and families have been born. They are passed down to let the disciples be more low-key when walking in the heavens. Go and check. Check for me. What kind of power is there? There are people coming out of each ancient sacred land, immortal clan, and hidden emperor clan. They began to look for the terrible orthodoxy in their minds. Some people wanted to make friends with each other, while others were ambitious. Their eyes are at the center of the 3,000 domains, running around in the 9 heavens and 10 places. No one would have guessed that the sect, the supreme inheritance in their hearts, actually resides in the most remote corner of the 3,000 domains. And still developing rapidly. The old pawn lowered his hands and stayed respectfully behind Su Zhou. No one in the Su family knew anything about what was previously so terrifying. As for the myriad worlds ceremony, only creatures that are powerful enough to a certain extent are qualified to watch. One day, I will go and take a look, to see what you are all about. Su Zhou spoke softly, Dao rhyme constantly surging in his body. He looked back at Pawn, his eyes growing more and more satisfied. This pawn that has broken through 9 heavens and 10 earths is stronger than he thought. But relying on external things will not last long. He understands that only when he is true and true, only when he is strong, can he be truly powerful. The Su family is indeed very strong now. The great Qin Empire is expanding abroad, and disciples of the family, prodigy, are emerging in large numbers. Su Chongsheng, inherited from the great emperor, has a 100% spiritual soul and a cautious mind. Once he takes action, he is invincible. Su Yang, who possesses the supreme Taoist weapon inside, is reborn for a new life, carrying the sword intent of heaven, the supreme prodigy. Su Buku, the murderous intention is hidden, the compassion gradually appears, the killing is unparalleled. In the future, you will understand the true meaning of yourself, and you will not be weaker than others. Su Yan has his own gold-finger grandfather, who also masters the burning technique and is burdened with great luck. The fifth god and demon, Sunan, wakes up from the tomb of the gods, destroys the gods and demons. Prodigy is eternal, holds the god and demon great Dao, transcends 2 realms and destroys the enemy with one hand. There is also Qin Emperor Su Zhang who wants to sweep across Liuhe and unify the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Su family is very strong, but not enough. Huaxu, the enemy of the weak, is still there, and there are anomaly creatures on the great Dao that covet all evil. You have to be stronger, stronger. He suppressed his thoughts, walked into the towering firmament peak, and began to re-establish his current state. He didn't care at all about the turmoil in the 9 heavens and 10 earths he had just caused. His 3,000 great Dao slowly emerged, allowing him to feel and understand. Ding! Su family rises, starts periodic tasks, and evaluates according to the family's performance within the period. The higher the evaluation, the richer the reward. This cycle is 5 years. Su Zhou was immersed in the feeling, and the corners of his mouth were slightly pursed. This system is really considerate. The great Qin Empire is constantly expanding its territory. The black dragon of national luck roars into the sky, and it actually vaguely denies Su family's golden dragon of luck. The whole Su family is getting more and more lucky. Fear. The spiritual energy in the towering firmament-blessed land has become even more terrifying due to the increase of the Xianhuang tree and the void tree. The qualifications of Su family's newborns are becoming more and more powerful from generation to generation. In just 3 years, the average combat power of the family has risen by a whole level. Under the Su family sequence system, competition among the younger generation is fierce. In this competitive environment, the strength of the prodigy in the family began to increase crazily. The word Su family represents evil in the entire Tianfu domain. Not long ago, there was a prodigy martial arts performance in Tianfu. A shy young man fought against the enemy with a sword and won the first place. Countless families and sects extended olive branches, but they saw a group of young people laughing in the audience, and the young man who won the championship was indeed the weakest among them. Everyone was shocked by this group of talented and evil teenagers. But when they knew that these extremely evil boys could not even be ranked in the Su family. The Tianfu area is quiet. An invincible family that cuts through everything has been born. It's hard to imagine how deep the Su family's background is. Even the divine Xia Empire, where the towering firmament is blessed, is rising with the tide. Towering firmament peak. In the dark and boundless secret room, a pair of extremely bright eyes slowly opened. In an instant, everything around him seemed to be illuminated by bright lights. Cultivation has no time, 3 years is just a blink of an eye in Su Zhou's eyes. At this time, his realm has reached the moon-grasping 4th layer, and he has reshaped this realm, becoming the Chongtian Haoyu. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he looked at an inconspicuous corner of towering firmament. As if he saw something interesting, the corners of his mouth pursed slightly. Interesting, can you still survive this time? Many Su family members are gathering continuously. Can we finally see this mysterious first immortal? Stop being the number 1 immortal. After today, maybe you should change your name to the number 1 god. Don't tell me, this Sunan is simply too scary. They discussed excitedly and looked at the young man in white standing at the foot of the mountain with admiration. Sunan, who was once the 5th god and demon, is now considered the 2nd god and demon. After Su Yang and others returned to the blessed land of towering firmament and integrated the inheritance. Su Nan came to the door and challenged Su Buku, Su Yan, and Su Yang according to the order. A shocking battle broke out between the 4 of them, and the situation in the sky changed. The blue flames burn the sky. The sword intent is everywhere. The murderous aura covers the sun, and the gods and demons support the way. The terrifying vision lasted for 3 days. No one saw the process of that battle. After that battle, except Sunan. The other 3 people left the blessed land of towering firmament one after another to go out for training. That godlike and demonic strength has convinced countless Su family teenagers, and how many teenagers regard him as their idol. And today, he actually found the mysterious first place of immortality. People in the Su family have only heard about the name of immortality, but they have never seen this terrifying prodigy. Brother! Look at those, they are the real prodigy. It would be such a waste if you don't practice your talent. A simple and honest young man was persuading his younger brother. He was holding a child with a tiger-like head and a thick head. The child ignored his brother and looked at the book in his hand with great interest. Has no interest in anything around him. It seemed that the highly respected sequence battle was not as interesting as the 2 thin sheets of paper in his hand. Looking at his brother's appearance, the young man sighed helplessly. His younger brother is named Su Yun. He is 3 years old this year. On the day of his birth, he was born with a strange phenomenon. Thousands of rays of light fell down, and countless immortal and divine characters appeared out of thin air. Several major deacons from the Su family came here one after another to check Fang Yun's qualifications. They were shocked that he was born with blood tempering and all his energy channels were connected. I was thinking of setting foot on martial Dao in the future, maybe I could set foot on the sequence. But I never thought that Su Yun was not interested in cultivation at all. Instead, he loved reading very much. I read all kinds of books every day. This gave his brother a very headache. Su Nan stood at the foot of Chongsheng Peak and saw the somewhat crude wooden house. The left eye has deep demonic energy, and the right eye has a bright divine path. In his eyes, this seemingly ordinary wooden house contained endless murderous intent. Even if he enters rashly, he will not get any benefit. Today I want to start a sequence battle. Su Nan said loudly and looked towards the wooden house. Everyone's eyes were looking towards the wooden house. Under the expectant eyes of everyone. Crunch! The old wooden door groaned. But no one came out. The second god and demon invites you to fight. Sunan frowned and stepped forward. Then a vision appeared behind him. Two phantoms of the sun shielding that cover the sky rise from the ground, overwhelming all living beings. The sacred god looks down on all living beings like ants, and the weird real demon smiles ferociously and sacrifices to the world. Chapter 71. The sky of the towering firmament paradise was split into two worlds by the dazzling divine path and the deep demon Dao. And the initiator of all this stood indifferently in front of a wooden house. There were gods and demons in his eyes, but there was no emotion whatsoever. This is not a kind of indifference, but an emotional lack. He is Sunan, the supreme prodigy who has been sleeping since ancient times and lost all his memories. He awakened from the divine source and won the favor of the clan leader, who personally helped him with blood tempering and asked him to rebuild Martial Dao. When entering Martial Dao, the color of heaven and earth changes, and the gods and demons surrender. His qualifications are so terrifying that no one in the entire Su family can surpass him. However, Sunan is lonely. Even though the Su family now gives him infinite warmth, he is still lonely. He had been sleeping for who knows how long, and he felt an indescribable sense of alienation from this world. He, Su Buku, Su Yang, and Su Yan didn't know each other without fighting. After the first battle, they had gotten drunk together, and the sense of estrangement was only slightly weaker. Then, he discovered that he was different from everyone else. He had no own way. Yes, he is the second god of the Su family and the idol of the entire younger generation of the Su family. However, Sunan didn't know what she was pursuing and what she wanted. Su Yan said that he wanted to reach the top and help his teacher get revenge. Su Yang looked to the horizon and said that he didn't want Xiaowu to wait too long. Su Buku's eyes were firm and told him that there was something he had to do. After getting drunk, all three people left the towering firmament, except Sunan. At a loss. He has no one waiting for him, and has nothing to do. He is like an orphan who came to this world from countless ancient times. Like an outcast. In this case, the patriarch designated him as the Su family sequence, which is barely a path. In this case, let's take this path to the extreme. That's why today's scene happened, where gods and demons came to Chongsheng Peak. Please fight number 1 Chongsheng. Sunan whispered, but the two shadows of gods and demons behind him did roar at the same time. The shaking clouds in the sky continued to disperse. Oops! You made a mistake. Suddenly, a girl in a green shirt stopped in front of the cabin. Facing Sunan, she seemed a little panicked, but her eyes were indeed very firm. Sunan! You are mistaken. There is no first immortal here. This is the residence of Brother Chongsheng. Brother Chongsheng can only carve wooden figures and origami people. He just has longevity in his name, not the first in the Su family. Brother Changshen's cultivation is not as good as mine. The girl said while suppressing her timidity. Sunan didn't say anything, but he silently used his dignity to avoid the girl in front of him. Hey! At this moment, a faint sigh sounded from the cabin. Then, a young man wearing civilian clothes and a dull expression slowly walked out of the wooden house. As he appeared, Sunan's eyes instantly focused on that person. Actually, I don't like to argue, and I'm not that greedy for many things. All I want to do is live well. But, there are some things that cannot be given up. The title of First Immortal was bestowed upon me by the Patriarch. Change to Second Immortality. As Su Chongsheng spoke, the expression on his face became more and more alert. Not nice. Brother Chongsheng, you. The girl in green shirt was a little confused about the situation. She couldn't believe that she had always been worried about Brother Chongsheng being bullied. He is actually the most mysterious and unpredictable member of the Su family. The first immortality. Su Chongsheng is the number one immortal. Oh my god! How is that possible? I've never even seen him practice. Oh my god! This is unbelievable. Many people who had seen Su Chongsheng couldn't help but exclaimed. What? You said this kid doesn't practice? That's not right. I always see him in the martial arts arena. Nonsense, I saw him in the alchemy room. He has an interesting temperament. Shit. Yesterday, I was still in the Martial Dao Tower, watching him fight with the ancient war spirits. He ignored me when I talked to him, he was very cold. Listening to people's words, Su Changshen's character is different in everyone's mouth. Next moment. Rumble. An ancient and deep aura erupted from Su Changshen's body. That powerful aura soared into the sky and turned into a majestic figure, facing the vision of gods and demons from a distance. The figure is ancient but full of vitality, and the sky is dyed a blue color. For a moment, it was on par with the vision of gods and demons. Su Nan's expression suddenly changed. Su Changshen's cultivation level is definitely not weaker than his. But thinking about it, being able to be named the first sequence by that person is certainly not an ordinary existence. A fighting spirit suddenly rose in Su Nan's eyes. A battle in the sky, ... He shouted and stepped into the sky instantly. A figure silenced the heaven and earth, like a group of great Dao gods and demons walking in the world. But Su Chongsheng was indeed still standing on the earth. I saw him making secrets with one hand. Then, in the sky, a figure that was identical to him appeared. Su Chongsheng put his hands together, and above the sky, a roaring evil energy roared towards Su Nan. Humph! The way of puppets, clan brother, you are looking down on me. Su Nan snorted coldly. Facing this terrifying bombardment, he raised his hand at will and pinched it in mid-air. Just bombard it and crush it casually. Immediately afterwards, his hands suddenly raised, and two completely different terrifying forces exploded. Divine Path Soryu. Demon is perfect. In an instant, the dazzling Divine Path Kanglong erupted from Su Nan's fist and abused the people. And a boundless demonic shadow covered the heaven and earth, killing everything behind the blue dragon. Su Chongsheng stood up and withdrew the attack with one hand. In one thought, the void formation. A series of mysterious lines appeared in the air. The stars changed the formation. Sorry. With this terrifying punch, everyone was swallowed up by the formation. Then the space behind Su Nan began to tremble slightly. Ouch! Next moment. The terrifying punch he originally punched came from the void. What a good idea! Su Nan appreciated it, but his expression remained unchanged. Capture the dragon with your left hand, crush the devil with your right hand. The phantoms of gods and demons look up to the sky and roar, destroying that move. Come and fight! Fight! Su Changshen's eyes were rarely filled with fighting spirit. The two figures suddenly intertwined in the sky. Terrifying speed, extreme power, the sun and the moon are dim. The weaker disciples are not even qualified to watch this scene. Many people from the older generation of the Su family were alarmed by this battle. They all stood up and looked towards the sky. He couldn't help but be amazed. Every collision, every fight, every attack and defense between these two people was nothing short of perfect. Even far surpassing many star-controlling experts of the older generation. What a terrifying young man! This great Dao of gods and demons is extremely terrifying. And Su Chongsheng is not famous, but he is carrying the great Dao of immortality, and he is also equipped with countless killing arrays. Tisk, 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 after this battle, there is no one in the 9 heavens and 10 places in front of them who is qualified to be called a prodigy. Su Onyu side, he is a strong star controlling 7th layer and a deacon of the Su family. Now the Su family, all council deacons have entered the star controlling realm. This was something they never thought about. And all this is because of the Supreme Patriarch. Dad, What are they fighting for? Tell me about it. The young man holding the child could only see countless intertwined streams of light and infinitely profound laws in the sky. Practice well and see for yourself. In this golden age, the Su family, are fortunate to have a patriarch who has raised us up high. We must work hard. Otherwise, even if you want to be a witness, you are not qualified. Su Niu said. The young man curled his lips. Fathers in the world are all the same. They never forget to educate their children. Obviously everyone is here to watch the fun, but you still have to scold me. That brother Su Nan is going to lose. Suddenly, the little baby boy who had been reading in his arms spoke. How is that possible? The young man was a huge fan of Sunan. Instinctively, he wanted to refute his brother. He was just about to tell how terrifying Sunan's strength was. But just looking at the sky, the two figures suddenly separated. They are evenly matched, only one move can determine the outcome. The two looked at each other, knowing each other's thoughts and making peace with each other. God is dead. Sunan took a step forward, and the divine path shadow behind him suddenly dispersed, turning into Dao Rime and sinking into Sunan's body. Destroy the demon. Then the shadow of the real demon dispersed and fell on Sunan at the same time. At this time, there was nothing unusual about Sunan's body, and he looked like the most ordinary young man. But inexplicably, Su Chongsheng felt a fatal threat in him, and the alarm bell in his heart couldn't stop ringing. Gods die, demons are destroyed, I am the only one who is supreme. Su Nan took the last step. The whole person seems to have become a real god and demon. He punched out randomly, causing the empty space to shatter. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Su Chongsheng didn't hold back any longer. He kneaded the secret with one hand, and his eyes were dark and difficult. In an instant, thousands of formations appeared around him, and unimaginable killing formations descended on the heavens. Each of those tens of millions of divine patterns contains extremely terrifying killing power. And that's not all yet. Behind Su Chongsheng, a figure that was identical to his suddenly walked out. Even his cultivation level was exactly the same. Then, the second, third, and fourth. Close to dry Daoist shadows, standing in the sky. Every Daoist shadow has the cultivation of star-controlling realm. This was beyond everyone's imagination, and even some disciples with weaker minds couldn't help but slumped on the ground. What is the concept of more than 1,000 star-controlling experts? I am afraid that Guansu Chongsheng alone can sweep the entire Tianfu domain. What kind of monster must he be to be able to temper such a puppet? Isn't the puppet a small way? Isn't the formation a small way? Why can these two paths become so powerful in Su Chongsheng? Su Chongsheng kept pinching the formulas in his hands and chanting scriptures in his mouth. It's like a boundless killing move is slowly gestating. Brother, please teach me. Su Nan pursed his lips as he looked at the incredible scene, and a smile inexplicably rose in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to vaguely see his own path. God falls, devil falls, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Sunan roared angrily, raised his hands, and suddenly, the sky darkened. Everyone looked towards the sky and saw only an extremely bright, heaven and earth. The other side of the world, which was created by Divine Path and Demon Dao at the same time, was actually suppressed. I want to crush everything to death. In front of this world, all laws lose their color. The fourth killing formation Zhu Xian. Su Chongsheng whispered. At the same time, thousands of star-controlling puppets erupted, and the terrifying killing array was completely shaken. Everything is destroyed in this. If these two moves collide directly, I am afraid that the entire towering firmament-blessed land will suffer considerable damage. At this point, the battle should have been stopped. But the killing move has been launched, and if it is withdrawn, these two people may not be able to sustain it. But if the two are allowed to collide, one of the two prodigy will inevitably fall. You know, these are all Su family's own prodigy sequences. The palms and backs of the hands are full of flesh. Even many deacons were stupid, and other families were troubled because there was no prodigy in the clan. As for Su family, it's because prodigy is so terrifying that even fighting with all his strength may cause the blessed land to fall. Whether it is Su Chongsheng or Su Nan, the death of either of them is a situation that the Su family cannot accept. But in this scene, no one among them can stop this scene. I'm afraid only the patriarch can stop them. But the patriarch had gone into seclusion 3 years ago. Go and ask the patriarch to come out of seclusion. No. The matter of the patriarch is the Su family's business. Just when everyone was helpless, an extremely gentle voice sounded quietly in towering firmament peak. Enough. The voice was light and airy, without any power or vision. But as the voice fell, the world seemed to be lonely at this moment. Immediately afterwards, everything around him began to reverse crazily. The phantoms of the gods and demons behind Su Nan reappeared. Su Chongsheng quickly retreated, and the formed formation turned into formation patterns. It's like going back in time. It's the patriarch. The patriarch is out of seclusion. We welcome the clan leader. All the Su family members bowed one after another, including Sunan, who was a little confused in the sky, and Su Chongsheng also bowed. At this time, their admiration for Su Zhou was like a galaxy, and the scene that made everyone despair disappeared with his words. It seems that the patriarch has always been like this. Even if the world is overturned, he is so insignificant in front of him. Everyone in the world says that the Su family is full of evildoers, but only the Su family knows that all their confidence lies in the person who turned his back on the common people, Xian Yi. Okay, let's go and practice. In this battle, the number one immortal will remain unchanged. Su Zhou's voice sounded in the sky. Then his figure appeared in the sky without knowing when. Sunan didn't have any objections when he heard this. The move just now was his strongest move. Under the pressure of heaven and earth, it was Su Changshen's, good, thousands of star-controlling puppets, and the killing array could also be destroyed. And he himself will be seriously injured. But just at the moment when the clan leader restored everything, he discovered a breath similar to Su Changshen's from the crowd. Damn, this go. He actually has a backup plan. The two are similar in strength, and when exhausted, this puppet can be enough to decide life or death. Moreover, even Sunan is not sure whether it is Su Changshen's true body or a puppet. The two landed together with Su Zhou. Feeling the power of the Su family now, Su Zhou is also quite satisfied, but he already knew this when he was in retreat. After all, he can get bonuses from the whole clan. If not, he would not be promoted so quickly. Falling among the crowd, Su Zhou's eyes suddenly looked at a young child. The child had a book in his hand and drool on his lips. Seeing this, Su Niu quickly spoke, Master Patriarch, this is the youngest son, Su Yun, who was born with visions and was born with blood. It's just, not interested in practicing. Grandpa Patriarch, do you think studying is useless? Su Yun suddenly said. Su Zhou couldn't help but smile when he heard the other party's name. He took the milk baby from the boy's arms. He said softly, do you like reading? I like it. I like reading the most. I like the principles in the book. If you like it, does it matter whether it's useful or useless? Su Zhou touched Milkman's little head. If you like it, it's useful or not, it doesn't matter. If you like it, it's useless, heaven and earth, it's useless, it's just mediocre thinking. Su Yun kept repeating Su Zhou's words. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, his chubby little face nodded seriously. Subsequently, he was just about to tease the child, but as if he saw something, he looked outside the blessed land of towering firmament. In the primeval forest, a staggering figure was walking with difficulty. Find the master's house, must find the master's house.